In order to train me into a sword spirit, my wife chose to seal me at point B. When she made physical contact with me, she directly injected poison into my body, sealed my cultivation, and finally refined my soul into her destined sword spirit. It turns out she was the saintess of the Qingmiao Palace. 2.5 years ago, she descended the mountain just to perfect the supreme forget-me-not immortal technique. Unexpectedly, she was attracted by my charm during her training and insisted on marrying me. Tomorrow is the day she returns to the Qingmiao Palace, but the palace does not accept male disciples. In order to not be separated from me, she plans to seal my soul in her sword, so that the sword spirit will always accompany her. But what she didn't know was that when my soul was extracted, I activated the Great Freedom Visualization method and traveled back 2 days through the soul as a medium. Looking at Zhu Nanji lying beside me at this moment, my heart beat faster. Although it feels good to be liked by a pretty and well-proportioned tsundere, I don't want to be trained into a sword spirit. Zhu Nanji also woke up at this time. Husband, you woke up unusually early today. Zhu Nanji, who opened her eyes, showed a playful smile and slowly crawled onto me like a cat. I quickly sat up and pushed her aside, reached out to pinch her cheek, and said with a light smile, "I'm hungry." Zhu Nanji stared at me blankly, and my action left her momentarily stunned. Although our relationship has been very intimate for the past 2.5 years, often there is no communication afterwards. This is the first time I have made such an intimate gesture towards her. Zhu Nanji shyly lowered her head at this moment. "What does my lord want to eat? I will go prepare it." Zhu Nanji asked eagerly as she raised her head again. She was so happy, always hoping to elevate her relationship with my lord to the highest level of spiritual and emotional connection. I softly replied, "Anything is fine. Your cooking suits my taste. I will go prepare it." Zhu Nanji said happily as she got out of bed and left the bedroom. What a good woman she is. Why is she so clingy? I sighed softly, feeling somewhat conflicted. I can't say I dislike Zhu Nanji, and I am not a heartless person. How could I not be moved at all after spending 2.5 years together? But I don't want to be turned into a sword spirit, so I have to train her to be more obedient and prevent her clinginess from achieving its purpose. Therefore, the first step is to find a way to eliminate the unknown toxins in her body. Thinking of this, I got up, put on my clothes, walked out of the room, and started morning exercises while restoring the depleted soul and spirit. After closing my eyes, I started practicing the Great Freedom Visualization method. Unfortunately, my own strength has not reached the level of omnipotence, so going back 2 days ago was already the limit. However, I might be able to deduce some segments that I had not seen before, in order to find out what poison she used, and then prescribe the right medicine, and then give her a surprise. In the kitchen at this time, Zhu Nanji, who had already steamed the buns, clapped her hands covered in flour, looking satisfied. "Miss, why are you cooking?" An anxious Hanyu rushed in. "Just tell me what you want to eat, and I'll prepare it." "It's my husband who wants to eat." Zhu Nanji, who had washed her hands, sat down at the table by the window, propping her chin with her right hand, looking at me in the courtyard with a gentle smile. Hanyu's eyes widened instantly. Wasn't that guy never eating breakfast at home before? He used to prepare dinner, and now he wants her to prepare breakfast for him. What's going on? In the silence, Hanwu saw some kiss marks on Zhu Nanji's neck in the mist, and suddenly felt uneasy. Although the palace lord had said that forgetting love is true love should not be bound by emotions, and should not be trapped by emotions, but even with true love, one should not indulge in revelry every night. What is the difference from those women of the Hahuan sect? Especially in the past 2.5 years of observation, she felt that Miss was getting deeper and deeper. If this continues, not to mention perfecting the supreme forgetful immortal technique, she might directly have a mental breakdown and fall into becoming a woman who only knows about that. Thinking of this, Han Wu couldn't help but ask, "Miss, what do you like about him?" "Because my husband is dignified and handsome." There seemed to be a hint of shyness in Zhu Nanji's smile. His height, appearance, and physique have all struck a chord in my heart. As she spoke, Zhu Nanji's eyes shone brighter, even emitting a silly laugh. "I really want to keep my husband in my hands all the time, so he can never escape from my side, just because he is good looking." She fell in love at first sight. Han Wu did not notice Zhu Nanji's strange tone, just thinking about what to do. Suddenly, she raised her hand and slapped her forehead heavily. How could she forget the days of secret investigation? Finally discovering the handle last night, Han Wu quickly spoke up. "Miss, last night I secretly saw a steaming blood pool in the inner hall of his clinic, filled with blood, so he is definitely a practitioner of the demonic path." After speaking, Han Wu looked expectantly at Zhu Nanji's expression, hoping that the miss would directly eliminate the evil and uphold justice, and then ascend to the highest level of cultivation. But she saw a gradually rising smile on Zhu Nanji's cold face. The demonic path. What does it matter if it's true? Hearing Zhu Nanji's words, Han Wu's heart trembled. "Oh no! Miss, Please don't let your principles follow your appearance. If that happens, not to mention ascending to the highest level of cultivation, the palace lord might even come personally to clean up the mess. Zhu Nanji put down the brush in his hand, his right hand in the air in a virtual grip. A body of snow-white long sword appeared in the hand. Sangong and Zhanming is very destinate. Zhanming chose the location of his initiation here. And I met Sunga. That's the best kind of fate. She embraced the longsword named Zhanming into her arms, her face with a faint peach haze pressed against the hilt of the sword. Her eyes gradually curved up, and she shallowly whispered, "At first glance, I decided to enter the world on Sangong." The tone of the voice slowed down, and Zhu Nanji gradually said the words with a strangely pleasant expression that reassured Hanyu but at the same time gave her a chilling sense of fear. That would be all the more reason for me to refine Sagittarius into a sword spirit so that he can't leave me for the rest of his life. Swords? Sword spirits? Hanyu looked at Zhu Nanji dumbfounded, never expecting that the Holy Maiden Lord would hold such a chilling purpose for that fellow. Refine him into a sword spirit in order to be together forever. So scary. Hammy opened his mouth, but quickly adjusted his mood. This was a good thing. Although the process of refining the sword spirit was a bit brutal, the Holy Maiden Lord would not have her Dao heart crumble, and she could still fight on the immortal road. As for that fellow, to be able to become Zhanming's native sword spirit to accompany the Holy Maiden Lord forever was a blessing that he could not even ask for in several lifetimes. The mind sharply turned. Hanyu spoke quickly. If he is to be refined into a sword spirit, he does not agree. So in order to pin down Sangong, I time and time again endured the feeling that I was going to pass out in the next second, and used the blood of a virgin as a lure to plant it in his body, and then slowly tested the poison. I've paid such a big price, and Sangong has to agree if he doesn't agree. Sangong, he is my Dao. He can't run away. Zhu Nanji slightly tilted her head, showing off her beautiful neckline. Forgetting love means having love. As long as Sangong is by my side, I cannot be trapped by love. Hanyu clenched her hands in excitement, and all the worries in her heart were swept away. When are you going to start? There's no hurry. I'll persuade Sangong first. Zhu Nanji, who had put away Zhanming, let out a light laugh, and after adding a few strokes to complete another painting of Sangong, her tone returned to normal. Sangong still has one more incense stick of time until the end of the morning exercises. I will bathe first. Hammy blinked, thinking he was going to have a showdown with that guy right now, but she wouldn't comment much on the Holy Maiden Sama's decision, so she rushed out again to prepare the hot water. In the courtyard, Lu Jinin, who was listening to the hurried footsteps of Hanyu, couldn't help but accelerate his heartbeat by a few points. Although there were some changes in this morning's routine from the morning before the rebirth, Zhu Nanji, who had learned about the matter of the blood pool in the medical center, would still be more resolute about refining the sword spirit. Normally, Zhu Nanji, who learned of the blood pool, will next directly admonish herself not to go to the medical center. Hopefully, it will not be because of the butterfly effect that she will do it now. Zhu Nanji, who had put away the scroll, stood in front of the kitchen door at this time, watching Lu Jinan, who was practicing in the morning, with slightly narrowed eyes, through the light of the sun, vaguely able to see the outline of his body reflected under the loose martial arts clothing. Broad shoulders and narrow waist looked very tempting. It was most suitable for refining into a sword spirit. That way you could hold the hilt of the sword all the time. A sickly shadow seemed to cover Zhu Nanji's cool features. The morning breeze. Lu Jinan inexplicably felt a chill at the bottom of his heart. Subconsciously looked at Zhu Nanji, although the face was plain, but could not hide her elegant and dusty classical face, flooded with a bit of green luster of long hair and waist, 2 strands of slightly messy smooth silk gently hanging in front of the white forehead, adding a few points of sweet playfulness. Fair and classical face, watery sky blue eyes, autumn water, curved up under the agarquoise nose, sandalwood mouth a little bit, 2 pieces of red lips even if they do not apply lipstick, still in the sunlight flooding the charming luster, as if the pink peach. A flat and smooth silk fabric of pure white chevron dress showed her perfect curves to the fullest. Several entwined plum blossoms embroidered with red silk thread on the chevron dress came to life. A shadow at the collar of the dress exuded fatal attraction, glittering with eye-shattering moistness in the morning sunlight, and it seemed as if the plum blossoms came to life as they undulated. The clear and pure temperament of Zhu Nanji added a few points of mature flavor, as if from the hazy Jiangnan smoke and rain out of the stunning beauty. Facing Lu Jinan's casting over the line of sight, Zhu Nanji smiled gently towards Lu Jinan. Sangong, concubine first went to bathe. Last night has not been washed yet. Although he was a little surprised that Zhu Nanji didn't directly admonish her, but knowing that she wouldn't make a move now, Lu Jinan put his heart at ease and nodded towards her with a smile. Her poisoned self was still on the passive side at this point, so it was all the more important to stabilize her without revealing any cracks. Zhu Nanji walked towards the house with cheerful steps. Today's husband is extra gentle to himself. Before entering the house, Zhu Nanji held onto the doorframe and turned back with a playful smile. Do you need your concubine to wash slower and bathe together after your morning practice? Lu Jinan thought for a moment and said, next time for sure. Zhu Nanji's eyes lit up. Concubine is very much looking forward to it. Oh, she thought, Sagittarius is starting to be gentle. Should we try more of the untried experiences first before refining Sagittarius into a sword spirit? Zhu Nanji was in a tangle. Chapter 4, Mother. Actually, I lied to you. In the bathroom of the inner hall, Hanyu pinched a water-inducing trick to put hot water into the tub, and then sprinkled a layer of flower petals before waiting for Zhu Nanji to enter the bath. Zhu Nanji, who has removed her checkered skirt, has fair skin, and the hickeys on her body set off a few of the flirtatiousness of falling into the red earth. As she stepped onto the small stool and lifted her leg to step into the tub, her white, plump thighs tensed slightly, outlining the tight curves of her legs as she slowly sank into the petal-lined water. As the surface of the water did not pass over her slender torso, only her beautiful shoulders were left exposed. The slightly rippling water undulated at her sexy and attractive collarbone, and the delicate white color that appeared vaguely between the petals seemed to be even more colorful than the petals. Fingertips gently swept over the neck. Also do not know recalled what. Zhu Nanji's sky blue eyes hold a few points of warmth. Sangong is also infatuated with my Han Yu, who didn't have a good feeling towards Lu Jinan, pretended that she didn't hear it, and helped the saintly maiden with her long hair by herself. After murmuring, Zhu Nanji closed her eyes. Then she sighed regretfully. It's a pity that there's no way to bring Shangong back to Qingmiao Palace. Han Yu, who was helping to wet her hair, pursed her lips. The holy maiden Sama is still hesitating, can't she? Thinking about that, she, who decided to keep the holy maiden lord from forgetting her original intention, hurriedly asked, when did Miss come up with the idea of refining him into a sword spirit? Was it because of Zhan Ming's choice? Qingmiao Palace disciples will have a process of entering the world of red dust and refining their hearts. The approximate location and manner of the experience is influenced by their own natal spiritual treasure. So Hanyu will have such a question. Zhu Nanji guffawed after pondering for a moment. The location was Zhan Ming's choice, but Sunga is the one I fell in love with right away. Is Zhan Ming's way of practicing a fake marriage? Although Sunga and I didn't pay our respects, this isn't a fake marriage, Zhu Nanji emphasized. And I don't have to follow Zhan Ming's ways. I'm the master of Zhan Ming. Hamu blinked. So it was love at first sight, miss? Aha. Zhu Nanji let out a light laugh. He looks good. At first glance I am sure. This heartbeat feeling cannot be wrong. Hanyu stared wide-eyed. Then do you think he can withstand Zhan Ming's sharpness? Zhu Nanji cupped some flower petals. Sangong he is of Tongsheng cultivation. Ha! Hanyu looked at Zhu Nanji in disbelief. The strongest person in this poor hometown is only a real person of the embodied Tao stage. How could a saint be born? He's from the outside like miss? Then has he not been deceiving you? It doesn't matter. Zhu Nanji said unconcernedly. If you get your husband's person, how can you not get your husband's heart? He can't escape. Hanyu nodded in confusion, and saw Zhu Nanji throw the petals in her palm into the water. The two events of Sangong and bringing back the immaculate immortal body are both in this Nanhua domain. This is destined destiny. Karma? Obviously it is your strong twisted melon, Hanyu secretly slandered. But at the same time, he was also a bit puzzled. Since that guy was at the passing saint realm cultivation, how come he didn't rebel against the holy maiden lord at that time? Is it also a case of lust? In the middle of thinking, I heard Zhu Nanji open her mouth with a few moments of joy. There will be 2 or 3 more days before I can leave this place. And when I go back, the first time I will pay my respects to my husband. Hanyu looked at Zhu Nanji dumbfounded. Qingmiao Palace easily does not allow men to enter. So the holy maiden is to marry a sword? This is too unbelievable. Zhu Nanji did not say more, pinpointing the time when Lu Jinan was about to finish his morning exercise. After bathing, he changed into a chiffon embroidered blue and white chevron skirt, with a light gauze large-sleeved shirt of the same color, and after simply pulling up his long hair with a gilt flower playing beads walking stick, he came to the courtyard in a graceful manner. She was as light and clear as the mist in the morning sun, and did not stir up any dust, elegant and out of the ordinary. Her hair took on a deep green color between black and green in the sunlight, like the streaming clouds at the intersection of dusk and night. Slightly powdered face is like white snow smeared with rouge, thin willow eyebrows such as the distant mountains with Diane, sky blue eyes faraway serenity, red lips pink, not show vulgarity. The belt tied around the waist fluttered gently, outlining her dignified and elegant and deep and clear cold beauty. Anyone who looks at it will have to sigh a city of stunning color. The morning breeze gently blew a few strands of hair in front of her forehead. Lu Jinan, who was in the process of collecting his strength, saw Zhu Nanji's dress and did not bother to appreciate her temperament, which was as pretty as the peach of 3 springs and as clear as the chrysanthemum of 9 autumns. But instead, he raised his alertness. This was because Zhu Nanji's dress at this moment was exactly the same as the night he had made his move to refine the sword spirit. Your husband has worked hard. Show a smile. Zhu Nanji walked to his front, with a square towel in his hand to gently wipe the sweat on his forehead. First go to bathe. Your husband will not dislike the concubine's bathing water, right? With a slightly more secure heart, Lu Jinan took the square towel. The tip of his nose was able to smell her aroma after her bath. His eyes swept over the whiteness of her chest, and he said softly, "You've just finished washing. Don't get dirty again. Concubine doesn't mind." Zhu Nanji smiled even brighter. The original flavor of the sunga also smells good. And Xiangdong really is getting more and more concerned about himself. He is getting more and more interested in cultivating a relationship with Xiangdong. "I'll go ahead and wash it then." Good. Zhu Nanji sidestepped and watched him walk into the house before heading towards the kitchen, quickly making another soup and then going to help Sunga rub his back. In the bathtub, Lu Jinan ignored the flower petals in the water and closed his eyes to use some of his recovered soul power to view the past in his mind through the time and space chapter of the Great Self-Contemplation. Zhu Nanji used her body to hide the poison, so she must have been poisoned as well. But she had the antidote, so she had to see if she could find clues about the antidote from the past 6 months or so. After really using himself into the Yangtze River to travel through time and space to feel deeper, Lu Jinan found Zhu Nanji's figure for the first time. Only the figure of her that was revealed was extremely blurry. The reason for this phenomenon was not only because of his own lack of cultivation, but also because Zhu Nanji's outstanding natural talent was sheltered by the heavenly Tao and could not be easily probed. Even he had no way of extrapolating his own future, for the threads of the future were intertwined and separate in a dense mass, and one man's strength could not sustain the quest. And the past is something that has already happened, so it's easier to see than the future, though the ease is limited. Lu Jinan knew that Zhu Nanji had determined that he was at the Passage Sage Realm cultivation level after one test after another, so this way he could be confined for another period of time. It's just that being intimate once a night doesn't make the clues as good. Looking at a clean and cold person, how come she's so interested in that kind of thing? Lu Jinan spat while carefully observing the long river of time, until the soul power that had recovered a bit was once again depleted, and he still hadn't found the slightest useful clue. Withdrawing from his contemplation of the long river of time, Lu Jinan sighed lightly, and yes, Zhu Nanji would definitely be more vigilant after realizing that he was a Tongsheng cultivator. And since she herself is a significant figure in the course of time, and all she sees for herself is a thick mosaic of fragmented images, this method won't work. Why haven't I heard of this shadowless and invisible poison? Qingmiao Palace is still hiding this kind of treasure? It can't be that this poison was refined just to facilitate the disciples under the door to refine their beloveds into sword spirits during the red dust heart refining process, right? Lu Jinan was inwardly speechless and collected himself after hearing shallow footsteps. Light steps into the Zhu Nanji mouth raised a smile. This is still the first time to see the phase male bath posture. Morning phase male different from the past days to their own intimacy makes her want to boldly make up for the first time one after another. The sound of footsteps disappeared. The slender fingers lightly pinched on the shoulder. Lu Jinan obviously felt the back of his head more heavy weight. No need to guess to know what it was. Sunga looks a bit tired. What are you thinking about? Zhu Nanji asked in a soft voice. Lu Jinan opened his eyes and tilted his head to meet her gaze. Thinking about something related to your mother. Zhu Nanji's expression was first stunned, and then surprise appeared in her eyes, which was the first time her husband had called her mama since she had been married for so long. Xiangdong. Zhu Nanji's voice took on a trill, and her sky-blue eyes were watery with joy, like a little dainty wife who had finally been released from the cold palace. At this moment, she looked very heartwarming, so Lu Jinan hurriedly recalled the scene where she wanted to refine herself into a sword spirit, which calmed him down. Lu Jinan, whose eyes did not leave Zhu Nanji's eyes, decided to fool this woman first. As long as she was given the idea of postponing the refining of the sword spirit, then she would have more time to detoxify herself. Mother, I actually lied to you. Chapter 5, Life is like a play. It's all a lie. Mother, I actually lied to you. Lu Jinan looked straight into Zhu Nanji's eyes and already had a plan in his heart. The possessiveness of a sickly girl stems from the fear of the uncontrollable. The reason why Zhu Nanji wants to refine herself into a sword spirit, that blood pool in the medical center, is just an excuse. The biggest reason is that she is in fear of not being able to control herself permanently, because she will eventually return to the Qingmiao Palace after finishing her business, because the Qingmiao Palace does not accept male disciples, because of the original covenant of a good separation. Plus, she found out that her pillow's husband was in the Tongsheng realm, so she felt that Lu Jinan would definitely not go with her. So she wanted to fulfill her wish of being together all the time by refining Lu Jinan into a life sword spirit. Whap! Biku Pai. It was impossible to get Zhu Nanji to stop being sickly. After all, the odds were that it was nature and normal people couldn't be sickly. So Lu Jinan only wanted to temporarily soothe her fear and then complete his plan to turn passive into active. Lied to my concubine? Xu Nanji tilted her head to look at Lu Jinan and asked in a soft voice, "What is it that you mean, Mr. Sang?" Lu Jinan hesitated for a moment and said, "I'm actually not a native of the South Shui domain." Xu Nanji cupped his chin with both hands and said with a smile, "Neither is concubine. That I know." Lu Jinan smiled. "You said in the beginning that you came here for a reason. Are things done?" "Soon." Xu Nanji's fingers rubbed his chin. "Concubine can't let go of Shandong at all. I can't give it up either. This is 6 points of truth." After spending a year together, even simply looking at Xu Nanji was a pleasing thing to the eyes, not to mention Xu Nanji who could be eaten. Lu Jinan lowered his head and said softly, "I came here for one thing as well. One thing that is very important to me." Xu Nanji thoughtfully looked at Lu Jinan. "Shandong Tong Shang realm cultivation. So to come to this kind of poor countryside should not be for vengeance, but the blood pool, that kind of evil, demonic and crooked things, and how to explain it? Can you tell my concubine what it is, Sangong?" Xu Nanji spoke softly. "Perhaps my concubine can help you, my lord. This is my business." Lu Jinan said solemnly, "You don't interfere. What if you get hurt?" Xu Nanji spread her face and smiled. "Your husband mustn't underestimate the concubine." Oh. Lu Jinan glanced at her. "I still don't want you to get hurt. My concubine listens to my husband." Xu Nanji answered obediently. Then asked, "Then after your husband is done, will he double date with my concubine?" Lu Jinan said without moving. "The time needed to do this may be a bit long." "How long?" 7 days. "If it's 7 days, my concubine is willing to wait for my husband." "Well." Lu Jinan nodded, then hesitantly spoke as if remembering something. "Actually, I'm in the medical center." With that said, he shut up again. Xu Nanji's eyes were full of smiles, softly relieved. "Sangong now do not want to say. Then do not say. No matter what Sangong do, concubine is willing to believe Sangong." Lu Jinan smiled with relief. "Thanks." Xu Nanji covered his mouth. "There is no need to say thank you between you and me. As long as you don't cheat my concubine, it's fine. When the Sagittarius finishes his business, my concubine would like to have a long talk with the Sagittarius all night long. I also want to know more about my mother." Lu Jinan raised his hand and pinched her cheeks. Xu Nanji pursed her lips shyly and smiled lightly. Lu Jinan did not know whether she was pretending or from the heart, only felt that at this moment each other are like 1,000 years of vixen, resting here to play deep love. Let's just say Xu Nanji obviously had her heart set on it much earlier, but she still hasn't opened her heart yet? It is also thanks to his clear head, licking dog, that he can't tell whether it is sincere or not. But Lu Jinan was also clear that if Xu Nanji found out the flaws in her delaying tactics, she would properly refine herself into a sword spirit in minutes. If the other way also cannot hold her, then one has to hurry to run before the cultivation is not sealed. Although I do not know if I can run. But what if? After bathing, Lu Jinan took Xu Nanji prepared for him blue and white cloud pattern narrow sleeve brocade robe put on. Xu Nanji virtuous help him tie the belt, bent over when bending over, checkered skirt neckline of the tender white skin with breathing shallow undulation. "I'll just do the shoes myself." "Out of the way." Xu Nanji gathered up her skirt and squatted down, seeming to call out under the squeeze of her thighs. Lu Jinan slightly lowered his head. Should look or look. After all, the hazy beauty is more tantalizing. Until Xu Nanji is about to help himself to put on, he did not move away from the line of sight. Xu Nanji, who helped him put on his boots, tilted her head up and smiled towards him with satisfaction. Each other's clothes were of the same color, and they looked like a pair of Dao couples with deep feelings. "Sunga, come." Xu Nanji pulled him to the bedroom and pressed his shoulders to let him sit down in front of the dressing table. "Your husband will be crowned this year, so my concubine specially prepared this water cloud crown, so your husband can't dislike it." Lu Jinan is no stranger to this water cloud crown, and even remembers clearly that she said, "I can't wait for my husband's birthday before the time reversal." Now that I think about it, the water cloud crown was like a death wish. Lu Jinan asked with a nonchalant smile, "Why don't you wait for my birthday? There's still more than a month to go before Sunga's birthday, so my concubine can't wait." Xu Nanji helped him tie up his hair while thinking that the errand that Sangong was going to do would only take 7 days, so he definitely couldn't wait a month later. Thinking about it, Xu Nanji looked a bit dazed and fixed his hair with a jade pin. When Shandong becomes his own native sword spirit, all these things will not be used. What a shame, but the ending of being able to keep him around all this time has been perfect. Xu Nanji's mouth corner rose again. Wait until the malefactor became a sword spirit and then slowly tempering. Sooner or later, and his own mind is connected. The immortal road to fight, invincible in the world. Can't wait more than a month? Lu Jinan smiled helplessly. Xu Nanji leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. "Sire, you worked hard last night, let's go eat breakfast first." "Okay, by the way, How about my concubine going to bring you lunch today? Zhu Nanji asked with excitement. How about dinner delivery? My concubine listens to my husband. After breakfast, Zhu Nanji escorted Lu Jinan out of the door, waving her hand with a light smile on her face as she watched his distant back. Miss, have you advised? Hamo asked in a small voice. It's not necessary. Zhu Nanji recalled the Sangha's confession to herself today and was in a happy mood. The Sangha has me in her heart. She thought, if she had a heart-to-heart with Shandong before he became a sword spirit, then the fit with Zhang Ming would be perfect. And more importantly, Shandong must not hate himself so much. How can you call it liking when you don't even want to be your beloved's native sword spirit? Zhu Nanji smiled dementedly. What? Han Yu froze and looked at the holy maiden Sama. Listening to her laughter, she just felt creepy with goosebumps. After Lu Jinan could no longer be seen in the line of sight, Zhu Nanji turned around and folded back, the smile on his face converging. Return to Qingmiao Palace in 7 days. 7 days later? Han Yu, who had closed the door, asked hastily. It won't take that long, will it? Zhu Nanji looked back at Han Yu and smiled slightly, his voice clear and crisp. When Sangha says it's time, understand? Author Fungus, during the new book to seek after reading to keep stable. Shelves must be more. Chapter 6, because of a private wife, the master is angry. Coming out of the countryside mansion and following the main road all the way north was Blood Emperor City. A city of chaos with the Blood Emperor's sect at its back. Because the Blood Emperor's sect was a standard Devil Dao sect, Blood Emperor City gathered devil cultivators from the entire South Shui domain. There is not an innocent person in this city except the captive slaves. Because of the chaos, medical centers became essential. A year ago Lu Jinan had opened the Lu Clan Medical Center in the center of Blood Emperor City. Perfect limb extensions that did not affect the operation of aura. Repairing severely damaged meridians. Selling elixir medicines and techniques that were not commonly seen on weekdays. Plus rumors of being related to the higher-ups of the Blood Emperor's sect. So Lu's healing hall snatched away 80% of the business in the city. And even the disciples of the Blood Emperor's sect frequented the hall. And so no one dared to cause trouble here. But the most important reason that caused Lu's medical center to be so crowded is that the way to charge here is blood donation. As long as you donate a certain amount of blood, you can be rescued and even exchanged for elixirs and techniques. So as soon as the medical center opened its doors, countless people stepped through the threshold. Compared to paying with spirit crystals, blood was simply too cheap for cultivators. As long as it didn't damage the essence blood, ordinary blood belonged to a steady stream of renewable resources for cultivators, and with the blood replenishing elixir, it would return to normal in less than a day. Donate blood for elixir feats and enter through the left door. See the sick and heal the wounded through the right door. Not many people enter through the right door. Lu Jinan, who was sitting behind the consultation table and listening to the clamor outside the door, glanced at the hired slave apprentice on the other side of the room who skillfully retaliated by slitting his wrists to get blood, and then casually helped a few patients to connect their broken limbs and repair their meridians. With the means at his disposal, it was tantamount to a descending blow in a small place like the South Shore domain. Well, go over there and donate blood to pay for it. In less than an incense stick of time, there was already no one in front of the consultation table. Lu Jinan glanced outside with a slightly boring look. Originally the people who came to see the doctor to treat their injuries were quite a lot, especially women. Dr. Lu, I have grape-sized bumps here. Can you help me see what's going on? Dr. Lu, I'm not sick, but my mansion is sick and can't get water. Can you cure it? Dr. Lu, my slave has always wanted a child. Can you help my slave? 2 months ago, there were quite a lot of female patients like this, and although Lu Jinan didn't touch a single leaf, he would occasionally say some dirty words to get rid of them. But these 2 months these women and banshees have disappeared, piece by piece, disappearing fast. Originally, Lu Jinan thought that the Blood Emperor's sect had used them as a death squad, but all of a sudden they all disappeared, and now he thought that the probability was related to Zhu Nanji. His own nominal wife had warned against treating female patients, and he hadn't taken it seriously. After all, to him, the city was a mobile blood bank for both men and women. What about a whole lot less sustainable blood supply? Lu Jinan stretched out his fingers and tapped on the desktop, and a sound of fluttering wings came from his ears, and then a demonic beast shaped like a red falcon landed on the desktop. Lu Jinan laughed. Going against the long river of time, he casually sprinkled a handful of rice on the tabletop this time. I thought you had gone back. I'm a falcon. A raptor. The angry kestrel kicked the rice grains in disgust and landed on the ground, turning into a young girl with a double maiden bun. Glaring at him unhappily, I only arrived here yesterday, and you didn't even give me a good meal, so I thought you went back. Lu Jinan said with a smile, knowing what she would say next. And NBSP, I would like to. The young girl named Xia Ming hummed softly. But the vice patriarch said that I can't return to the clan without bringing you back. It's kind of nice to get out more. I prefer to stay by the vice sect leader's side. Xia Ming proudly tilted his chin. And I'm now very much looking forward to how the vice patriarch will teach you a lesson after you return to the clan. Lu Jinan, who was listening to this, deliberately asked, how angry is Master Her Elder? Xia Ming broke his fingers as if counting. First, a year ago, the desolate ruins cave appeared. Our Wan Dao sect and Hong Shui Academy took the right to explore the cave together, and as a result, there were casualties that had not been seen in the past, and you were directly out of contact. And it was only because the fate card was not broken that the vice patriarch was in no great hurry. Secondly, after losing contact for so long without contacting the clan, the vice patriarch declared to the public that you were in seclusion, and you didn't contact until 10 days ago, and then the vice patriarch sent me over. After a pause, Xia Ming continued, but the vice patriarch is the most angry that I married someone else without a word in a small place like this, right? Lu Jinan took over her words. I clearly told you I'd tell you myself when I got back, but how come you sold me out? Xia Ming stared wide-eyed. How did you know? No, I'm the vice sovereign's maid. Of course I'm on the vice sovereign's side, and I didn't promise you to keep it a secret. But because of this incident, Master, her old man, tore down the great palace, and kept scolding me for being a rebellious disciple. So what do you think you're snitching on? When you go back, you still have to preside over the rebuilding of the palace? How do you even know such things? Xia Ming looked at Lu Jinan in surprise. The vice patriarch told you? That's not right. The vice patriarch is so angry. He definitely won't care about you. You told me. Lu Jinan snickered. When did I tell you? Xia Ming looked at Lu Jinan suspiciously, and Lu Jinan smiled without saying anything. Xia Ming skimmed his mouth. Don't say it. Don't say it. Also, rebuilding the palace is definitely your responsibility. After all, you are the one who made the vice patriarch angry. And you just said that the vice patriarch is old. I remembered it. And I will go back and tell her. Master teacher. She's heartbroken. Lu Jinan said unhurriedly. So in the end, you're still responsible. Xia Ming opened his mouth, and there was really no way to retort. She looked at Lu Jinan's clean and tidy brocade robe and the water cloud crown on top of his head, and thought to herself that when he was in the sect, the vice patriarch also liked to control his daily wear, and when he came out outside there was still someone else to control it. And it was clear that Lu Jinan, who was the Wan Dao sect's eldest senior brother, could do a good job with all of this. Big brother's soft food womanhood is so prosperous. Humph. Xia Ming crossed his arms and said, if it weren't for the fact that the sect's triennial immortal sapling selection conference is coming up soon, the vice patriarch would have definitely come over to teach you a lesson in the first place. Aha. Lu Jinan nodded perfunctorily. Seeing that he couldn't scare Lu Jinan, the skittish Xia Ming turned to business. The number of times that the blood pool in the inner hall of the backyard has been refined has reached its upper limit. Lu Jinan nodded, and seeing that no one else was coming to see him, he got up and walked towards the backyard of the medical center, with a short blade engraved with blood-colored patterns in his hand at some point, where the hilt and blade joined. The oval-shaped blood bead resembled an eye, emitting a hauntingly cold aura. Xia Ming looked at it and stopped looking at it because he felt uncomfortable. Why do you want to refine the blood? Naturally, it works. Xia Ming knowingly did not ask more questions, followed Lu Jinan's footsteps to the inner hall. Looking at the blood pool that covered an area of hundreds of square meters, Xia Ming could not help but open his mouth. Instead of going through so much trouble collecting blood, why don't we just sacrifice the city? Chapter 7, Countering Zhu Nanji's Undercurrent. Instead of going through so much trouble collecting blood, why don't we just sacrifice the city? The blood in the huge blood pool boiled like gurgling blood bubbles, and the rising blood mist condensed into densely packed nail-capsized scarlet blood drops after passing through a layer of blood-colored formations. Blood droplets are refined from ordinary blood. Xia Ming's tone carried seriousness. Anyway, this city is full of people from the devil's way, so death is not enough. Lu Jinan walked over to the blood pool, and while inserting his short blade into the formation to absorb the refined blood, he said, the total amount of blood obtained from a one-time sacrifice is limited. How can it be compared to sustainability's exhaustive fishing? Watching the blood level in the blood beads on the short blade as if they were eyes slowly rise, Lu Jinan smiled and said, cultivators recover quickly anyway. You can't save up so much blood by killing them all at once. Xia Ming tilted his head and looked at him. There are so many continental demonic cultivators. It wouldn't be better to end a few more dens. Why would you want to catch the Blood Emperor sect in such a small place gripping? The strongest person in this kind of poor countryside is only a Yundao stage real person. There isn't even a sitting illumination stage true lord. And the quality of the blood isn't high either. Quantitative changes cause qualitative changes. And I naturally have my reasons. Lu Jinan spoke softly. Now is not the time, and there will be someone else to do this. We can't get involved in other people's karma just yet. So, Xia Ming nodded thoughtfully, turning away from his doubts and said, by the way, according to your instructions, last night I had your mother's little maid discover this place. Lu Jinan let out a hum. This is indeed his arrangement. New Writer's Corner. Before swimming against the long river of space and time, he was already prepared to leave the Manhwa domain after finishing his business, so he wanted to let Zhu Nanji know about the blood pool here, because he was wary of Zhu Nanji's inexplicable good intentions, so he thought that no matter how much Zhu Nanji had plotted against himself, he would part ways with himself because Sagittarius is a demonic cultivator and part ways with herself. It turned out to be Bull *******, and gave her a grand reason for refining Sagittarius into a sword spirit. Does she like you that much? Xia Ming looked at him and continued without much thought. Misunderstanding that you are a demonic cultivator doesn't leave you? It's true that she likes me, and it's also true that she wants to never leave me. Lu Jinan said helplessly. In short, she won't let me go. Then you want to clear up the misunderstanding and bring her back to the clan? Originally, I really did have such an idea. Lu Jinan looked at the essence blood that had been absorbed by the short blade, and his tone returned to calm. Now I don't have that backbone. Afraid of being cut? Xia Ming felt that he was afraid that the vice-patriarch would teach him a lesson. Pretty much. Lu Jinan shook his head and without further ado reached out and took the short blade in the formation. Looking at the blood bead that was still a third short of being full of blood, thinking to himself that without the strength to defend himself, how would he dare to keep carrying the sickly girl who wanted to refine himself into a sword spirit? What's more, Zhu Nanji had subjugated Qingmiao Palace's Zhanming, which had not chosen a master for 1,000 years, and if he really brought her back to the Wan Dao sect, the next day Qingmiao Palace would come to his door to demand an explanation. Although the Wan Dao sect and Qingmiao Palace were both one of the 5 clans and 7 courtyards of the human race, the oppressive feeling of Qingmiao Palace pouring in was still very strong. Before the toxin was removed, he was still only to be taken advantage of. Go. Lu Jinan turned toward the outer hall. When are you planning to return to the sect? Xia Ming followed, emphasizing, you've been here for over a year. Lu Jinan, who walked to the hall of the outer hall, looked at the crowded crowd and slowly said, within 3 days. 3 days? Xia Ming blinked and was just about to open his mouth to speak when he heard the noisy conversations in the medical center and revealed a thoughtful expression. Have you heard? The Blood Emperor sect's frontline can't hold back the Southshore Alliance's attack. At this rate, it won't take more than 2 days to hit here. Shouldn't we prepare to run? What's the point of panicking? This is just a backlash before they die. That's right. Arli Patriarch got the breakthrough method from the True Lord's ancient tomb that was discovered some time ago, and when he comes out of seclusion, he will be the unprecedented sitting Illumination Realm True Lord of the Southshore domain, and the so-called Southshore Alliance, formed by people of the righteous path will still not be annihilated in a moment. Really? Otherwise, why do you think Patriarch Knight and the Elders and the others aren't coming down the mountain? All of them are protecting the Patriarch. That's great. By the way, we have also contributed a lot to your clan. Is it possible? Ha ha, don't worry. When the Blood Emperor sect unifies the Southshore domain, the Patriarch will definitely not treat all of you who have contributed. Ha ha ha, finally we can make those famous guardians kneel at our feet. Especially the Southshore Alliance's ally Lin Mu. Thanks to him our Wang family I'm the only one who escaped. My older brother was just seriously injuring one of his Lin family's elders, and it provoked him to kill my entire clan. I must make him worse than death. Speaking of Lin Mu, rumor has it that he was originally mediocre in the Lin family, and he didn't know what kind of chance he got to skyrocket, and he became a real person of the Yundao stage at a young age, invincible at the same level. Bah! Whatever chance he gets, when Patriarch Knight comes out of the gate, what waves can he make? That's right. When our Patriarch comes out of the gate, not only should we make him pay back the debt of killing the young Patriarch, we should also make his life worse than death, just like his several confidants, and make him watch them be taken by the Patriarch. Ha ha ha, that's how it should be. When he disguised his identity to turn Blood Emperor City upside down, I owe this scar to him as well. Definitely let him feel an even deeper pain than being injured. I can't wait for Patriarch Knight to get a piece of the pie for us after he's finished enjoying his confidant. Ha ha ha. Xia Ming was too lazy to continue to listen to the progressively obscene cacophony. Following Lu Jinan to the door she asked in a low voice, when you just said that someone would overthrow the Blood Demon sect, were you referring to this Lin Mu? Lu Jinan looked at the Blood Emperor sect's organized army walking through the city. It's quite a surprise that a true lord of the sitting Illumination realm can appear in a small place like the Southshore domain, isn't it? Xia Ming nodded and then asked, does this mean another great world of struggle where heavenly pride rises up side by side? You could say that. Oh, your purpose of coming here is to receive this genius under our Wan Dao sect? Xia Ming's eyes lit up. Waiting for him for more than a year is to test if he can overthrow the Blood Emperor sect. If he can't, it means that although he's a genius, his chi doesn't work, and a dead genius is not a genius. Speaking of which, many of the great figures recorded in the canonical texts have risen from the minutiae, and this time it's the turn of the South Shui domain? Lu Jinan shook his head. I'm going to kill him. Ha! Xia Ming's eyes widened. He offended you? I'll do it for you. I would have killed him long ago if he had offended me. Lu Jinan played with the short blade in his hand. His face calmly looked at the two canine demons that were not far away from tearing up. As a reincarnated person, the first time he knew Lin Mu, it was inevitable that he would have doubts about the thinking of his previous life whether this Lin Mu could be a transmigrating body snatcher or not. But a year ago in the exploration of the Desolate Ruins cave he knew that it wasn't the case that he had thought about it. He comes from there that calls itself the Upper Realm and is related to the Desolate Ruins. The Upper Realm? Xia Ming looked at Lu Jinan in disbelief. Desolate Ruins? There are people living in the cave? It's not clear yet. Lu Jinan didn't explain anything more, and turned to say, just a random question. Did you bring the ice-cold frost flower with you when you came? I moved straight away at the vice-patriarch's urging. Xia Ming shook his head. Do you need it for any purpose? Looking for a scene. Lu Jinan sighed softly. Since you didn't bring it, I'll just have to go to the Blood Emperor's sect for a walk. The South Shui domain has this kind of exotic immortal grass? The Blood Emperor's sect got it from a true lord's ancient tomb some time ago. As for why a true lord's ancient tomb would have, it has the reason for the great controversy. Lu Jinan took a step. You watched the medical center for me. By getting the Icefrost cold frost flower, he would have the backbone to counter Zhu Nanji. Got it. Chapter 8, don't like what others have used. Blood Emperor's city tens of miles to the north. The canyon is long. The landscape somehow stained with a layer of blood color. Above the crags, the ancient and grandiose complexes are silent, giving a sense of dreary eeriness. Towards the back of the mountain, around the cave that sat north to south, blood mist filled the area with scarlet. Sensible white bones loomed in the blood-colored formation, and the sound of mournful wailing seemed to echo vaguely. 3 men and women of the embodied Dao realm and 24 of the condensed Dan realm, clad in blood-colored robes and seated on their knees in the different eyes of the formation, used themselves as a relay to control the essence blood that was refined and sent towards the cave. As the Blood Emperor sect's vice-patriarchs and elders, they all had pale faces and thin cheeks, as if they hadn't been illuminated by light for a long time. This was related to the Blood Emperor scripture they cultivated. This technique draws on other people's blood in order to achieve the purpose of rapidly improving strength. Although in Lu Jinan's eyes this technique has too many flaws, but for such a small place as South Shui domain, it is considered quite a remarkable cultivation technique. Looking at the entire South Shui domain, only the Blood Emperor sect was able to take out so many strong people at the late stage of the embodied Dao realm and condensed Dan realm. Lu Jinyan, who was hidden in the sky, casually glanced at the ice-vibrant cold frost flower, and after not finding it outside, he directly entered the cave. Blood Emperor sect leader Li Huanchuan's retreat is filled with the disgusting smell of blood. Around the stone platform is stacked up countless corpses. There are already dried up corpses. There are still fresh corpses. The blood flowed upwards along the groove leading to the stone platform, and it did not enter the blood lotus blooming in the depression in the middle of the stone platform. And the naked middle-aged man sat on his knees with his eyes closed tightly and pinched the spells, and the blood after purification continuously did not enter his body, and the blood vessels were like worms wriggling around on his body. The Blood Emperor scripture cultivated by the late stage of the embodied Dao realm's Knight Huangquan was obviously much more perfect than what the elders had cultivated. At least he looked no different from a normal person on the outside. This was because he had discovered the opportunity to perfect his Gong method and subsequently break the boundary from the True Lord's ancient tomb that had appeared some time ago. Not enough, not enough, not nearly enough. Knight Huangquan, who opened his blood-colored eyes, clenched his hands. Now it's only half a step to sit in the light. It's not enough. Baiqiu Pai. Come. The sitting illumination realm is the sitting illumination realm, and the encompassing Dao realm is the encompassing Dao realm. Where's the half step in that? Wouldn't a sitting illumination realm true lord invite you when they exchange ideas together? The voice that suddenly rang out caused Li Huanchuan's face to change. Raising his hand he blasted a blood-colored aura gathered from blood-colored spiritual energy towards the source of the sound. What kind of person? The blood-colored spiritual energy that had been blasted out drifted away like a cloud, and Li Huanchuan's wide eyes were filled with horror as he looked at the young man floating in front of him, and just by meeting his eyes, he felt chilled to the bone, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Cultivating the Blood Emperor scripture. He was more sensitive to death than the average cultivator, so he knew that he was by no means a match for the youth in front of him. As a big brother of the South Shui domain, Li Huangquan was fortunate to have been outside to see the true monarchs outside the South Shui domain, and then ran back in a puff of smoke. and the youth in front of him was more unfathomable than the true kings he had seen from afar. So, greetings immortal. The Li Huangquan in the blood pool immediately threw himself to the ground, his face not moving a muscle as it was submerged in the blood pool. Looking at the entire Yunding continent, the South Shui domain was like a village that had yet to be lifted out of poverty, affected by the information cocoon, and in the solidified cognition, the sitting illumination realm true lords were the pinnacle of access, and did not know about the higher level information. Therefore, Li Huangquan rightfully believed that Lu Jinan was an immortal that existed in legends. It is natural to worship the legendary immortals to show one's reverence. You got a flower from an ancient tomb. Before Lu Jinan's words fell, Li Huangquan was the first to offer his own nascent sacred ring, just inside. Please smile, immortal. Lu Jinan directly took out the ice spirit cold frost flower, which had 7 leaves and resembled an ice sculpture, from his nascent sac, and at the first moment, he pinched a spell to save the ice spirit cold frost flower, whose medicinal properties were overflowing into the boundary. Fortunately, these exotic treasures that are useful to harmonization realm cultivators have a strong vitality and have not been taken down for a long time, so not much medicinal properties have been lost. 7 leaves icy frost flower, that's enough. Lu Jinyan, who had put away the ice spirit cold frost flower, looked towards Li Huangquan, who was still kneeling, and reached out to place his hand on the top of the back of his head to give him some pointers. Li Huanquan's body stiffened, only to feel that the spiritual energy in his body, which was run by the Blood Emperor's scripture, was more smooth than before, and he was even more enlightened on how to take the cultivated technique to the next level. Li Huangquan raised his head with an ecstatic expression. Where was the figure of the immortal? Tomorrow. I have a premonition that tomorrow I will be able to break through to the sitting illumination realm. Thank you immortal. Thank you immortal. The agitated Li Huangquan violently cowed out a few times towards the air, and then he concentrated on purifying the blood with the more perfect Blood Emperor scripture to break the realm. On the way back to Blood Emperor City after leaving the Blood Emperor sect, Lu Jinan, who had been contemplating the long river of time for a while, opened his eyes with an expression that could not be seen as strange. Before the long river of countercurrent time, the day after the day night Huangquan can only break out of the realm. To solve the danger of the siege of the clan after the kill to the ancient tomb and the closure of the Lin Mu, the moment of crisis Lin Mu completed the break out of the realm, with the night Huangquan fierce battle together, and then, without waiting for this battle to end he traveled back in time against the long river of time at the hands of Zhunanji, who was revealing her sickly side, and returned to the present. This time he advanced the time when Night Yellow Springs launched his attack. Lu Jinan hadn't wanted to get involved in the South Shui domain's chi battle in advance because he didn't want to get involved in the karmic chi of the cultivator named Lin Mu. The individual cultivator named Lin Mu was more important than ordinary cultivators in the long river of time, and tainting his chi was prone to problems. The current Lin Mu was still only at the Yundao realm cultivation level, and his own practice of bullying the weak with the strong was bullying. Peer competition between those who bore great chi was called the one who had the destiny, strength, to get it, and bullying the weak with the strong was the same thing as bullying, and it would attract the dissatisfaction of the heavenly Tao. It is said that heaven and earth are unkind, treating all things equally as if they were ruminants, but they are only mercilessly equal in the fact that every individual will be born and die, and the process between birth and death is not equal. Otherwise there wouldn't be 3, 6 or 9 classes. That's why Lu Jinan, who had made a deal with Knight Huangquan, felt a little bad luck at the moment, but for the sake of his fate of not being refined into a sword spirit. So although Lu Jinan felt bad luck, he didn't regret it. Luckily, the immortal karmic chi involved in the ice vibrant cold frost flower hadn't begun yet, so the amount of chi tainted wasn't that big. Lin Mu breaking through the sitting illumination realm was definitely no problem, and as long as he sat illuminating himself, he himself would be able to dissolve the tainted mess. Waiting for Lin Mu to break through the sitting illumination realm and then disposing of it was the biggest reason why he had stayed here for more than a year. Lu Jinan didn't want to plunder and inherit Lin Mu's chi at all. Not that he couldn't afford to carry it, but he didn't like it. For one thing, he had his own Dao and couldn't look at Lin Mu's chi. For another, he didn't like things that others had used. Returning to the medical center has reached noon. Lu Jinan directly closed the lunch break, because it has been like this for a year. So the magic cultivators present will not say anything more. Obediently left. Closing the door, Lu Jinan walked towards the backyard and said to Xia Ming, "Don't let outsiders disturb. I'll refine a Dan." Yes, Xia Ming, who had transformed back into his original form, flew out of the window and landed on the eaves of the house, carefully monitoring the surroundings. Chapter 9 Sungda and that girl. Look close. The backyard of the medical center. After washing his hands, Lu Jinan sat cross-legged on top of the futon, his hands covered with a layer of blazing Dan fire, refining the ice vibrant cold frost flower between his palms. Lu Jinan had always believed that it was better to seek help from others than to seek help from oneself. So before he set foot on the path of immortality, he learned about alchemy, and before he was 7 years old, he was able to concoct some potions that were effective for ordinary people at home. Now that he had stepped onto the immortal path for 13 years, his path of Dan Dao closely followed his cultivation, and he was a 4th-grade alchemist capable of refining the vast majority of pills that were useful to passing Sage Realm cultivators. At his realm, even without relying on a Dan furnace, he could refine the ice-vibrant cold frost flower. In fact, he couldn't use a Dan furnace. It was said to be alchemy, but in fact it was only to refine the flower, thus extracting the 2 medicinal liquids hidden in the petals and stems and leaves. The icy frost flower can be medicine or poison. As medicine, the petals of the ice spirit cold frost flower could hammer the meridians of the cultivator's entire body due to its coldness, and in the cold contraction of the meridians caused by the medicinal properties, along with that hot expansion of the spiritual energy, it would make the meridians full of resilience, which would in turn increase the speed and amount of savings of the cultivator's spiritual energy operation. But once the medicinal liquid extracted from the stems and leaves was added in, then the ice frost flower became a poison capable of freezing a cultivator's meridians and making it impossible to mobilize spiritual energy. Looking at the icy frost flower, which was gradually turning into liquid in his hands, a mischievous smile gradually emerged from the corners of Lu Jinan's mouth. This was the method he had come up with to counteract Zhu Nanji, using the way of the sick and delicate to cure the sick and delicate. He's also going to put poison on the gun and surprise Zhu Nanji. As for whether it will work, it definitely will. This was because the nameless poison Zhu Nanji had planted on himself was aimed at the Passage Saint realm, and it could not possibly be more or less than that. If it's lower than that, it's useless. If it's higher than that, it's too strong, and it's impossible for a cultivator to have no sense of rejection at all. So Zhu Nanji had only used some kind of spell that made it undetectable when she poisoned him, and this was the type of spell that he knew and was sure that Zhu Nanji couldn't possibly discover. The vigilance of Zhu Nanji, who had already poisoned successfully, was definitely not as strong as his. Lu Jinan, who had calmed down a bit, put aside his distractions and continued to concentrate on refining the medicinal liquid, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. The ice spirit cold frost flower at hand was just one, and it was about his future fate as a human or a sword spirit. So even though he had refined medicinal liquids of the same grade countless times, at the moment he held the same mentality as he did when he was first refining a 4th-grade elixir, with only a drop of the transparent medicinal liquid being refined and stored in the boundary in his eyes. Time passed, and blood donors who were past their lunch break gathered in front of the medical center, looking strangely at the medical center, which was not even open at this hour. But noisy as they were, no one dared make a fuss about letting the door open. Xia Ming on the roof indifferently looked at the group of demonic cultivators, thinking in the back of his mind that Lu Jinan should always give himself a good meal today, right? What's good to eat? Thinking about it, he didn't know how long had passed. The demonic cultivators below who wanted to donate blood dispersed quite a bit, and Xia Ming also felt the searing Dan fire in the backyard calm down. After looking up at the sun and realizing that it was just after Shenzhen time, he fluttered his wings and flew to the backyard. As soon as he transformed back into his human form, Xia Ming stared at the porcelain bottle in Lu Jinan's hand that was being followed by the medicinal liquid and asked with a blink, "Aren't you going to make pills?" "Never mind the details." Lu Jinan, who carefully received a full bottle of medicinal liquid, let out a long breath, a relaxed smile on his face. Xia Ming looked at Lu Jinan strangely. Although the ice spirit cold frost flower was relatively rare, but eldest senior brother refining this grade of medicinal liquid was a handful of things. Why did he look so cautious? Lu Jinan, who had put away the porcelain vase, got up and walked towards the outer hall, opened the door of the medical center. "Okay." Xia Ming jogged to the door, asking as he ran, "Eldest brother, I want to eat meat tonight." "Well." Lu Jinan, who had walked to the outer hall, watched a live blood bank fishtailing in and sat back in the chair behind the information desk to enjoy the afternoon sunlight pouring in through the window pane. "Do you cook yourself?" Xia Ming eyed Lu Jinan. "I can go out and hunt. You've reached the realm where you don't need to eat, and you're still so greedy?" Lu Jinan teased. "Eldest senior brother, you said that the process of cultivating immortality is the process of people moving mountains. It's not like you have to abandon things like the 7 passions and desires of the mouth and stomach." Xia Ming perked up and said, "Eldest senior brother, you cook so well. Before you return to the clan, I'm going to check for the vice patriarch to see if your cooking skills have regressed. Nanji will bring me food later," Lu Jinan said, glancing at Xia Ming, thinking whether he should let her leave first. It wasn't that he was afraid of being discovered as an identity. It was mainly because he was worried that Zhu Nanji would be jealous. The danger of sickly jealousy is high. "Ah, you're not cooking anymore. I'm actually quite hungry, so it's okay to make another meat dish." The teenage girl, Xia Ming had a tangled expression as she rambled on, but Lu Jinan didn't listen to a single word as he pondered on another matter. That's what Zhu Nanji came here for. Before launching the great self-realization thoughts to reverse the flow of time, Zhu Nanji said something like, "I'm going back tomorrow." So why tomorrow? Did she come here for the sole purpose of redshirting into the world? If that was all, wouldn't she who had sealed her cultivation still be able to do whatever she wanted for a while? It was tomorrow, a time point where Lin Mu and Knight Huanquan would most likely be able to distinguish a winner from a loser. Could Zhu Nanji be trying to get something out of this battle of qi in the southern Zhou domain? Thinking about it, Lu Jinan got up and walked towards the outside. Xia Ming hurriedly followed, asking with expectant eyes, "Are you being talked into going hunting by me? Do me a favor." Lu Jinan turned his head to look at Xia Ming. "Go and see if there are any important people or things around Lin Mu." Mainly people, especially his several confidants. Lu Jinan thought about it and still felt that Zhu Nanji's possibility of finding someone was higher. After all, it was already a great gift for a small place like Nanjua Domain to be able to have a seven-leafed ice spirit cold frost flower. And this kind of thing was not in short supply in Qingmiao Palace, so it was a high probability that it was a human being, especially since this person is also burdened with some kind of special physique. Xia Ming blinked, and when he saw Lu Jinan's serious expression, he nodded seriously as well. "I know." Lu Jinan also hastened to reach out and put his hand on the shoulder of Xia Ming, who had just taken 2 steps, just observed from afar. "Come back if you don't find anything, and pay attention to safety. Think of a name for the dish and I'll cook it." Xia Ming, who was instantly motivated, didn't talk nonsense and turned back to his original body and disappeared into the air in a puff of smoke. Putting down his hand, Lu Jinan no longer continued to think about this matter. Anyway, this matter does not have much impact on himself. Just want to grasp more information about Zhu Nanji. Stretched his back and was just about to turn around, but a gentle-sounding voice rang out behind him first. "Sungat and that girl, they look close?" Chapter 10, My husband is still conservative. Sungat and that girl, they look close? The sudden sound made Lu Jinan stiffen, and he hurriedly turned to look behind him. Zhu Nanji, who was carrying a food box with both hands, looked at him with a crooked head, her long dark green hair flying gently, and although she was smiling, her expression was slightly stiff, and a layer of shadow seemed to be cast between her eyebrows. The fingers of her hands carrying the food box were clenched tightly, and her knuckles were a little white, and it was obviously the summer solstice, but it made Lu Jinan feel the piercing coldness that only existed in the cold winter season. Lu Jinan revealed a smile and walked over to take the food box in her hand, saying softly, "I just helped her look at her. Hunger can also become a disease." Lu Jinan thought, raising his right hand to stroke away the hair on her forehead. She was in a hurry to leave, so I had to pull her back to give her some medical advice. "When did you arrive, Nyangzi?" With a smile on his face, Lu Jinan observed her expression, testing when she had arrived and how much she had heard. He knew that Zhu Nanji had a deep heart, or else he wouldn't have been able to perfectly hide the purpose of refining Sagittarius into a sword spirit for a year and a half. But now there was a 7-day covenant with each other, and in case she heard much of it, the probability was that she would do it now. If Zhu Nanji's other purpose for coming here was to recruit disciples for Qingmiao Palace, then the fact that he was suddenly checking Lin Mu's side of the confidant could explain a lot. Listening to Lu Jinan's explanation and mother, Zhu Nanji's expression relaxed a bit, stepping forward to put her forehead against the tip of his nose, whispering petulance, "I still don't want my husband to treat a woman. Healers don't distinguish between men and women." Lu Jinan wrapped one arm around Zhu Nanji's back and snickered. "Am I clean or not? Can't my wife check it out every night?" Lightly biting the lower lip, Zhu Nanji cheeks covered with a layer of redness. Xiangong really want to be more intimate with themselves. Well, forgive Xiangong. Zhu Nanji raised her hands to encircle his back waist, tilting her head up with moist eyes. "The amount each night is indeed the same for my husband." Lu Jinan was speechless for a moment. "You even memorize this? Also, how does the body memorize it? By feel?" In the past, when Zhu Nanji didn't let him leave at the last minute, he wondered if she wasn't afraid in case she got pregnant. But now Lu Jinan knew that she would definitely use her spiritual power to take good measures, because sick boy is not even allowed to be fatherly. "Why are you here so early?" Lu Jinan carried the food box in one hand and held her hand on the other to walk towards the backyard in case they really want to make a move on each other. Then they will settle it in the medical center. After all, there is a defense formation set up by himself. By Pai. Come. Instead of extrapolating a possible future through the great self-explanatory viewing thoughts, knowing that no conclusion could be drawn since it involved Zhu Nanji, he kept his soul and spirit power for a rainy day. "Because my concubine wants to see my husband sooner." Zhu Nanji stared at Lu Jinan's side face without blinking, full of joy. "The first time I touched my face. The first time I called myself mama. and the first time I took the initiative to hold hands. Today, I got a lot of firsts from my husband. At that thought, she looked back up at the sky again, thinking that she shouldn't have just had all her attention drawn to the Sagittarius touching other women's scene. If you listen to hear something more, well, no matter what is said, one will still be upset that Sagan has finally made contact with other women. Never mind. It was the kestrel's fault for not listening well to the doctor's advice. Otherwise the healer's husband would not have contacted her. However, with the cultivation of the sage realm, how could Sangong run out of the medical center before catching that kestrel and even watching it for a while? Shu Nanji bit her lower lip and suddenly asked, Sangong likes demonic beasts? Lu Jinan gave her a strange look. How could he ask such a pre-verbal question? And NBSP, Zhu Nanji looked at Lu Jinan and continued. My concubine had heard that on the market there are rumors of the beast transformation decision that has been passed down from the royal beast sect, which allows people to have some of the characteristics of demonic beasts. And if my husband likes it, my concubine can learn it. Lu Jinan stared blankly at Zhu Nanji. What kind of brain circuits could associate with this aspect? Never mind. People can't guess the brain circuits of a sick girl. Why are you suddenly talking about this? Lu Jinan placed the food box on the stone table in the backyard and pulled her to try to make her sit down. Zhu Nanji, however, let him sit down first, then sat into his arms herself, wrapping one arm around his neck and pressing her cheek against his neck. Concubine wants to make my husband happy. You're beautiful enough as you are. Lu Jinan spoke softly, and his heart was a little strange. He felt that she didn't recognize him long ago. He himself had just changed his name to her, and his appearance was not hidden, but she, who was from Qingmiao Palace, did not recognize him at all. He himself was quite famous in the 5 clans and 7 academies. What about the youngest passage saint realm saint in the history of the human race? The Shu Nanji before the red dust entered the world has been in the small black house diving not? How beautiful is it? Zhu Nanji, who was complimented for the first time, asked happily. There is no refusal to marry you, beauty. Lu Jinan said with a smile. Concubine too. Shu Nanji arched her eyebrows. At a glance, I fell in love with my husband. Lu Jinan smiled and patted her waist. Speaking of which, just now, other than me, no one else noticed you. A great beauty. Concubine used a small technique. At this moment, Shu Nanji was also happy to reveal more about herself to Lu Jinan. Concubine only wanted to show her husband. Saying that, she leaned even harder towards Lu Jinan's chest, and the silk fabric in the middle of the collar of the Cheongsam skirt crumpled to form a V opening, and Lu Jinan could see the warmth and softness as well as the unfathomable shadows hidden under the vest-like camisole as soon as he lowered his head. It's the same as grapefruit but looks shakier than sunshine and sweeter than grapefruit. It's true that I can only be shown, Lu Jinan said with a smile. If you're a husband, you can't just look at it. Zhu Nanji winked. You won't get tired of eating it, right? That won't happen. Lu Jinan shook his head and held down her legs that were wriggling up restlessly and snickered. What? You want me to have a snack before dinner? It's naturally possible if Sunga wants to. Zhu Nanji lightly bit her lower lip, her long eyelashes lightly trembling. It's just that in the courtyard, my concubine will feel shy. Then we'll eat when we get back. Lu Jinan lowered his head and kissed her red lips. Okay? Concubine listens to all of my husband's wishes. Zhu Nanji, who was actively kissed, shyly shrunk into his embrace, thinking that kissing slowly and openly was such a heartwarming and joyful beautiful thing. It's just that Sagan is still on the conservative side. But wait until you refine Shandong into a sword spirit. Then you can let him know what it means to be bolder. At that time, Shandong don't faint in fear. Zhu Nanji, who felt that her idea was very bold, laughed out lowly, although she had not used Zhan Ming in other ways. But when Zhan Ming became a husband, it didn't matter. Lu Jinan, who was embracing the seemingly crispy beauty, listened to Zhu Nanji unconsciously letting out a strange laugh, and also smiled slightly, inwardly serene, sniffing the faint fragrance of her green silk. Tonight, he wasn't going to follow Zhu Nanji's example of point B to place a bag, because the battle between good and evil in the Nanhua domain would only be decided tomorrow. Just as Zhu Nanji had done it on the night of the great battle in the South Shui domain, he was prepared to surprise Zhu Nanji tomorrow night. The author fungus has been signed. You can vote monthly. Bounty law. Of course, the new book period is more important to catch up on reading. Like can support the author fungus. Chapter 11, let's play something exciting. Ma'am. Country house. After waking up in the morning to send her husband out, Zhu Nanji bathed in the comfortable sunshine and cleaned her clothes that were stained after last night's absurdity. Sitting on a small stool on her upper body, a CUI smoke shirt, revealing the beautiful lines of the neck and clearly visible clavicle. Lower body, a white lake crepe skirt pleated as snow moon flow light, show the softness and beauty. Biku pai. Come. The dark green hair that was casually pulled up in a bun was inserted diagonally with a jade hairpin of exquisite workmanship. Although simple, it appeared fresh and elegant. thinly powdered face with a light smile, the cheeks of the hidden scarlet sense to create a kind of pure muscle such as flower petals, delicate and lovely, giving people a different kind of cold and delicate sense of the past. I don't know where humming a folk tune Junanji ring dry clothes get up, shaking a few times, with a brisk pace to the drying pole in front of the tiptoe hitching clothes. Being pulled up under the long sleeve reveals half of the white jade arm. Water beads along the tender white skin slides down. Quite a kind of pure beauty. Junanji was hitching up her clothes over here, in stark contrast to Hanyu, who was squatting with nothing to do not far away. It wasn't that Hanyu didn't want to help the Holy Maiden Lord. It was just that the Holy Maiden Lord wasn't allowed to touch Lu Jinan's clothes. The reason was not to get the scent of other girls, although Hanyu felt that this reason was a bit outrageous. But if she didn't touch it, she didn't want to touch the man's things anyway. So he retreated to try to wash the Virgin Mother's garments, only to be rejected once again. The reason is still outrageous. What if her clothes smell like another girl's and her husband smells them when he hugs her? It didn't used to be like this. How come it's all changed since today? Having nothing to say, Hanyu could only crouch down with nothing to do and pondered why the Holy Maiden Lord's brain had become not quite normal. The more I thought about it, the more I found the matter of the Holy Maiden Lord wanting to refine Sagittarius into a sword spirit chilling. Qingmiao Palace's long history also did not personally refining couples into sword spirit. This outrageous thing. Where did the Holy Maiden learn that? In the middle of contemplation, she saw the Holy Maiden Lord who had hitched up her clothes whacking the back of her waist, and Hanyu hurriedly got up and was about to open her mouth to ask if she was not feeling well, when the Holy Maiden Lord's muttering to herself made her have to stop in her tracks. Last night, my husband was more daring than usual, and he held me down on the bed without taking off my clothes, and he stood on the edge of the bed, causing my waist to remain vacated, and now I'm so tired. Hearing the voice, Hanyu silently crouched back down to his original position, hands clasped around his knees in a daze. Pounding the back of the Junanji covered his mouth and yawned again, squinting at the corners of the eyes in the sunlight vaguely flooded with moisture. After the marriage of a little maturity set off a few points of lethargy. After rubbing the corners of her eyes, Junanji took a few steps back, staring unblinkingly at the clothes on the drying pole, her mind full of Sunga's impatience after coming home together last night, before or after the bath. Oneself first naughty initiative arch fire to provoke the head, and then immediately let no longer continue to be a gentleman's Sagittarius free play. But last night, Sangong took the initiative not to be a gentleman, but also really scared himself. But the slightly rude movements, the rapid breathing and the burning eyes, all let himself have a kind of more intense joy than before. Last night's Sagittarius was even more arousing and unpleasant to himself than usual. Although he was a bit overwhelmed later on, he held on hard for a long time in order to feel more of the oppressive feeling that was different from what he had felt in the past, not wanting to resist in the slightest. As the breeze brushed by, Junanji touched her hot cheeks with a blushing face and murmured a low voice as if it was as soft and charming as lasso. Sangong. I wonder if Sunga will still be like last night tonight, filling her heart with every move and making her adore it? Out of focus thought for a while, Junanji hastily turned toward the house. Can't think anymore? Now Sangong is not there. Thinking is useless. First clean the house. Junanji, who was talking to herself, when she was about to cross the threshold, her footsteps suddenly lurched, and then she retreated a few steps, looking up at the distant turquoise blue sky. Although they were far apart, with Junanji's cultivation, he could still vaguely see the blood clouds surging upwards. Hanyu hurriedly stood up and ran to Junanji's side, holding a broken open formation stone in her palm. Miss, the sensing stone that was put down a month ago was damaged, and Li Huangquan has broken through to the sitting illumination realm. At those words, Junanji, who pressed down on the brain full of shibboleths, frowned slightly. So soon? Containing mist will sneak into the Blood Emperor's sect every few days to observe. In the original prediction, Li Huangquan should not break through to the sitting illumination realm so quickly, right? And what chance did you get? Junanji, who had been pondering for a few seconds, looked at Hanyu. You go and take a look. Do it cheaply. Hanyu understood Junanji's meaning, so she moved to leave at the first opportunity. Junanji retraced her steps into the house. This matter was directly thrown to the back of her mind. After all, the sky and the earth are big. The Sunga is the biggest. Junanji, who resumed humming a folk tune, was especially focused on cleaning the bedroom. After all, last night's overly heartfelt feelings for her husband led to a surprisingly good physical state, and the result was that it left quite a few traces. When Junanji, who was full of random thoughts, finally finished packing, the time also came to noon. With the back of her hand, Junanji wiped the beads of sweat on her forehead and sat in front of the dresser against the wall. With one hand propped up on her chin, she looked at the newly changed light-colored silk sheets on the bed, and shyness swept across the bottom of her sky-blue eyes. The light-colored sheet marks would be more visible, and Sagami was inexplicably more powerful. That's how it was last night. The Sagittarius was like a beast that met a flood. Between the misty eyes, Zhu Nanji slowly got down and pillowed at the arm. And the bed not far away gradually blurred. The weariness of late nights and early mornings, of hand-washing clothes and cleaning the house made her fall asleep on her dresser without realizing it. Shallow and steady breathing, the sleeping Zhu Nanji felt a lightness in her body, and in no time at all, she felt her back pressed against the soft bed. Well, Sunga, stop. How did you know it was me? Lu Jinan, who was propping up the bed with one hand and slowly unbuckling her belt with the other, looked at Zhu Nanji, who had muttered out, and asked softly. Zhu Nanji, who was still weary, opened her sleepy eyes to look at him and muttered, "My concubine's body will not rebel against my husband." Lu Jinan smiled. "Then you continue to sleep without resisting." Well, Zhu Nanji, who twisted her head, was shaken by the bright light and suddenly sobered up a few points. Xianggong, the sky is not yet dark. That's not important. Lu Jinan leaned down and bit her soft earlobe. What's important is that I want you, and I've prepared a surprise for you, my lady. Surprise? Zhu Nanji blinked, then shoved his shoulder as if she thought of something. Concubine is sweating. She hasn't bathed yet. It's okay. Mama smells good. Lu Jinan took out a black cloth to cover Zhu Nanji's eyes. Xianggong? Zhu Nanji put on a trill. What is the meaning of this? I want to play something exciting with my wife today. Are you willing? Lu Jinan asked with a light smile. Zhu Nanji involuntarily clenched the bedsheet, breathing gradually anxious, voice lightly trembling, shy and timid. Dark expectation. Concubine, I listen to everything you say. Chapter 12. Mother, are you the reincarnation of a white tiger? Hop. The sunlight at half past sundown was not as bright as midday, but it still allowed the well-lit bedroom to interweave a rustling dapple of light and shadow. Lying flat on the clean bed, Zhu Nanji's delicate body gently trembled. Her eyes, blinded by the black cloth, were tense with anticipation. A pair of white jade hands were either loosely or tightly hooked onto the silk bedsheet, and above her lightly trembling lips, only her increasingly urgent snorting remained. The upper body's CUI smoke shirt was unraveled by the slender and clean fingers familiarly, presenting a white embroidered plum blossom bib, the development of the beautiful body's sheer undulation. No matter it is the rounded shoulders, bulging bib or flat belly, every outline natural curve is just right. Feeling a little bit of coolness, Zhu Nanji's petite body involuntarily tensed some, because the eyes cannot see, so feel the other senses extraordinarily clear. Is blindfolding the kind of excitement you want? Zhu Nanji lightly bit her lower lip, indeed feeling a bit irritated because she didn't know what Sunga would do next. Yesterday I thought that Sunga was a bit conservative, but I didn't realize that Sunga knew about this. It must be because I'm liking me more and more that I want to play differently than before. Zhu Nanji, whose thoughts were fluttering, tensed up in the next second, not because Lu Jinan had touched somewhere, but once again caring about the fact that she hadn't bathed. Although he is burdened with an immaculate immortal body, his whole body is pure and unsullied, but he will also sweat. After all, the immortal body is the immortal body. He is still essentially a human being, so to the Sagittarius still want to present the best side. Is it really okay for you to sweat all morning doing laundry and cleaning the house? I should have known that I should have gone straight to the bath after cleaning instead of obsessively thinking about Sunga so that I wouldn't accidentally fall asleep. Sire, my concubine still wants to go bathe first. Zhu Nanji spoke in a small voice, her tone pleading with pettiness. Lu Jinan did not answer immediately, but leaned down to take a deep breath at her beautiful neck. The elegant plum blossom fragrance of the nose, Nyangzi really smells good. There is no other flavor. Of the original flavor of Nyangzi, I also like it very much. Well, Zhu Nanji twisted her waist uneasily, still shy from not having bathed, but thumping her heart from her husband's compliment. Really? I haven't bathed either. Lu Jinan brushed his fingers across her cheek. Will your wife dislike me? No. Zhu Nanji responded quickly. Concubine also likes the original flavor of Sunga. That'll do. Lu Jinan kissed her cherry lips without lipstick, then wrapped one hand around her back and removed her upper body CUI smoke shirt. The more white and supple skin was exposed to the air, adding another splash of color to the room, despite the fact that the belly band was still in place. When Lu Jinan let go of his left hand that was wrapped around her back to let her lie down, he looked at the rhythm that her belly band couldn't completely bind, and still couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. Nyangzi is so white. Zhu Nanji was shy with joy. Sunga has known it for a long time, hasn't he? First time I've been this serious. Lu Jinan tossed the Cui Yin shirt aside, his fingertips skimming over her delicate collarbone, causing her to shiver lightly. Zhu Nanji, who can't see anything, pursed her lips, and inwardly nervous, she thought to herself that Sangong's next step is to take off his belly band, right? So she propped her curvaceous, tantalizing upper body up on her elbows and gestured for him to undo the belly band tie at the back. There's no rush. Lu Jinan's tone was gentle as he pressed her. The belly band is worn first. Zhu Nanji made a puzzled outburst, and then she felt her crepe skirt and blasphemous pants being hooked by her fingers at the same time. She subconsciously folded her legs together, but then relaxed in the next second. Obviously. I've been honest with my husband countless times. Why is it that I'm even more shy this time than last night? Because they're opening up to each other? This feeling of intertwined feelings watering down is so great. Underneath the black cloth covering her eyes, Zhu Nanji's cheeks swooned scarlet, slowly arching her waist and slightly bending her legs so that Lu Jinan could smoothly remove it. Mother knows me. Oof. Looking at the white and rounded legs that gradually came into sight, Lu Jinan once again thought how pure and attractive these legs would be if they wore white silk. Get a tailor to make it when we get back to the clan and earn $1 billion in pocket money on the side? Lu Jinan felt that the plan was feasible. Whether it was a world of immortal cultivation or not, women's pursuit of beauty was unchanged. With this thought, her hands had already removed the crepe skirt and blasphemous pants, and even the pure white stockings on those jade feet were also removed by the way. Lu Jinan's gaze was involuntarily drawn to her exquisite jade feet. After throwing the faded clothes aside, he gently cupped this pair of jade feet that he hadn't played with in detail before. Sagittarius? Zhu Nanji, who had her jade feet cupped, could not hide her shyness. To a woman, her jade feet were also an extremely private place. Her husband's boldness gave her a dizzying feeling of shyness. Zhu Nanji was suddenly a little glad that her eyes were blindfolded. Otherwise she thought she would have fainted. I'd like to know more about the maiden. Lu Jinan gently comforted her while gazing at her jade feet. Zhu Nanji's jade feet were as white and tender as snow. The arches of the feet were as smooth as satin. The texture of the muscles was fine and without blemishes. And the center of the feet was slightly soft and red. And it was sheer white and exquisite. Because of nervousness, the curled up toes are like strings of pearls. With Lu Jinan had up cupping action. Then saw the soft wonderful arch curve. Delicate light green veins have been spread to the calf. The skin as if the blowing can be broken. Zhu Nanji held back her inner shyness, just as she had done half a year ago when she first pushed down her husband after drinking. But more than that, he rejoiced that Sagittarius had finally gotten to know himself through and through. The corner of her mouth involuntarily raised a smile. Zhu Nanji the next second she felt the center of her foot being touched by her fingers. Her slender and tight calves couldn't help but shrink. Sire. Itchy. Lu Jinan didn't say anything, and after rubbing her soft feet, he was content to follow the curve of her calves upward, skimming over the white and rounded thighs, and stopping at her waist. Zhu Nanji clasped her hands on the bed, gripping the sheets slightly harder, and although she didn't say a word, her nostrils became more and more rapid. Sagittarius is really naughty, but he really likes this Sagittarius who has the initiative in his hands. Lu Jinan leaned down and looked at Zhu Nanji fixedly, although his eyes were covered by a black cloth, but it was still difficult to hide the beautiful and classical. He suddenly leaned down and kissed Zhu Nanji, whose eyes were covered by the black cloth. Subconsciously closed her eyes, but she had long been accustomed to cooperating with her husband, and her cheeks became redder and redder. Yesterday Sagami had taken the initiative to kiss herself, and today as well. Totally proactive Sagittarius filled her mind with thoughts of being a good little kitten in his arms. Zhu Nanji felt Lu Jinan's hands on the side of her ribs, her belly band like nothing. She subconsciously tried to lean back, but in the next moment she felt Sagittarius straighten up. Sagittarius? Zhu Nanji was puzzled, but then she heard the rustling sound of undressing, so she quieted down and waited obediently. Does my lady think this is the surprise I've prepared? Lu Jinan, who was holding the porcelain vase storing the ice vibrant cold frost flower medicinal liquid in his hand, asked softly. No, isn't it? Zhu Nanji pursed her lips. The fact that my husband came back so early today and blindfolded my concubine already made me feel surprised. Not really. Lu Jinan poured the medicinal liquid extracted from the icy frost flower with a smile on his face. Not afraid that he would be poisoned. The first reason was because it needed to be taken internally to be useful, and the second was because it was a poison that targeted the meridians. So as long as it was blocked with spiritual energy in advance, it wouldn't work. Zhu Nanji definitely wasn't above the passage saint realm. Otherwise there was no need to use a means like poisoning to refine him into a sword spirit. And surprise? Zhu Nanji's voice contained a few points of anticipation, and her white jade-like soft and tender legs lightly trembled, seemingly containing anticipation. Yes. Lu Jinan leaned down and cupped her earlobe, but he asked, my lady, I'll ask you a question. What? Zhu Nanji raised her arms to wrap them around the back of his neck, the inside of her knees touching the side of his waist, urgency lurking in her voice. I wanted to ask a long time ago, is my lady the reincarnation of the divine beast white tiger? Lu Jinan asked teasingly. No, it isn't. Upon hearing such a shameful question, Zhu Nanji, whose heart trembled, stammered and retorted in a small voice, concubine. Concubine is is not a demonic beast. How can you ask such a shameful question? My dear husband. You, don't tease me. I'm not. The more she said, the more shy Zhu Nanji patted Lu Jinan's back. People are just born. Xiandong, don't make fun of them. I'm not making fun of it. Lu Jinan said softly. On the contrary, I like it a lot. Then why are you asking? I just feel like I'm getting closer to mistress, so I wanted to tease her a little. Don't you like it? No. Obviously already blinded by the black cloth. But Zhu Nanji still couldn't help but cover her face with both hands. People just feel. Aya, Sunga, you don't just move your mouth. Lu Jinan, mouthful of mother. Mouthful of a relationship is getting closer and closer, said Zhu Nanji full of joy. Incoherent confusion. Sure enough, it's a high offense and low defense. Lu Jinan laughed lightly. But I still want to tease you. No teasing. No. Zhu Nanji shook her cicatrices and reached out to cover his mouth, saying no one by one as if she couldn't say it all. Lu Jinan's eyes slightly drooped, taking advantage of the moment when she couldn't find things north and south at this moment. Suddenly wrapped his arms around Zhu Nanji to launch his own countermeasures. No, not allowed. Ah, Zhu Nanji's sky blue eyes under the black cloth suddenly widened. Her body stiffened as her tone took on more tremors. Good ice, sage. That's the kind of surprise I prepared for my lady. Do you like it? Lu Jinan smiled and whispered in her ear. I'm actually quite good at it. Well, Zhu Nanji, who was freezing and shivering, shrank more and more into his arms. Your husband, you're too bad. Concubine feels. What do you think? Ha? Lu Jinan's voice took on a bit of toughness. Don't think that's very good, Zhu Nanji retorted weakly. So strange. I want to be like this with your mother. Does your mother find it annoying? Lu Jinan continued to ask. Well, if Sangdong likes it, it's fine with my concubine. Zhu Nanji clasped Lu Jinan's back with her long and graceful fingers, her little heart stirred by her Sunga's strong tone. Indeed, enough surprise. Well, the pharaoh has said so. His own obedient cooperation is good. Be Kupai. Come. It was more of a sign that Sagittarius cared about himself, didn't see himself as an outsider, and was willing to try more things with himself. Thoughts flying. Zhu Nanji's body gradually softened, and her tone became softer and more delicate. Concubine likes it. I like it too. Lu Jinan kissed her lips, using the ice attributes concealment technique to hide the toxicity of the ice spirit cold frost flower to inject it into her body, but did not immediately catalyze the toxicity of the ice spirit cold frost flower to seal Zhu Nanji's entire body's meridians. Wait until the toxicity was injected into the meridians of her entire body so that she didn't have the slightest amount of spiritual energy to resist before she catalyzed it. In the meantime, it was natural to distract Zhu Nanji with ice and fire, as well as eliminate his own desire. No one likes the feeling of inches stopping. Well, Zhu Nanji was like an octopus hugging Lu Jinan harder and harder. A few strands of green silk at her temples sticking to the corners of her lips, and her sky blue eyes, which were covered by the black cloth, were crystal clear in the water that flooded them. The surprise, which she had never expected or experienced before, made her feel giddy in a way that made her brain feel completely out of her control. The experience was marvelous in its strangeness, making it difficult for her to think about anything. At times like this it should obviously feel hot, but then you can feel the coolness sweeping throughout your body, like a charcoal fire in the middle of winter, flickering and dimming, yet never going out. The intertwining of ice and fire made Zhu Nanji arch her waist from time to time to get close to Lu Jinan, and from time to time to pillow back on the bed, and from time to time, her slim, straight, slender legs were taut and sketched out an extremely beautiful curve. The warmth and coolness of the Sagittarius is particularly noticeable in the alternation. Initial discomfort gradually dispersed. Gradually there are other feelings. Snowskin gradually rose like a demonic flower. Moist light is enough to show that Zhu Nanji in fact does not reject. On the contrary, there are the rest of the feelings. Sunga, it's so strange, Zhu Nanji murmured, her cheeks as flushed and charming as drunken wine. Lu Jinan didn't respond. He could feel Zhu Nanji's feelings. After all, he had inflicted the medicinal liquid of the ice-cold frost flower, but he didn't dare to sink into it, because one slip-up and Zhu Nanji realizing he was poisoning would be a lost cause. Lu Jinan slightly accelerated his speed. As Zhu Nanji's forehead tilted back uncontrollably, the slightly frowning willow eyebrows seemed to carry a bit of aggrievement and strange relief intertwined with a different expression. Every now and then, the toes of those delicate and beautiful jade feet will also curl and relax, outlining an extremely beautiful arc. Mother, what about now? Lu Jinan watched Zhu Nanji's jade cheeks smolder, felt her soft and boneless body, and continued to distract her. Do you like it? Concubines. Don't hate. Zhu Nanji's consciousness fluttered as she responded to him, the clear words no longer able to be spoken, leaving only a moving aftertaste. She could feel herself getting used to it, and really didn't hate it. She just felt like passing out. But passing out like that sure isn't annoying. The Sagittarius is really good at it. In the face of such a sangha, there is an inexplicable sense of worship and obedience. Sure enough, I want to hold such a sangha in my hands forever. Lu Jinan observed Zhu Nanji's expression. His right hand wrapped around her back. His left hand pulled out the jade hairpin that was holding up her hair, and her long dark green hair poured down like streaming clouds, spreading all over the pillows as if it were a blooming flower blossoming with unparalleled beauty. Xiang, Xianggong, concubine. Zhu Nanji's red lips lightly opened. Sticky sweaty warm arms propped up on the bed. Slightly bowed waist rendered a tantalizing curve. Voice as light as silk. Seems to want to say something. Lu Jinan knew what she wanted to say. He knew everything about her except her heart. So she untied the black cloth in front of Zhu Nanji's eyes and gazed into her high-graded sky-blue eyes that could condense silk. Suddenly and the husband of the four eyes face to face. Unspeakable shyness completely occupied the heart. Coupled with this surprise experience, Zhu Nanji only feel heartbeat accelerated. Brain fever can no longer control the body wants to pass out. Slender fingers left finger marks on Lu Jinan's back. Zhu Nanji's lips squirmed. Concubine suffered. Suffered not. The blossoms are in full bloom. I am. Lu Jinan looked at her misty eyes and spoke softly. His right hand silently placed on the back of Zhu Nanji's neck. Sangha's gentle gaze and fiery breath made Zhu Nanji feel joyful. And Sangha's reaction was as silent as her own. It's true that the Sagittarius is a good match for himself. Consciousness gradually confused. Zhu Nanji closed her eyes, did not want to think about anything, and could not hear anything. Phew. Lu Jinan, who had taken a long breath, looked at Zhu Nanji, who had already fallen asleep in his arms, and without calming his breathing he got up to dress each other. He's taking Zhu Nanji to the medical center, the place where it all started. Author Fungus, thank you. Also have thought of 10,000 reward. Miyazawa Suzukara 5,000 coins reward. Moon Knight Return of 1,500 coins reward. Cat House Raisin. Give the pawn. The wind transit love into empty. Rain after the sky is clear 100 coins reward. Chapter 13, Treating a Petty Girl with a Petty Girl's Way. After the evening sky gradually covered with a layer of heavy dark clouds, not long after the sky will start to rain, knocking on the eaves of the house to play the rhythm of drip drip drip. Messy footsteps resounded in the streets and alleys of the Blood Emperor city, accompanied by words like hurry up, hurry up. If you're late, you won't be able to get a piece of the pie in the rain. As they swept towards the outskirts of the city, the rain couldn't cover the excitement within the hurried people and demons, because Blood Emperor's sect patriarch Li Huanquan had broken through to the sitting illumination realm in the morning, becoming the first ever true lord of the South Shui domain. After completing the stabilization of his realm in the afternoon, he formally came out of the gate in the evening and led the Blood Emperor's sect's upper and lower ranks, as well as the other demonic sects of the South Shui domain, to launch a general attack towards the South Shui alliance. The devil cultivators within the Blood Emperor city chased after them at the first opportunity after receiving the news, both to show their loyalty and to follow the Blood Emperor's sect to get a bite of the leftovers. After all the demonic cultivators who had donated blood in the medical center had left, Lu Jinan withdrew his gaze towards the rainy Long Street, closed the door of his room, lowered the window pane, and came into the inner hall where the blood pool was kept. Not far from the blood pool, he had purposely set up a simple wooden bed and laid out a soft mattress and silk sheets. On the bed, the slightly disheveled Zhu Nanji was curled up, her eyes slightly closed and her breathing even. Obviously has been over a period of time. Her classical cool face still with not yet dispersed redness. Under the hem of the skirt without wearing profane pants, white tender calves from time to time twitching a little, such as the pearl-like lovely jade toes will also follow the curling a little. The body seems to have not yet slowed down from the previous ice and fire stimulation. Lu Jinan walked to the side of the bed, bent down and reached out to stroke over Zhu Nanji's belly, and with a flicker of energy from his fingertips, he clearly felt Zhu Nanji's body temperature begin to drop. The toxicity of the icy frost flower was catalyzed by him. I'll let you be sick and delicate, and this time you'll fall into my hands. Lu Jinan pinched her face, got up and came to the blood pool, inserted the short blade into the formation and increased the power to refine the blood in the pool. After tonight, this blood pool will be useless. The rain was picking up, and the rain, which would not stop until tomorrow night, became the only sound in the house. The orange-red candle flame that had been purposely reoriented emitted softness and warmth, but against the scarlet blood in the pool of blood, it took on an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. As the candle body slowly melted and the toxicity of the ice spirit cold frost flower took over Zhu Nanji's entire body's meridians, Zhu Nanji, who was already lying curled up on the bed, felt even colder as she bent her knees, her hands involuntarily clasping her arms, willow eyebrows lightly knit, eyelashes lightly fluttering. Zhu Nanji muttered out, "Xianggong cold, don't continue, concubine can't stand it." Thinking that Sagittarius was still playing the icy thrill game, she muttered to herself, and soon sensed that something was wrong again. If you're still in the game, there's only one place where it's cold. It can't be this cold all over. This is so weird. Zhu Nanji, whose willow brows were knitted together, opened her eyes, and as the sound of gurgling bubbles reached her ears, what met her eyes was a huge pool of blood. The blood in the blood pool was steaming and bubbling while the blood level was dropping at a faster rate. The candle flame flickered, and Zhu Nanji, who already felt cold in her body, felt even more chilly because of the scene she saw. What is this place? Zhu Nanji forced the coolness of the body to hurry to sit up. He is not in the middle of a daytime declaration. With his husband, how did he come to this kind of place? Where's my husband? Mother, awake? The familiar voice made Zhu Nanji's heart settle down at once, and he hurriedly twisted his head to look. The young man under the candlelight had a smile on his face. His gaze was clear and firm, and there was a heroic spirit between his eyebrows. Sword eyebrow and starry eyes. Temperament calm and introverted but not lose the easy. Straight posture and broad shoulders and narrow waist, but also not only strong outside, also strong inside. Well, it's his own Sagittarius. Zhu Nanji face reveals a smile. As long as Shanggong in, there is nothing to worry about. Wap, Bikupai. Zhu Nanji, who moved her body to get out of bed, once again felt the chill that filled her body. And, where's my psychic power? She tried to mobilize, but to no avail. Although the spiritual energy in the spirit sea in the body still existed, it was simply unable to come out of the spirit sea and pass through the meridians of the entire body. His own cultivation at the early stage of the passage realm was like a stone sinking into the sea, with no response. Zhu Nanji's expression stiffened as she looked at Lu Jinan, her lips quirking, but she didn't know what to say. With a smile on his face, Lu Jinan took a step to the bedside and looked at Zhu Nanji condescendingly. Your mother must have guessed that this is my medical center, and that's the pool of blood. I brought you here. Zhu Nanji stared at him in a daze, still not uttering a word. Lu Jinan sighed lightly and spoke quietly. I didn't want to do this, but after discovering that your mother is a Tongshang realm cultivation, I can only use this method. This is all your mother's fault. If Nyangzi wasn't in the Passage Saint realm, she wouldn't have become like this. Zhu Nanji, who had her legs diagonally together, stared blankly at Lu Jinan, and the chills all over her body made her ignore them for the time being. She only felt that there was something familiar about her Sangha's words. She remembered. After knowing that Sagittarius practiced the demonic path, she had rehearsed in her mind what she should say when refining Sagittarius into a sword spirit and had thought of several sets of words to say. Just how did it come out of Sangha's mouth? Zhu Nanji lightly bit her lower lip. Why did you bring your concubine here? Sangong? When are you going to give me down? Speaking, Zhu Nanji's tone lurched, and her beautiful eyes widened. At the time of Justin concubine. So smart. Lu Jinan boasted, subconsciously raising his hand to pinch her cheeks, but restrained himself. It was unclear today how Zhu Nanji had activated the toxin in her body, and now that she was awake, she was going to avoid all unnecessary contact. Zhu Nanji slightly lowered her head, her dark green hair naturally hanging down, half covering her classical and elegant face. Mother, don't blame me. Lu Jinan looked at Zhu Nanji and continued to speak, but as he spoke, his expression appeared to change slightly. Because he saw Zhu Nanji's soft shoulders shrugged and seemed to be crying? No, it isn't. Zhu Nanji raised her head violently. Those sky-blue eyes were clearly glowing with a watery luster, but it seemed as if there was a flame burning. Obviously, he was poisoned by the icy frost flower, but his white cheeks were haloed, and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop tilting up in a bright smile. She was seen lightly opening her red lips, her tone carrying a strange pleasure. Ah, Sagittarius. Sagittarius. Sagittarius is really too good a match for my concubine. My concubine is really too happy. Sagittarius. Ah. She raised her own arms and was about to embrace Lu Jinan in her arms. Lu Jinan hastily took a few steps back to avoid her hands, and before he could say anything, Zhu Nanji pouted her lips and snapped unhappily. My dear husband, why are you hiding from your concubine? Grass. Lu Jinan shouted out loud in the bottom of his heart that this woman was really too perverted. Originally, he was still thinking of scaring Zhu Nanji with the idea of treating the sick and delicate with the sick and delicate, but in the end, he was scared by her again, and lost the idea of pretending to be sick and delicate all of a sudden. Real sickly really isn't a character that can be faked. After stabilizing his mind, Lu Jinan collected his smile and calmly said, Mother, you are too happy too soon. If you knew my purpose, you wouldn't be able to laugh. Zhu Nanji tilted her head and looked at him. Do you want to kill your concubine? Without waiting for Lu Jinan to speak, she added to herself, it shouldn't be, or else why would you still be talking to your concubine so much? Your husband still cares about your concubine. So, no matter what Sangha is going to do to my concubine, it's okay with my concubine. What if I just want to kill you? Lu Jinan stared into her eyes. Come on then. Xu Nanji stretched her neck and took the initiative to expose her beautiful neck. To be able to die in the hands of my husband. My concubine is also very willing. Lu Jinan rubbed his brow. You're really crazy. Concubine knew that your husband couldn't let go. Xu Nanji smiled dementedly. Concubine feels. Alright. Lu Jinan interrupted her voice, pointed to the short sword over the blood pool not far away, and said seriously, I'm not going to hide it anymore. I'm going to refine you into the sword spirit of that short sword. Xu Nanji's eyes widened as she stared blankly at Lu Jinan, the smile on her face stiffening a bit, but this stiffness quickly dissipated and was replaced by a more pleasant expression. It's not the pleasure of being made into a sword spirit. It's, your husband wants to refine his concubine into a sword spirit? Sajiri originally held such a purpose. When did Sajiri start holding this idea? Xu Nanji's voice became more and more urgent, and an abnormal blush gradually welled up on her face. Yes, as long as I can become your husband's sword spirit, I will be able to stay by your husband's side all the time, and be governed by your husband's own hands. Concubine is really too touched. Sangho can have such whimsical thoughts. Sangho is really too smart. Concubine likes such a Sangho so much. There seemed to be some sort of adoring gleam in her eyes. Concubine is really too happy, so happy that I feel like I'm going to drop my little pearls. Her legs that were together gently rubbed a few times, and the moist light in those sky blue eyes seemed to be getting brighter and brighter. Shangong favors concubine like this. Concubine will definitely not let down this favorite of Shangong. Concubine really likes and loves Shangong. Lu Jinan stared blankly at this scene of deja vu performing a monologue, as if he had a lump in his throat. Obviously they want to take the path of the sickly petite to cure the body of the sickly petite. The result of her this can still be sickly petite up? Does this woman know where we stand right now? In order to be together with my concubine forever, my husband can be smart enough to come up with this kind of method. My husband and my concubine are really too well matched. Xu Nanji's expression became more and more pleasurable, and her smile became more and more flamboyant. She didn't seem to care at all about her next fate of being refined into a sword spirit. Lu Jinan looked at the gleam in the eyes of Xu Nanji, who had no sense of crisis, and stabilized his mind as his brain worked quickly. He knew that there were several types of sick jiao, so he had previously assumed that Xu Nanji belonged to a combination of exclusive and aggressive sick jiao, with the exclusive mentality accounting for 80% of the total, because she is possessive, but carries out extreme but not fatal punishments after the object of her affection makes a mistake. But now she's showing a happy side even after hearing about her fate of being refined into a sword spirit. So there's a bit of a self-inflicted type of mentality? No, maybe not. Lu Jinan looked at Xu Nanji. At this moment, she raised her hands and cupped her cheeks in the shape of a calyx. Her bright and happy smile carried an indescribable insanity, but the pair of watery sky blue eyes carried a strong sense of love and adoration. You're happy? Lu Jinan spoke slowly. You want to be refined into a sword spirit by me? Xu Nanji, who had a demented look on her face, decisively shook her head at this moment. Doesn't really want to. She really didn't want to. After the remaining soul body, although the gods and souls can be intermingled, but in the initial stage, Sagittarius will surely be on guard to see if he will take advantage of the opportunity to use a soul attack method such as seizing the body. So there will be a long time when he can't taste Sagittarius. But if you refine Sagittarius into a sword spirit, you can still use it, but you can't use it if you become a sword spirit yourself. So there was no desire at all to be refined into a sword spirit by Sagittarius. Fruitful. Lu Jinmin was more certain. So he continued to ask, then what are you happy about? Do you think you can undo the poison in your body? Xu Nanji shook her head once again. Her eyes once again lit up. My concubine is just worshipping my husband. If my husband has such a whimsical idea, shouldn't my concubine be happy? As the words fell out of her mouth, she laughed out loud again, her slightly opened red lips revealing her clean white shell teeth. Worshipping my husband. Being happy for my husband's ideas. Being so happy that my concubine feels that she and my husband are really a match made in heaven. Can you tell me when your husband had such thoughts about your concubine? Lu Jinan smiled slightly. The first time I saw you. Hoo. Xu Nanji's breathing once again became rapid, obviously suffering from cold poison, but because of the excitement of the brain and sweat on the forehead, extraordinarily bright and moving. Sangong really. Once again, her eyes showed infatuated adoration, like she was in heat. How should my concubine praise Sangong properly? Lu Jinan did not say anything and was completely at ease. Xu Nanji's sickly petite type really did still contain adoration. The adoring sickly girl believes that her beloved is bigger than everything else, and that her beloved's needs outweigh everything else. Odd not to be so possessive character, but not at all strong in bed. Knowing this, the corners of Lu Jinan's mouth couldn't help but rise. He was going to thoroughly temper Xu Nanji into a worshipful sickly girl, so that he would never have to be worried about refining himself into a sword spirit again, and it also contributes to greater family harmony. No need for compliments. Lu Jinan looked at Junanji with a smile and began his long-established plan to detoxify the poison. I won't change my mind no matter how much I'm praised. He took a step forward, his hand slightly raised as his spiritual energy was released. Mother, bear with me, I will end this quickly. Lu Jinan had long ago guessed that Junanji could not possibly agree to being refined into a sword spirit. Her outrageous thoughts could not possibly accept being refined into a sword spirit because of the difference between men and women. Can't be shy in that case except for company. So Lu Jinan's idea from the start was to use the ice-pure frost flower to subdue Junanji, and then make her take the initiative to detoxify the poison because Junanji only had this card left. And in the process, testing out Junanji as a sickly girl with a bit of cult-like tendencies was an unexpected delight. The harvest was great. Wait. Despite rejoicing in the fact that his lordship shared the same whims as himself, but seeing that his lordship was really going to make a move, Junanji couldn't help but retreat to the other side of the bed and opened her mouth to stop. Your lordship, you should wait first. My concubine still has something to say. Nyang Zi is at the early stage of the Tongsheng realm, although she is not as good as me, but delay will make a difference, so I don't want to wait. The more spiritual energy glowed in Lu Jinan's hands. The spells needed to refine the sword spirit quickly took shape. Junanji's eyes jumped out of the corner of her eyes. Sunga is here for real. She was a little sad. Obviously the one who was refined into a sword spirit should be the Shanggong, right? How did it reverse the Big Dipper? No way. He didn't want to be refined into a sword spirit. Shanggong. Junanji spoke extremely fast. Just now, after I learned about the way you poisoned me and your thoughts about me, I said several times that you and I are really a good match. So why don't you guess why I said that? Also, if you continue to mobilize your spiritual energy, Sunga, it will be dangerous. Oh. At those words, Lu Jinan frowned. What do you mean? Junanji smiled faintly. Because there is also poison in your husband's body. Oh, concubine personally planted it. What? Lu Jinan looked at Junanji in shock. When was the poison given? Why can't I feel anything at all? Author Fungus, begging for monthly votes, catch-up reads, and recommendations. I can't split this chapter into 2 chapters either, so it remains a combined chapter. Thank you as the cat a 1000 coins reward. Clear do not yet dry _500 coins reward. The Duke of Monte Cristo. Teenager's Hope. Doran. Youth from the beginning of the 100 coins reward. Chapter 14, Husband, do you want to relieve your concubine before leaving? Junanji, who was sitting on the other side of the bed with her legs together, looked at Lu Jinan's surprised expression and a hint of smugness flashed in the bottom of her eyes. It's the first time I've seen Sagiri show such a lost expression. It's so cute. At this moment, if the identity was reversed, and it was he who was preparing to refine Sagittarius into a sword spirit, would Sagittarius' expression be even more surprised? Wouldn't he look more surprised? It's a pity that I was careless. How did I let Sunga make the first move? Ah, you've hidden it so well. You haven't shown a single thing. You're amazing, especially if you think like you do. It's a match made in heaven. This joy is so unpleasant that it feels like all the afternoon's build-up is backfiring. Eyes uncontrollably flooded with water. Rambling for a while, Junanji convergence of mind. The brain turned sharply. She didn't want to be refined into a sword spirit by Shanggong, but at the moment the spiritual power can't be mobilized. Thinking about it, it's left to showdown with Shanggong and also give him poison to resolve the current predicament. Junanji felt hard in the bottom of her heart. She had worked so hard to diligently cultivate for more than half a year towards her Sunga, but in the end, she ended up losing all her efforts. But regrets are regrets. And by no means should they be refined into sword spirits that can't do anything with Sagittarius. No, you're swindling me. Lu Jinan's voice interrupted Junanji's thoughts, and Junanji, who came back to her senses, pursed her red lips, calmed her rapid breathing, and asked back without moving, why did you say that? I've been wary of your inexplicable kindness towards me. How could you possibly have the opportunity to poison me? Lu Jinan gradually calmed down. What kind of poison can make me feel nothing? You don't have to keep stalling. Didn't you also poison your concubine silently? Junanji spoke lightly. My concubine also used the same method, and it started from the time I dedicated myself to you half a year ago. This poison uses the blood of a virgin as a guide. It was created by the concubine herself. It's normal that Sagittarius couldn't discover it. Lu Jinan frowned slightly and asked tentatively after a few seconds of silence. You want to refine me into a sword spirit too? Hearing this, Junanji's eyes suddenly lit up. Shanggong is really too smart. He and Shanggong are really a match made in heaven. Thinking about it, Junanji said softly with a smile on her face, my dear husband, guess what? She thought, as long as Sagittarius doesn't know her purpose, then after the immediate crisis is lifted, Sagittarius's vigilance might drop. and she would still have a chance to refine Sagittarius into a sword spirit. If he said that, not only would Sangho be wary, but what if he had to keep his distance from himself? I'm not guessing. Lu Jinan snorted coldly. No matter what your purpose is, it's you who's going to be refined into a sword spirit now. It's not the fault of my husband. Zhu Nanji angrily blanked Lu Jinan, thinking that if it wasn't for the fact that his husband confessed something openly with himself yesterday, it would be his husband who would be lying here tonight. After all, the situation in the South Shui domain, tomorrow he will move to leave. Thinking of this, Zhu Nanji looked at Lu Jinan and asked, "Is your husband's business finished? Doesn't it take 7 days? Guess how long you slept?" Zhu Nanji's heart was shocked, but she calmed down after feeling it for a while. "Your husband is teasing my concubine again. If 7 days have passed, the amount is not enough." Watching the movement of her placing her right hand on the small of her back, Lu Jinan let out a laugh. "Your way of timing is really special. My business is not important. Refining you into a sword spirit is more important. Your husband really cares about my concubine." Zhu Nanji smiled dully, and then he saw Lu Jinan suddenly speed up the extension of the spell, directly using the wooden bed as the center to unfold the formation for refining the sword spirit. "What?" Zhu Nanji's expression stiffened. "Sangong, you, think of it as you poisoning my body." Lu Jinan spoke in a calm tone. "But now that you can't use your spiritual power, how can you catalyze the poison in my body? If you really have a solution, why don't you use it to come out? So there's no need to procrastinate. Mother, staying with you for such a long time is already a mercy from me." Zhu Nanji was a bit panicked inside. The body-locking spell that he had created based on the Qingmiao Palace's canonical books naturally needed a primer to be activated. And when it came to the primer, it had to do with spiritual power. The body-locking spell created by Qingmiao Palace canon naturally requires a primer to activate it. And when it comes to primers, it is related to spiritual energy. But now his whole body meridians are sealed. Spiritual power cannot be mobilized at all. In addition to panicking, she also found herself a little heartbroken. Uninhibited feelings still want to refine themselves into a sword spirit of the Sagittarius is so great. No wonder Sangong is a past sage realm sage. At a young age this calm determination is also too fascinating. No, this is not the time to be a nymphomaniac. Zhu Nanji suppressed the thoughts in her mind, not showing the slightest crack on the surface. Glancing at the gradually rising formation, she smiled calmly. "As long as your husband's spiritual power comes into contact with the concubine's blood, you will understand that the concubine is not lying. The refining of the sword spirit could not escape the use of blood, for it was necessary to melt the soul with blood." Saying that, she glanced at the pool of blood that was about to reach the bottom again, and continued with a cool head. "This is the inner hall of the Sagittarius Healing Center, which is in the Blood Emperor city, in this city where demonic cultivators converge. Would the Sagittarius dare to gamble on the consequences of losing his spiritual power?" Upon hearing this, hesitation flashed under Lu Jinan's eyes. Zhu Nanji's heart felt a bit more at ease, slightly straightening her body, revealing a sense of tenderness that I can see. "Your husband will protect and have mercy on your concubine, right? She bets that the Sagittarius wouldn't dare to be generous." Lu Jinan's face sank slightly as he twisted his head to look at the pool of blood, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly for a few moments, but he soon looked back at Zhu Nanji. "I really don't want to let you go." Zhu Nanji tilted her head and looked at him. "Then what does the Sangha want to do?" Lu Jinan stared at Zhu Nanji for a while, and with a wave of his right hand he withdrew his spiritual power. "What kind of poison did you give me? Tell your husband." "Your husband can't solve it either." Zhu Nanji's smile relaxed a few more points. "Only the concubine can solve it herself." "I can't trust you," Lu Jinan said indifferently, then directly threw a milky white pill into her hand with an expressionless face. "Eat it." Looking at the indifferent Sangong, Zhu Nanji's heart tip trembled, and her eyes flooded with light watery mist as she felt her bones tingling for a moment. "At a time like this, my husband is still seducing himself." Zhu Nanji pinched up the pill and just sent it to her lips. "Remembering something?" she asked with some anticipation. "Is your husband tolerant?" Lu Jinan said faintly. "You don't have a choice. If my husband has said so, my concubine is willing to do it." Zhu Nanji with a smile on her face, the Dan pill into her mouth, eyes slightly narrowed. Today saw a different Sangong. Especially the cold Sangong also made his heart flutter. More want to see the contrast in the future after refining him into a sword spirit. It has a milky flavor and is very sweet. Zhu Nanji subconsciously chewed a few times. "Are you sure it's poison, Mr. Sang?" "I made my own Dan," Lu Jinan said lightly. "The sweeter the toxicity is hidden, the stronger the toxicity." Zhu Nanji did not doubt it. After all, the Sangha is also betting on the future. And NBSP, concubine finished eating. Zhu Nanji deliberately leaned forward, lightly opened the red lips, slightly stretching the tip of the tongue. so that Shanggong clearly see themselves to eat the pills cleanly. Looking at the traces of milky white Dan pills remaining on her tongue, the corner of the eye of Lu Jinan jumped. This kind of time is still colorful. Lu Jinan didn't move and lifted his right hand to inject a spiritual force into her frozen meridians, moving cleanly as a way of showing his own peace of mind after giving her the elixir pill he had consumed. You're able to mobilize some of your energy now. Detoxify. Listening to the voice of Xianggong, Zhu Nanji sighed regretfully at the bottom of her heart. She didn't regret half a year of night and day. She was only regretting that she hadn't started earlier than Xianggong, resulting in the loss of her efforts and being held by Xianggong. He's the man I fell in love with at first sight. Zhu Nanji let out a low laugh, and did not continue to drag the time to make his husband unhappy. His hands strangled and began to detoxify the poison. Lu Jinan watched Zhu Nanji perform a spell he hadn't seen before, and then he felt an uncountable number of floating particles that were transparent with a hint of red appearing in the meridians of his entire body. A poison that corresponded to the realm was not considered a poison when it was discovered, so Lu Jinan immediately dispelled the particles spread throughout his meridians with his spiritual power. His heart greatly settled. Everything is under control, or your own skill. As for the use of such a tricky method, as reversing the flow of time, that is also a power in one's own hands. Ah, it is not a trick at all. Mother and I have the same way of poisoning. Lu Jinan, who was in a much lighter mood, joked. That's why my concubine feels that she and my husband are really made for each other. Zhu Nanji, who was also dispelling the toxin of the ice pillar cold frost flower in her body, spoke with a cheerful tone. But still, my husband's skill is superior, and my concubine is still poisoned now. Lu Jinan smiled. Is the candy good? The smile on Zhu Nanji's face froze. Sugar. Sugar? Hoo. Her breathing gradually became more rapid, and if it was a normal person, they would definitely think that she was on the verge of a rampage of being tricked. But Lu Jinan, who already had a good understanding of how sick Zhu Nanji was, didn't think that she was angry, so he stood still with an old sense of humor and watched Zhu Nanji's gradually brightening eyes. Sangong really is. Cheeks scarlet. Zhu Nanji nostrils sharply, long eyelashes lightly fluttering between sky blue eyes in the infatuation and morbid as if there is a kind of marvelous attraction. She directly pounced on Lu Jinan, her voice filled with pleasure. Really holding my concubine to death? Zhu Nanji's reaction was not unexpected by Lu Jinan, but he didn't catch Zhu Nanji like a migratory bird returning to its nest, but dodged to the side. Why are you hiding? Zhu Nanji, who had pounced, stomped her foot and looked at Lu Jinan with a grudging face. Would my concubine eat my husband? Lu Jinan said unhurriedly. The poison that my mother planted in me uses the blood of a virgin as a guide. What if I can replace it with essence blood and seal my meridians? He calmly looked at Zhu Nanji, now that the toxin had been relieved. Then for Zhu Nanji it was left to temper her into a worshipful sickly girl. Gotta be more careful in this case. Zhu Nanji bit her lip. Concubine just wants to hug her husbands. Lu Jinan changed the topic without being moved. Your mother also came to Nanhwa domain for a purpose, right? Have you finished your business? Upon hearing this, Zhu Nanji's pupils shrunk. What does your husband mean by this? Do you want to get together with your concubine? After a pause, she shook her head to herself again. No. If my husband really wanted to get along with my concubine, he wouldn't have wanted to refine my concubine into a sword spirit, and he wouldn't have called my concubine mama after the poison was detoxified. Your husband still cares about your concubine, right? Right. Lu Jinan didn't deny it. Even though we didn't make friends, it's impossible to be unmoved after so long. Concubine likes my husband more than my husband likes my concubine, Zhu Nanji seriously emphasized, because the concubine moved her heart first. After seeing color is greedy for my body. Lu Jinan smiled slightly. Before he finished, Zhu Nanji interrupted his voice. Will heartbeat faster is moving heart. According to this, I also crave your body. Lu Jinan came to the blood pool and reached out to take the short sword in the blood pool, at the same time wiping away the array that was refining the essence blood. Zhu Nanji gazed at the side of his face and spoke softly. Does your husband give up his concubine? Lu Jinan turned to look at her. If you can't give up, you'll come with me? Zhu Nanji thumped her heart. She very much wanted to do so, because then she could stay by his side all the time without having to refine Shanggong into a sword spirit. But heartbeat to heartbeat, she herself would not do that. Parents died early in their own childhood. Was Qingmiao Palace master brought back to the palace to teach? So many years. The palace master is both a strict teacher and a loving mother. This grace are not yet exhausted. And how can I do sorry for her cultivation of things? Zhu Nanji spread her face and smiled. My concubine would love to double date with my husband, but I can't do that. Lu Jinan looked at her quietly. That's why you wanted to poison me and take me away? Sort of. Zhu Nanji looked at Lu Jinan with lingering eyes and said softly, concubine can't apologize to master. Master is a female. Looking at Zhu Nanji speed up the speed of speech to hurry to emphasize the appearance. Lu Jinan cannot help but smile. See him still laugh. Zhu Nanji cannot help but glare at him. Concubine. People are for you to consider. You still laugh. Aren't I happy? Doesn't look like it to me. Zhu Nanji hummed lightly. I know you must be a little more afraid of me now, because you don't know what my purpose in poisoning you was, right? Right. Lu Jinan honestly admitted. It doesn't matter. Zhu Nanji had an expression of knowing what he was thinking. I'll make you like me completely. Even if you know the purpose of my poisoning, you'll still like me willingly. Talking about love after the room first? Who made you afraid of me now? Zhu Nanji wrapped her arms around her chest. I'm also not afraid that you're going to poison me again when you're cold. So, it can only be like this first. Lu Jinan's eyes were slightly lowered, and after a long time, he made a bow towards Zhu Nanji. Fairy Zhu. I'll see you later. Zhu Nanji lightly bit her lower lip. A layer of water mist contained in her sky blue watery eyes, opened her mouth to say something, and then became infatuated as she watched him bending over and making a bow. Sagittarius is also too polite, and the gesture of bowing is also standard. It looks like you have a good family education. It would be even better if you bowed when you paid your respects. Definitely won't let you escape. Sagittarius, she spoke softly. HM? Lu Jinan raised his head to look at her, changing her address back again, and just as he was about to open his mouth, he realized that Zhu Nanji, whose cheeks were scarlet and whose eyes were misty, slowly pinched up the train of her own skirt, revealing those pair of white jade flawless and voluptuous legs. Lu Jinan's expression was dumbfounded, and then he saw Zhu Nanji switch to carrying the hem of her skirt with one hand, swiping her right hand across her thigh, and boldly and slowly making a yet gesture with the back of her hand facing him. His eyes converged at once on her long, warm fingers. Sunga, do you want to ease my concubine's thoughts before you leave? Chapter 15. No more chevron dresses. Sunga, do you want to ease my concubine's thoughts before you leave? Zhu Nanji under the candlelight in the inner hall, her legs slightly divided, the skirt lifted by her left hand pressed at her belly, slightly bowing her waist with the fingertips of her right hand downward. Yeah, a very seductive sense of impact of the fall of a fairy. Hiss. Lu Jinan, who had been watching for a short while, incredulously shifted his gaze to Zhu Nanji's rosy cheeks and pursed his somewhat dry lips. You always surprise me. It's all because Sangong fascinates concubine too much. Zhu Nanji exhaled like orchids, as if she was a bit tired from displaying her waist suppleness. Her voice had a tremor in it. My concubine thought, if Sangong feeds my concubine some propping up, it will alleviate my thoughts to a great extent. Otherwise, what can I do if I miss my husband when he's not around? The corner of Lu Jinan's mouth twitched, restraining his inner desire. Better forget it. I don't want to get hit by the poison that I can't escape again. With that, he turned around and headed outside. Lu Jinan's answer did not surprise Zhu Nanji. If her husband really came, she would also dare to bipolar reversal. She is confident in her appearance and figure, and more obsessed with Lu Jinan, restrained at this point to control the desire. Gently pursing her lips, Zhu Nanji laughed in a low voice. Her purpose was also just to make her Sunga firmly remember the road he had traveled uninterruptedly for half a year before he left. Let the Sagittarius deepen his memory, and he may recall himself at this moment every day. It is said that the more you think about someone, then the feelings naturally deepen. Zhu Nanji put down her skirt and looked at Lu Jinan, who was about to walk into the rainy night, and suddenly opened her mouth. Mr. Lu. Lu Jinan's footsteps lurched and he turned back to look at her. Ha! Zhu Nanji gazed deeply into his dark eyes, and with her right hand outwardly, she also made a bow to him. See you later. Good. Be Kupai. Come. As Lu Jinan's words fell, Zhu Nanji, who was bending over, clearly felt her sight brighten a few points, as her husband's shadow was no longer there. Zhu Nanji, who lightly bit her lower lip, looked up at the dark rainy night outside the door, her long eyelashes lightly trembling, her vision blurring for a few moments like a curtain of rain. Tilting her head and taking a deep breath, Zhu Nanji murmured and whispered, It's not like my husband doesn't want me anymore. After calming her thoughts, Zhu Nanji took a step out of the medical center, and not a single drop fell on her body despite the wind and rain. Closing the door of the medical center, she raised her right hand and placed it on the wooden door. Her spiritual power spread from her palm like frost, covering the entire medical center in an instant. Ka! With a crisp sound, the entire medical center was transformed into dots of ice crystals that dispersed in the air with the wind. After all, this is the place where Sagiri has stayed for over a year. If the Southtrue Alliance wins, then this place will inevitably go up in flames, so it would be better to let yourself be destroyed first, until all the ice crystals dissipated. Zhu Nanji, whose eyes were clear and cold, suddenly thought of something. That is, what was the opportunity for Sagiri to refine himself into a sword spirit? She herself wanted to refine her husband into a sword spirit because she had no way to bring him back to Qingmiao Palace, And what about him? The clan doesn't accept female disciples? It's impossible. The sect that can cultivate such a young past saint realm saint as Shandong is bound to be not a small sect, and the top sects have only heard of the ones that don't accept male disciples. Where is the one that doesn't accept female disciples? Forget it, it will be clear the next time I see my husband. I don't know how long it will take. Convergence of mind. Zhu Nanji walked into the rain curtain, when the moment to hurry to finish the master's account of another thing, and then return to the clan to properly investigate the identity of the phase of the grandfather. So young Tongshang realm is bound to be not a well-known person. Just now, I should have asked the Sagittarius if his name is really Luan. Just returned to the countryside mansion where she and her husband have lived for a year and a half. Zhu Nanji was about to open the door, and Hanyu took the first step to open the door from the inside. Miss, you returned too. Thinking that Zhu Nanji would send food to that guy like yesterday and would come back with him. Hanyu saw Zhu Nanji's side empty and asked strangely, where is he? Zhu Nanji did not answer this question and asked as he walked inside, I will bathe first. The situation seems to be relatively optimistic. Accompanying Zhu Nanji into the inner rooms while preparing the bathing water, he said, Li Huangquan has indeed broken through to the sitting illumination realm, but the probability is that the South True Alliance has obtained a defense formation from the True Lord's ancient tomb, which will be able to temporarily slow down the Blood Emperor sect's attack. Lin Mu is also in the middle of his seclusion, and I used the detection stone to also discover that the aura of the flawless immortal body that Shali possesses has thickened by a few more points, and there is a hidden tendency of awakening. And it's obvious that Li Juan Huanchuan's sudden breakthrough to the sitting illumination realm has also given her a sense of urgency. Zhu Nanji, who had removed her clothes, sat down in the bathtub and closed her eyes without uttering a word as she cleaned her body after sweating. Washed and washed, her cheeks slightly red, although at that time in the medical center in fascination with the Sagittarius almost reverse flow, but fortunately wasted only their own, did not let the Sagittarius leave themselves. At this point she never wasted a moment. Zhu Nanji also never worried about returning to Qingmiao Palace with a pregnant belly. She did not want the child to share the favor of her husband. How long do you think it will take for Xiaoli to awaken the flawless immortal body? Zhu Nanji forced herself not to think about Xiangli and asked in a diverting manner. Xiaoli is also in the late stage of the Yun Dao realm now. Normally when she reaches the sitting illumination realm she will awaken the flawless immortal body. Li Huangquan is now attacking ferociously. If there are no accidents, she will be able to awaken the day after tomorrow at the latest. Containing Mist spoke out all the information he had. It's just that I don't know if Lin Mu can break through normally. It would be bad if an accident caused Xiao Li's Dao heart to shatter. Zhu Nanji said unconcernedly, it's fine if he's not dead, and if he's alive Xiao Li will have the motivation to improve his cultivation and think of ways to help him. Although the immaculate immortal body and the flawless immortal body were the same immortal body, the former was a bit higher in rank than the latter, because flawlessness is only the flawlessness of the body, born with smooth meridians. There is no bottleneck in the pre-cultivation stage, while flawlessness is not only the flawlessness of the body, but also the flawlessness of the mind. That is to say, it won't be disturbed by the demons of the mind. Therefore, Zhu Nanji understood that as long as the one surnamed Lin didn't die, then Xiaoli wouldn't have wasted her flawless immortal body due to her Taoist heart being dusty. As long as she was brought back to the palace to acquire the supreme forgetfulness immortal technique, so that the Dao mind could keep up with the immaculate immortal body, she would surely be able to step into the divine progenitor and become an immortal in time. Check it out later. Zhu Nanji came out of the bathtub, and Hanyu had already thoughtfully prepared her clothes. Zhu Nanji was about to go and get it when her fingers lashed out. No more chevron dresses. Bring me the set of cross-neck jacket dresses I had when I first came here. Although Hanyu was puzzled, she rushed to find her clothes. Zhu Nanji let out a light laugh. The chevron dress is beautiful, but it is more exposed, and his own figure is good, so his collarbone and some whiteness will be shown. Nowadays, you can't show yourself in front of your husband, so you don't need to dress up. Quickly changing into the pure white cross-neck jacket that Hanyu brought over, Zhu Nanji put on a long shirt of the same color, covering her curvaceous and moving torso tightly. Even her beautiful white neck was also hidden between the two strands of dark green hair that hung down from her shoulders. After simply combing a half-tied, half-draped hairstyle and fixing it with a jade hairpin, Zhu Nanji stepped into the rainy night. Hanyu looked at Zhu Nanji dumbfounded. This was the holy maiden she knew. The holy maiden who was cool, noble and elegant, untainted by the dust of the world. But how come the holy maiden Sama suddenly stopped wearing the coiffure of a woman who was already a wife? She's been wearing her hair like this for a year. Could it be that the holy maiden Sama has refined that guy into a sword spirit? Thinking of this, Hanyu's eyes suddenly lit up. It's quite possible. That's why that guy didn't come back. That's why the holy maiden lord didn't talk much about that guy tonight. And that's why the holy maiden lord reverted back to his cool and dusty appearance. For it has been redolent of the world. Thinking of this, Hanyu's face could not hide her happiness as she chased after him, but when she reached Zhu Nanji's side, she collected her smile and did not ask more questions. After all, after being able to think of the holy maiden lord refining the Sungda into a sword spirit with her own hands, her mood at the moment was not considered to be a good one. That's great. Everything is in the holy maiden Sama's plan. The look on that guy's face must have been amazing, but it doesn't matter. This way the holy maiden Sama will be able to testify to the immortal path and become famous. Hamo thought happily. Chapter 16. Even if they are from the upper world, they can't break the regulations. After Li Huangquan broke through the realm and came out of the gate, he took away all of the middle and high-end combatants of the clan, and the only remaining old and weak women and children were full of happiness as they nagged while taking shelter from the rain inside the clan gate where the clan protection formation was open. Sitting in the middle of the ancient and simple hall facing north and south, Lu Jinan grandly occupied this council hall that had been thousands of years old, and performed his morning exercises under the eaves of the roof where the sky and the earth had already dawned and the morning rains had fallen. The remaining old and weak of the Blood Emperor's sect were not qualified to set foot here. In the sound of pouring rain, Lu Jinan's breathing gradually smooth and rich in frequency, inhalation process, so that the breath through the nostrils and deep into the abdominal cavity, mobilizing the 5 viscera and 6 bowels of the qi and blood. Feel the qi and blood brought about by the sense of fullness. After circulating this clear qi in the body for 1 week, it is gradually discharged from the mouth and nose with the turbid qi generated from impurities, over and over again in the cycle. The heart was powerful. Qi and blood filled up, especially on the surface of the body gradually covered with a light layer of red fluorescence. Phew! In the midst of the rain, a kestrel whistled and landed on the floor tiles under the eaves of the house, shaking the raindrops from its body with its wings open, and then stopped making any noise as it looked at the astral force that Lu Jinan had generated from his morning practice, which was different from his spiritual power. This is a sign that body refining has paid off. Xiaoming knew that eldest senior brother practiced in the morning every day, alternating between exercising his spiritual power and astral power every 2 days, and once every 3 days, exercising both his spiritual power and astral power at the same time. Eldest senior brother was very self-disciplined, but all along Xiaoming didn't understand why he still insisted on refining his body. After all, since 10,000 years ago, the human race's body refining course had not only failed to maintain its standard, but had instead been gradually regressing. Not only were more and more resources being consumed on the breakthroughs of the body refining realm, but it was also extremely difficult to break through the realm. Obviously, in the ancient times before the mastery of aura, the human race was relying on the exercise of a strong physical body to gradually rise. Although later mastered the aura and in the successive generations of failures to open up today's spiritual system, but body refining, even if it does not progress, there is no regression in the sense of the reason. The human race obviously body refining those inheritance is not broken. Is it because of the decline in human fitness? But even so, now the human race by virtue of the perfect spiritual power system has entered the forefront of the 100 races, which the strongest is not even weaker than the dragon and phoenix. So even if you do not refine the body is not a big problem. But why did eldest senior brother still insist on the resource-consuming and hardly fruitful body refining? Cocking his head and surveying for a while, Xiaoming no longer thought about this issue. Anyway, the Wan Dao sect was not lacking in resources. As long as the eldest senior brother's body refining did not make any mistakes, it was not a loss. Lu Jinan was still concentrating on his morning exercises, and he knew from Xiaoming's calmness that even after a night had passed, Li Huangquan still hadn't taken down the South Zhuo Alliance. Lu Jinan, who had internalized his own body's fullness of qi and blood, breathed in time with the rhythms of his internal organs and bowels. Although body refining and qi refining were 2 power systems, both focused heavily on the use of breathing techniques. Begins with the breath and ends with the breath. The qi fills the spiritual sea, the astral body and organs. Lu Jinan knew that today's human body refining system was much more difficult than in the past, but reincarnated and reborn for one life. In the case of refining qi especially, how could he think of not challenging his limits? Not to mention that there is no lack of cultivation resources around. This kind of meal is placed in front of the situation. If you still do not take the initiative to eat, like words, Nanji's self-created poison stealth and toxicity in conjunction with the spell is also too strong. Lu Jinan silently thought. Obviously he had already completed the basic body refining of practicing flesh, organs, forging bones, quenching marrow and condensing veins, but he still hadn't noticed the way Zhu Nanji had poisoned his body and the toxins lurking in his body. And NBSP, although Zhu Nanji said this poison is her self-created, but Lu Jinan think is certainly in the basis of the previous perfected, and the blood of the virgin as a guide, and floating particles in the ineffable small water beads contain a small drop of blood. Any way you think about it, it's a poison that only those women from the Acacia sect could be involved in. However, it also thought that Zhu Nanji might have been in the small dark house to dive into cultivation. so it was more likely that he had seen the predecessor of this poison from Qingmiao Palace. But then again, the Qingmiao Palace's kind of pure sanctuary had always looked down on the Acacia sect, so how could it have such a thing? In order for the disciples of Red Dust Entry to refine Sangha into a sword spirit like Nanji did, so they are also immodest? Inwardly spitting out a sigh, Lu Jinan collected his energy to end his morning exercise, pinched a spell to clean up the sweat on his body, and twisted his head to look at Xiaming. Any discoveries? Xiaming turned into a young girl with a double bun, crossed her arms and said with a straight face, "Yesterday, I remembered that I didn't have the test stone to check my physique on me until I set off. So nothing was found?" Lu Jinan smiled. "Of course not." Xiaming shook his head triumphantly. "I still found out that there's a late-stage Yindao realm called Shaoli beside Lin Mu, presiding over the defense array while Lin Mu was in seclusion, resisting the attack of Night Yellow Spring himself. A genius at first sight." Lu Jinan nodded. "That's fine. Right. Xiaming came to his side and asked curiously, "You said that Lin Mu came from the upper realm. Why would the upper realm send him to a poor countryside like this with such good conditions?" Lu Jinan put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "Lin Mu was from the upper realm, but not from the upper realm." A clear stupidity flashed in Xiaming's eyes, and then she crossed her arms and said in dissatisfaction, "Why are you becoming more and more like those old men in the clan? Speaking in a godly manner, can't you make it clearer? I can't understand it at all." Rumble. A thunderclap flashed across the sky, illuminating the morning's gloomy rain curtain even more brightly. Lu Jinan looked into the distance, just like the vision produced by Night Huanquan's breakthrough, but it was even more powerful than Night Huanquan. Xia Ming blinked. "He broke through? It was pretty fast." After a pause, she added positively, "Shouldn't we get going? There's no rush." "Wait here. Will he come over? Do you want me to go over and lure him over to strike?" Xia Ming was very excited. It had been a long time since he had seen his eldest brother make a move. "Don't." Lu Jinan stopped her. Xu Nanji was most likely over there right now. If she found out about Xiaming, the little bird that she had come into contact with the day before, what if she got jealous? Sickly jealousy is terrible. "He will come over," Lu Jinan said. "There's no need to hurry." "Alright then." Xiaming pressed on, a little curious as to how eldest senior brother let him come over. Lu Jinan smiled slightly and spoke again. "I just said that Lin Mu came from the upper realm, but then again, he didn't come from the upper realm, right?" "Aha!" Natsuki nodded quickly. "Why?" Lu Jinan turned toward the large hall and spoke softly. "Seize the body." Xia Ming's eyes instantly widened. Seize a body? Someone from the upper realm? Lu Jinan walked up the steps and sat on the patriarch's seat that originally belonged to Li Huanquan, looking out at the rain outside, and calmly said, "Even if it's someone from the upper realm, you can't break the rules." Chapter 17. Not even close to your Sangha. In the South Jua domain, above the ancient tomb of the sitting illumination realm true lord that had been discovered some time ago, the defense array protecting the place collapsed, and spiritual energy drifted across the sky and the earth like scraps of light. The Blood Emperor Sect's army that had surrounded the place cheered for their patriarch Night Huanquan before launching a general attack towards the South Shui Alliance that had been hiding inside like a shrunken turtle. On the dome of the sky, Night Huanquan, who had blood-colored spiritual energy surging around him, could not hide his annoyance as he stared down at the girl sitting weakly on the ground below, blood spilling from the corners of her mouth. He had clearly become the first sitting illumination realm true lord ever in the South Jua domain, and should have been invincible in the South Jua domain, but as a result, he had been blocked for a night by the defense array presided over by this girl. So many disciples under the door have seen themselves come with great momentum, but as a result, they are slow to take a defensive array where to hang their face. Although there was a bit of a mishap, it finally tore through this big formation. Li Huanquan clenched his hands and looked at Shaoli with stern eyes. "Now let's see who can still stop this seat." The pale-faced Shaoli wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and didn't budge. "When Brother Lin emerges from the gate to become a true lord, it will be the time for you, the devil, to die. Deadly? The benefits in the ancient tomb have all been obtained by this seat. What makes him break through?" Li Huanquan snorted coldly and flew towards Shaoli, with a sardonic smile on his face. "Besides, after grabbing you, this seat would like to see if Lin Mu still dares to resist." Not far from Shaoli, several women let out cries of alarm and tried to come over to help, but they were unable to move an inch with a single palm strike from Night Huanquan. Seeing this scene, Shaoli's face changed slightly. She must not fall into the hands of this devil, or it will affect Lin's own ability to not become a burden. With this thought, she violently raised her right hand and slapped towards her right chest with her remaining spiritual energy, about to kill her heart vein. "Want to die? Have you asked this seat's opinion?" Li Huanquan directly suppressed Shaoli, who had very little spiritual power left, with the cultivation pressure of the sitting illumination realm, and reached out to grab toward her neck. before you die, let this seed taste the nourishment of you, of beauty. Before the word flavor was even uttered, Li Huanchuan's pupils violently shrunk, and the stone door of the true lord's ancient tomb in front of him suddenly broke open, and a silhouette with a ferocious aura arrived in an instant, blasting with a fist. Sitting illumination realm? Li Huanchuan's face changed. He hastily defended but was still knocked back hundreds of meters. His expression came down ugly. Lin Mu, you actually broke through? Lin brother. Xiaoli looked at the figure in front of her in a daze, unable to hide the joy and admiration of being reborn after the robbery. I'm here. Lin Mu pulled Xiaoli up. Leave the rest to me. He glanced at the righteous people who died and were injured because of the protection of his seclusion, and then looked at Li Huanquan. Moving my woman. Today is the day of your death. As the words fell, Lin Mu released the spiritual energy in his body and attacked towards Li Huanquan with an unstoppable momentum. The fierce battle between the two sitting illumination realm cultivators was so loud that it caused the ground to shake, and as the South Shuo Alliance watched Lin Mu successfully break through the barrier, their morale soared as they began to counterattack. In the sky above where no one could notice, Zhu Nanju with a cool temperament stood on top of the flying sword, her clothes fluttering lightly, like a cold plum on the top of the snowy mountain that was left to stand alone. Behind her, Han Yu probed her head and watched the battle below, whispering, just now, Xiaoli was almost captured, and you didn't even panic at all. Well, Xu Nanji nodded casually. On the one hand, even if Xiaoli was captured, she would be able to protect her with her hands. On the other hand, she was again thinking about when and where she would meet with her husband next time. She couldn't help but get a little lost in thought. That Lin Mu is quite powerful. Containing Mist commented, only 20 years old. He broke through to the sitting illumination realm. Even if he is placed in a large sect, this speed is not slow at all. No surprises. He will definitely be able to break through to the passing sacred realm before the age of 25. But with your sword. Han Yu's tone gave a start. Knowing that the holy maiden's mood hadn't changed yet, she changed her tone and said, compared to your husband, it's not even close. Upon hearing this, the corners of Zhu Nanju's mouth unconsciously raised a smile, like a blooming cold plum, cold and arrogant with a gentle touch. Her clear and cold tone also became cheerful and pleased. That's who can compare to Xiangong? He's only 20 years old. Not only is he in the Passage Saint realm, he's also in the late Passage Saint realm. I'm a year older than him but I'm still not as good as him. Sangong is very powerful. Listening to the holy maiden Sama's voice that chattered endlessly at the mention of that guy, the smiling Hanyu blabbed at the right time. Anyway, that guy had been refined into a sword spirit, and she now had absolutely no aversion to the guy who had covered the holy maiden Sama in layer after layer of dirt. Everything is in the hands of the holy maiden, so the price the holy maiden pays is worth it. Continuously keep talking for a while. Feel the tendency of thoughts into a river. Junanji hastened to silently recite the too much forgetfulness immortal skill of the recipe to calm the heart. Sure enough, after half a year of night and day after the night and song all of a sudden separated, not yet able to get used to the days when his husband is not by his side for a short period of time. Just thinking about Sagittarius is a little bad. Cough. Zhu Nanji, who cleared his throat, looked at Xiaoli and turned to ask, how is it? Hanyu looked at the testing stone in her hand. Awakening the flawless immortal body is just short of the proverbial kick in the pants. It's only a matter of time before it's completely awakened. Xu Nanji nodded slightly and said no more. Hanyu looked again at the fierce battle between Lin Mu and Li Huanquan and asked curiously, who do you think will win? When Xu Nanji didn't say anything, Hanyu understood that the holy maiden lord was not at all interested in anything other than Xian Gong and the immaculate immortal body. It didn't even matter if Lin Mu lost, as long as nothing happened to Xiaoli. And after bringing Xiaoli back, the holy maiden lord's heart was only left with that fellow and the palace master. Hanyu silently thought, continued to look at the fight. In the gradually becoming smaller rain, suddenly said, hey, Lin Mu just broke the realm, but also prevailed. It's able to gradually suppress Knight Huanquan, and the technique Lin Mu cultivates is stronger than Knight Huanquan's blood emperor scripture. Without a word, Zhu Nanji silently thought that she would be able to take Xiaoli away today, and then immediately investigate her husband's identity after returning to the sect at the fastest speed, and then give him a surprise. If Sagittarius knows that he is the holy maiden of Qingmiao Palace, he must be very happy. After all, he personally made the holy maiden degenerate for more than half a year. Sagittarius' heart will certainly have a sense of excitement, right? Well, I have to be dignified when I meet my husband as a holy maiden, and through a sense of contrast to give birth to the identity that makes a holy maiden fall. It will surely stir up my husband's beastly desire to ruthlessly take me. Zhu Nanji smiled foolishly, and thought about what to do if her husband came to her door first. After all, she hadn't even hidden her body from her husband, let alone her name. Plus going back to inherit the position of the holy maiden and not diving anymore. So it's more likely that Sagittarius will get to know himself first. In the midst of his thoughts, Hanyu suddenly spoke out. Knight Huangquan has had one of his arms cut off. It's over? Zhu Nanji's eyes lit up. Able to bring Shaoli back to the palace? Not yet. TSK. Zhu Nanji looked into the distance with a lack of interest. Has Sangdong left the Nanhua domain now? Author thanks for the clear do not yet dry underscore 1500 coins reward. D500 coins reward. 300 coins reward. Doran 100 coins reward. Chapter 18 Sagiri. Blood Emperor Sect. Council Hall. Lu Jinan, who was sitting on the first seat, played with the short sword engraved with blood-colored patterns in his hand, and his eyes gazed at the rain outside, which had become a bit lighter, in an ancient and unperturbed manner. Hands propped up on his chin as he sat on the steps below. Xiaming yawned. Eldest senior brother. Who do you think will win? Obviously. Lu Jinan's eyes were slightly lowered as he looked at the eyes reflected in the short sword's blade. Lin Mu's own fortune has grown in the Blood Emperor's sects time and time again targeting. Time and time again turning peril into danger. On the contrary, the Blood Emperor's sect loses some of its manpower and resources with every failure, resulting in the benefits being taken by Lin Mu and his fortune decreasing instead of increasing. Talent and hard work are your own, and your chi and strength will expand with your experiences and eyesight. So as long as you're not lazy, it's only a matter of time before you win. Luck. Xiaming turned his head to look at Lu Jinan. Does eldest brother think that luck or talent is important? Reincarnation is a technical job. Lu Jinan snickered before continuing. But talent and hard work are more important. And this is especially true in the immortal cultivation realm. After all, most cultivators have similar chi luck. And the higher the talent and the more effort you put in, the more you can travel to the wider world, come into contact with more powerful people, and have richer experiences. The more you know and the more confident you are in yourself. And it's only at this point that chi becomes a decisive factor beyond talent and effort. Understood. Xia Ming hurriedly nodded. Although the ability to reincarnate is important, cultivators with similar backgrounds are always the majority, even if they work hard, but are limited by their talent. They can only be trapped in one place for the rest of their lives, not to mention getting to know even more powerful great cultivators. That's what it means, isn't it? Aha. Lu Jinan smiled. Even our Wan Dao sect won't come here to recruit disciples. It can only be the talented and hard-working cultivators here who one day themselves from out of here, and at some point in the future will either join on their own, or be brought back by the elders within the sect who see them. Just like Lin Mu came out from a small town and became famous in the South Shui domain step by step. Xia Ming patted his knee. If he doesn't have talent and doesn't work hard, he's still a mediocrity no matter how good his chi is, right? Aha. No wonder many of the big clans I've contacted after following the vice patriarch don't treat the clan's wastrels well, and some clans even remove them directly from the genealogy. Even though they have good luck and good reincarnation, they're nothing without talent. The immortal cultivation world is ultimately speaking in terms of individual strength. Lu Jinan looked outside again. Besides, the so-called scraps of the big families can't be scrapped any more than the lower limit of the immortal cultivation world. And, a mournful scream rang out outside. Xia Ming hurriedly ran out to check, and returned in no time. The blood of the old and weak women and children of the Blood Emperor sect were all drained of blood and flew off towards the distance. Click! Lu Jinan inserted his short sword into the armrest. Spiritual energy surged around him, and a few coldness appeared in his gaze. And there are some people in the upper realm, who have already found a way to keep their offspring from appearing as wastrels. Xia Ming reacted to the fact that eldest senior brother was following up on what he had just said. And then he saw that eldest senior brother was holding the short sword with a blood aura rhythm on the sword body, and shot out and disappeared in the rain. Lu Jinan spoke quietly. They let the clan's wastrels take over the chi-luckers through a secret method, thus allowing the wastrels to become geniuses. If the geniuses cultivated this way can be stronger than the geniuses cultivated within the clan, it's a big profit. If it's just equal, it's not a loss. If the geniuses cultivated in this way can be stronger than the geniuses cultivated within the clan, it's a big profit. And it's not a loss if it's just the same. It doesn't matter if it doesn't grow, because all they lost was a scrap. In the sky above the ancient tomb, the blood ball condensed from the blood chi reflected the sky and earth into a scarlet red color, which was eerie and horrifying. Hundreds of kilometers of blood chi arrays covered the earth, and on top of the earth, the demonic cultivators of the Blood Emperor sect and its affiliated forces were drained of their blood and turned into dry corpses, with their parched faces still carrying the horror of their premortem lives. Not only the demonic cultivators, even the cultivators of the South Shui Alliance, were in this grand formation, and were blood sacrificed by Li Huangquan 5 out of 10. Lin Mu's face was ugly as he stared at Li Huangquan, who only had one arm left. You don't even spare your subordinates and relatives? Those who accomplish great things don't bother with small details. They died for this seat. They died for a good cause. Li Huangquan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and let out a sardonic laugh. As long as this seat is here, the Blood Emperor's sect will always be here, and the entire South Jua domain will become this seat's disciples. You are truly ruthless and deserving of the word animal. It's just a matter of becoming a king or losing a bandit. Li Huangquan tilted his head back to look at the blood-colored ball of light that had been sacrificed in blood, the spiritual energy in his body supporting this last card of his. If you die today, the infamous ones will be you and the Nanjua alliance behind you. After he said that, he looked at Lin Mu again. I just didn't expect that you would still be able to break through to the situated illumination realm after all the benefits in the ancient tomb were taken by me. Lin Mu took a deep breath. Although you took most of the treasures in the ancient tomb, you surely didn't expect that the best treasures were on the bones of the tomb's owner. At these words, Li Huanchuan's face ugly down. But it doesn't matter. No matter what you got, don't want to block this move of this seat. Cough. Whap. Biku Pai. Lin Mu's eyes sharpened. With your current spiritual power you can support this spell? And you're not the only one with an undercurrent. Li Huanchuan's pupils shrunk. He didn't know if Lin Mu was bluffing or not, but at this point in time, he couldn't give the other party another chance. He raised his only remaining right hand high and fiercely shouted, Blood Emperor's great technique. Boom boom boom. The blood ball hovering high in the sky released a shocking pressure, but it only rolled forward a little, and in the next second, it seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, and swept toward the back. Li Huanchuan's face changed. What's going on? But at this moment, he couldn't care less about why his spell was out of his control, and swept along the trajectory of the blood ball at the first opportunity. Lin Mu frowned, but without much hesitation he chased after him. Today he will kill this devil and return a clear sky to the South Jua domain. Lin brother. Xiao Li's face changed slightly, due to the fear that it might be a trick of Knight Huangquan, so the other people could not even pull to catch up. Xiao Li ran off after Lin Mu. Han Yu hurriedly reminded Zhu Nanji, who was lost in thought. Zhu Nanji, who had returned to her senses, frowned. What a trouble. He also thought that he could let Xiao Li and surname Lin separate here and then take them away directly, but it turned out that he still had to run. Zhu Nanji did not say a word and Royal Flying Sword chased after him. Because of the reason of the Supreme Forgetfulness Immortal technique, it is really not possible to let Xiao Li directly take away without saying goodbye to that surnamed Lin. In case there is a problem with the Taoist heart, it will not be good. Above the Blood Emperor's sect, the blood ball stopped. The Knight Huangquan who had chased all the way here hadn't had time to take a breath, and in the next second, he felt himself being pulled by a great power into the council hall. What kind of person? Immortal? As soon as the frightened and angry Li Huangquan saw the figure sitting on the first place, his expression was ecstatic and he directly rolled and crawled over. Immortal, save me. Lin Mu, who had stepped through the threshold right after him, listened to Li Huanchuan's excited voice and looked ahead with a slightly changed expression. In the line of sight, the youth sitting on the first place of the Blood Emperor's sect waited until Knight Huangquan came over to him, and then without any haste, he pulled out the short sword on the armrest and stabbed it directly into Knight Huanchuan's heavenly aura. Watching the wailing Knight Huangquan being drained of blood and turned into a dry corpse, and listening to the short sword emitting a pleasurable sword sound, Lin Mu was chilled all over. When did the Blood Emperor's sect rely on such a demonic cultivator? Lu Jinan, who was holding the blade of his sword, shook off the dry body and looked at Lin Mu in a condescending manner. You, ha, Sajari. Author Fungus, chapter posting time is ready to be changed to 12 o'clock noon and 9:00 p.m. Chapter 19, The Husband and Wife. Ha, Sajari. The warm tones of surprise intertwined with surprise rang through the rain curtain and fell in the great hall. The lightly clothed figure broke into the great hall, instantly adding a splash of color to the somber atmosphere. When Zhu Nanji saw Lu Jinan, the moment originally contains the pistol to be released of the cool face will be like the blooming snow mountain cold plum, although light makeup and plain clothes, but like a poem, like a picture. Dark green hair like flowing clouds fluttering lightly, her footsteps are equally light and fast. In the blink of an eye she came to Lu Jinan's front, naturally sitting on his lap, her hands encircling his neck, her eyebrows arched, her voice like a murmuring stream. How could my husband be here? Lu Jinan was not surprised by Zhu Nanji's arrival. He had thought that if Zhu Nanji's purpose of coming here was to recruit disciples for Qingmiao Palace, then maybe they could meet up and then they could give her another surprise. Facing Zhu Nanji, who had only been separated for one night but acted as if she had been separated for a long time, Lu Jinan wrapped his arm around her waist and asked in mock surprise, "Why are you here too?" "Of course I was attracted to you." Zhu Nanji's sky-blue eyes were flooded with joyful moistness. Her petite body softly snuggled into Lu Jinan's embrace, exhaling like orchids. "Xiangdong and my concubine are really too much destiny," knew Penjing, listening to her very coaxing pettiness, sniffing the fragrance coming from her hair, and feeling the touch of her warm and soft petite body under her clothes. Lu Jinan's body was instinctively not controlled by his brain. Zhu Nanji's eyebrows arched, and the shallow breathing at the tip of her nose gradually became disorganized. Phase. Be good. Lu Jinan hurriedly raised his hand to cover her delicate face. I still have things to take care of. Lightly humming, Zhu Nanji sniffed the scent of his neck obsessively. Although she didn't continue to be pampered, she didn't leave from Lu Jinan's lap either. Concubine doesn't bother my husband. Wasn't it still Mr. Lu last night? Lu Jinan snickered. How can a year-and-a-half habit be changed so easily? Zhu Nanji plucked out a glance at him. Unlike you, the number of times you call mama is just a handful. I mainly didn't expect to meet again so soon. Lu Jinan smiled and turned his head to look at Lin Mu, and the girl who had walked up to him. The odds were that this girl was the purpose of Zhu Nanji's trip, otherwise she wouldn't have come over. Concubine. The tone of a beat. Zhu Nanji still changed the name. After all, so soon to see each other again. The heart of the malefactor must still be afraid of the mother poisoned this thing. I also did not expect to see you again so soon with Mr. Lu. Pretty good. Lu Jinan spoke softly. I was able to see you one more time before I left. Zhu Nanji's eyes were slightly misty. His husband's speech was just too good. Let's chat here first. Lu Jinan patted Zhu Nanji's soft waist, signaling her to get up. Zhu Nanji obediently left, and when Lu Jinan got up and took a step, he followed behind him with his eyes full of him. At this moment, Han Yu, who was standing at the entrance of the main hall, looked at Lu Jinan dumbfounded, feeling that her brain was a bit turned around. Hasn't this guy been turned into a sword spirit? Why is he here? If he wasn't refined into a sword spirit, why didn't he go back with Lord Holy Maiden last night? And why didn't the Holy Maiden mention him last night? She had always thought that it was because the Holy Maiden Lord was in a bad mood because she had refined her beloved into a sword spirit, and as a result, what is the situation now? What happened last night? Han Yu couldn't figure it out. Then she felt a line of sight sizing herself up, and when she turned her head to look, she met the line of sight with a young girl of about her own age, and then she sized up the other person as well. Lu Jinan came to a stop in front of Lin Mu. Zhu Nanji followed suit, and at this point reached out and pointed at the same time adding in a low voice to explain. I came over because of this girl called Xiaoli. Lu Jinan gave her a surprised look. I am because of this Lin Mu. Upon hearing this, Zhu Nanji's eyes lit up. Was she so destined to be with her husband? He came here for the red dust to enter the world, and the second is to bring back Xiaoli. I did not expect that the reason for the Sangong to come here can also be related to himself, and so on. Could Sunga have come to the South Jua domain to enter the world as well, and that's why he didn't reject his marriage proposal in the first place? Plus, he also wants to refine himself into a sword spirit, so it is very likely that he is the holy son of other clans who cultivate the Tao of forgetfulness. Simply a match made in heaven. Zhu Nanji's voice took on a joyful tone. Is it for the purpose of recruiting disciples? Sunga? Lin Mu and Xiaoli, who were listening to these words, looked at each other, and although their moods were still tense because of the two strangers in front of them, they relaxed slightly. No. Lu Jinan shook his head. I did it to kill him. As the words fell, Lin Mu's face immediately changed, and without the slightest hesitation, he pulled Xiaoli and flew backward. However, the sitting illumination realm was nothing in front of the passage saint realm. Lu Jinan's footsteps lurched, and within a stone's throw, he had already reached out and broken Lin Mu's spiritual defense, strangling the other party's neck and pressing him to the floor with a fierce fall. Bang! Powerful chokehold neck press directly let Lin Mu back under the floor appeared spiderweb cracks. Lin Mu himself is spitting blood. Expression instantly because of the pain became hideous. Hands dead grasped Lu Jinan's wrist but to no avail. Are you afraid that I will kill you? Lu Jinan breezily looked down at Lin Mu. Or are you afraid of something else? Brother Lin. Xiaoli rushed forward with a shrill cry, and even in the face of Zhu Nanji, who had taken a step out to block her path, she launched her attack without the slightest bit of reticence. However, the gap between Xiaoli and Zhu Nanji is even bigger than the gap between Lin Mu and Lu Jinan, because she is only an impregnated Dao realm. Even if she has awakened the immaculate immortal body in her anger at this moment, she is still only an impregnated Dao realm. Zhu Nanji merely gave an indifferent look. The forward-rushing Xiaoli fell uncontrollably to her knees on the floor, the bones in her entire body emitting a mournful cry of being overwhelmed. As she struggled to reach out, she could only let out an agonized but worried voice. Lin. Brother Lin. Not far away to see this scene, Han Yu face changed. The palace master means to bring back the Xiaoli who has a flawless immortal body. The saint lady adults now approach. Since your husband wants to kill Lin Mu, then my concubine will kill Xiaoli. Zhu Nanji lightly lifted her chin and twisted her head to look at Lu Jinan, her originally cool face showing a sickly adoration. Otherwise keeping her is a scourge. No, scourge can't be counted. With Sunga's strength he won't look at her squarely, but he can't let her disturb Sunga's purity like a fly in the future. Listening to the Holy Maiden Lord's voice, Hanyu's lips quirked, and in the end, she didn't say anything to dissuade her. Not to mention that Shaoli's flawless immortal body was not as good as Lord Holy Maiden's immaculate immortal body. And besides, it was more important for Lord Holy Maiden to complete the Red Dust Exodus and consolidate her Tao. The Palace Master would also certainly not overly chastise the Sacred Maiden Lord, who had been brought up by her since she was a child, for a flawless immortal body that she had never met. After his mind calmed down, Hanyu looked at the scene in front of him, and his expression gradually turned odd. A couple of dogs bullying another couple. It's kind of funny to watch. 500. Chapter 20. I will bury you together. When Shu Nanji, who wore a white dress that showed off her cool and dusty temperament, spoke in a strange tone in support of her husband, Lu Jinan couldn't help but shiver, especially when he saw the expression on her face at this moment. Lu Jinan recalled the state she was in when she was about to refine herself into a sword spirit before the reverse current time. I can't say it's exactly the same. I can only say it's indistinguishable. Unfolding aggression in a sickly girl is just so unnerving. The new Penjing. Lu Jinan silently averted his eyes, and secretly swore in his heart that he would never let this woman's strength surpass his own, or he would never be able to get ahead again. Xiang. Shu Nanji lightly opened her red lips, suddenly realized that she was too excited because of her husband singing and showing a side that made her husband wary, and couldn't help but quickly adjust her mindset. Curtains slightly drooped. A strand of green silk in front of her forehead half covered her eyes. Zhu Nanji's tone recovered a little bit of coldness. Mr. Lu, am I right? Lu Jinan nodded without moving. Shu Nanji spread her face and smiled, even though she didn't know why her husband had to lay hands on this Lin. But why should there be any need for a reason to help her husband out? And so on. Didn't you say what you were going to do was life-threatening? What life-threatening danger was there to speak of against an early-sitting illumination realm cultivator? Sang Ho lied to himself? The smile on Zhu Nanji's face gradually tightened, but instead of questioning now, he spoke softly. Mr. Lu, just kill it. I'll do it if you do. She wants to follow through with her husband and her wife. Lu Jinan didn't say anything. Instead, Lin Mu, who had been strangled, opened his mouth with a hideous expression and asked, are you trying to avenge the devil Li Huangquan? You have another guess in mind, don't you? Lu Jinan stood up carrying Lin Mu's neck and flung him over to Shaoli's side. His tone flat. For example, what's your name? The corner of Lin Mu's eyes twitched, and his hands propped up on the floor tightened slightly. Lin Mu. Ah. As soon as the words fell, Lu Jinan flexed his fingers and pressed. Lin Mu's thigh was immediately penetrated by spiritual power, and blood flowed like a stream. Brother Lin. Shaoli shouted out. The faint luminescence that belonged uniquely to the flawless immortal body lingered around her. Stimulated by the scene in front of her, she had directly broken through to the sitting illumination realm. Yet apart from the tears falling like rain, she still couldn't do anything. I will kill you. Shaoli stared at Lu Jinan with malicious eyes, as if a devouring ferocious beast. I swear. Zhu Nanji frowned slightly and was about to step in to teach this girl who couldn't stop staring at her husband a lesson, when her wrist was held by Lu Jinan, and she lowered her head in a well-behaved manner. The human race can determine their talent from the time they open their minds at the age of 7 and embark on the path of immortal cultivation. Lu Jinan looked at Lin Mu, who had already endured the pain and not said a word at this time. So before this age, it is impossible and not possible to do something about it. But after this age, one will have spiritual power and be able to feel the soul as well. Lu Jinan averted his eyes and took 2 steps forward to crouch in front of Shaoli. Zhu Nanji's eyes widened and she opened her mouth to speak. Yourself is much more beautiful than her. And the Sangong should not look at her, but it is still good to be upset, so bear it first, so don't rush to hate me first. Lu Jinan looked at Shaoli. You and Lin Mu were childhood sweethearts and accompanied him through the most torturous times before his 7-star channeling body was awakened, so it can be said that you are the one who understands him the most. You're the one who knows him best, so surely you must have noticed at some point that Rinmo struck you as a stranger like a different person. Shaoli, who had originally been disdainful of Lu Jinan's voice, couldn't help but be stunned by her expression when she heard this, and a long-time memory from when she was 8 years old surfaced in her mind. One day that year, when she saw Lin again, he was no longer disheveled and self-absorbed, but instead displayed a confidence that she had never seen before. Although not long after that day, Lin grew step by step to the present, but Shaoli can never forget the tone and attitude of Lin when he spoke to himself on that day. Strangely frightening to himself, but that would have been without much thought. Only that Ringo was transformed because he was able to embark on the path of immortality. But how could this kind of thing be known to the person in front of me? You've already given your answer. Lu Jinan twisted his head to look at the pale Lin Mu. It's impossible for a person to fail to notice the changes in the people closest to them. So I'll ask you again. Who are you? And from which clan of the self-proclaimed cloud-top upper realm? What do you mean? Xiaoli looked at Lu Jinan dumbfounded. Lin brother he. Taken over. That's all. Lu Jinan said indifferently. Behind her, Zhu Nanji revealed a thoughtful expression. No wonder the Sangha said that his life would be in danger. It was indeed a dangerous matter if the upper realm was involved. The Sagittarius is indeed looking out for his own safety. You're not brother Lin? Xiaoli twisted her head and stared straight at Lin Mu. Not the Lin brother who took me up the mountain to pick flowers and down the stream to catch fish? Lin Mu's lips quirked and closed his eyes without saying a word. Lu Jinan said indifferently. You just pulled her in the first place to try to escape. Since you like her, do you still want to hide it from her? Lin Mu clenched his hands and opened his eyes. His tone bitter. Yes. I took over Lin Mu. But this is his chance. Otherwise how could he have awakened the 7-star channeling body? How come you can't awaken? Lu Jinan interrupted his voice. What else can you who took over his body carry besides certain information that others don't know? And the 7-star channeling body was also awakened in the South Jua domain. So even if you don't take over his body, sooner or later he will be able to find this chance with his special physique's chi. Even so, Lin Mu tilted his head back to look at Lu Jinan and roared. But I inherited his will. And I inherited his body. And all those chances I got through life and death struggles. And everything was through my own efforts. I even saved the entire South Jua domain. And I didn't do anything to apologize for any things. If it weren't for you, I'd be Lin Mu. For life. He took a deep breath. I have taken over him. But the bloodline is not taken over. Even if there is a child in the future, it is not considered my child. I didn't even say anything about going this far for him. And will also go to the wider world for him. And become a strong party for him. So what's wrong with me? Lin Mu turned his head to look at Xiaoli. I have always remembered your goodness. Except for this matter I have never hidden anything from you. Who do you like? Is it me or the one who died without being able to give you anything? A childhood friend for 8 years and a teenage hero for 12 years. Xiaoli's lips quirked. Lin Mu, however, smiled happily. Leer, I've always been Lin Mu. Xiaoli's eyes contained tears as she took a deep breath and spoke in a small voice. Lin, brother Lin. Lin Mu's smile became even brighter. Xiaoli wiped her tears and twisted her head to look at Lu Jinan. Brother Lin saved Nanjua domain. He's a good person. Can we let him go? TSK. Lu Jinan got up and glanced at Zhu Nanji. This can't be helped. Zhu Nanji was still puzzled as to why he was saying this to himself when she saw her own husband looking at Lin Mu once again. Who were those guys you came into contact with in the desolate ruins cave? Xiaoli quickly looked at Lin Mu. Thinking that Lu Jinan would be merciful, she quickly signaled him to say tell the other side. I thought you would still ask me my name. Lin Mu laughed, then shook his head and said in a self-deprecating manner. I don't know. After all, since you know where I came from, then you must know that I'm just a wastrel. So if you want to know you'll have to ask them from on high. Lu Jinan nodded. Send you on your way. Why? Lin Mu's face changed. We. Xiaoli also rushed to protect in front of Lin Mu's body. Lin brother is a good person. He has not done anything to apologize. He's sorry for Lin Mu. Lu Jinan said in a breezy manner. He's a good, pitiful man. But rules are rules, and even in the upper realms, you can't break them. But, Xiaoli still had to speak. Lin Mu reached out to hold her shoulders and shook his head before looking at Lu Jinan. Let her go. No way. Lu Jinan's expression was indifferent. I don't like having flies disturbing my purity in the future. I will bury you together. Chapter 21. The master of the house is a woman. The curtain of rain seemed to be tinted scarlet under the overcast sky. Looking up at the blood chi contained in the huge blood ball being purified and drawn by the short sword engraved with blood-colored patterns, Hanyu secretly muttered, how do I look at it? It's like a devil cultivator. You're the devil cultivator. Xia Ming glared at Hanyu. The whole family is devil cultivators. Hanyu looked at this young girl who was about the same age as herself, and could tell at a glance that the other party was not a human. After all, there was still some difference between the spiritual energy of the human race and the demonic beasts. I said like. I didn't say yes. Hanyu hummed softly. Besides, whose rightful path is based on blood? That also depends on where it is used. Xiaming crossed his arms. If my family's big, male enhancement's son was a devil cultivator, he would have already blood sacrificed the entire South Shore domain. And still need to wait until now? Still need to only target the Blood Emperor's sect? Hanyu, think about it. No more words to look ahead. The corner of his mouth. That guy is not without hands. How can he have the nerve to let the Holy Virgin Lord hold the umbrella? In front of the tomb that had already been set up, Zhu Nanji, who was holding an oil paper umbrella in her left hand, looked at Lu Jinan with serene eyes as he erected the tombstone with the epitaph engraved on it, and then spoke softly. Mr. Lu was thinking about me just now, wasn't he? Lu Jinan backed away from her. What do you mean? Zhu Nanji smiled quietly. If it wasn't because of me, Mr. Lu wouldn't have explained so much to Xiaoli, but would have directly made a move on surname Lin. Am I right? Discovered by you? Lu Jinan cocked his head at her. So smart? As expected. You're very gentle. Even for his own sake. He did not forget to consider himself the lady of the house. Zhu Nanji happily and smugly lifted her chin lightly. Because Mr. Lu said to me just now that this can't be helped. I guessed that it was in consideration for me. Because you said you came for Xiaoli. Lu Jinan looked at the tombstone. And she chose Lin Mu, who was taken over. So she can only be an enemy. Saying that, he stretched out his right hand and watched the raindrops fall into his palm. And with a slight grip, it seemed that there was something that passed away with the wind between his hands. Zhu Nanji looked at Lu Jinan thoughtfully. She luck? His? Whom? Lu Jinan spoke softly. As you know, the sitting illumination realm is the realm of sitting and illuminating oneself and understanding oneself. In this realm, even if Lin Mu can conceal himself from the heavenly Tao through the secret methods of the upper realm, he will not be able to conceal himself from himself. So phase. You waited for a year and a half in the South Jua domain, Zhu Nanji suddenly realized, in order not to be tainted with his karma. I don't need it, nor can I see it. Lu Jinan smiled faintly, when he said himself that he wasn't Lin Mu. I didn't have to worry about involving his qi, because it wasn't Lin Mu he killed, but another rule breaker. Tian Daoa. Zhu Nanji shook his head. Sometimes it's like a little girl who is at the mercy of others, not afraid of being heard? Lu Jinan gave a snort. So what if he hears? What can he do? Zhu Nanji said carelessly. Even if he knows now that the upper realm is breaking the rules, he won't do anything. If they can hide the taking of the body from the heavenly Tao once, they can also hide it a second or third time. After a pause, Zhu Nanji said meaningfully, what's more, the way of heaven is merciless. Aha! Lu Jinan retrieved his rain-soaked hand and was about to shake it off when Zhu Nanji had already pulled out a square towel and placed it in his hand. Wipe it off. Thanks. Lu Jinan said as he wiped it off. I won't give it back to you. This is best. Zhu Nanji spread a smile. Then asked, why did you kill him and take his bloodline? 7-star channeling body. Lu Jinan said succinctly. Once awakened, it has a close connection with those Tao palaces above the heavenly vault. To refine the body? Aha. Lu Jinan nodded. I want to try how difficult body refining will be in this era. This is your qi. Zhu Nanji glanced at the tombstone. Why don't you ask which clan from the upper world? Doesn't matter. Lu Jinan said carelessly. No matter which clan it is, none of them are innocent. Zhu Nanji nodded. Those high and mighty guys in the upper realm must be competing for power in this rule-breaking way. Or else a certain clan that did this kind of thing would surely be punished. Obviously, doing the rule-breaking takeover thing together maximizes the benefits. If you kill him, will the upper realm know about you? Zhu Nanji looked at the side of his face, her eyes deep. It doesn't matter. Lu Jinan looked up at the gloomy sky. The upper realm is not invincible. And, I'm strong and I can be stronger. Zhu Nanji's eyes lit up as she looked at his eyes full of confidence, and saw another side of her husband that fascinated her even more. Also, there was a high probability that Sajiri's looks hadn't been camouflaged or he wouldn't have said something so confident, which made it even easier to figure him out when he got back. Lu Jinan did not move, glanced at Zhu Nanji's blazing eyes, and said, I'm more afraid of you than the upper world. After all, Zhu Nanji will quietly poison and refine the sword spirit when he catches the opportunity, so there is no defense. Suppressing the thoughts in his mind, Lu Jinan turned to look at the blood-colored ball of spiritual energy in the sky that had already been drawn out by the short sword, and with a wave of his hand, the short sword returned to his hand. Leaving again? Zhu Nanji blinked. Things are done. It's time to go back. Lu Jinan took a step towards the rain. She's not your patient. Zhu Nanji suddenly spoke up, obviously referring to Xia Ming, whom she had met once before. Why did you lie to me? Lu Jinan raised his fingers towards her separately as he walked. First, I've been wary of your kindness towards me. Second, because of that wariness, I'm concealing her origins. Is she one of yours? Zhu Nanji asked again. Not really. Lu Jinan walked to Xia Ming's side and turned to Zhu Nanji. Fairy Zhu. This time really. The last question. Zhu Nanji took 2 steps forward and hurriedly interrupted Lu Jinan's voice, staring straight at him. Mr. Lu, masters men and women? She originally wanted to ask Lu Jinan's real name, but changed her mind when she saw Xia Ming, the young girl who had once again appeared at her Sangha's side. The name would be known sooner or later, so she was more interested in knowing if Lu Jinan had any other women around him. Lu Jinan smiled slightly. Zhu Nanji's reaction did not exceed a few of his expectations. Because he had known that the probability was that he would still meet up with Zhu Nanji, he had prepared a second surprise for her. A surprise that would make Zhu Nanji, a sickly girl, divert some of her attention away from herself. The family teacher is female. Lu Jinan slowly spoke. I was under her tutelage when I was 10 years old. At those words, Zhu Nanji involuntarily tightened her grip on the umbrella handle, and the expression on her classical features completely froze. Lu Jinan made a polite bow. Nu Penjing. See you later. Author Fungus, thank you for the long night without fire 1000 coins reward. Cat House Raisin 500 coins reward. Is a small stool Acme 233 coins reward. 11 in the heart 100 coins reward. Swatting a mosquitoes 100 coins reward. The update time is placed at 12, noon and 8 p.m. Everyone read it early and rest early. Do not have to stay up all night. Chapter 22 The master of the Sangha must be ill-disposed toward the Sangha. Iman, my master has ordered you to disassociate yourself from that woman of unknown origin. Is that clear? You're the wife that Iman took in South Chorwick? A pretty face, but you don't think you took Iman's first time, do you? What kind of marriage is it when you don't even have 3 engagements, 6 rights, an open marriage, or an 8-carried sedan chair? After all, what does a hairless girl know about love? Iman has been by my side since she was 10 years old, and I know better than you what the way of a woman is, and I know better than you that Iman prefers a mature woman like me. Iman, come on, show this false maiden of yours just how comfortable master can make you. Bang! I watched my husband follow a mature woman whose appearance I couldn't see into the room, and watched my husband take the initiative to undress the other side, and then lingered on and said, master is really more moist. Zhu Nanji's eyes widened, anxious and annoyed, just shouted out a no, and then felt a heavenly rotation, and in the next second opened his eyes from the floor, breathing rapidly. Under the loose nightgown, the white and delicate torso was covered in cold sweat, the dark green hair was messy and stuck to the forehead, and the cool face was a little pale. Hoo-hoo! When the short-breathing Zhu Nanji took a good look at the environment she was in, her taut petite body gradually relaxed. Dream on. Zhu Nanji lightly bit her lower lip, although she relaxed a little inside. She felt a pang of annoyance when she thought of the scene in her dream. There are so many powerful cultivators on the continent. Why did Sangho choose to worship a woman as his teacher? Is she pretty? Especially surprisingly still do not recognize their own relationship with the Sangong. Even if it is a fake marriage, that is also living together for a year and a half. You have me, I have you relationship. That woman on what grounds do not agree to their own disciple marriage? And she said that she knows more about women than she does. Does she know what's so fascinating about a hairless girl? Because of a dream and annoyed by the nonsense Yunanji until Hanyu hurriedly ran in to ask questions of concern only temporarily suppressed the bottom of the heart thoughts. Are you not feeling well somewhere? Why are you sweating so coldly? It's fine. Junanji sat on the edge of the bed and looked at this bedroom where she had lived with her husband for more than half a year. What hour is it now? It has just reached dawning time. Hanyu looked at the holy maiden Sama's not-so-good expression and spoke cautiously. Are you having a nightmare? Shunanji was silent for a few seconds before she gritted her teeth and said, Sangha's master must be an old woman that no one wants. That's why she's hitting on Sangha. Ha? Hamu froze. WH? What? Shunanji looked at Hanyu and said with a single glance, why else would she take a 10-year-old male as her disciple? It must be for some unknown purpose. It's simply against the ethics of a teacher. Hanyu's lips quirked for a moment, thinking to himself, isn't it true that certain geniuses are taken in by great powers early on? You were brought back by the palace master when you were a child, and the palace master is both a strict teacher and a loving mother. Do you also have an unknown purpose for you? However, she realized that the holy maiden was having a nightmare because that guy had said, my master is a woman yesterday. Since returning here yesterday, the holy maiden Sama's expression has been very gloomy, and it's normal to have nightmares under daydreaming. So, Hanyu stood on Zhu Nanji's side and said, I think you're right, and NBSP, that must be it. Zhu Nanji nodded. That woman surely doesn't understand how rare a hairless girl is. That's why she thinks that Sangha will choose that old woman of hers. Well, Hanyu didn't know how to answer. Thinking that you and that guy's master have never met, how can you think that you have talked to her and take her words seriously just because of a dream? She wants to raise and eat Sangong. I have to not let her have her wish, said seriously. Zhu Nanji's voice gradually weakened, mumbled and whispered between changes in expression. She will not have already eaten Sangong, right? Sagittarius doesn't turn down beautiful meat delivered to his mouth, or he wouldn't have eaten me half a year ago. So if his master is shamelessly seducing him, Zhu Nanji couldn't help but clench her hands. Then she slapped the bed surface with displeasure, twisted her head to look at Hanyu and asked, do you know how to tell if it's a man's first time or not? Me? Hanyu stared wide-eyed and pointed at herself with a do I look like I know a lot about men expression. Holy maiden Sama, I also grew up in Qingmiao Palace, and I've just followed you to Lucan, so how could I understand it? Also, Zhu Nanji moved her eyes away with a light frown. I can only go back and ask my master to see if she understands. Hanyu blinked and didn't say anything. Then she heard Zhu Nanji suddenly ask again, do you think that Sangong will still have any sexy senior sisters? Cute senior sisters. And these women by his side? Thoughtfully Hanyu said. What if he's not from a clan? What if his master is just hired for him by his family? Upon hearing this, Zhu Nanji's eyes lit up, but then asked, then will there be an older sister who likes to tease him or a younger sister who looks up to him? Hanyu's eyes jumped out of the corner of her eyes and she said with a bit of a breakdown. I don't know. Well, it'll be clear when I see Sunga again next time. Zhu Nanji got up and went to the window to open it. The somewhat cool morning breeze hit her face and gradually calmed her heart. Even if Sangong really has other women around him, he still has to snatch Sangong over, especially the woman who is the master of Sangong in the dream. By what right do you look down on the hairless girl? In particular, the best chance to refine Sagittarius into a sword spirit was gone. So in order to succeed after that, not only did he have to lower Sagittarius's guard, but he also had to be wary of Sagittarius's master. In case Sagittarius went back and told his master about the poisoning thing, then he would definitely protect Sagittarius to death. To be able to train a young Sunga into a Passage Saint Realm sage, that woman must be very strong, and her current self was definitely no match. So, Zhu Nanji twisted her head to look at Hanyu, her expression resuming its cool and dusty look. Bathe, change your clothes, and depart immediately. Hanyu's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly went to get ready, thinking that she would finally be able to go back. It's that man's fault. Obviously she could have departed yesterday, but because of the phrase, my master is a woman, the holy maiden Sama was extremely upset and came back to this mansion to reminisce about the past. If she didn't know that man didn't know where the holy maiden lord came from, she would have really wondered if he was trying to intentionally destroy the holy maiden lord's forgetfulness Tao heart. Luckily, the holy maiden carries an immaculate immortal body and has a clear mind, or else she would really be enraged and go mad. Zhu Nanji slightly raised her head to look at the moon outside the window, raised her right hand to give it a false grip, and lightly opened her cherry lips. I'm not going to be polite, no matter who the enemy is. Chapter 23. The stalking business I'm going to do is being robbed? In the vast sky dome, a not-so-eye-catching dragon-headed flying boat swept by at an extremely fast speed, leaving behind a dazzling tail mane. The flying boat was surrounded by all kinds of formation patterns engraved by formation masters, thus allowing the flying boat to fly up to the sky, and no matter what kind of bad weather it encountered, it was able to maintain a smooth flight. The flying boat came from the South Shui domain, which was not known to many people, and crossed several realms before arriving at the great domain that possessed the gate of transcending space, which in turn shortened the time it took to travel to the Wan Dao sect. In the cabin of the boat, complicated array patterns intertwined into a formation. In the middle of the formation, sitting cross-legged Lu Jinan's hands pinched the spell. In front of his body, engraved with blood-colored patterns of short blades inserted into one of the formation's eyes. The blood beads at the hilt of the sword were saturated after absorbing the blood from the Knights Huanchuan's blood rituals as if it were an open bloodshot eye. Lu Jinan directly ignored the eerie feeling emanating from the bloodshot eyes as well as the feeling of wanting to involve his own soul into it, and with a serious expression, he coalesced the disordered blood chi above the hilt of the sword. Whap! Biku Pai! The disordered blood chi came from Lin Mu's 7-star channeling body. During the time he returned to the sect, besides eating and sleeping, he was utilizing his short sword to melt and refine the blood that contained the 7-star channeling body in his morning practice. Immortal body, saint body, these physique more and more from the bloodline. So Lu Jinan and the Kill Lin Mu at the same time will extract all the blood in his body. The use of short sword for active preservation, so that the 7 stars through the veins of the body is not so fast to dissipate after the body. On the way back to the clan will be the blood of the different organs will be melting and refining. After completing the process on the road, you can go straight to alchemy when you get back. Of course, the Dan that was refined was not meant to be eaten, but rather to make it a medium between himself and that Tao palace in the 9 heavens above. Because he has finished the cultivator's early stage of the use of a variety of elixirs to refine the physical body of the road. If you want to go further, then you have to lead the 9 heavenly stars of this external force, open up the body of the palace of the Tao, and then go further, with the body of a human. It is comparable to the dragon and the phoenix. Unfortunately, in today's era, the resources needed for human cultivators to refine their bodies are hundreds or thousands of times more than in the past, and unless they have a strong family background, they simply can't afford to refine their bodies. However, even for those with a strong family background, there was no one who had taken the body refining course to the extreme in this era. Lu Jinan's desire to refine his body was far stronger now than before, all because of the pressure Junanji had put on him. So he desperately wants to communicate with the 9 heavenly stars to open up the Tao palace in his body, so that he can completely be invulnerable to all poisons, and no longer need to worry about being secretly poisoned by Junanji to refine into a sword spirit. This road is as hard as it gets. It's the only chance, Lu Jinan silently thought. Although the 7-star channeling body was only a holy body, It only descended into the world once in hundreds of years, so once this opportunity was missed, the uncertainty of waiting for the next time could be too much. In case sometime in the future there will be such an accident as a card realm that causes Zhu Nanji to catch up, it is hard to guarantee that she will not fight with herself head-on, and then take advantage of the possibility of a double loss to directly reverse their own poison. Just thinking about this, Lu Jinan's attention became more and more focused. Time waved by, and when the early morning sunlight poured in through the window, Lu Jinan then also stopped melting and refining, and after saving the blood chi light mass of the 7-star passage vein into his short sword, he got up and walked out of the cabin of the boat onto the deck. As he began his morning exercises, he looked over at Xia Ming, who was sitting at the side of the ship looking around. "What are you looking at?" Xia Ming said without looking back. "Boring, look at the other flying boats below." "Okay." Lu Jinan no longer asked more questions. After watching for a while seemingly bored, Xia Ming jumped onto the deck and stretched out a big slouch. "Tonight I can finally return to the clan. That part of the South Shui domain is really too remote, and the closest great domain with the gate of crossing the sky is a 10-day journey, or else I would have gone back long ago." "Aha!" Lu Jinan answered back. "Are we going straight back to the sect?" Xia Ming asked excitedly. "To give the vice sect leader a surprise?" "Surprises are to be given, but don't go straight back to the clan," Lu Jinan said. "Go to Jing'an City first. I have to buy something to make master teacher and the girls calm down before I can do that." "Them? Who else?" "Of course it's you and your 3 little sisters." Lu Jingan gave her a smiling look. "Bribing you guys to help me put in more good words in front of master. You're too cunning." "Eldest senior brother." Xia Ming gave him a grimace. "What about eldest senior sister? Prepare a gift for her or not? Didn't master find a reason for me to go into seclusion? Does she know?" Lu Jinan asked. "I don't know now." Xia Ming shook his head. "Before you went to the desolate ruins cave, eldest senior sister went into seclusion, and I haven't seen her in the past year or so I don't know if she's out of seclusion now. She's really a cultivation fiend. With her talent she doesn't know what she's practicing in seclusion." Lu Jinan shook his head. "It's better to buy some, just in case." Oh, after the morning exercise, a simple breakfast and a change into a clean set of robes, Jing'an City was in sight. This city, situated in the Middle Fang realm and Chang'an domain, was built with a grand and imposing atmosphere because it was a power belonging to the Wan Dao sect. It was also because the immortal sect Wan Dao sect, which was the first of the 5 sects and 7 courts of the human race, was located in the Chang'an domain. So as far as the eye could see, there were people everywhere. Transfigure it. Before disembarking from the flying boat, Lu Jinan reminded Xia Ming because the probability of being recognized in this city was just too great. One was the Wan Dao sect's eldest senior brother, and the other was one of the Wan Dao sect's vice sovereign's 4 maids of honor, and the portrait had long since spread. "I understand." To surprise the vice patriarch, Xia Ming, who had put the flying boat into his storage bag, bounced around and followed Lu Jinan's side into the city. "We can't let the vice patriarch know that we've returned." Brilliant. After presenting the Wan Dao sect's ordinary purchase token, was able to walk through the city gates. The afternoon sunlight lightly sprinkled on top of the red bricks and green tiles and brightly colored pavilions and flying eaves. The streets were lined with stores and the bazaar was dusty and noisy. "Do you have something you want?" Lu Jinan, who was walking in front, asked out loud. Xia Ming, who was thinking that he had to properly slaughter his big senior brother, swept his side across a store and responded. "Let me think about it." Whom. Xia Ming looked strangely at Lu Jinan, who had stopped. "What's wrong?" Lu Jinan stared straight at a small clothing store named Yuejun Clothes Workshop not far away. Not because of how gorgeous the decoration of this clothing store was, but mainly attracted by the clothes in the hands of the woman standing at the door. A pair of black silk stockings. Stockings? Or black silk? Or knee-high black silk? Lu Jinan corner of the eye jumped. He also thought to return to the clan to do this business, ruthlessly earn a large amount of it. The results of this just came back to find that was preempted. Which business? With curiosity in his heart, Lu Jinan took a step and walked over. "Author Fungus, thank you for the Alliance of the Scarless reward. The Red Dust Calendar 1000 coins reward. Xiao Ruoli de Lan Friend 100 coins reward. The Magical Name Change Rule 100 coins reward. Iriki no Duck 100 coins reward. Wanta Yen Ruyu 100 coins reward. Also, sorry for having Zhu Nanji dreaming about the male lead's real name at the beginning of the last chapter. I wrote it fast and didn't go over my head. I've corrected it. Sorry. Chapter 24, Buy a stocking for your teacher. At the entrance of Yuejun Clothes Workshop, the woman wearing a light-colored dress felt the sight of the crowd coming and going, and couldn't help but pinch some of the black stockings with a silky texture in her hands. She had already been marketing here for 7 days, and although she had attracted many curious inquiries from the cultivators, after making introductions as well as displaying the black stockings on her legs, although the male and female cultivators were still curious. They were just curious. The female cultivators, in particular, left in droves after learning that the black stockings were clothing that had recently become all the rage in the Drunken Smoke Mansion, the Leaning Pavilion, and other greenhouses. She could tell that these female cultivators were unabashedly curious, but were too embarrassed to buy them in public, fearing that they would be treated as windswept women in a greenhouse. And those male cultivators obviously also like female cultivators to wear this kind of stocking tone. But most of the ones who come to Jingon City are decent people, at least superficially, so they are only looking at this kind of bold clothing from a distance without buying, and the ones who are flirtatious run directly to the greenhouse to experience it. So since the stockings were put on the shelves 7 days ago, in addition to the supply to the major greenhouses, only some bold female cultivators have bought a few pieces. By QUPI.com, to give a reward of 300 top-grade spirit crystals for selling one item. It really isn't that easy to earn. The woman sighed quietly and looked down at the silky stockings in her hands. How could they not be sold when it was obvious that everyone was interested? Excuse me, may I ask what this is? The woman who heard the voice looked up in a hurry to see the young man with a small maid, presumably a son of a certain family, staring curiously at the black stockings inquiringly after making a bow towards himself. You really have too much of an eye for this gentleman, the woman hurriedly and enthusiastically introduced. This is a new product taken from the spirit silkworm silk and revamped based on the luo stockings. Not only is it light and silky, but because it is longer than the normal luo stockings, it is more able to modify the shape of the legs and show the curves of the legs in a more perfect way. And there's no need to tie the stockings with ribbons like you have to do with rosics. As she spoke, she also tugged at the mouth of the black silk stockings with both hands, showing the elasticity of the stockings. The spirit silkworm silk not only gives the stockings elasticity, but also the texture is even cooler than blasphemous pants. Wearing this kind of stockings in the summer and pairing them with shorter blasphemous pants will give the woman a different kind of charm. After a pause, the woman lowered her voice again. And this kind of stockings can increase the love between beds more. The sales are very hot, so how come there are no guests? Let me see. Lu Jinan did not continue to pursue the question, reaching out to touch the stockings, but the woman was subconsciously shrinking her hand. Obviously, as the owner of the store, she also felt that this kind of stockings was a bit shameful. Lu Jinan glanced at her. Aren't you the seller? The woman whispered as she reaches back to hand it over. I only sell. It's not a small store item. Lu Jinan after receiving the black silk rubbed a few times. The feel of the silk is very delicate and silky, and probably in the spirit of the silk added some natural spiritual grass fibers, so that the black silk has a breathable, moisture absorbent, comfortable, and durable characteristics. This is undoubtedly stocking stuffers. It's true that someone can still do it if they want to. Lu Jinan silently thought. Even in his previous life, he also thought of the ancient silk products so developed and invented the case of stockings, silk pants and such things. So maybe someone has long been invented stockings, just due to the secular concepts of the times did not popularize it. Now reincarnated and reborn to the Yunding continent have not seen this kind of stockings, probably because they are all busy cultivating immortality? Silently thinking, Lu Jinan asked out loud, are there any other styles? Yes. The woman hurriedly invited Lu Jinan into the store. There are also white, transparent, fishing net-like. Lu Jinan glanced over and found that although the colors were rich, the appearance was all knee-high socks or short socks. There was no such thing as pantyhose or garter socks. Apparently, someone who invented this stocking still thinks of it purely as a sock and didn't consider the point of replacing profane pants completely. And Xia Ming, who was following behind Lu Jinan, stared wide-eyed at the wide array of stockings, especially when she saw the black stockings worn on the woman's legs. Her little face turned a little red because she felt ashamed. This kind of stockings look really make the legs look good, but how to feel so immodest look My lord, are you still satisfied? The woman who had finished her introduction asked expectantly. If you're still hesitating, you can touch the stockings on my legs, and I'll be sure to make you stop hesitating, said she slightly bent her leg and raised her knee to Lu Jinan's body, and in the eyes of Xia Ming, who had a small red face, this kind of stocking was even more immodest. How humiliating it is to wear these stockings. How can I meet people? Lu Jinan didn't touch the woman's legs and spoke directly. Black, transparent, and white each loaded up. Xia Ming looked at Lu Jinan with wide eyes. You are actually such a big senior brother. Wait a moment, Your Excellency. I'll be right there. The woman's eyes lit up. 300 top-grade spirit crystals. This was an amount that could not be earned for several years. Lu Jinan put the black silk in his hand aside and casually asked, can you tell me which item this is? I'd like to meet and maybe work together. I have ways to increase sales. I'm not sure, but I can relay it for you. The woman handed the 3 stockings wrapped in silk to Lu Jinan. In total, You need to pay 150 top-grade spirit crystals. So expensive. Xiaming's eyes widened. Duh, Gongzi. She's punking us. The woman was about to open her mouth in a hurry to explain. Lu Jinan waved his hand. It's fine. After saying that, he paid the spirit crystals and walked out of the store, and the woman respectfully sent out the door. Take care, sir, welcome to come back often. Xiaming looked back at the boss lady who was smiling like a flower, then glared at Lu Jinan. Eldest senior brother. How dare you spend so many top-grade spirit crystals to buy such a shameful thing? Where is the shame? Lu Jinan asked rhetorically. This is just shameful anyway. Xiaming's small face flushed. It looks immodest. You're still young and don't understand. Lu Jinan shook his head. I'm going to give it to master. Give it to the vice patriarch? Xiaming looked at him incredulously. Are you sure the vice patriarch won't beat you up? No. Lu Jinan smiled faintly. She'll like it, master. Also, he kinda wanted to see his master's silk legs. Xiaming opened his eyes wide. How could the vice patriarch like this kind of shameful clothing? Especially it is still the big senior brother who was an apprentice to send to the vice patriarch who was the master is simply like molestation. Although in the past, the vice patriarch had quite favored eldest brother, but it was within limits. How did eldest brother have the good sense to send such a shameful thing? What does big brother want? Eldest senior brother, do you really want to send it? Xiaming asked cautiously. Aha. Why? Lu Jinan said calmly, cultivators of my generation follow their hearts. Chapter 25. Why didn't you bring your maiden with you to let? There is a mountain in the center. The mountain is 10,000 feet high, stretches for 10,000 miles. Year-round smoke and clouds diffuse its mountainside. Thousands of stone peaks, lined up, will be this majestic world of the giant mountain-embellished fairy, dangerous, strange, and male. Rumor has it that countless flying gods and goddesses reside on the tops of several of those cloud-covered mountains, thus making this immortal mountain a place of renown. Although the legend was just a legend, for most of the cultivators in the cloud-top continent, the magnificent Changping Mountain with its sweeping view of the world was a holy place that they were incomparably longing for, because the Wandao sect, the #1 immortal sect in the world, is located here. When he arrived from Jing'an City at the foot of the mountain that the Wandao sect did not know about to outsiders, it was already full of moonlight. The bright moonlight coated the lofty mountains with a layer of fluorescence, and the magnificent and incomparable patterns could be seen spreading from the mountains in an arc in all directions, covering the sky and the earth. That was the Wandao sect's protector formation, which no one had broken in the last 10,000 years. Getting out of the flying boat, no one was around. In addition to the reason that this trail up the mountain was remote, it was also because this trail led directly to Taichu Peak, and for the vice patriarch Peiyou, who was sitting at Taichu Peak. The disciples of the Wandao sect were in awe of themselves. Lu Jinan, who had regained his original appearance, looked up at the dangerous peak that he had been away from for more than a year, and his entire body couldn't help but relax. For him, this is his second home. Stepping into the boundary, the towering mountain peaks are close at hand, although it is evening, but the sound of waterfalls and streams passing through the clouds and mist like gargling snow and broken jade and the sound of birds and flowers still intertwine to form a picture of an earthly paradise. Looking at the white clouds deep nowhere, Lu Jinan picks up the stairs. The scenery remains the same. Finally returned to the clan. Xiaming is even more excited. Outside again good. Which compared to the Wandao sect this home. Eldest senior brother. You said earlier that you still want to cooperate with the store that sells that kind of luo socks. Why? Xiaming asked curiously. Make some personal money. Are you very short of spirit crystals? More is better. Lu Jinan, who answered succinctly, accelerated his pace. And Xiaming, who hurriedly followed, asked again, do you think the vice patriarch knows that we're back? Who knows? Lu Jinan smiled. After all, her old man is already a god. You said that the vice patriarch is old again. I will definitely report truthfully. Xiaming had a serious face. The vice patriarch is not old. Just Su. I'm the vice patriarch's maid, not yours. Xiaming proudly raised her chin, then tentatively asked, you really want to give that kind of thing to the vice sovereign? Otherwise by what to do? Lu Jinan speed faster and faster, hurriedly swept towards the top of the mountain. Originally could not catch up with the speed of the eldest senior brother. Xiaming had to shut up and not say anything, and rush towards the top of the mountain as hard as he could. When Lu Jinan arrived to walk up the last set of steps, he gradually saw the young girl waiting at the top of the mountain, and couldn't help but snicker. It seems to give no surprise. The young girl named Autumn Leaf revealed a smile and bowed towards him. Welcome eldest senior brother back to the clan. The vice patriarch is waiting for you at the Clear Ripple Palace. Lu Jinan blinked. Now. Xiaoyi smiled without saying anything and made an inviting gesture. Lu Jinan walked past her with a slight smile. Bai Qiu Pai. Come. When Xia Ming ran up, she had long since lost sight of Lu Jinan's figure, but she didn't care in the slightest, cheerfully holding hands with Qiu Yi and telling her about what she had seen in her trip to Nanjua Domain. Tai Chou Peak was huge, but one could feel the cold silence when coming here, because there were only 3 people and 4 small demonic beasts living here. A figure stopped in front of the quiet and solemn main entrance of the Taichu Hall, tilting his head up to look at the 2 big words carved out of cold jade and written with a dragon and snake, Taichu. Taichu Hall is quiet and tranquil. Lu Jinan walked into the door of the hall, closed his eyes and walked through the pavilions and corridors and boats according to his memory, and stopped in front of the Qingyi Palace. Open your eyes. The wet aroma lingers at the tip of your nose. Some hazy water mist curls out from the window, and you can faintly hear the gargling water flow. The Palace of Clear Ripples is the place of bathing. After the young girl at the door, Chu Niu, politely bowed to see her eldest senior brother. She gently pushed the door open, signaling him to enter. After Lu Jinan nodded his head in greeting, he did not hesitate to cross the threshold and walk through the outer hall and into the inner hall. Wet water mist filled in front of his eyes. Lu Jinan stopped his steps. In front of him was a light screen embroidered with several orchids. Through the blank space of the screen, a hazy figure with long hair pulled up, revealing a beautiful neck and tender and smooth shoulders loomed in the large bathtub surrounded by water mist. It was Pei Oyu, the vice-sect leader of the Wandao sect and a great cultivator of the divine prosperity realm. Wow! Raised jade arm in the hot spring set off shallow water sound. In the water droplets ticking sound will be sent to the wine cup to the lips. Chin slightly raised, inadvertently show the enchanting lazy posture in a drink. Lu Jinan's eyes were slightly lowered as he bowed and made a bow. Disciple Lu Jinan. Meet master. When you hear the sound of the girl winter cold to help pour wine, such as flowers swinging between the light wind, blowing a piece of enchanting voice will also follow. Why did not you bring your wife together to let the teacher look at it? If master wants to meet, there will naturally be an opportunity later, Lu Jinan said without panic. After the sound of pouring wine 3 times, Pei Oyu's voice with a few sharp points resounded again. Can there be 3 appointments and 6 gifts? No. May there be an explicit marriage? No. Is there an 8-carried sedan chair available? No. Pei Oyu's voice resumed its lethargy. That's more like not worshipping heaven and earth, so it doesn't count as a marriage. Drinking the clear wine in the cup, Pei Oyu continued. You've been at your master's side since you were 10 years old. You don't know what love is. Your master ordered you to clear your relationship with that woman of unknown origin. Do you understand? It won't work. Lu Jinan, who was still bowing, shook his head. Why? Because of the cave-in. Lu Jinan directly confessed without the slightest hesitation. Into the cave for half a year. Between Pyoyu's fingers dyed with red cardamom, the fragments of the wine goblet scattered a bit of sharpness on the rippling surface of the water. The young girl winter cold who was sitting on her knees by the pool stiffened, and hurriedly held her breath, lowered her eyes, and her mind sharply turned to how to make the vice-patriarch who had long been an immortal to dissipate his anger. And big brother is really something. Can't you be a little more euphemistic? Although honesty is a good thing. Why do you have to emphasize 6 months in the bedroom when you can just be honest? Eldest brother left the Wandao sect for a year and a half, and as soon as he came back, he wanted to find it beating. Is his skin itching? If you really make the vice-patriarch angry, the vice-patriarch will never be as merciful as he was before, and he will even comfort you afterward. Straighten up. I'm asking you. Pei Oyuo's voice no longer had any semblance of flirtation or lethargy in it. Really? Lu Jinan, who straightened up and put down his hand, remained in a calm and unruffled manner. When it's true. After a long moment of silence Pei Oi sighed quietly, for the teacher to ask a question. Master please, what do you think of Qingyue? Author Fungus, thanks to Xiao Ruoli de Lan Friend 300 coins reward. Yuda Chuan 100 coins reward. Book Friend 202308191522200322's 100 coins reward. Chapter 26 The South Branch. Not the apprentice's first time. What do you think of Qingyue? As soon as the words fell, Pei Oyu, who was not waiting for Lu Jinan to open his mouth, was the first to stand up from the pool. The overflowing water disperses the water mist, outlining the amazing curves on the screen's hazy veil, as if the rosebuds blooming from the water, with its own bewitching and charming meaning. Just see the willow waist gently twisting, lifting up and down the plump thighs long and tight, bringing up the proudly erect warm bosom to ripples, moistened by the hot springs of the delicate carcass, and the light step has its own flavor. Through the gauze-like screen, dots and dashes of the curve of the outline of the eyes, like a glimpse. Lu Jinan pursed his lips and could clearly feel his heartbeat and blood flow speeding up, but he didn't avert his eyes. There wasn't even any extra expression except for a slight blaze in his eyes. Behind the screen, Pei Oyu did not wait for the water on the body to steam dry. They raised their arms through the purple bathrobe in the hands of the winter cold, tied the belt in the waist and abdomen to tie a small knot. It locks the majority of the spring color. Paiou came out from behind the screen, and the nobility in her own charm covered up all the candlelight. Biku Pai, come, only to see her black hair coiled high behind her head and pulled into a bun. 2 strands of hair with wetness gently hanging down in front of her white clean forehead, adding a few points of mature flavor. Charming face without powder. A pair of beautiful eyes on a cushion of water. With a few minutes of laziness. Rounded nose under the sandalwood mouth a little bit. 2 pieces of lightly pursed lips flooded with red charming luster. As if ripe strawberries, so that there is a kind of impulse to suck and savor. In particular, there is a beauty mole on her lower right lip that speaks of her softness and charm. A silk yukata embroidered with entwined white peonies draped softly down to her calves. Although loose, but still outlined Paiou's mature and proud curves to the fullest. The loose collar was only casually folded, completely concealing the towering depths, as if the next moment it would reveal a horizontal view with the swaying steps. The waist tied by the laces was in a full grip, and then drew an exaggerated and sexy arc, outlining the mature and charming waist in crotch curves. Between the swaying steps, a pair of slender, plump but not lose the beauty of the long legs from the front of the bathrobe openings appear now and then. In the flickering candlelight and crystal water beads flooding the unique delicate and smooth. In the silence of all the temptation, the jade feet stepping on the stone tiles are beautiful and sexy, and the green jade toes, also dyed with red cardamom, are neat and well proportioned, just like spring water at the beginning of the spring, and the steps are full of splendor. A slender yukata, lined with a flirtatious and enchanting posture. Does it look good? Paiou's arms were wrapped around her chest, making it even more appealing. Lu Jinan's gaze crossed from the sin that both hands seemed to be unable to grasp, thinking that although your old man used to molest and flirt with himself from time to time, he had not been as exposed as he was at this moment. He felt some heat in his belly, half a year in addition to Zhu Nanji's menstruation every night in the hibiscus tent warmth. Now a moment of fixation is really not too strong. Good looking. Lu Jinan looked at his master's brimming eyes of a beauty out of the bath and answered honestly. Paiou laughed softly as she walked past him, the scent of her wet hair and the fragrant aroma of her torso entering Lu Jinan's nostrils. Did the master show you? Lu Jinan kept up with his master's pace and smiled faintly. You told me to get up. Master. Paiou pushed open the doorway and walked into the water corridor against the moonlight. You'll look if I let you? Lu Jinan, who was following behind, had his eyes slightly lowered, glancing over Paiou's lightly twisting hips. Most of the time when women twist their hips when walking is conscious, but Paiou is different. Blessed with a tall and enchanting physique that makes her unconsciously twist her small waist when walking. But instead of being flirty, it's a touch of elegance in a flirty way. Look, Lu Jinan replied softly. Why don't you look? Paiou didn't open her mouth again. Along the long corridor to the pavilion surrounded by water on all sides. Sitting on the stone benches gently put her left leg on her right leg. A large piece of slippery leg skin then ran out from the opening. Brighter than the moon. Dong Han, who had been following over, knowingly stood aside and poured wine for the vice-patriarch, while glancing at eldest brother. Why didn't you find big brother so brave before? So, Paiou, who took a sip of sake, cast a sidelong glance at her only disciple. That girl gave it to you. And you want it? Master teacher showed me and I read it. Lu Jinan responded calmly. Paiou's eyes slightly converged looking at the cup of sake, switching to the right leg on the left leg, undulating bathrobe openings hidden in the white greasy thighs, as if the hem of the next second will open even bigger. But it seems to have some kind of magic, tantalizing the heartstrings but also maintain the mystery. Paiou could not help but measure towards the disciple whose face was a little red but whose expression was serious and whose eyes were bold but proper, thinking that when he used to tease him in the past he would shyly resist even though he didn't run away. It's just that as he's gotten older, he's gotten bolder in his openness to it. But even so, she had never seen Lu Jinan ever steal some of her clothes or secretly vent in the dead of night. In the past few years in the Wan Dao sect, he was very self-disciplined except for practicing alchemy and reading books to take on tasks. It made her think for a moment that the apprentice wasn't off, but she hadn't expected to go out for a year and a half and hole up with another woman. When she learned this news from Xia Ming, she was relieved and at the same time more annoyed. If the orientation is normal, how come it's so regular on this Taichu Peak? Putting aside his 4 maids, was he looking down on himself or his senior sister? Isn't that wild girl out there pretty? Paiou placed the wine goblet on the tabletop, her cardamom-stained index finger tapping the stone table one on top of the other. You still haven't answered the question just now, elder sister. Lu Jinan's mind emerged a silver hair flowing, always in white, black cloth blindfolded like a pile of iceberg Muchingue, but did not answer to the master's father to the thoughts of the elder sister, but said, the disciple is not the first time. Lu Jinan smiled faintly. his voice breezy. Nanji. Not the first time for an apprentice. Pei Oyuo's expression was stunned. Dong Han also froze for a moment. Could it be that eldest brother had long been privately engaged to elder sister Mu Qingyu? Who is it? Pei Oai looked at Lu Jinan with staring eyes. Lu Jinan shook his head. It was a long time ago. Pei Oyu's red lips moved lightly for a moment. Seeing that he was a bit secretive and didn't want to say much, she knew that it couldn't be Qingyue. So who was it? It can't be 10 years old, can it? But, inexplicably relieved. Why did you go so far away from the South Shui domain without a word? Pei Oyu sipped a cup of clear wine and changed the topic. Master, may I sit down? Lu Jinan inquired softly. Nanji Fei's own words for the first time. Just like the open window effect, the problem was solved. Paya just wanted to not allow, but saw some fatigue between his brows. The thought of him traveling for so long, the bottom of his heart will soften a few points. Sit down. Author Fungus, I'm begging for a monthly pass. Chapter 27, I'll bear all the consequences. The moonlight is like water, sprinkled on the sparkling lake, like a layer of silver veil. The distant mountains and the near lake reflect each other. The distant summer cicadas gently chanting. Pavilion serene and picturesque. Lu Jinan, who was leaning on the railing and looking into the distance, lightly shook the wine cup between his fingers and spoke softly. Master, what do you think those living people I found in the desolate ruins cave are? The existence of the cave heaven had a long history, either as a gift from the cloudtop continent to the cultivators or as a treasure left behind by the great powers that had transcended this world. Most of them are the former. However, regardless of whether it was a natural or a great powers man-made cave, apart from the foreign beasts that had always survived in it, no living person had yet been found to exist. Because the environment is not suitable for the survival of cultivators, the higher the level of the cave, the faster the consumption of spiritual energy and is isolated from the outside world cannot be replenished aura. And a year and a half ago, after the Wandao sect and the Hongshui Academy, one of the 7 academies, jointly gained the right to explore the desolate ruins cavern, a saint-level cavern. From the competition, there were casualties that far exceeded the previous explorations of saint-level caverns. Lu Jinan, who was the leader of the group, was the one who was on his way to cover the others' evacuation when he discovered Lin Mu and the dozens of mysterious people who were talking to him. At that time, Lin Mu was only a small cultivator at the late stage of the condensed dam realm, but yet he was in the midst of the mysterious man's power. Not only did he not consume his spiritual energy, but he was also not pressed into bloody froth by the energies contained in the sacred cave heaven. He wasn't discovered while eavesdropping, so with an investigative mentality, he followed Lin Mu all the way to the South Shui domain from the other exit of the cave heaven, staying for a year and a half. Unfortunately, other than learning about the conspiracy of the group of people from the self-proclaimed cloudtop upper realm, there was no relevant information about that mysterious group of people from Lin Mu's mouth. So after finishing his insights from his trip to the South Shui domain, Lu Jinan was somewhat looking forward to obtaining something from the mouth of the Divine Prosperity Realm Grand Cultivator's master. At this time Pei Oyu sat on the stone bench with her legs together, and because she didn't organize the hemline, the yukata's opening slid down from both sides, and a pair of plump but not unattractive white greasy thighs were exposed in the air, flooding with a delicate moist light. Baiqiu Pai. Come. Lu Jinan glanced at the root of the thighs that could almost be seen, and then looked at her expression. The eyes of the contemplative teacher's father, although still charming and attractive, but more serious for a teacher, seems to have more charm. After staring for a while, he then put his eyes on her wide-open lapel. The graceful curve of her neck extended down. The lightly wrapped snow-white lapel was taut, exuding a deep and thrilling attraction. Obviously the height of the stone table is not high, but the lower circumference can still ride on the edge of the stone table. In the slender arm of a pour a drink in the up and down gently, as if the moonlight ripples on the lake. Lu Jinan's eyes narrowed slightly, probably because it was a bit cold by the lake at night. He could clearly see the seemingly more tantalizing arcs that were outlined on the silky bathrobe. Pursing the wine in deep thought, Pei Oyo did not seem to notice his disciple's line of sight as if it had shrunk into 2 points, and put down the wine goblet once again and then spoke softly. After learning of the danger from the mouths of the monks who had been evacuated out in the first place, the higher-ups of all the great clans launched an investigation. But even the Celestial Diffusion Pavilion hasn't come to a conclusion. Taking advantage of Winter Cold's wine pouring, she twisted her head to look at her disciple, whose appearance and figure were both superior. So even if we now know that there is a mysterious existence in the cave heaven, the odds are that we won't be able to get a result. But there's no doubt that it has something to do with those guys in the upper world who think so highly of themselves. Lu Jinan laughed. You've spoken nonsense, master. And NBSP, Pei Oyu's eyes narrowed. The curve of the mouth hooked up plus the beauty mole on the right lower lip embellishment, adding a few points of demonic charm. But the ghostly voice implicitly contains a few points of aggressiveness. You are mocking the teacher is older. The brain is not flexible? Besides, Xiaoming also directly addressed Master with old man. Are you displeased with Master? You must have misheard me. Master. Lu Jinan stood up and said in a serious manner. What I said was clearly, Master, you are also charming. Or is it old for the Master? I just like the big ones. Lu Jinan meant it. A piece of sincerity. I don't like it if it's not big. So Shu Nanji too? Pei Oyuo's body leaned forward slightly, and the sinking weight resting on the edge of the table looked weighty. Not as good as senior, Lu Jinan said honestly, but it's quite a bit better than senior sister. She knew she can. Pei Oyuo's words turned, you so evaluate the teacher's daughter. Good. Taking this set of words again? Lu Jinan let out a laugh. Not moving and glanced at the palace sand on her left arm that slipped from her sleeve. I would believe it? Don't ours look alike? I don't know. Lu Jinan responded directly, thinking that from the time he saw Mu Qingyue she had a black cloth over her eyes, and he hadn't seen her take it off for so many years, so he couldn't get a glimpse of the whole picture. In the past, he also seriously asked his master and Mu Qingyue what exactly is the relationship, but never got an answer, so he guessed that the probability of this is not yet a hidden secret that he can access, and not enough strength to cause the reason. Lu Jinan's eyes drooped slightly as he changed the topic. This Lin Mu matter. Has there been any countermeasures against the upper realm? Pei Oao shook her head slightly. Firstly, I don't know how long the upper realm has been implementing this plan. Secondly, there's no need to startle the snakes now. It's like you said, another great struggle. After a pause, she continued, especially since the self-proclaimed upper realm is not just the human race's upper realm, coupled with the mysterious group of people in the cave heaven. There is no benefit in tearing their skin apart at this stage. Aha! Lu Jinyan nodded, turning his head to look at the sparkling lake and sneered. The self-proclaimed upper realm may also be unable to easily interfere with earthly matters, so they use this way to seize earthly luck for their use, and then become a veritable upper realm fairyland. Yeah, Pei Oyo's eyes slightly converged, and after a long moment of silence, she spoke again. The upper realm is very strong, and I don't know how many special talents they've already taken over. She twisted her head to look at Lu Jinan. If they are found, it is naturally better to kill them. After all, the probability is that they will be controlled by the upper realm when they grow up. But in this world of great strife, that kind of talent to kill one will have to wait hundreds or thousands of years, and no one can guarantee what changes will happen during this period. Pei Oyu gently shook the wine goblet. Although you allowed yourself to successfully get out of Lin Mu's karma, killing him and Shaoli, who is suspected of having a special physique, might not have jumped out of the greater karma of this continent of Cloudtop. Just get stronger. Lu Jinan stepped away and walked over to the stone table, placing the wine goblet on the tabletop, straightening his back and looking at his master's seductive eyes, tossing his voice. I'll take the 10,000 karmic consequences of killing them on my shoulders. Author Fungus, thank you for the 300 coins reward from book friend 2020102118144733. Chapter 28 Qingyu. Ah Qingyu, if you keep indulging in cultivation, all causes and effects, I bear them on one shoulder. Listening to her only disciple's voice that threw his weight around, Pei Onu's heart was full of relief. She knew that he wasn't just saying empty words. Lu Jinan, who was brought back and accepted as an apprentice at the age of 10, did not have any special physical qualities despite his outstanding talent, but he was not only self-disciplined, but also hard-working. The mere fact that the wind and rain did not stop for the daily boring 1-hour morning practice surpassed too many cultivators, especially since he wasn't just the eldest senior brother of Tai Chu Peak, but also the eldest senior brother of all the pro, inner, and outer disciples of the entire Wan Dao sect. You've really made a fool of yourself, haven't you? Pei Oyu put her right hand on her plump thigh, rubbing her cardamom-painted index finger back and forth. Self-caused, self-fruitful, self-incarnating, all karma. If it all stems from your actions and decisions in the future, then you take the risk of dying after failure. I have reasons why I don't want to lose. Lu Jinan took the wine pot in Donghan's hand and walked over to Pei Oyu's side to help her fill it up and said with a smile, one of them is that I don't want you, Master, to stand behind me all the time as a backdrop for others who don't dare to mess with me so easily. I also want to stand behind my master. You're not molesting Master? Pei Oyu turned slightly to the side, lifted the sleek jade arm that slipped from the cuffs, and stretched out a finger to tap on his forehead. Been out for so long, and tasted more than half a year's worth of women, so you're so bold? I just like a woman of your style, Master Teacher. Lu Jinan once again glanced over the fragrant bosom that had left him breathless several times before. Sincerely, oh, flatter the master in front of the master. Go to the front of the girl surnamed Zhu and then flatter her. Pei Oyu nudged his forehead's slender fingers slid all the way across the bridge of his nose, and finally cupped his chin and gently wiggled it a few times, teasingly uttering a sound, right? The red cardamom dyed on her nails reflected a charming luster. and the touch of her warm and soft fingertips caused ripples in her heart. But Lu Jinan only looked at Pei Oyu's lapel. She was able to cause shallow waves of snow with just the flick of her fingers. I'm honest, Lu Jinan said with a smile. Only the words standing behind master make master happy. Pei Oyu suddenly pinched his chin a little harder with her fingers, her tone suddenly sharp. So since you want to stand behind your master, how come you're still in the late Tongsheng realm? A year and a half ago you were in the late Tongsheng realm, and at your rate of breaking through the realm, you should be in the middle of the harmonization realm by now. Pei Oyu lightly lifted her chin, her tone a few points heavier. Did you waste all of this year and a half in Zhu Nanji's stomach? Master, you've wronged me. Lu Jinan hurriedly spoke. I just want to perfect my Dao a bit more. If I merge with the Dao now, I won't be able to perfect it. Really? Pei Oyu looked him up and down for a few moments. Then let me test how much you've progressed in this year and a half. Lu Jinan spoke confidently without panic. The Passage Saint realm is invincible. How many harmonization realm saints can I exchange? Pei Oyu once again rested her right leg on her left leg, her left hand cupping the wine goblet and taking a sip. If you can't exchange 10, master will have to think about how to punish you. Laughing without saying anything, Lu Jinan looked at put down the wine goblet of the master to get up to test the meaning. Hasten to open his mouth, master. You test the strength of the disciple will have to suppress the cultivation. If the suppression of cultivation words, are you sure you want to fight your disciple in this yukata? Pei Oyu still did not slow to get up. Her posture tall and sexy, she is only slightly shorter than Lu Jinan a forehead. She gently pinched Lu Jinan's chin to make him look down. Soaked in wine, red lips exhaled like orchids. You still dare to tear the teacher's clothes, do not? Lu Jinan stared at Pei Oyu's demonic, watery eyes and said leisurely, swords have no eyes, and the same applies to hands. Donghan stared wide-eyed at the scene in front of him that seemed to be flirting. How did it feel that after coming back eldest brother was suddenly so bold? Oh, Pei Oyu took a small step forward, just about to open her mouth, not knowing what she had encountered. She suddenly shrunk back and narrowed her abdomen, and her unrivaled cheeks seemed to be covered in a layer of redness. With her eyes slightly downcast, her fingers cupping Lu Jinan's chin couldn't help but squeeze a few points tighter. Sniffing the mature aroma emanating from his master's body that seemed to be a bit richer, Lu Jinyan pressed down his inner restlessness, took a step back without moving, and took the initiative to change the topic. By the way, when I came back, I brought a gift for my master. What gift? Pei Oyu also obediently sat back on the stone bench, smilingly looking at Lu Jinan. This disciple he accepted is really outstanding in every way. Talented, clear-headed, colorful but not silver, knows what's in and what's out. This is it. Lu Jinan held out a pair of knee-high black silks as thin as cicada wings. You shouldn't have seen it before, master. As he spoke, he also glanced at Donghan, and when he saw that the other party was also looking over curiously, he knew that she hadn't been to Jing'an City recently, or she had, but hadn't gone to the area of Yuejun clothes workshop. Pei Oyu reached out and took the black silk in Lu Jinan's hand. This looks like Luo stockings? A new kind of money. Would master want to try it? Were it the same way as the Rosics? It's almost the same. Why don't you let my disciple demonstrate it for you? Lu Jinan asked in a serious manner. Biku Pai, come. Since you have this filial piety, master will not excuse yourself, Pei Oyu said, pretending to be calm as she re-rested her right leg on her left leg, probing her long, tight calves and sexy jade feet dyed with red cardamom forward. Lu Jinan smiled and squatted down, said that he had touched his master's legs before, but it was the first time that he had a jade foot. Master's jade feet are undoubtedly alluring. The curve of the instep and arch is beautiful and natural, and the slender and small jade toes are embellished with bright red cardamom, setting off a few flirtatiousness that Zhu Nanji's jade feet do not possess. Lu Jinan opened socks set on the teacher's feet. Fingertips inevitably touched her feet. It is clear to see her toes curled a few points. Charming, and the shyness is even more moving. Pei Oyu pursed his red lips, the itchy feeling accompanied by a little bit of shyness of the first time being touched by the opposite sex of the jade foot has a kind of impulse to make him shrink back to the jade foot. But looking at the good disciple seriously to wear this kind of Luo stockings look, hard a little kid is not shy. Their own shy what? So they watched as the layer of black silk made into a rosette of stockings wrapped around their jade feet, spreading down their calves. In the thin as cicada wings of black silk package, dyed with red cardamom, jade toes hidden. In the charming added mystery is more seductive. Lu Jinan could feel his master's nervousness, because through the thin layer of stockings, he could clearly see her calves and insteps tensing up, and even her well-proportioned and sexy toes curling up in a greater arc. Also, master's breathing was a little sharper. Lu Jinan couldn't help but laugh softly. These stockings are really more sexy and alluring than Luo stockings. Don't you think so, master? Of course Pei Oyu can see that this stockings will not only modify the leg shape more and more sexy tight, then the loose luo stockings to look much better. And the material is silky smooth, wearing also strange comfortable. It's just that these stockings are also too seductive. Although his own good disciple was still able to carry out the evaluation, the eyes were obviously blazing and rolling, staring at his own black silk legs that he simply couldn't take his eyes off of, especially when his breath, which had been rushed a bit, sprayed over her toes, making her feel a bit parched and her cheeks burn. Seeing Lu Jinan's hands pinching the mouth of the socks stroking over his knees and about to touch his thighs, Pei Oyu hurriedly said, "Master knows how to put it on. No need to demonstrate." Lu Jinan had the good sense to loosen his socks and get up. It was tempting to do the same for himself. After glancing at the master teacher with watery eyes, Lu Jinan felt that if he didn't leave, he would have to harden himself for the rest of the night. So he opened his mouth and said, "The gift has also been given to you, so disciple will take his leave first." Pei Oyu softly, "Rest early, as you wish." Lu Jinan placed the other stocking on his master's lap and made a bow before hurrying to leave this cool, heat-inducing gazebo. Waiting for Lu Jinan to leave, Pei Oyu also quietly breathed a sigh of relief, stretching out her hands to gently lift the black silk socks up her thighs, and then straightening her right leg. Her eyes flashed with a different color. "This luo stocking is too immodest." Winter Cold whispered, "I think you're even more flirtatious, Vice Patriarch. It's better not to wear this kind of luo stockings outside." Pei Onia shook her head. "So it's only worn when eldest brother is around?" Winter Cold teased mischievously. A strange color flashed in Pei Oyu's eyes and she spoke softly. "Iman is very good, isn't it? Eldest brother is very powerful." Winter Cold nodded. "Not only is he self-disciplined, but he's also powerful enough to force his peers, and he's admired by everyone. And he's also instrumental." Listening to Dong Han's compliments, Pei Oyu lightly bit her lower lip. Her right hand stroked her belly. I don't know if it was remembering the contact just now. Her eyes brought some moisturizing color. "I knew at first that one day he would be a great man." "Aha!" Winter Cold nodded his head approvingly before he heard the incomprehensible Vice Patriarch utter the incomprehensible words. Pei Oyu gently rubbed her index finger against the shallow red mark on her right leg where the black silk stocking opening had strangled a circle on her thigh, glancing at the direction of the west before whispering quietly, "Qingyue ah Qingyue, if you continue to be obsessed with cultivation, my mother will not be polite." Under the moonlight, Pei Oyu licked her red lips with a demonic expression. Winter Cold stared wide-eyed. "Vice Patriarch, do you still hold such a purpose? Haven't you been setting up eldest brother and eldest sister before? Although you do molest big brother occasionally, didn't you say it was to provoke your daughter? But now you've changed your mind? Or have you never changed your mind?" Seeming to also feel that she had said something she shouldn't have, Pei Oyu tilted her head to look at Dong Han. "Did I say anything?" Winter Chill said good-naturedly. "You want 2 more drinks. Good girl." Author Fungus, thank you for Autumn and Autumn my Autumn and Autumn 1000 coins reward. Koroa Sakiyuzu 300 coins reward. Lin Mutsu Yen 101 coins reward. Chapter 12 is out, and there's no need to ask if there are any revisions, because there are none. This chapter is 3,000 words. 5,000 words today. Chapter 29 Tell those young men of the 4 clans and the 7 houses of the. In the early morning of a summer's day when all is quiet, the sky gradually reveals a touch of fish belly white, carefully moistening the light blue canopy. The dew gradually disperses, and the air is refreshingly pure and invigorating. Pushing open the door and walking out of Fushang residence, Lu Jinan greeted the dim light of the morning sun and yawned before arriving at the square in front of the main hall of the Taichu Hall to start his morning exercise. "Although I slept a little late last night, but after welcoming the cool wind of the morning sun and gradually entering the state of feeling the colorful qi produced by the flow of spiritual power and astral power in the body, I have no sleep." Changping Mountain. As a number of holy places of cultivation in the cloud-top continent, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was incomparably rich, and cultivators needed to be even more careful when breathing here. A thin spiritual energy could not fill a cultivator up, while a majestic spiritual energy would make a cultivator eat up. Eating unsaturated and too much can be problematic. Although Lu Jinan had spent a year and a half in that small place in the South Zhuo domain, he returned to the Wan Dao sect, where the aura was abundant, and didn't need to adapt to integrate into the aura of the place, breathing like a swimming dragon. Although the realm was still in the same place for a year and a half, the strength was naturally growing as he purified his spiritual power and astral power within the limits time and time again. When a beam of morning sunlight sprinkled down on the square, Lu Jinan, who still had half an incense stick of time to finish his morning exercise, saw Pei Oyu and Dong Han walking from afar. Each of Master's 4 demonic beast little maids had their own division of labor. Spring Rain was responsible for assisting with the Vice Sovereign's affairs. Summer Ming was responsible for purchasing. Autumn Leaf was responsible for the day-to-day minutiae of the Taichu Hall. And Winter Cold was the personal little maid. Lu Jinan did not rush to greet him, and Pei Oyu didn't interrupt her good disciple's morning practice. Just quietly standing not far away watching the red astral force around him, she arises from the heart and moves with the body. Looking at Lu Jinan's fierce punches during his morning practice today as well as the thunder-like sound of breaking air, Dong Han, who was behind him, whispered, "Today, eldest brother is practicing the 8 extremes." Pei Oyu nodded her head gently. There are not many cultivators in the world who major in boxing, and there are many boxing styles similar to that of her own good disciple, but it would be great if her own good disciple could improve it into the boxing style that best suits her. She pursed her lips. The bottom of her eyes flashed with a different color. Boys should refine their bodies more, otherwise they can't afford to face a woman who is still charming. It didn't take long for Lu Jinan, who had finished his morning exercises and collected his strength, to look at his master, Pei Oyu. Carefully dressed Pei Oyu, long hair in the back of the head pulled into a unique hair bun, light purple tassel icing on the cake, but also embellished with a thinly powdered face to mature charm, but with the dark purple crossneck jacket and the large-sleeved shirt embroidered with roses on her body, the flirtatiousness was tightened up a lot, and more dignity and nobility was presented. It is elegant and dignified without losing its majesty. "Greetings, master." Lu Jinan made a bow. Pei Oyu eyes flashed a different color. Last night did not notice. Today so look at the good disciples bowing. How more mature flavor. Is it because you're about to be crowned? Nope. Grew up because of some sort of doing something for 6 months. It's all Zhu Nanji that girl s over. Really? That girl s hair has grown? Just seduce his own good disciple? There is also Qingyue the dead girl. In the beginning, obviously first own step to propose to bring Jinan back to the clan. The result is that after coming back, they do not communicate much. This is not being stolen home, right? Pressing down the thoughts in her heart, Pei A with grave A with ring above smiled faintly. What's the next arrangement? Lu Jinan straightened up. Bathe, visit the patriarch and the others, close the door, and then merge the Tao. There is no hurry, Pei Oyu said. I've declared to the public that you're in seclusion. It's hard for others to be worried about this seclusion again. Pei Oyu took 2 steps forward. Visiting the patriarch and the others is not necessary first. It just so happens that the Immortal Seedling Selection Conference has not yet ended, and it just so happens that you've returned. So you'll go and sit in on it for your master. It's not over yet? Lu Jinan asked in surprise. In a time of great strife, more talents appear than ever before. Pei Oyu spoke softly. Consider yourself showing your face. Okay. Lu Jinan nodded in agreement. Then I'll go wash up first. Pei Oyu suddenly tapped her chin with her index finger like a young girl. Do you need help from your teacher? No need. Lu Jinan balked and turned toward his Fuyang residence, thinking that if she helped her wash herself, she would just be letting herself satisfy some of the same eye candy as she did last night. And could she still make a move on the Divine Prosperity's master teacher? It will only be hard on yourself in the end. What's more, he was very clear that in his master's heart he was still a Tongsheng realm brat who needed to worry a bit when he went out, so he still had to focus on improving his strength now. There's always food and drink when it's time to eat and drink. What a pity, don't you want to know if master is wearing the black silk rosary you gave me last night today? Pei Oyuo's voice from the back resounded seductively. Do not want, Lu Jinan said without looking back. The master is not lying to himself or can still tell. At the same time, he couldn't help but spit out a sigh inwardly. On the master's nature, how could the senior sister who looked like a pile of icebergs be her daughter? Probably also an unrecorded disciple like himself, picked up outside and raised as a daughter. Looking at her disciple's back as it disappeared from her eyes, Pei Oyu slightly tightened her smile and tilted her head to look at Winter Cold. There's nothing to do today. What's good to do? Dong Han blinked. Should we investigate Zhu Nanji's background? Didn't eldest brother say that she is at the passing saint realm? Surely she is also from a great clan. It's his own business. It's better to forget about it. Pei Oyu turned around and took a step away, saying maliciously, I also don't know when Qingyu will be out of the gate. Telling her about this will definitely be interesting. New Penjing Pavilion. Winter Cold followed the Vice Patriarch's pace. You want to see them fight? It's fun, isn't it? Pei Oyu's gait was a few moments more cheerful. Let her be like a pile of icebergs every day, and see if she's in a hurry. Vice Sovereign, does eldest sister really like eldest brother? I haven't felt that way since. Winter Cold asked in disbelief. Are you hard setting up a match? How can you call it a hard setup? Pei Oyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Back then, she couldn't take her eyes off of him. Isn't eldest sister invisible? Winter Cold was even more puzzled. How can a cultivator be invisible? Pei Oyu said ambiguously. This is not important. What is important is to fight with Zhu Nanji. Then what? Winter Cold continued to ask. Eldest brother even molested you. Pei Oyu walked out of the main door of the Taichu Hall, looking at the 10,000 purples and reds that were reflected in her eyes, and faintly uttered, that's my good disciple's own business. Walking to the ladder, she overlooked this strange peak. Her arms around her chest, she lightly tapped her right arm with her left index finger. Her tone bland, "Go. Have Chunyu notify the other 4 clans in 7 courtyards. Tell those young people. The Wan Dao sect's senior brother Lu Jinan is out of the gate." Chapter 30 Greetings, eldest brother. After bathing, Lu Jinan changed into the Wan Dao sect's prodisciple's standard brocade robe with white as the base color and gilt and black stripes, and then directly left Taichu Peak. As an immortal sect with tens of thousands of years of inheritance and now the #1 sect in the world, the Wan Dao sect was since rich in heritage and huge in scale, taking the 5 halls of Tai, Taichu, Taishu, Taisu and Taiji, which originated from the Wuji excess to the beginning of everything in Taoism. As the core, the Wan Dao sect is laid out in the group of mountains with the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, with 2 courtyards, 4 chambers, 5 pavilions, 8 pagodas, and 9 peaks, which completes the operation of the whole sect. When Lu Jinan came to Wan Dao sect, the first thing he did was to follow his master Peyodu to visit the immortals of these places one by one, and apart from leaving an impression on these people, he knew more about how high his master Peyodu's status was in Wan Dao sect. Vice Patriarch and master of the Taichu Hall, Peyodu was the second strongest person in the Wan Dao sect after the Patriarch. At that moment, he thought he couldn't disgrace his dainty, sexy and sassy cheap master teacher. Lu Jinan did it too. After leaving the confines of Taichu Peak, Lu Jinan walked up the stone bridge promenade that led to the sect gate at the bottom of the Wan Dao sect's mountain, and the number of people instantly increased. Finally, the morning practice is over. Today's immortal seedling examination has almost begun. Let's go and take a look at that group of tender and green candidates again. It's too interesting. Well, stop by the cafeteria for a snack. Every day there are quite a few cute guys with a bit of stupidity in their clarity, and their tests are so much fun to watch. Do you think there will be something more interesting today? Big, big, big. Probably. Eldest brother. Eldest brother? Where is it? Where is it? It's really big brother. Who shouted eldest senior brother? Has eldest senior brother come out of the gate? Eldest senior brother. Greetings, eldest brother. Greetings, eldest brother. The sound of restless footsteps was gradually followed by a messy, but neatly audible, polite greeting. Lu Jinan, who had stopped walking, also politely returned his greetings to the senior brothers and sisters, followed by curious inquiries such as when did eldest brother get out of the gate? Where is eldest brother going? Is eldest brother going to take up a mission? These kinds of chirping and curious inquiries. The morning, just after the hour, was at once a lively one. When Lu Jinan informed the crowd that he was going to invigilate the examination for his master, everyone was also polite enough not to bother anymore, making way for Lu Jinan to go first. And then, one by one, the summoning compasses lit up, transmitting the same voice. Eldest senior brother had come out of the gate. Walking past the Wan Dao sect's mountain gate a few kilometers up the mountainside platform was where the Wan Dao sect's immortal seedling selection conference had been taking place. The place was packed just after the hour. There were disciples of the Wan Dao sect who were responsible for maintaining the order of the scene, disciples who conducted the field invigilators, but more than anything else, there were the youths and teenagers who had come to participate in the selection meeting, as well as their families. As the world's #1 immortal sect, the Wan Dao sect's triennial immortal seedling selection conference was divided into 2 main tiers. Firstly, the tender immortal seedlings who were 7 years old or older and could embark on the path of immortal cultivation. And secondly, the gifted seedlings who had completed the 13 layers of chi refinement and stepped foot in the realm of returning to the origin by the age of 10. However, no matter which tier it was, the assessment was extremely harsh, because even the worst of the disciples recruited by the Wan Dao sect had to have the qualifications to become a seated illumination realm true lord. But even though it was harsh, the applicants for the Wan Dao sect's triennial immortal seedling selection conference were still endless. Nowadays, in the world of the great struggle, the number of applicants is even more countless. And even after several rounds of elimination, the candidates who have come this far are still black and can't be seen to the end at a glance. The candidates were kept in order by the disciples of the Wan Dao sect, and the parents of the candidates further away were nervous and expectant. Further away on the high platform, dozens of cultivators wearing the pro-disciple standardized brocade robes stood with their hands folded, all emanating the aura only found in the passage sage realm in their expressionless silence. For the personal disciples of the Wan Dao sect, if they do not reach the harmonization realm, they will always be personal disciples, and will not have the qualifications to go out and start a sect or enter the various courtyards, halls, pavilions, towers, and peaks within the sect to formally participate in the affairs of the sect. There are still 8,000 or 9,000 people who have made it to this level this year, and I estimate that there can be around 5,000 who will end up worshipping the sect. That's a lot. Fortunately, it still doesn't need to grab a meal with us. Why isn't Master Zhao coming over yet? I can't wait to eat the Kaishan Mang beef buns that the cafeteria only sold today. They're selling Kaisan Mang beef buns today? Yes, but there are a limited number. I'll hasten to ask Master Zhao where he's gone. The serious-faced pro-disciples quietly passed on their voices, following which someone asked the youth standing in the center. Second senior brother, have you eaten breakfast yet? Jiang Woya calmly responded. Prepare to begin. Why is the vice patriarch late today? Could be. In the dripping sound of the summoning compass, the expressions of the senior siblings who originally had a stern face immediately changed. They glanced at each other, and then coincidentally looked at Jiang Woya, the second senior brother whose summoning compass didn't ring, and mischievousness instantly surfaced in their eyes. And then, go! A pro-disciple left the high platform at the first opportunity and swept towards the mountain. Jiang Woya's corner of the eye jumped. Immediately the examination will begin. How did they receive the message and run away? Eldest senior brother is out of the gate. Really? Really? The senior brothers and sisters on the mountain have already said hello. He. I said the pro-transmission of the senior brothers and sisters how to suddenly run away. New penny loft. Ha ha ha. Second senior brother can't run away. On the high platform, Jiang Woya, who had already heard the voices of the junior siblings below who were maintaining order at the scene, had a somewhat strained expression that appeared to change, subconsciously took a step, and then hurriedly stopped. If you run away, who will conduct the examination? United to screw me. Have to give them a stretch this afternoon. Jiang Woya clenched his fists and glanced absent-mindedly at the road down the mountain, while the whispers of the inner disciples who were maintaining order at the scene gradually overshadowed the voices of the candidates and their families. It's already time. How come the test hasn't started yet? Look, the only one left among the pro-disciples is Jiang Woya, the chief of the Hall of the Great Beginning. Even the inner disciples are stirring. Did something big happen in the Wandao sect? It doesn't look like. Look at them. Only to see the inner disciples present looking in the same direction in unison, their eyes showing respect. Even Jiang Woya, the chief of the Great Beginning Hall on the high platform, turned around, his eyes showing joy. Eldest senior brother, you can finally come out of the gate. The crowd was surprised, and thought it was a certain great power of the Wandao sect who came down to visit the mountain, and couldn't help but shut up and not say anything, and the scene was quiet for a while, and then there's, greetings, eldest brother. After Jiang Woya, who was the Wandao sect's second senior brother, bowed first, the inner disciples present to maintain order or other disciples who had come here to watch the Immortal Seedling Selection Conference followed in unison. Greetings, eldest brother. On the stone steps of the mountain range, Lu Jinan picked his way down amidst a star-studded crowd of pro-religionist siblings. Author Fungus, thanks to Tsetsi for 1,000 coins reward, and Pizaner Tian for 100 coins reward. Chapter 31 Mu Qingyue's release. This chapter is being a ref equals http://bikupai target equals _ bikupai /a trying to update. Please refresh your visit later. Cell phone access dudes and dudettes. Sign up first for a Bikupai member, okay? Register as a member of this site and use the bookshelf bookmark feature for easier reading. If this chapter is the author begging for votes or some such nonsense, please skip and continue to the next chapter. Please first collect this page. A ref equals http://bikupai target equals _ bikupai /a. Easy to wait to read. Otherwise wait to find I can't find this chapter. A ref equals ttps://bikupai target equals _ ttps://bikupai /a. As a snake catcher, Suing has always been honest and diligent. Until this day, he caught a different snake. On the first day of March, the divine land. Everywhere incense curls, guarding the various villages, towns, cities, counties. The statue of the gods have awakened, enjoying the sacrifices of the people. However, from this day onwards, the world has been in chaos. This book is also known as 99.6 Cultivating Immortality. 007 also Cultivating Realism. Inside volume until death. Who TM don't wanna fly up? A good pit. The pit is big and deep. Help me up. In the year I was 35 years old. Here comes my fortunes and the present record of the king of the demons of Sudai. And so on. A ref equals http://bikupai target equals _ bikupai /a. Demon of life. Demon of law. Demon of knowledge. Demon of fate. Demon of war. When all sorts of weird forces invaded, the world has since been divided into two distinct ends. Some worship them as gods and walk the earth as spokesmen. Some choose to drink a cup of spirits and raise the shotgun in their hands in the Scarlet Night. Lord Hong. A ref equals http://bikupai target equals _ bikupai /a. Miles of deep sea buried thousands of years of hidden secrets. Deserted outside the void of the gods, spying on the 9 states of the human race. Deep mountains and seas between the demons set off a catastrophe in the sky. However, the great river goes east, but the blood of heroes cannot be washed away. A martial artist holds a blade and protects the mountains and rivers for thousands of miles. Immortals use their swords to battle the stars and rivers of the 9 heavens. Since 6,000 years ago Changyang Emperor started the army. This world is my human world. Yangzhou of the Dacian Empire. A place called Dongha County. Named Yunhong Teenager. Just finished reading this installment of The Immortals and Demons of the 9 States. Briefly double opened. The 3 million plus word cold Heavenly Emperor is coming to an end. A ref equals http:// bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. 100,000 years ago. The human race in the immortal magic continent development to the peak period. There are 9 holy places. Respectively, control the 9 inheritance of the Book of Heaven and Earth. A sudden change in the world. The immortal magic continent by the destructive blow. The sky and earth. The living souls, which the human race to the most heavy losses. 7 holy places destroyed. The inheritance has been cut off from now on. The 9 Book of Heaven only 2 of them existed. Teenager Ling Feng, out of the sky, kill the gods and demons. Against the 9 heavens, War 6 reincarnation, leading the human race back to the peak, ruling the Hongmeng Avenue. A ref equals http:// bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. The country will fall. There will be a chaotic demon. The country will fall. There will be a real person to help the world. A ref equals http:// bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers are written about ambushed corpses, and 100 years of Qiankuan depict evil tigers. Heaven and earth to the public as merciless. I have a red heart to patrol the sky. Welcome to the immortal world of love. Red heart camp ref equals http:// bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. A ref equals http:// bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. Half demon teenager. Get the demon sacred code. The wolf swallowed the moon to raise the female ghost as a servant. Change the vermilion bird burning the sky and boiling the sea. Set up the white tiger to kill the 4 directions. Repair the divine dragon across the sky and sea. Into the Kuanping wings in the 9 heavens. Devouring the world and the body of the 10,000 demons. The unity of the world of the 3,000. The war in the heavens of the 10,000 masters. Open up the universe. Set up the foundation of the immortal road. Wake up in charge of the world's power. Drunk in the lap of a beautiful woman. 10 million words of experience in the old author of the pen. With 2 best-selling fantasy masterpieces to practice polishing precipitation of the magnificent work of the metaphysical fantasy. Burning your youthful blood is the demon more terrible or the human heart? When the weak become the original sin. When justice is distorted. When no one for justice. Repair my demon sword. Kill Qian Lang Day. You can be kind, but you must have your own sharp edge. When no one argues for justice. If no one is willing to speak for justice, then I would like to become a demon to kill the clear sky. And this tangled heart on my left breast will be the only thing that I can do. A ref equals http:// bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. Double big brother plus double favorite plus face smashing sharp article Qin family's daughter, who was abducted from her childhood, has been found back. I heard that the daughter of the countryside looks ugly. Vulgar behavior. Even to her sister Qin Yao shoes are not qualified. The parents, Yao Yao is the younger sister. You let her some more. Schoolboy brother, I only recognize Yao Yao as a sister. Young fiance, I only have Yao Yao in my heart. Dirtbag, get out of here. Qin Yan, I'll give you guys a face? Asterisk invisible big brother Qin Yan said she just wants to be a simple, unassuming, quiet years of ordinary people. Nay, ideals are very beautiful. Strength wildly hit the face. Black fans, pretty and brainless. A vase. The next day, someone broke out Qin Yan enrollment a week of full marks in all subjects paper. Black powder, will only read dead books. No one to be friends with her. The next day, at a high-class dinner party, a group of ordinary people who are not qualified to kneel and lick the super big brother lined up to court courtesy of Qin Yan. Black powder. Chapter 32, Mu Qinyue, where are you taking my senior brother? Due to the need to take care of the bodies of the tender immortal seedlings who had not yet embarked on the immortal path and the return to Yuan stage seedlings who had not yet opened up their grains, the Wandao sect had purposely set aside an hour for lunch after the morning's examination was over. Although Lu Jinan had long since abstained from eating, he was still accustomed to satisfying his appetite. Not to mention that eating is supposed to be enjoyable. Arriving at the cafeteria, one of the 4 halls of the Wandao sect, with the several senior siblings responsible for invigilating the exams, he immediately smelled the aroma wafting all over the mountain, tantalizing one's appetite. The cafeteria was able to be included in one of the 4 halls, naturally because the ingredients here were the best of the best, and were greatly beneficial to cultivators. there's explosive fried Jiao meat today. TSK, I wonder who killed another Jiao demon king. Zhao Shi's glanced at today's menu. Eldest senior brother. Do you want to order one? Look guys, I'm going to eat whatever I want. Okay. After a group of 4 people finished ordering, they came outside to the open-air dining table to take a seat. Taking advantage of the gap between the serving of food, Zhao Shi suddenly said in a mysterious manner, eldest senior brother, you definitely do not know that recently the greenhouses have sprung up a special kind of luo socks. The seductiveness of those heralds increases exponentially when they wear that kind of rosary, especially when touched by those silky rosary jade feet. They feel like they're about to go to heaven. Lu Jinan gave him a sidelong glance. You tried? It's experiencing novelty. Zhao Shizhe perked up. Cultivators of my generation. How can we not keep up with the progress of the times, right? Bah! Guanwen spat. Obviously you're just horny. And you're saying it in such a refreshing way? I'm a sword cultivator, Zhao Shi said with a straight face. Often when a sword is not sheathed, it will rust. Whap! Biku Pai. So that's why you can't find a Taoist couple? Guanwen cast a sidelong glance at him. Besides, eldest brother's sword Dao cultivation is also extremely profound. So how come eldest brother doesn't go to that kind of wind and moon place? That's because there wasn't this particular kind of luo stockings before. Zhao Shi's looked at Lu Jinan. I think it would definitely appeal to eldest brother now. So eldest brother, let's go to Drunken Smokehouse tonight? Lu Jinan thought for a moment and asked. That kind of luo stockings. Snap. Not waiting for Lu Jinan to finish, Zhao Shi slapped his thigh. I knew eldest brother was interested. Then let's go to Drunken Smokehouse tonight. My treat. You can shut up. Guanwen gave him a blank stare. Listen to eldest brother finish his sentence. Zhao Shi's rushed to look at Lu Jinan. Who wouldn't feel shy to ask directly? Since that special luo socks you mentioned are so hot, how come I haven't heard the senior sisters in the sect talk about it? Because it's too indiscreet. Guanwen blushed slightly. 2 days ago I also went to Jing'an City with other senior sisters to shop. And those kind of luo socks are really, oops, I wouldn't wear them anyway. How indiscreet. Lu Jinan pretended to be curious. That's why it's even more important for you, eldest senior brother, to go to the Drunken Smokehouse with me tonight, Zhao Shi said with a smile. That kind of rosary can't be described in words. Only if you've personally seen and felt it can you realize how cool it is. Don't you delay eldest brother, Zhang Wuya said with a stern face. What would others think if they knew that eldest brother went to a greenhouse? Eating color is also sex. Zhao Shi's revved up. You can't go if you're a pure yang child. Second senior brother. So don't envy us. The corner of Zhang Wuya's eyes twitched. This really spoke to his pain. Senior brother. Don't listen to him. Zhang Wuya hurriedly said. Those indiscretions will only make people sink. You have to believe in eldest senior brother's Taoist heart. Zhao Shi's retorted. And I'm also doing this for eldest brother's sake. What if I meet any Acacia sect female cultivator wearing this kind of luo stockings in the future and eldest brother hasn't seen them before, and he gets caught up in the Tao all of a sudden? It's not like that group of women from the Acacia sect have been hitting on eldest brother for a day or two. And, Zhao Shi's changed his tone. Tonight the Drunken Smokehouse will come out with a group of fox girls, with those ears and tails, plus those low socks. It's definitely hot. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. When the time comes, I'll pay for eldest brother's right to the first night. And I'll make sure that eldest brother has a great night. Lu Jinan smiled noncommittally. Which handwriting did that kind of luo stocking come from? Do you know? I don't know. Zhao Shi's hemmed and hawed. That's why it's even more important for eldest senior brother to go with me. And we might be able to inquire about it if we go. As Lu Jinan pondered, he heard Guanwen suddenly speak. Senior brother Zhao, aren't you afraid that senior sister Mu will cut you down? And you still dare to take eldest brother to a greenhouse? Upon hearing this, Zhao Shi's expression stiffened and he seemed to shrink his neck as if remembering something, and after hesitating for a few seconds, he gritted his teeth and said, What are you afraid of? She's still in seclusion. What can she know? Won't senior sister Mu come out of the gate? Guanwen let out a light laugh. Senior sister Mu isn't like eldest brother. She will show you mercy. Oh. When he thought of that iceberg-like terrifying existence, Zhao Shi's heart was really a bit scared. Although Mu Qingyue was often in seclusion, none of the disciples of the 5 clans and 7 courtyards dared to forget her existence. Because of her young age, she had already been labeled as a sword immortal. Sword immortal instead of sword saint. This alone was enough to show how terrifying Mu Qingyue's talent and strength was in the path of the sword Dao. After all, even the younger generation of the Ling Yuan sword sect, one of the 5 sects and the #1 sword sect in the world, was crushed by senior sister Mu. Zhao Shi's expression changed for a while before staring at Lu Jinan and asking, Are you and senior sister Mu already Dao couples? Lu Jinan looked at the eyes of Zhang Wuya and Guanwen who were also looking over and was a bit helpless. Why do you guys think that senior sister Mu likes me? Teachers from the same school. Childhood sweethearts. Guanwen smiled. No, where is it right? Lu Jinan said helplessly. I can't even feel it myself. What can you guys detect? Guanwen propped up her chin and continued. Also, senior sister Mu only calls you eldest brother, senior brother and calls us by our direct names. Isn't that obvious enough? Lu Jinan shook his head. That's just you guys being too one-sided. So, Zhao Shi's looked at Lu Jinan. Senior sister Mu can't control you. Eldest brother, right? You just had to take eldest brother to a place like that. Guanwen glared at him. Okay. I respect eldest senior brother's opinion. Zhao Shi's looked at Lu Jinan. Eldest senior brother, are you going tonight? Lu Jinan pondered for a few seconds before saying. Then let's go and take a look. Eldest brother. You. Good Lu. Zhao Shi's patted his thighs. A face of excitement. A moment I'll trust someone to arrange. And so on the afternoon after the selection assessment, we will go to the drunken smoke building to listen to the song. Look at the dance. And then hey. Good cold. The teeth involuntarily trembled a few times. Zhao Shi's seemed to remember what horror. Face changed greatly between looking at the snowflakes drifting past since the eyes. Like a cold stream sweeping through the air. 100 meters in a radius was instantly covered in a layer of mist, as if the world was frozen. Where are you taking my master? Author Fungus, thank you for the 1000 coin reward from Underworld Moon 666, the 1000 coin reward from Moon Knight Returns O, and the 100 coin reward from Marquis Wuan. Star End Falls on Track, and Book Club member 202301292322299937. I'd like to ask for a monthly vote, a recommendation, and more. Chapter 33 Senior Brother. Why are you hiding? This chapter is being? A ref equals http://bikupai target equals _ bikupai/a trying to update. Please refresh your visit later. Cell phone access dudes and dudettes. Sign up first for a Bikupai member okay? Register as a member of this site and use the bookshelf bookmark feature for easier reading. If this chapter is the author begging for votes or some such nonsense, please skip and continue to the next chapter. Please first collect this page. A ref equals http://bikupai target equals _ bikupai/a. Easy to wait to read. Otherwise wait to find I can't find this chapter. A ref equals ttps://bikupai/target equals _ ttps://bikupai/a. As a snake catcher, Suing has always been honest and diligent. Until this day, he caught a different snake. On the first day of March, the divine land. Everywhere incense curls, guarding the various villages, towns, cities, counties. The statue of the gods have awakened, enjoying the sacrifices of the people. However, from this day onwards, the world has been in chaos. This book is also known as 99.6 Cultivating Immortality. 007 also Cultivating Realism. Inside volume until death. Who TM don't wanna fly up? A good pit. The pit is big and deep. Help me up. In the year I was 35 years old. Here comes my fortunes and the present record of the king of the demons of Sudai. And so on. A ref equals http://bikupai target equals _ bikupai/a. Demon of life. Demon of law. Demon of knowledge. Demon of fate. Demon of war. When all sorts of weird forces invaded, the world has since been divided into two distinct ends. Some worship them as gods and walk the earth as spokesmen. Some choose to drink a cup of spirits and raise the shotgun in their hands in the Scarlet Night. Lord Hong. A ref equals http://bikupai target equals _ bikupai/a. Miles of deep sea buried thousands of years of hidden secrets. Deserted outside the void of the gods spying on the 9 states of the human race. Deep mountains and seas between the demons set off a catastrophe in the sky. However, the great river goes east, but the blood of heroes cannot be washed away. A martial artist holds a blade and protects the mountains and rivers for thousands of miles. Immortals use their swords to battle the stars and rivers of the 9 heavens. Since 6,000 years ago Changyang Emperor started the army. This world is my human world. Yangzhou of the Dacian Empire. A place called Dongha County. Named Yunhong Teenager. Just finished reading this installment of The Immortals and Demons of the 9 States. Briefly double opened. The 3 million plus word cold Heavenly Emperor is coming to an end. A ref equals http://bikupai target equals _ bikupai/a. 100,000 years ago, the human race in the immortal magic continent development to the peak period. There are 9 holy places, respectively, control the 9 inheritance of the Book of Heaven and Earth. A sudden change in the world. The immortal magic continent by the destructive blow. The sky and earth. The living souls, which the human race to the most heavy losses. 7 holy places destroyed. The inheritance has been cut off from now on. The 9 book of heaven only 2 of them existed. Teenager Ling Feng, out of the sky, kill the gods and demons. Against the 9 heavens, the war of 6 reincarnation, leading the human race back to the peak, in charge of the Hongmeng Avenue. A ref equals http // bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. The country will fall. There will be a chaotic demon. The country will fall. There will be a real person to help the world. A ref equals http // bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers are written about ambushed corpses, and 100 years of Qiankuan depict evil tigers. Heaven and earth to the public as merciless. I have a red heart to patrol the sky. Welcome to the immortal world of love. Red heart camp ref equals http // bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. A ref equals http // bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. Half demon teenager. Get the demon sacred code. The wolf swallowed the moon to raise the female ghost as a servant. Change the vermilion bird burning the sky and boiling the sea. Set up the white tiger to kill the 4 directions. Repair the divine dragon across the sky and sea. Into the Kuanping wings in the 9 heavens. Devouring the world and the body of the 10,000 demons. The unity of the world of the 3,000. The war in the heavens of the 10,000 masters. Open up the universe. Set up the foundation of the immortal road. Wake up in charge of the world's power. Drunk in the lap of a beautiful woman. 10 million words of experience in the old author of the pen. With 2 best-selling fantasy masterpieces to practice polishing precipitation of the magnificent work of the metaphysical fantasy. Burning your youthful blood is the demon more terrible or the human heart? When the weak become the original sin. When justice is distorted. When no one for justice. Repair my demon sword. Kill Qian Lang Day. You can be kind, but you must have your own sharp edge. When no one argues for justice. If no one is willing to speak for justice, then I would like to become a demon to kill the clear sky. And this tangled heart on my left breast will be the only thing that I can do. A ref equals http // bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. Double big brother plus double favorite plus face smashing sharp article Qin family's daughter, who was abducted from her childhood, has been found back. I heard that the daughter of the countryside looks ugly. Vulgar behavior. Even to her sister Qin Yao shoes are not qualified. The parents, Yao Yao is the younger sister. You let her some more. Schoolboy brother, I only recognize Yao Yao as a sister. Young fiancé, I only have Yao Yao in my heart. Dirtbag, get out of here. Qin Yan, I'll give you guys a face? Asterisk invisible big brother Qin Yan said she just wants to be a simple, unassuming, quiet years of ordinary people. Naiha ideal is very beautiful. The strength of wildly hit the face. Black fans, pretty and brainless. A vase. The next day, someone broke out Qin Yan enrollment a week of full marks in all subjects paper. Black powder, will only read dead books. No one to be friends with her. The next day, at a high-class dinner party, a group of ordinary people who are not qualified to kneel and lick the super big brother lined up to court courtesy of Qin Yan. Black powder. Chapter 34. Who is the one who went into the cave with senior brother? This chapter is being? A ref equals http // bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a trying to update. Please refresh your visit later. Cell phone access dudes and dudettes. Sign up first for a Bikupai member. Okay? Register as a member of this site and use the bookshelf bookmark feature for easier reading. If this chapter is the author begging for votes or some such nonsense, please skip and continue to the next chapter. Please first collect this page. A ref equals http // bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. Easy to wait to read. Otherwise wait to find I can't find this chapter. A ref equals ttps // bikupai target equals underscore blank ttps // bikupai /a. As a snake catcher, Suing has always been honest and diligent. Until this day, he caught a different snake. On the first day of March, the divine land. Everywhere incense curls, guarding the various villages, towns, cities, counties. The statue of the gods have awakened, enjoying the sacrifices of the people. However, from this day onwards, the world has been in chaos. This book is also known as 99.6 Cultivating Immortality. 007 also Cultivating Realism. Inside volume until death. Who TM don't wanna fly up? A good pit. The pit is big and deep. Help me up. In the year I was 35 years old. Here comes my fortunes and the present record of Su Dai's Demon King. And so on. A ref equals http // bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. Demon of life. Demon of law. Demon of knowledge. Demon of fate. Demon of war. When all sorts of weird forces invaded, the world has since been divided into 2 distinct ends. Some worship them as gods and walk the earth as spokesmen. Some choose to drink a cup of spirits and raise the shotgun in their hands in the scarlet night. Lord Hongaref equals http://bikupai target equals _ bikupai/a. Miles of deep sea buried thousands of years of hidden secrets. Deserted outside the void of the gods spying on the 9 states of the human race. Deep mountains and seas between the demons set off a catastrophe in the sky. However, the great river goes east, but the blood of heroes cannot be washed away. A martial artist holds a blade and protects the mountains and rivers for thousands of miles. Immortals use their swords to battle the stars and rivers of the 9 heavens. Since 6,000 years ago Changyang Emperor started the army. This world is my human world. Yangzhou of the Dacian Empire. A place called Dongha County. Named Yunhong Teenager. Just finished reading this issue of the Kyushu Immortals and Demons. Briefly double opened. The 3 million plus word cold Heavenly Emperor is coming to an end. A ref equals http:// bikupai target equals _ bikupai/a. 100,000 years ago. The human race in the immortal magic continent development to the peak period. There are 9 holy places. Respectively, control the 9 inheritance of the book of heaven and earth. A sudden change in the world. The immortal magic continent by the destructive blow. The sky and earth. The living souls, which the human race to the most heavy losses. 7 holy places destroyed. The inheritance has been cut off from now on. The 9 book of heaven only 2 of them existed. Teenager Ling Feng, out of the sky, kill the gods and demons. Against the 9 heavens, war 6 reincarnation, leading the human race back to the peak, ruling the Hongmeng Avenue. A ref equals http:// bikupai target equals _ bikupai/a. The country will fall. There will be a chaotic demon. The country will fall. There will be a real person to help the world. A ref equals http:// bikupai target equals _ bikupai/a. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers are written about ambushed corpses, and 100 years of Qiankuan depict evil tigers. Heaven and earth to the public as merciless. I have a red heart to patrol the sky. Welcome to the immortal world of love. Red heart camp ref equals http:// bikupai target equals _ bikupai/a. A ref equals http:// bikupai target equals _ bikupai/a. Half demon teenager. Get the demon sacred code. The wolf swallowed the moon to raise the female ghost as a servant. Change the vermilion bird burning the sky and boiling the sea. Set up the white tiger to kill the 4 directions. Repair the divine dragon across the sky and sea. Into the Kunping wings in the 9 heavens. Devouring the world and the body of the 10,000 demons. The unity of the world of the 3,000. The war in the heavens of the 10,000 masters. Open up the universe. Set up the foundation of the immortal road. Wake up in charge of the world's power. Drunk in the lap of a beautiful woman. 10 million words of experience in the old author of the pen. With 2 best-selling fantasy masterpieces to practice polishing precipitation of the magnificent work of the metaphysical fantasy. Burning your youthful blood is the demon more terrible or the human heart? When the weak become the original sin. When justice is distorted. When no one for justice. Repair my demon sword. Kill Qian Lang Day. You can be kind, but you must have your own sharp edge. When no one argues for justice. If no one is willing to speak for justice, then I would like to become a demon and kill a clear sky. And this tangled heart on my left breast will be a great help. A ref equals http:// bikupai target equals _ bikupai/a. Double big brother plus double favorite plus face smashing sharp article Qin family's daughter, who was abducted from her childhood, has been found back. I heard that the daughter of the countryside looks ugly. Vulgar behavior. Even to her sister Qin Yao shoes are not qualified. The parents, Yao Yao is the younger sister. You let her some more. Schoolboy brother, I only recognize Yao Yao as a sister. Young fiance, I only have Yao Yao in my heart. Dirtbag, get out of here. Qin Yan, I'll give you guys a face? Asterisk invisible big brother Qin Yan said she just wants to be a simple, unassuming, quiet years of ordinary people. Nay, ideals are very beautiful. Strength wildly hit the face. Black fans, pretty and brainless. A vase. The next day, someone broke out Qin Yan enrollment a week of full marks in all subjects paper. Black powder, will only read dead books. No one to be friends with her. The next day, at a high-class dinner party, a group of ordinary people who are not qualified to kneel and lick the super big brother lined up to court courtesy of Qin Yan. Black powder. Chapter 35, Qingmiao Palace Master, I've raised him with my own hands. Cloud top continent. Northern realm, clear indistinct domain. Between the vast sea of clouds, there are countless immortal mountains floating. Above the immortal mountains, full of exotic trees, waterfalls flowing rapidly down. A spiritual spring in the surge between the rising curls of clouds, such as 10,000 Zhangpiwei scattered to the earth. Hidden into the world. The indistinct Qingmiao Palace is located between the mountains. Like a mirage. Like a dream. Entering the Qingmiao Palace is like entering the heavenly realm on earth. And the springs in the streams are also immortal springs in jade dews, one drop of which can increase the life of a mortal by 100 years. Qingmiao Palace looks from the outside does not seem to be big, but once you enter, as far as the eye cannot see the edge. Apparently the interior is a party of a small world of holes. Since Qingmiao Palace was located in the extreme north of the northern boundary of the cloud-top continent, the continuous and non-stop rushing made Zhu Nanji look a bit windy and dusty. But even so, she couldn't hide the cool and dusty look of her in a pure white jacket. Finally returning to Qingmiao Palace, Han Yu only felt an inner peace. Finally not having to listen to the sound of the Holy Maiden Lord being trashed by that guy every night. And Saintess Sama too. What's so great about that kind of thing? Screaming so loudly every night, especially with the sometimes changing tones, isn't that fun to listen to? Forget it, don't think about it, it's good to be back. And as soon as the Holy Maiden Sama is in harmony with the way, surely she won't think about that kind of thing. Senior sister, the palace master is waiting for you. The senior sister named Zhou looked at Zhu Nanji with a smile on her face, her aura still cool. Senior sister. Zhu Nanji made a bow and stepped forward. Qingmiao is not only the palace master. Elders and disciples are female. Even the flowers, plants, trees, birds and beasts turned into elves and demonic beasts are also female. In this way, Qingmiao Palace is even more like a country of daughters. Moreover, one side of the water and soil nurtures one side of the people, and the mortal world also produces beautiful women. Not to mention this kind of earthly paradise like Qingmiao Palace. So all the way to see the Qingmiao Palace disciples all looks beautiful. Plus walk is too much forgetfulness together. So more set them off as heavenly fairies. Unfortunately, none of them marry, because once they do, it means that they have moved too far and are unable to forget too much, and they will be expelled from the division. Following senior sister Zhou Lan all the way through, the Qingmiao Palace's group of female disciples all greeted each other in a clear and cold manner, but it made people feel that there was less of an earthly atmosphere. Stepping onto the white jade stone steps, the largest white jade palace of Qingmiao Palace came into view. Zhu Nanji expressed her thanks towards Zhou Lan, and after instructing Han Yu to go back to her palace residence first, she walked into the Chao Mu Palace. Disciple Zhu Nanji has met master. After the salute, Zhu Nanji raised his head to survey the figure standing on the platform in front of him. He did not think much about it before, but at this time, when he looked at Xiao Inruo, the palace master of Qingmiao Palace, he only felt that his master's father was born with a plump chest, and his buttocks were perky and straight, like ripe water peaches. Obviously, he was also practicing the supreme forgetfulness immortal technique, which made his temperament cool and dusty, but he seemed to be able to attract the attention of the opposite sex even more. You're not even close yourself. Zhu Nanji looked down at herself, and although she couldn't see her toes, she always felt that something was still lacking. Shandong has never ruthlessly ripped off his own clothes in a rough manner with a lustful urgency, and then turned into a hungry wolf to eat dry and wipe clean and eat dry over. When will you give your husband the urge to tear off my outer veil of purity and make me completely degraded? Zhu Nanji thought. Looking at Xiao Inruo's eyes suddenly became wary. In the future, when she brought her husband to meet her master, she wouldn't look at her master more than a few times. Would she? On the platform, Xiao Inruo's eyes flashed with a strange color. He had raised Nanji for more than 10 years. How come he was still wary of himself after a trip out? Red dust has been in the world for a year and a half. Has something gone wrong with his cultivation? Xiao Inruo took a step down the steps and walked in front of Zhu Nanji, lifting his right hand to skim over her earlobe. A glint that could not be easily detected was withdrawn from his palm. How is it possible to let Nanji go out into the world with just Han Yu out in the red without some insurance? I just didn't let Nani know. Rusty with this palace? Xiao Inruo looked at Zhu Nanji's clear sky blue eyes. What are you afraid of this palace? Zhu Nanji blinked. Nothing. Just think that you have a really good figure. Palace master. A little envious. Xiao Inruo's eyes narrowed slightly. This girl was the character that would care about such things? Thinking about it, Xiao Inruo looked up and down at the Nanji, who had been raised by himself as both a mother and a teacher. Is Nani's crotch a little plumper? At the thought of this, Xiao Inruo pulled Zhu Nanji's left hand and turned her cuff up. Shogun sand is gone. The corners of Xiao Inruo's eyes jumped as she looked into Zhu Nanji's eyes that were slightly curved up in a smile, and took a deep breath to ask, Zhan Ming's choice of red dust entry is to find a man? No. Zhu Nanji shook her head and said with a smile, I chose it myself. Sunga, he is handsome. The expression of Xiao Inruo, the owner of Qingmiao Palace, who practiced the supreme forgetfulness immortal skill and was clear of other things except for caring about Nanji, was a bit taut. He just let her go out to the red dust to refine her heart and perfect her Taishang forgetfulness, and as a result, such a watery Chinese cabbage was so overpowered by a pig? Suddenly she understood the mentality of those fathers in the mortal world when their daughters get married. No, it's not right. What Nani did was even worse. Straight into the bed of a strange man he didn't know he was abducting. Looking at Junanji's happy smile, Xiao Inrua's fingers of both hands loosened and clenched, gripped and loosened, and his eyes gradually returned to calmness as the light of his eyes changed. It's just a matter of time. Can't you change what's already happened? What's more, Nanji's still willing to come back. It means that the Taoist heart is solid. The cultivation is not a problem. Also counted into the world to complete the entry into the love. Suppressing the irritation in his heart, Xiao Inrua asked out loud, "Where is that man? Refined into a sword spirit by you? Run off by Sunga." Shu Nanji said regretfully and happily, "I almost made it. Your Taoist heart. It's fine." Shu Nanji slightly lifted her chin, her dark green hair fluttering lightly. "Because Sangong escaped, I am more motivated. In this love affair, he can't escape." Xiao Inrua's eyes were complicated. But what else could he say? Who is he? He said his name is Luan. Have you heard of him? Palace Master? Shu Nanji asked expectantly. Late passage Saint Realm cultivation. Looks I have drawn down. Before the words left his mouth, Xiao Inrua became a little angry first. You don't even know his identity. Xiao Inrua's voice raised a few decibels. Without even knowing, you caved with him and now you let him flee leaving behind? Your husband didn't run away. Your husband still likes me. Shu Nanji corrected. Mr. Xiang said something like we'll meet again. Looking at Nanji's defensive face, Xiao Inrua's heart that angry she now 100% feel that she raised the cabbage was cheated a profane pants are not left. She now suspected that the male who called himself Luan was not from the Acacia sect. Thinking about it, she once again reached out to check if Nanji had been harvested for yin and yang. And if she found out, she would definitely not let go of all the Acacia sect in the world. But before she could run into Nanji first asked a question with a curious and expectant face that made her feel speechless again. Palace Master, do you know how to determine if it's a man's first time? Chapter 36 Sunga found you. Oh, Palace Master, do you know how to determine if it's a man's first time? Zhu Nanji was like a young girl, ignorant and curious, asking adults questions about puberty. Xiao Inruo looked at her eyes staring straight into his own, and a feeling of powerlessness inexplicably arose in his heart. You've obviously done everything you need to do with the wild man out there, and you're curious enough to ask this kind of question that doesn't matter at all? Xiao Inruo suddenly grabbed her left hand again, and Zhu Nanji felt the Palace Master's vast spiritual power running through her body for a week in the next second. Not even sparing the spirit sea. Palace Master? Zhu Nanji frowned slightly. You haven't answered my question yet. After discovering that his family's cabbage had not been harvested by the wild boar outside to replenish yin and yang, Xiao Inruo's heart was relieved. Perhaps the other party was not a cultivator of the Acacia sect. Otherwise, even if he didn't know that Nanji was burdened with an immaculate immortal body, he could still feel the immaculate and flawlessness of her carcass, which made her a superior harvesting furnace pot. Humph! Xiao Inruo fluttered her cuffs and snorted coldly. I worked so hard to raise this cabbage of yours to be so watery, and it was just cheated by someone else, and you still have the face to ask these unashamed questions? Palace Master, you have misunderstood. Zhu Nanji smiled coyly. It was me who took the initiative to let the Arch Sunga is really handsome. Didn't you also teach me to enter into love first, then come out of the world? So I just wanted to get in deeper. And then what? Also not knowing what came to mind. Shu Nanji smiled dementedly. It's really. As soon as she opened her mouth, she hurriedly closed it again, not to reveal how powerful her husband is. So she changed her mind and said, You're right, Palace Master. I think my emergence is perfect. Perfect? Xiao Inruo looked at Junanji with a frosty face. If this palace goes out to find him now and kills him, do you think you'll be able to keep from being trapped or caught up in love? Zhu Nanji smiled cheekily. You love me, so you wouldn't do that and make me walk the merciless path. This palace just favors you too much. That's why you don't know right from wrong. Don't know. Sunga is really handsome, Zhu Nanji emphasized, and powerful and gentle. Surely he is not a bad person. So, you haven't answered my question yet, Palace Master. Looking at Zhu Nanji's appearance of defending that wild man, Xiao Inruo felt a bit tired. His own carefully cultivated this baby bump a bit into the tendency of too deep a little thought. Xiao Inruo, hands behind his back, walked 2 steps and said, When the palace first entered the world into the not men and women's private love, then why is your figure so good? Shu Nanji asked with even more curiosity. She could feel that she had plumped up a bit after 6 months of cavorting with her husband. So what made the Palace Master's figure so charming since she wasn't walking the path to enter the world with a man and a woman's private love? Shu Nanji continued to pursue. Is it because of the reason that you're older? So you naturally matured? Xiao Inruo turned a deaf ear and continued on his own. This palace has occasionally heard that boys grow into men very quickly. First time? Zhu Nanji's expression instantly became gloomy. This condition hadn't appeared on Sunga's body. which meant that he had been eaten by other women long ago? Was it the female master who raised him and then ate him, according to Sajiri? This palace has only heard about it. What the facts are will require personal verification. Xiao Inruo turned to look at Junanji's changing face. But none of this matters. What matters is not to be deceived. Like you, can you really be oblivious the way you are now? I can only blame me for not meeting my husband earlier. Junanji looked at Xiao Inruo and resumed her clear and cold demeanor. The past is the past. The present is the present. And the future is the future. I won't let him get away. After a pause, she added, forgetfulness is not emotionlessness. I want to get this obsession of my husband. That is my way of forgetfulness. Looking at Junanji, who had a clear Taoist heart, Xiao Inruo didn't know whether to be happy or sad. As the palace master of Qingmiao Palace, she could naturally tell that the core of the South Branch Forgotten Love Dao was that man. To get him, so get stronger. So with sentience, one will achieve forgetfulness of sentiments in one's practice, and so the mind of the way is clarified. Xiao Inruo calmly looked at Junanji. She had envisioned several ways of entering the world that Zhan Ming had prepared for Nanji, and as a result, she never expected that she would ignore Zhan Ming and choose the path of male and female personal love on her own. Really? Xiao Inruo's eyes slightly drooped. Forget it, this road have gone. What else can be done? Immortal swords have spirits. Xiao Inruo voiced his inquiry. So Zhan Ming, even if it has a spirit, it's still just an immortal sword. Junanji took out Zhan Ming. It is polite to respect each other, but to control me, don't. Besides, it wasn't me who chose Zhan Ming, it was Zhan Ming who chose me. Xiao Inruo shook her head helplessly, then spoke leisurely. Since you have already come out of the world and your Tao is clear, then inherit the position of the Holy Maiden and compete with those young people for first place. Aha! Junanji looked down at Zhan Ming and seemed to smile dully. I thought so on the way back. It's not often that a Sangha is so young at the Passage Saint realm, so I'm sure I'll be able to meet Sangha. Xiao Inruo ignored her voice and continued. Previously, you have been in closed-door cultivation, so you don't understand. Now I'll tell you. Although there are many outstanding young people in the world, there are only two goals for you. One is Mu Qingyue, and the other is Lu Jinan. Who? Junanji jerked her head up. Lu Jinan? You shouldn't get so excited just because the name is somewhat similar to Luan. Xiao Inruo frowned. He's been in seclusion in the Wan Dao sect for the past year and a half, and he only came out 2 days ago. 2 days ago? Junanji quickly walked a few steps to Xiao Inruo's face, her sky-blue eyes tinged with eerie excitement. It's him. My sixth sense tells me that it's definitely him. You, Lu Jinan has long been at the Passage Saint realm, right? Junanji asked after him. The youngest Passage Saint realm the human race has ever seen. Lu Jinan's master is female, correct? Well, don't you? This is him. Junanji unfolded the portrait of Sangha that she had sketched out with a single stroke. That's right, isn't it? Xiao Inruo's eyes widened. How was it really that woman's disciple? Already from Xiao Inruo's expression to see the clues, Junanji closed the scroll. Cheeks covered with a layer of blush embraced the scroll. Smiled fondly. Husband found you. Oh. Disciple will go to the 10,000 Paths sect to find him to sit and discuss. Stop. Xiao Inruo blocked Junanji's way. Who are you to argue with him with this meager strength? Of course it is based on. Junanji's voice lurched. The supreme forgetfulness immortal technique was running, and she came out from the joy of knowing the true identity of her husband as soon as she returned to the palace. How strong is his master? Junanji asked softly. Vice sovereign of the Wan Dao sect. Xiao Inruo spoke faintly. His senior sister Mu Qingyue was known as the Sword Immortal before she became immortal. Rivals. Junanji's eyes drooped slightly. I'm going to retreat. Looking at Nanji's back as she turned to leave without hesitation. The corner of Xiao Inruo's mouth hooked up into a smile. 1 month from now is the 20,000-year birthday of the Wandao sect's patriarch, so follow me to wish him well at that time. Junanji's footsteps lurched, followed by a faster pace. Xiao Inruo turned to look at the mountains outside the temple. Brows slightly knit. Seems to have worries. Lu Jinan, how is it that the woman's disciple? And, remembering that Nanji had just asked how to determine if it was a man's first time or not, Xiao Inruo's eyes surfaced with a touch of dislike. That woman can even lay her hands on the disciple she brought up? Chapter 37 Master, I think you should change your name to Wan Dao Sect, Taichu Hall. You're going into seclusion? Pei Oyu frowned at Lu Jinan. Is it urgent? Lu Jinan nodded and said half-jokingly. I want to stand behind Master Teacher earlier. Pei Oyu did not take his flirting at this point to heart, but asked, afraid that girl Qin Yu will keep you as a pet? With Master here, you don't have to worry about her. Lu Jinan shook his head once again, and to be honest, he was also a little wary inside when he looked at his master now. For what reason did Senior bring himself to the Wan Dao sect in the first place? Why did the master give himself so many perks to look at? Does the master also hold some unknown agenda? Lu Jinan knew that he shouldn't have thoughts of doubting his master teacher, but master teacher and Mu Qingyue were mother and daughter, although he knew that they weren't really mother and daughter. Who outside didn't know that Pei Oyu had a phoenix born from a phoenix, and had a daughter who was crowned sword immortal at a young age? So based on this, does Pei Oyu know Mu Qinyu's true purpose? Lu Jinan didn't dare to gamble, so he wanted to urgently close the door. He was clear that his uneasiness stemmed ultimately from his own lack of strength. If one has the strength, it's not certain who will make sword spirits out of whom, who will give collars to whom, or who will give benefits to whom. Can you control senior sister, master? Lu Jinan asked in a deep voice as his mind raced. In this matter, yes. Pei Oyu smiled faintly, similarly aggravating her tone of voice to give comfort to her precious disciple. I'm really looking forward to the interesting things that will happen when the two girls, Xingyu and Zhu Nanji, meet, although I'm not sure exactly what Xingyue's intentions are. I can't let her get the upper hand now. Lu Jinan had a bottom. Even if master teacher was also plotting against him, then he wouldn't do it now. It wasn't because of her attitude at the moment, but Lu Jinan had the worst possible plan in mind. Even if master cultivated himself to cultivate some kind of technique, it would have to wait until he had merged with the Tao. One is safe until the merging of the paths. Apprentice believes in master. Lu Jinan made a bow towards Pei Oyu. That's why my disciple would like to ask master teacher to protect the Tao. This is my teacher's job. Pei Oyu walked to Lu Jinan and touched his head. Good disciple, you are also too outgoing. My teacher will help you keep an eye on Xingyu. Lu Jinan straightened up. Where is senior sister now? Pei Oyu covered her mouth and let out a low cry. A touch of apology surfaced on her charming face. Master accidentally said to her about you and Zhu Nanji getting married. Master shouldn't have spoken too much. After all, this is something between you young people. Iman, you won't blame master, right? As she spoke, Pei Oyu, the vice sect leader of the Wandao sect, wrapped her arms around Lu Jinan like a little girl pampering herself and rubbed her waist gently for a while. The force was so great that the diagonal placket of the crossneck jacket was rubbed loose by Lu Jinan's face, showing off some whiteness, and allowing Lu Jinan to clearly feel with the tip of his nose how soft and tender the flavorful master teacher was. But Lu Jinan is not happy at all. Master, you are giving me trouble, right? Hurriedly broke away from Pei Oyu's bosom. Back a few steps. Lu Jinan looked at a shaking after a disheveled clothes, hairpin oblique mess and cheeks flushed with apologetic master. Opened his mouth or decided to shut up and not say anything. Pei Oyu blinked. You didn't blame master, did you? Lu Jinan took a deep breath. Master, you should change your name to Pei Yurong. Hearing you praise master for being tolerant. I knew you weren't angry. Master is very happy. Pei Oyu looked relieved. But what about? She gently raised her right hand, pretending to straighten her sash but letting the sash open a few more points, and the inner dark purple belly band was exposed, vaguely able to see the edges of some kind of flower embroidered with gold silk. Purple. It really does rhyme. As long as the good disciple knows that the master has the capacity is good. Pei Oyu rested one hand on the whiteness of the slanting lapel neckline, one hand put up the index finger lightly placed on his own voluptuous red lips, and threw a wink to Lu Jinyan. This is the only good disciple can only perceive the secret. Oh. Lu Jinan didn't say anything, but his body had already responded for him. In his heart, Pei Oyu really is every part of the enchanting mature woman who exudes a charm that cannot be held. Obviously the palace sand is still there. Why is it so fascinating? More than anything, I want to see and eat it again. Lu Jinan's eyes drooped slightly. Disciple will leave first. Looking at Lu Jinan, who turned around, Pei Oyu was just about to put away her teasing thoughts when she suddenly realized something was wrong and hurriedly opened her mouth to inquire. Where are you going? The cave where you're in seclusion isn't at the bottom of the mountain. Lu Jinan's footsteps lurched. Refine the pills, then go down the mountain. Pei Oyu frowned lightly. It is not necessary to go down the mountain to refine your body. Not only can master help you keep an eye on Xingyue, but she can also protect the path for you. Refining the body is only secondary. Lu Jinan looked back at Pei Oyu. Among the paths I cultivate, there is one path that must be completed. Half a month later, I will definitely return. Master, just keep an eye on senior sister for me. After saying that, Lu Jinan left Tai Chu Peak. Looking at Lu Jinan's back as he headed to the Dan Hall, Pei Oyu looked pensive. What kind of Tao had to go outside to be completed? She knew that her precious disciple cultivated the great self-existent viewing method that she had gotten from somewhere. And she also knew that he wanted to combine this crippled gongfu with himself to perfect it into an immortal method and prove the great Tao. Because she had never seen Lu Jinan make a mistake on the way to perfecting this gongfu, she did not advise her to change to other immortal techniques. After all, once the great self-realization contemplation thoughts was completed, it was bound to be a superior immortal dharma as well. It was just that the various types of cultivation sanctuaries and the 8 pagodas within the Wandao sect should be able to satisfy his contemplation. So why did he have to go outside? Muttering to herself, Xia Ming, who had originally run over cheerfully, called her expression grave, and couldn't help but ask cautiously, eldest senior brother told you about the blood pool? Blood pool? Pei Oyo twisted her head and stared at Xia Ming. What blood pool? Ha? Didn't say? Xia Ming's expression lurched. Eldest brother hadn't said why did that vice patriarch show such an expression? Talked too much about myself. Xia Ming's expression instantly became tangled. The same eldest senior brother had ordered not to tell the vice patriarch in the first place. But Zhu Nanji's matter was something that she felt disobedient about. But that blood pool, because it involved such a major event as the Great Tao, she didn't dare to tell the vice patriarch in advance. As a result, the eldest senior brother even hid from the vice patriarch. Speak! Pei Oyo increased her tone of voice as she straightened her loose sash. Xia Ming also did not dare to hide it anymore, and quickly bowed his head and said, eldest senior brother raised a blood pool in the Blood Emperor sect, and every once in a while, he used a strange short sword to absorb the blood that was purified. What does a short sword look like? A slight change appeared in Pei Onu's tone. The body of the sword is engraved with blood-colored lines, and there are blood beads at the hilt, and an eye, which is oddly oozy to look at. Saying that, Xia Ming closed her mouth as Pei Oyu raised her right hand to indicate that she didn't need to continue. Taking a step to the front of the steps, Pei Oyu, overlooking the mountains, no longer had any charm on her face, replaced by a bit of sadness. After the broken boundary, the key to the ancient of the underworld, Pei Oyu's fingers tightened slightly. Never expecting her precious disciple to be bold to such an extent that she would want to perfect the way of life and death through this more brutal way than facing life and death directly. I really don't know whether I should be happy or sad. Doesn't let my master worry at all. Pei Oai took a step out of the room and was nowhere to be found. Author Fungus, thank you for promise Shang 1000 coins reward. EAE 500 coins reward. QSKY 500 coins reward. ONAPID 100 coins reward. Always loved the flow of fireflies 100 coins reward. Chapter 38 Jumping. Jumping Dan? Wandao Sect Dan Hall is based solely on a mountain. The entire mountain peak is perennially filled with a strong fragrance of Dan medicine. Just smell the fragrance will have a kind of floating as if the feeling of immortalization. But Lu Jinan who came here didn't inhale much of the scent of the unknown number of pills and medicines intertwined in the air. As the saying goes, medicine and poison are not separate. What gives off a scent is not necessarily an herb. It can be poison. In Lu Jinan's opinion, the mountain where the Dan Hall was located could be described with the words pandemonium. Greetings, eldest senior brother. Several disciples in the Dan Hall who were resting made a bow to the arriving Lu Jinan. Lu Jinan smiled and returned the salute before asking, is Jaeger in? Senior brother Zhang is in his alchemy room. After saying his thanks, Lu Jinan didn't go over directly, but first came to the medicine garden at the back of the Dan Hall to look for the materials he needed. Although the medicinal materials needed were all rather eccentric. To the Wandao sect, the #1 immortal sect in the world, eccentric alchemy materials might be rare, but they were certainly available. After gathering all the materials and paying for them with contribution points, Lu Jinan went straight to the door of the alchemy room of the Dan Hall's chief proctor, Zhang Jijin, making sure that going in at this time wouldn't disturb him before walking in. Although the large alchemy room was filled with aroma, it was like a furnace, and it was not comfortable to stay at all. Lu Jinan glanced at the porcelain vases and materials neatly arranged on the different shelves before looking at Zhang Jijin, who was sitting on a futon, staring intently at the Dan furnace. He also sat aside without making a sound and began to refine the medicinal liquid from the materials. After he had bottled the refined medicinal liquid, the fire in the furnace dimmed a bit, and Zhang Jijin's eyes lit up as he hurriedly got up and opened the furnace. Bang bang bang. In just a split second, a furnace of milky white pills jumped out of the furnace, falling to the floor and bouncing a few times before not jumping again, but buzzing and shaking as if they were shivering. Success! Zhang Jijin looked at one of the Dan pills on the ground and excitedly struck his left palm with his right fist. It's still a little difficult. What kind of Dan is this? Lu Jinan picked up a Dan pill and looked at the small round pill that trembled incessantly between his fingers, feeling that his fingers were crispy. Eldest senior brother, Zhang Jijin, who had just seen Lu Jinan, hurriedly saluted. When did you come? Just arrived. Lu Jinan smiled slightly. What is this elixir? Jumping Dan. Jump what? Lu Jinan's expression was stunned, thinking that this was a refined elixir, so it shouldn't be the kind he was thinking of, right? Jumping Dan. Zhang Jiajin rubbed his hands together. I recently took over a business deal from the Acacia sect, and I don't know why they asked me to refine this kind of Dan that is similar to the jumping Dan but has to be slowly dissolved in water, but the price they offered was too high. Zhang Jiajin raised a finger and smiled heatedly. 500 top-grade spirit crystals for a jumping Dan. Those men must have had their yangs harvested too many times. How else could their brains be so unresponsive? Lu Jinan stared at the pills between his fingers and tugged at the corner of his mouth. Those cultivators of the Acacia sect were really in line with the law of shibboleth as the first impetus for development. How is this Dan? Refined? Lu Jinan asked curiously. Simple. I'll teach you. Zhang Jiajin clearly didn't understand where this Dan pill would be used, so with an expression of joy for alchemy, he introduced the method of refining this Dan. Lu Jinan memorized it word by word in his heart, and it may come in handy later, right? Sell less. After hearing this, Lu Jinan said to Zhang Jijin, oddities are rare, so don't sell too many of them at a time, and the group of cultivators from the Acacia sect will naturally take the initiative to raise the price. Understand? Why? Zhang Jiajin looked at eldest brother in disbelief. This thing is the jumping and slower melting pioneer Dan. Listen to me. Lu Jinan patted Zhang Jiajin's shoulder. 100 pills a month out of the oven, and you'll be guaranteed to earn more. Zhang Jiajin nodded his head seemingly understanding. I'll listen to eldest brother. After ending this topic, Lu Jinan explained where he was coming from. I would like to ask senior brother to help me refine a 5th grade Dan. As soon as he heard these words, Zhang Jijin came into the spirit, twisting his head to look at the medicinal liquid that had already been refined by eldest senior brother, and raised the tip of his eyebrow. Dragon scale grass, celestial green flower, phoenix congealed blood, heaven repairing cheese, and Xian ginseng. He looked into Lu Jinan's eyes. Eldest brother, you want to refine your body to communicate with the stars of the 9 heavens? Right. Lu Jinan took out the 7-star channeling body bloodline that had been refined long ago. I need this Dan urgently, and I can't refine it right now. Can I please? Lu Jinan knew that his talent in alchemy was just enough for himself, and was no match for Dan Hall Chief Zhang Jijin. Plus it was urgent, so he came directly to Zhang Jijin. Leave it to me. Zhang Jiajin licked his lips. To be honest, I've long wanted to challenge more 5th grade body refining pills. After all, there's no future for physical cultivation right now, and no one buys body refining pills of this grade. Eldest brother, won't you mind that I don't have much experience in body refining pills? Why don't I go and ask my senior? It's not like refining Dan is for you to fight. Lu Jinan laughed. You can even refine a 6th grade Dan. How hard can a 5th grade Dan be for you? 2.5 hours. Zhang Jiajin spoke in a deep voice. It must come out. Trouble. Lu Jinan made a bow. I will follow the price of senior brother. You're treating me like an outsider with these words. Eldest senior brother, Zhang Jiajin said while opening the furnace. You are the Wan Dao sect's eldest senior brother. All of US Dan masters are under the Wan Dao sect's shelter. Only then are we safe and sound. We complement each other. How hurtful is it to talk about money? Zhang Jiajin smiled. Not to mention that you personally asked me. Eldest brother, tomorrow I'll show off to my senior brothers and sisters that I'm the first Dan Hall disciple to help you refine pills. Eldest brother. Looking at Zhang Jijin who started to refine pills, Lu Jinan walked out without further words, not going to peek at Zhang Jijin's refining process. For an alchemist of Zhang Jijin's talent, all of them had alchemy techniques that were uniquely their own, and peeking was extremely bad behavior. However, Lu Jinan didn't leave the Dan Hall either, but started trying to make jumping Dan after borrowing an alchemy room. It's more fulfilling when you make the jumping Dan with your own hands. Recalling the way Zhang Jiajin had taught himself, Lu Jinan opened the furnace and built a fire to configure the ingredients. As he was refining, he had a sudden thought. Should he refine some different flavors like the Pure Valley Dan, so that in case he ate it, the taste would be wonderful? If you think about it, you have to do it. So Lu Jinan stopped the fire and went out to pick some fruits to add flavor to the jumping Dan. I'm really a clothes horse too. Author Fungus, thanks to book friend 202207220834005222's 1100 coins reward. Thanks to the Red Dust Calendar 500 coins reward. Thanks to book friend 202008100821264488's 100 coins reward. Chapter 39. I promised my apprentice to guard his path. Eldest brother. When the sun set in the west, Zhang Jijin pushed the door and walked out from the alchemy room. With tiredness and excitement between his brows, he made a bow towards Lu Jinan. Fortunately, the Xian Bloodstar gathering pill has been completed. Lu Jinan, who was looking at the porcelain bottle jumping around jumping dawn, put away the dozen or so dawn he had concocted, turned to receive the porcelain bottle handed over by Zhang Jijin, and returned a salute. I'm grateful to Master Jijin for this. Small matter, small matter. Zhang Jiajin waved his hand, then said with an expectant face, if you, eldest brother, can complete the 9-star body tempering in this era, can all the pills you need to use afterward be given to me? Okay, alright. Lu Jinan let out a laugh. But Hall Master Chen has lived for so long, He must have refined the 9-star body tempering pill. He didn't finish refining. Zhang Jiajin hemmed and hawed. I can be too familiar with master teacher his old man. And the gold content of the 9-star hardened body in this era is not something that could be compared to the past. Okay. Lu Jinan nodded. Then I'll leave first. I'll also start collecting the materials to be used afterward. Zhang Jiajin patted his chest. Go all out to ensure that eldest brother's logistics are worry-free. Don't worry. What if I don't make it? You are the eldest senior brother. Zhang Jiajin's face was solemn, shouldering the future of the Wandao sectet. Senior brother, I believe that senior brother will definitely succeed. Lu Jinan rubbed his fingers over the porcelain vase and turned to take a step. Wait for my good news. I wish eldest senior brother good martial arts luck. Zhang Jiajin made a deep bow. The highest peak of the Wandao sect. In front of the stone steps of Tai Yi Peak, the little old man with gray hair and a thin, somewhat stooped body had one hand on his cane, one hand stroking his beard, and his seemingly old body opened his mouth with a voice like a bell. You won't have to worry about it. You're not the only one who thinks of him as a baby bump. Standing not far away, Pei Oyu withdrew her gaze from Dan Feng, but where he wants to go. The young man has his own path. What kind of climate can he achieve by protecting him all the time? The old man tapped the ground with his cane. Old me is also worried, but it's useless to worry. He has confidence. His senior siblings trust him. The whole clan supports him. And you as a senior should be even more assured that it's not just himself that he has to carry on those shoulders. As the words fell, the old man turned to look at Ji Wenchang, the vice-patriarch in charge of the Hall of the Great Beginning. This time, the old man's birthday is a big deal. Ji Wenchang bowed. Naturally understanding the meaning of the patriarch's grand organization, all the 100 clans were invited. The old man took a step towards the Tai Yi Hall. Take this opportunity to let Iman inherit the position of the Holy Son. The Holy Son is the future patriarch of the 10,000 Ways sect. Understood. Ji Wenchang made a bow, and in his heart, he had already determined the specifications of this patriarch's birthday banquet. Waiting for the sound of the patriarch's footsteps to disappear, Ji Wenchang straightened up with a relieved look. Should have let Jinan inherit the position of the Holy Son? The patriarch non-procrastinated until now. Pei Oyu looked ahead. The others aren't competing for this position anyway, so there's no harm in being a little late. They dare? Ji Wenchang shook his head. How many kilograms do they have and still want to fight for Iman's position? I'll knock their legs off first. That's an understatement. Ji Wenchang said calmly. Prevention is better than cure. Whoever dares to collude and mess up the clan's morale, I will definitely chop them off. If the upper beam is straight, the lower beam will not be crooked. I'll leave first. Pei Oyu stepped away. I only have this one precious disciple. Ji Wenchang frowned slightly. You beware that he won't grow up. I promised my disciple to protect his path. Pei Oyu said lightly. Besides, I have my measure. Ji Wenchang shook his head and said no more, turning to leave Tai Yi Peak as well. Now that Lu Jinan was going to inherit the position of the Saint Son, it was time for him to teach his disciple Jiang Wuya how to better assist the Saint Son. From the Danfeng left Lu Jinan went to the other several halls once more. After confirming that they were all well brought, he took out the flying boat and took it towards the destination of this trip. After the Battle of the 100 Races 20,000 years ago, the 5 great boundaries of the east, west, south, north, and center of the cloudtop continent were determined nowadays, and the human race, as one of the victorious races, occupied the entire eastern realm as well as some of the boundaries of the center and the north, second only to the demon race. However, although the boundaries of the various races had been determined, there were still parts of the cloudtop continent that were unowned, and most of these areas were forbidden zones where entry was death. And among so many forbidden zones, there was one that was a true forbidden zone of death after the Broken Realm, where the underworld ancient was located, where the southwestern part of the central realm is located. The Eight Abyss is like a broken boundary wall, where spiritual power cannot enter and life is even more difficult to enter. Lu Jinan, who had sped for 3 days on the flying boat, came from the cabin to the deck and looked down at the broken boundary at the end of the spiritual power. The intertwined abyss seemed to be able to swallow people up, so that people did not dare to approach. Town cloisters. Lu Jinan's eyes were slightly downcast as he turned to collect his flying boat and arrived at the only city here. The one that the cultivators called Ghost City. As far as the eye could see, the population was sparse, and coffins and all kinds of supplies needed only for graves were placed everywhere. Entering the Ghost City, the operation of spiritual energy was all much more obscure, but Lu Jinan didn't care. Instead, he curiously surveyed his surroundings, because the destination of his trip was the legendary Hell, and the Ghost City was the closest earthly realm to the Hell. In Lu Jinan's understanding of the cloudtop continent, the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and the underworld existed, but the heavenly realm and the earthly realm could be said to have been fused into one. as cultivators and ordinary people coexisted in this realm. It was just that it was difficult for ordinary people to see real cultivators. But the underworld couldn't and wouldn't be able to merge in, because no matter whether it was a cultivator or an ordinary person, it was all life. And once it merged with death, then it would be a mess. Perhaps for death it is life that is death, and death that is life. Lu Jinan pondered, walking to the side of the road to look at the coffin pullers passing in front of him. He was clear about the positioning of this type of people in the ghost city, the underworld ancient dispatcher, to carry messages for the living and to fulfill the wishes of the dead. The entry of the living into the ancient reincarnation of the underworld after death is not an immediate event. Lu Jinan still has a lot of unanswered questions about the cloud-top continent, but he also knows that with his own cultivation now he can't figure out the rules of the world's operation, and now he can only abide by the rules of the heavenly Tao that have existed in the cloud-top continent for an unknown period of time. He twisted his head to look at the closed gate at the end of the city. Rumor had it that if you passed through that gate you could enter the soul suppression cloister, and then you would have a chance to lead to the underworld after the broken boundary. Only no one had ever confirmed it, because life and death are two kinds of rules. There is no transcendence, and the divine hidden realm does not dare to easily peek into the mysteries of the underworld, and vice versa probably as well? Lu Jinan didn't know, but it didn't stop him from walking towards that door. He wanted to become immortal, and to become immortal he had to merge with the way, and the way he was walking couldn't get around that door. Author bacteria, the first time to write immortal class. The author bacteria have a lot of shortcomings, is ignorant of the front line. We have different perceptions of the three views. If you feel unreasonable, you can make suggestions. Of course, the author bacteria limited knowledge. In the premise of not violating this syllabus will be gradually added to improve. Really cannot be perfected. As if this book is set up so. The author fungus to thank the readers in the immortal book's in-depth understanding of the pen mercy. Thank you. Chapter 40 Master doesn't want to wait for the afterlife at all. The half of the 7th month, the day of the Chinese New Year, is also the day when the legendary hell opens its doors. It is rumored that at this time of the year, all ghosts are subjected to an examination, and those who pass are allowed to leave the underworld, those with masters go home, and those without masters wander the earth, wandering about looking for something to eat. Hence this day is known as the Festival of Ghosts. Rumors are rumors, and the truth is even more gruesome than the rumors. This was because after a powerful cultivator died unnaturally, he would take advantage of the time when the boundary of life and death was at its weakest during the Mid-Yuan festival, and try to find a way to leave the underworld and take over the body to be reborn. It's like those beings that boast of the upper realms, cannibalism. Over the years, there have indeed been those who have managed to relive in a way that violates the cycle of reincarnation by taking over the body, but there have been no true successes. There are earthly ways on earth, and there are ancient rules in the underworld. Those who disobeyed were provided with information by the ancient of the underworld, and were rounded up and killed on earth. Lu Jinan had taken on this kind of task in the sitting illumination realm. Plus he had checked the relevant texts in the Wan Dao sect's book depository out of curiosity, so he had a better understanding of it. Standing before the ghost gate, Lu Jinan raised his head slightly, and because his own Dao contained life and death, he was able to see the underworld ancient death chi that lingered around the ghost gate. A thought swept through the mind of Lu Jinyan, who was strikingly dressed in white. Should he deduce the approximate outcome of this trip with his current mastery of the great self-explanatory thoughts? But just as this thought bubbled up, it was snuffed out by Lu Jinan. The more you learn the Gongfu, the more refined it becomes. How can you be more hesitant and indecisive? Lu Jinan, who smiled to himself, then didn't bother to run the great self-realization viewing thoughts, because human nature is to avoid the bad, and no matter what you do, it is difficult to have a 100% success rate. If you know the bad results in advance, then the bottom of the heart planted the seed of cowardice. Once this seed germinates, it will be difficult to eliminate and will become a what if time and time again in the immortal journey. And the what if is having no confidence in yourself. On the path of inquiry, there may be failures, but there is no ultimate success. And what is most valuable is the courage to continue on and ask for what you want. There is no harm in seeking good fortune and avoiding evil in small matters. Seeking immortality is inherently thorny and cannot be avoided. Lu Jinan's eyes slightly drooped as he took out the short blade engraved with blood-colored patterns. At the time of the Chinese New Year, the door to the ghosts is wide open, and 100 ghosts walk at night. Not at this time. Life and death are separated. When the earth is poor, Lu Jinan ignored the sight of the surrounding underworld ancient dispatcher, holding the blood-patterned short sword and walking step by step towards the ghost gate. The blood eyes at the hilt of the sword seemed like rotating pupils, and the closer he got to the ghost gate, the more pleasurable the sound of the sword became. Life enters the realm of death, and the underworld evidence opens the way. Lu Jinan glanced at the short sword's blood bead filled with blood. His wrist twisted lightly, and as the short sword stabbed into the thick city gate, Ripples appeared in front of his eyes, and he entered the soul-subduing cloister behind the city gate unimpeded. At the top of the city gate building at the entrance of Ghost City, Peiyou's soft and charming face held a rather proud smile. With her cultivation realm, she naturally detected that her precious disciple wanted to run the great self-contained contemplation thoughts for a moment. So in that moment she thought that if Amon really wanted to project into the future of the ghost sect, she would immediately bring him back to the clan. Even the Tianyan Pavilion, that group of extremely good at fortune deduction of the art of cultivators, will not easily give their own divination. This kind of cultivator, because of the nature of the Gong method, only half understand the deduction if easily divination, and inadvertent will be prone to Taoist heart dust. It's a good thing that one's precious disciple has always been in existence. That makes one proud. Biku Pai. Calm. And assured a lot of Peyoyo slightly raised his head to look at the distant tangible bottomless broken boundary, lightly raised his right hand, dyed with red cardamom, long slender fingers a grip. This is the Yin Shi Zhanzhan dome, seems to be covered with a layer of darkness, like a torrential rain is about to pour down, like a thick and oppressive, majestic atmospheric spiritual power is like a black phoenix. Hard in the spread, do not know tens of thousands of miles of abyssal broken boundary to separate a party not to be invaded by the Yin and Netherworld gas independent field. Seems to be able to enter the underworld of the ancient times. Putting away her right hand, Peiyou hooked a strand of blown up hair behind her ear, her slightly narrowed eyes like a soft curved moon. The beauty mole on her right lower lip even more at this time set off her charm. In case something happens, Master doesn't want to wait for the afterlife at all, Peiyou said to herself. After reincarnation, even if a certain doll after reincarnation resembles Jinan, even if it has the memories of the time before reincarnation, she will not treat him as her precious disciple Lu Jinan. So might as well make a big mess of the medieval past and bring back your own good disciple with your own hands. Alas, can't help but strike again. Also don't know what came to mind. Peiyou laughed with some mischief. Xingyua Chengyu, for my mother is not trying to snatch Jinan away and let you watch from the sidelines. Peiyou in a more and more pleasant mood with her arms around her chest, her fingertips gently tapping her arms, and from time to time she was also lightly humming a little song. I don't know whether Qingyu find out Zhu Nanji's information. Listen to the description given by Jinan to her inexplicable white. It looks like Qingmiao Palace origin. Go to the South Shore domain of the red dust into the world followed by too much forgetfulness. It's not that woman's apprentice, is it? Lu Jinan passed through the Ghost City gates, and not far in front of him was the entrance to the Soul Suppression Cloister. It is rumored that the Soul Suppression Cloister is a huge labyrinth, and once the living who want to enter the realm of the dead and the dead who want to go back to the earth break in, they will be lost in the Soul Suppression Cloister and will not be able to get out of it for eternity. Lu Jinan tightened the underworld certificate in his hand. With this short sword that had drawn blood, he wasn't going to get lost in the Soul Suppression Cloister. Without moving, he took a step, and as soon as he stepped into the entrance of the Soul Suppressing Cloister, it was equivalent to having half a foot in hell. What filled the surrounding area was full of Yin and underworld chi, completely isolating it from the outside world's spiritual energy. But the spiritual energy in Lu Jinan's body would not be lost by rejection, because he has a sword in his hand. The underworld certificate is the pass for the living to legally enter the hell. It is not known how many underworld certificates there are in the world, but only a handful of people have entered hell with them throughout the ages, and they're all about exploring the avenue of the dead. There were cultivators who had returned alive from the underworld to achieve a party of great power, but more were those who had been swallowed up by death and failed. With the underworld certificate in his hand, Lu Jinan was able to find the correct path to the Soul Suppression Cloister without any problems, but he wasn't advancing very fast, because the Soul Suppression Cloister was a labyrinth made of a combination of space and spirit. It was a rare treasure of enlightenment for cultivators who majored in the space avenue. But although Lu Jinan didn't walk fast, he didn't pause for a second. The power to face death head-on is more rare than the power of space. Lu Jinan, who had passed through the Soul Suppression Cloister, looked ahead, and at the real entrance to the underworld ancient, there stood a tall, thin figure with a smile on his face and a short, fat figure with a fierce face on his left and right respectively. Looking at the seeing wealth for a lifetime and peace in the world written on the official hats of these two figures respectively, Lu Jinan's eyes lit up. The black and white of myth and legend. Turning the tip of his short sword downward, Lu Jinan bowed slightly and performed a sword salute. I've heard a lot about both of you. Chapter 41, Stygian 007. I've heard a lot about both of you. Seeing the two ghostly messengers, the famous black and white irregulars, Lu Jinan really felt curious and excited, but he didn't look at their faces impolitely. 7. Black Vagabond spoke in a low voice. Lu Jinan was stunned, but after noticing his gaze, he reacted that he was referring to the underworld certificate in his hand. How many in total? Lu Jinan asked out loud. 9. Black Impermanence's voice still sounded muffled. We haven't seen each other in 5,000 years. And you're the first. Whereabouts unknown? Perhaps. Black impermanence sidestepped? Mahayana cultivator. You're here for the avenue of death, aren't you? Mahayana stage? Lu Jinan blinked. That's system. We know that it has long been unnecessary. Black impermanence glanced at him. I've heard from dead cultivators. I don't know who started the popularity of Jindan's pregnancy. Yuaning is giving birth to a baby. Your human race has changed the cultivation system. Although it is a little bit different from the past, it's more or less the same. Lu Jinan smiled. I think the current system sounds better. Doesn't matter. Black impermanence glanced at the underworld certificate in his hand. You can sense for a while longer if you can make an offering of so much blood. A plutonium card with blood is the complete plutonium pass. Because the plutonium people need to use blood as a medium to keep the communication with the earth. The energy of the underworld ancient may seem different from aura, but in the range of the cloud-top continent, it is the same source. It's like the human race started and then split into different surnames and blood types. Lu Jinan added, I want to see Fingdu Dadi. Yes. Black impermanence didn't think twice, but deduct half the blood. No problem. Lu Jinan nodded without hesitation. Please. White impermanence made an inviting gesture. Lu Jinan didn't hesitate to take a step. He had already prepared everything. As to whether or not his purpose could be accomplished, it would depend on the next conversation with the ancient lord of the underworld, Fong Du Dadi. Following the black and white irregulars to really step into the hell, Lu Jinan only felt a darkness in front of his eyes, surrounded by the ghostly atmosphere lingering and deadly. The ancient underworld referred to by the 9 ghosts as the place where the laws of yin and death are most complete and thick. After adapting to the light of hell for a while, Lu Jinan, who slowed down, found himself standing at the cliff, raising his eyes and looking around. Hades Ancient was like a huge city hidden in the netherworld's atmosphere, with a well-organized layout and each of the 9 parties performing their own duties. The living do not look at the affairs of hell. White impermanence reminded, erecting a bridge of yin and underworld in the air, leading directly to the palace of Fingdu Emperor. Lu Jinyan retracted his eyes. The existence of the hell is a complete death avenue, not to mention their own, although the divine hidden realm practitioners do not in the 5 elements of the wheel of life, but also cannot do transcendence of this side of heaven and earth. The information about the underworld ancient that he had read in the Wandao sect's book depository surfaced in his mind, and Lu Jinan couldn't help but rub his fingers against the hilt of his sword. Although Hades is a place for the reincarnation of the dead, it does not mean that the ghosts of Hades maintain a balance with the living on earth. All things go from birth to death. Just as the birth of the world goes from nothing to something, there is life before there is death. And death may not necessarily lead to life. The vast majority of lives in the world are newborns. And the brand new souls of the medieval past that have been washed by Mangpo's soup are the souls that are eligible to go to the next life. Wap. Bikupai. Although those who have committed great crimes and evils will enter the underworld, they will not be allowed to reincarnate for eternity. Those who have been sacrificed into the 10,000 souls streamer or whose souls have been destroyed in their lifetime will not be able to enter the underworld, let alone reincarnate. Boom. There was a deafening roar in the distance, but in the next second it was silent. And NBSP, there are always cultivators who think they are great when they are alive, and after they die, they still don't know how many pounds or two to make trouble, and the great emperor has already killed them. Black impermanence explained. Lu Jinan's heart was clear. Less than transcendence. Even if Shanin came to the underworld ancient could not make waves. It is as if the monk is like a chicken in the realm of a more powerful cultivator, with only a fate to be slaughtered. Lu Jinan thought for a moment and asked curiously, is there really a book of life and death in Hades ancient? Yes. The white impermanence with a long dangling tongue nodded, but although cultivators are in this category, I don't know how long they live, because cultivators are the process of taking on difficulties to change their lives. How long they live all depends on their own talent, cultivation, and courage. Lu Jinan nodded and didn't ponder for a moment before the long bridge made of yin and underworld chi reached its end. The great emperor is then inside. White impermanence reached out and wiped his hand on the underworld certificate in Lu Jinan's hand, and half of the blood in it was instantly missing. Lu Jinan didn't care and bowed and thanked him before leaving to walk off the bridge of the underworld and into the palace of the great Fingdu Emperor. Lu Jinan saw the great figure sitting high on the figure plate face. Eyeballs move very fast. Hands turn the page to drop the word. Stamp speed is also very fast. Like a white-collar guy who works all night and all year round. Lu Jinan of the Wandao sect pays his respects to Emperor Fingdu. Lu Jinan made a bow. Something's up. This seat is busy. Fingdu Emperor said without lifting his head. Lu Jinan's eyes rolled and he spoke softly. Tired? Fingdu Emperor's hands gave a beat, then raised his head with a ghostly expression of birthlessness. This seat hasn't rested for 20,000 years. Damn the heavenly Tao. There is no problem with the formation of the 3 realms, and there is no problem with the fusion of the heavenly realm and the human realm, But the officials of the underworld ancient have not been increased since the beginning of their birth, and they have to receive, review, characterize, judge, punish, and reincarnate. So many ghosts have to be dealt with by this seat and the district's several dozens of henchmen below it. Look at the 18 layers of hell. Look at the Neho Bridge. Look at the queues before the 6 paths of reincarnation. The souls of the past have not been dealt with until now. Let alone now. Damn the heavenly Tao. Preferring to let the most evil offenders still have to delay the suffering of hell before their souls can be dispersed. This seat has increased the number of torture devices and enlarged the frying pan. But it still can't be squeezed out. And you people on Earth, once the war starts, you just kill and kill and kill in every city and every domain. You are so happy to kill. Have you considered our feelings? Why don't you learn from those demonic cultivators who sacrifice 10,000 soul streamers to make their lives worse than death so that they can't be reincarnated in the underworld? That way, the workload of the underworld will also drop a lot. Damn the heavenly way. Do not give the expansion even if 50,000 years ago the foreign invasion died here still have to be dealt with by Hades Ancient. There is such a squeeze? Snap. Fengdu Emperor slapped the desktop fiercely, thanks to this seat's good heart and integrity. Otherwise I would have long ago not cared about all this crap. This place can be as chaotic as it wants to be, and it doesn't matter if it affects the earth. It seems that finally vented a pass Fengdu Emperor glared at Lu Jinan, and buried his head again to furiously criticize, waste of time again. His mothers, looking at the Hades Ancient 007 work system, Lu Jinan suddenly spoke. Another great struggle is coming. The Fengdu Emperor, who was writing furiously, raised his head violently, and his gaze was almost cannibalistic. This seat. Lu Jinan could see that Fengdu Emperor wanted to curse, but he didn't think he would say grass or asterisk. So, he cleared his throat and spoke before the sinewy Fengdu Emperor completely stormed off. I have a plan. Would you like to hear it? Author Fungus, thanks to the sun and moon of the sinking 1500 coins reward, the long night without fire 200 coins reward. Bookfriend 20200308095310859's 100 coins reward. Salty Fish Emperor 100 coins reward. Chapter 42. You learn this way, and you don't mean to take the dead. I have a plan. Would you like to hear it? Before coming to the underworld, Lu Jinan had envisioned what kind of existence the Fengdu Emperor, the master of the Earth's capital, would be. However, it never occurred to me that Emperor Fengdu was a wage earner under the 007 work system. But then again, after Emperor Fengdu casually obliterated the soul of the divine hidden cultivator with a single blow, the image of the wage earner Dragon King was erected. But still, it is so different from the impression of the compulsion of the Lord of the Earth. But Lu Jinan wouldn't take Fengdu Dadi as a good little cutie for that. A plan? Fengdu Emperor stared at Lu Jinan. Let this seat transcend this realm? This seat has existed since the beginning of the heavens and earth and the birth of the heavenly Tao, so it can be said that it has lived the same life as the heavens, and it is indeed qualified to completely transcend this realm and leave the work to others. But this seat doesn't like it. He lowered his head again and began to busy himself with the affairs of the hell. This seat's duties are born as such, not to mention who can guarantee how virtuous the later will be? Will they be able to sit in this position? What if the seat chooses someone poorly? Fengdu Emperor's tone intensified a few points. The chaos of the underworld ancient, the opening of the ghost gate, and the chaos on earth. This seat can't see this kind of thing. The immortal realm and the human realm can merge into one, but not the underworld. Fengdu Emperor raised his head and glanced at Lu Jinan. The life and death in the world can only be two lines traveling side by side. If life and death are intermingled, and human and ghosts are indistinguishable, the world will be in chaos. Lu Jinan rubbed the hilt of the sword of the underworld certificate. Yin and yang can mingle, but life and death can only stand side by side. Fengdu Emperor rebowed his head. In previous decades, there were living people who came here with the underworld certificate, and you are the first living person to come here with the underworld certificate in the past 5,000 years. This seat actually has a premonition that another world of great struggle is coming. The medieval ancient is the medieval ancient of the cloud top, and the whereabouts of the medieval evidence are unknown. This seat is even more unable to abandon the medieval ancient. Senior is highly righteous. Lu Jinan made a bow, then reared his head to look at Fengdu Emperor. The method of the late generation is not to allow you to transcend. Fengdu Emperor did not speak. Lu Jinan continued, essence, Qi and God are the most complete form of life, and only one of them is conceptually a defective product. There is a law called detaining spirits and dispatching generals. Although it traces its origin to the 10,000 soul streamer, it is not as evil as the 10,000 soul streamer. Before the words left his mouth, Fengdu Emperor interrupted Lu Jinan's voice. You want to detain the spirits of the great sinners of the underworld for your use? Lu Jinan didn't answer immediately, but continued. Detaining spirits and dispatching generals is either finding the weaknesses of the spirits to manipulate them with spells, or nurturing the spirits from a young age, or complementing each other by cooperating with the spirits. Detaining the spirit to send generals is strong, but the ability of the spirit detained to be born was weakened a lot, and the power that the spirit can play out and the cultivation strength of the cultivator himself has a lot to do with the cultivator. Without the spirit power, the spirit will lose its power. Once the cultivator dies, the spirit will die as well. And seniors, you were originally a dead man's workload has suddenly turned into a good number of people. You must not be happy, right? Fengdu Didi's expression suddenly became gloomy for a few minutes. Although he just said that he would let more demonic cultivators learn the 10,000 soul streamer, he also hated this kind of demonic cultivator the most, because once this kind of demonic cultivator died, a person brought along uncountable souls that had been freed from the 10,000 soul streamer. It was simply detestable. That's why the late generation thought about how to make a dead person become a living dead person. Lu Jinan looked at Fengdu Didi's eyes. Isn't it possible to do the same with a spirit that only retains the dead person's system and cultivation from his or her lifetime and is able to cultivate on his or her own? Lu Jinan spoke without a hitch, but in order to make such a spirit, then there has to be an avenue of death, and there has to be Yin and underworld chi, because you, senior, are the strongest Yin spirit? Speaking here, Lu Jinan took 2 steps forward, from the Wan Dao sect's canonical books, and even more so, from what I felt after personally visiting the underworld ancient, I discovered that the Yin underworld chi originates from the souls of the dead. Whether it is the soul that obliterates after suffering from the 18 layers of hell or the soul before entering the 6 paths of reincarnation, all of them split out the Yin and underworld chi to integrate into the death avenue of the underworld and the ancient of the underworld before their divine souls are extinguished and reincarnated. So, Lu Jinan made a bow towards Fengdu Dadi. I hope that senior will teach the soul the method of transforming the Yin and underworld chi. In this way, not only will your workload be reduced, but senior will also be able to fulfill the way that I have asked for. Fengdu Emperor stared straight at Lu Jinan. Kid, your ambition is big enough. Lu Jinan calmly returned. The latecomer only wants to walk along the path that the latecomer seeks. Fengdu Emperor put down the pen in his hand and spoke quietly. You said just now that spirit is just a remnant. And a remnant is just a remnant no matter how strong it is, isn't it? Lu Jinan raised his head to face Fengdu Dadi directly. As I said just now, Yin and Yang can intermingle, while life and death can only stand side by side. Extracting the system and cultivation of the dead is spirit. Then is a spirit that possesses the chi of the netherworld considered living? And is the loss of earthly chi from an originally living physical body considered death? Lu Jinan crossed his arms over. The juxtaposition of life, death reversed and opposite is also juxtaposition, not intermingling, i.e., decaying wood versus dead wood. Fengdu Dadi cast a serious glance at Lu Jinan. Between life and death, the spirit is born and the body dies. If the spirit of the Yin and the underworld is treated as life and the physical body is death. Fengdu Dadi, whose eyes changed a bit, leaned forward. Spirit transforms the Yin and underworld chi not to be obliterated, not to enter the cycle of reincarnation to die, and the living dead whose fleshly aura is born to die. Yes, Lu Jinyan lowered his hands. A dead and alive that is more advanced than a spirit-detaining dispenser and more capable of fighting without self-consciousness than a puppet. This is the purpose of my late generation meeting you. Your thoughts are bold and so are your actions. Emperor Fengdu crossed his arms and stared at Lu Jinan. You do this without fear of being swallowed up by life and death? If that's the case, it only means that the latecomer is not a good learner. Lu Jinan said frankly. Fengdu Emperor continued to speak. You follow a bunch of living dead around you every day. Don't you think it's oozing? New Penjing. Lu Jinan smiled faintly. The ultimate of Yin and Yang is life and death. And space and time accommodate life and death. Oh, Fengdu Dadi raised his eyebrows. Young man, you have great intentions. Senior's fallacious praise. Lu Jinan made another bow. What does senior think of senior's proposal? Good. Fengdu Dadi stood up and walked around his huge desk, his tall and lanky body like a small mountain walking without making a sound. The way of life and death is difficult. Reversing it is even more difficult. Young man, you are very smart. But, are you determined? Lu Jinan's eyes slightly drooped, and his mind first swept through Zhu Nanji, Mu Qingyue, and his master, in various senses of pressure in turn. His voice was not soft, but throughout. Yes, want to keep your sweetheart with you all the time? Fengdu Emperor asked coldly. Lu Jinan was speechless for a moment. The people that the late generation holds dear are all still alive. Ha ha. Come with this seat will instruct you a bit. Fengdu Dadi took a step toward the outside, near the door, suddenly turned his head and asked, young people, you just said what is your name again? The late Lu Jinan. Nice. Lu Jinan, who followed Fengdu Dadi out, quietly breathed a sigh of relief, and the matter of merging with the Tao has become half of it. Chapter 43, even a woman of great charm has a lovely side. How the heavens and the earth first opened, how they were derived, and how they gave birth to life. I am not clear about these, because I do not want to transcend to understand, and I only want to manage the underworld well. Leading Lu Jinan to a black stone monument, Feng Du Da Di had his hands behind his back. But I was born to represent death, and it's not the first time I've heard of your theories of decaying wood in dying ashes and withered wood in spring. Throughout history, there have been people who have taken the avenue of life to the extreme and transcended it, and there have been people who have taken the avenue of death to the extreme and transcended it, and it's not like no one has ever tried the path of inverting life and death that you've taken. It's just that no one has ever succeeded in doing so. Lu Jinan smiled. Those who planted trees before them will enjoy the coolness of those who come after them. You're not exactly multiplying. Feng Du Da Di glanced at him, especially since the paths you're involved in are the hardest ones to follow. You've got some guts on this one, Lu Jinan said softly. The late generation still has some talent. I don't deny it. Emperor Fengdu smiled faintly. To walk to the Passage Saint realm without any physique based on talent alone is remarkable. Perhaps the late generation is burdened with a physique that has yet to be discovered. Lu Jinan snickered. The major physiques of the human race were also named by later generations, weren't they? Perhaps. Fengdu Emperor nodded. Everything you want is in the stone tablet. How much you can comprehend is up to you. Thank you, senior. Lu Jinan made a bow. I just don't want to be that tired. Feng Du Da Di said indifferently. If you transcend one day, you must make that damned heavenly Tao at more Hades' ancient establishment. The latecomer keeps this in mind. Fengdu Emperor nodded and suddenly asked, have you thought about what you will do in case I don't agree to you? Lu Jinan held up the underworld certificate in his hand and said, then we'll retreat to observe the way of death. And someday I'll be able to snatch some underworld chi from you. Fengdu Emperor shook his head. You can get it today, ah. Lu Jinan looked at him in surprise, and it was too late for him to think about it, as Fengdu Emperor waved his hand. Cultivate quickly. New Penjing. Lu Jinan no more words. A throw brocade robe hem, sitting cross-knee in front of the stone monument, closed his eyes directly running the great self-contained observations. The sea of consciousness ripples, the soul of the death into the stone monument to begin to observe, while his body, it began to emit a dead atmosphere like withered wood. Ha! A strange color flashed in Fengdu Emperor's eyes. No wonder this young man dared to have such a bold idea, so he was burdened with this kind of extraordinary technique, to visualize death by turning death into death. The young man is really bold. Fengdu Da Di laughed, then turned around, flowing with the dark eyes of and underworld chi through the underworld, stopping at the spiritual power of the soul suppression cloister somewhere like a black phoenix, then retracted his gaze and shook his head helplessly. This young man is deeply blessed. Upstairs at the gates of Ghost City, seated on the ground, Pei Oyu waist straight, lightly sip a small wine. Dark purple jacket appears to be elegant, dignified with respect. Just that the original pair of drinking wine will be lazy and watery eyes now only a little sharp. The line of sight has never left the other end of the Ghost City gates. Once again pouring herself a glass of wine, Pei Oyu sighed softly. Sometimes she would like her precious disciple to stay obediently in his own eyes and then from time to time in front of Qingyue's face to flirt with how good. But unfortunately his ambition is higher than the sky. Refused to be a canary. But being treated like a canary seems nice. Pei Oyu pursed her red lips lightly and suppressed the thought of cultivating a rebellious disciple after thinking of Qingyu. What's more, with the strength of his own precious disciple, he still can't poke through. What's with the rambling? Pei Oyu hurriedly suppressed her scattered thoughts, and when she heard the drip 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 sound of the summoning compass, she took it out. The fingers dyed with red cardamom operated on the transmission compass a few times, and Xia Ming's spiritual energy shadow was presented. What's wrong? Pei Oyu asked lazily. Qingyu is looking for me? No. Xia Ming hastily shook his head. It's finding Zhu Nanji. Upon hearing this, Pei Oyuo's eyes narrowed slightly. Qingyu is so efficient? It wasn't eldest sister who found it. Xia Ming looked at the vice patriarch. Qingmiao Palace has just announced to the public the new holy maiden that hasn't been established for decades, and her name is Zhu Nanji. Upon hearing this, Pei Oyuo's eyebrow raised. Qingmiao Palace? Yes. Pei Oyu glanced down at the cup of sake, gently smacked his lips. It's really the disciple of that noble woman, ah. This can be much more interesting, ah. She looked at Xia Ming again. Where is Qingyue? Still in the sect? Seeing that eldest senior brother was not there, eldest senior sister went into seclusion again. Xia Ming hurriedly said. Eldest senior sister even whispered the words Qingmiao Palace. Difficult to handle at that time. Pei Oyu lost a laugh, thinking that if Qingyu had her own cultivation and strength, she would have rushed straight to Qingmiao Palace to teach a lesson to the woman who had stolen her good disciple's food. The disciple trained by that woman coupled with the supreme forgetfulness immortal technique surely also looks to be of a clear and cold nature as well. Lightly shaking the wine cup, Pei Oyu's eyes lit up. Zhu Nanji's coolness against Qing Yue's high spirits. Isn't it more interesting, eh? What would be a picture of light in a fight? Or is it? Pei Oyu murmured to herself with some pleasure. Isn't it more fun for me to secretly flirt with my good disciple while they are fighting over their jealousy? Interesting. Pei Oyu licked her red lips that were slightly moist from the wine, then frowned slightly. Does Zhu Nanji know the identity of Jinan? Never mind. It's better if she doesn't know, so that once she meets the fake husband she's longing for, she can directly put on a good show. Xiaoming looked at the vice patriarch, who was mumbling to himself in confusion, and hurriedly added, That's right. Zhu Nanji is also the holder of the immortal sword Zhan Ming. It also counts as a sword cultivator. Pei Oyuo's eyes lit up again. Now we have to let them fight only at Taichu Peak. Swoosh 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 swoosh, sword chi scraping through their clothes. Wonderful. Ah. Between words, Pei Oyu's left hand and a sword finger in midair quickly gesticulated a few times, as if to swoosh, 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 swoosh. Voice. The sassy girl can also show off her playful side, and it's just that her delicate and attractive face is perfect when it's not so wickedly fun. Xia Ming looked at the vice patriarch dumbfounded. The vice patriarch actually had such a side? Why didn't he show it normally? Didn't want to be seen by eldest brother? Xia Ming didn't understand and just hesitated if it was time to end the chat first to let the vice patriarch entertain himself. After all, he had already reported what he should have reported. When he was thinking so, Xia Ming suddenly heard an extremely majestic sound of a long, deep voice, and was about to open his mouth when Pei Oyu, who had already collected his emotions, faintly said, Let's talk about this first. Putting away the summoning compass, Pei Oyu's ink-like spiritual energy around her body was like pieces of dark feathers hidden into the air. Her eyes slightly converged. She didn't go to look at the distance, but only gazed at the ghost city's gates. Between the overturning thick clouds, the long chant did not stop, like the sound of a landslide, cutting through the sky. Clouds and mists, wind and rain intertwined. 10,000 feet of golden light bloomed. Hidden beasts pranced about, and came down with a bang before the ghost gate. Pei Oyu took a drink of the clear wine in the goblet. TCH, dragons. The corner of her mouth lifted up in a smile. Little Iman, fortunately for you, your teacher is also there. Oh, you can think of how to repay your teacher. Chapter 44, a little farther away from being BD under the bag and collar. The majestic and pure demonic chi in front of the ghost city gates set off a storm, sweeping in all directions with impunity, setting off a sky full of plutonium paper. But in the next second, the majestic demonic aura was suppressed by an even more majestic demonic aura, preventing it from taking lives in its rampage. Most of the people who live in this city are Hades' ancient dispatches. You may not care if they live or die, but they represent the Hades ancient. No need for you to preach here. This monarch knows what's in his heart. The youth with 2 dragon horns and wearing a golden robe impatiently interrupted the nonsense of the man behind him. You only need to protect this monarch's safety, and this monarch has his own way of doing other things. Behind him, the man in green, who also had a long dragon's horn on his head, looked uneasy, his eyes slightly drooping between his clenched hands, and he no longer said anything. With a cold snort, the youth stepped towards the city gates, hesitantly and somewhat uncomfortably bending slightly to make a bow, and spoke aloud. Dragon Clan Fu Lin, I seek an audience with Emperor Fengdu. White impermanence came from the bridge of the underworld, glanced at Lu Jinan, who was being protected by Fengdu Emperor, and after flashing a different color under his eyes, he knelt down on one knee and spoke in a respectful voice. My lord, the Dragon Clan's Fu Lin seeks an audience. The surname Fu? Fengdu Emperor's face was expressionless, not visible. White impermanence nodded his head in response and was just about to leave when he heard Fengdu Dadi speak again. Wait, hang him out for 2 days and then tell him that this seat is not visible. As you wish. White impermanence turned to leave, like nothing had happened. Fengdu Emperor continued to survey Lu Jinan, who was surrounded by a deadly aura, and seeing that he had no tendency to show any surprises, the hands behind his back gradually relaxed. This young man can't really be some sort of immortal body that hasn't been discovered, right? Fengdu Emperor reached out and took the official book on the table of the imperial palace. This young man did not have a short period of time to sense, and he himself could not just stand there wasting time. Thus, Fengdu Emperor was no longer distracted from writing again, dealing with the mountains of official business that had piled up in the underworld. Time passed, and Lu Jinan, who was sitting in place with his knees crossed, transformed his soul into death and traveled and swam through the wordless black monument, and also gradually understood what the black monument was. The black tablet wasn't just the line separating life and death. It was the centerpiece of the underworld when it was created from nothing. Death, the end of life, death, a long time to die. The wordless black tablet had a complete cycle of the great Tao of death in it, which was a holy place for sensing the Tao of death that could not be found on earth. Eyes tightly closed, Lu Jinan hands began to pinch knots. Dark dead gas such as curls of smoke from the monument and out of his fingertips winding, mingling, slowly began to break like eggshells. There is a wisp of grey gas probe. Naturally, is the netherworld of the gas. It was only until a strand of underworld chi was thoroughly born that Lu Jinan slowly withdrew from the wordless black tablet. In the spirit sea of the body, which was full of spiritual energy, the black chi that was formed from the realization of the way of death lingered around the self that was formed by sitting in the light and gradually returned to the body. And the spirit sea also showed its original vitality again. Lu Jinan looked at the center of his hand with joy in his eyes and looked at the and underworld chi. Although the breakthrough had been delayed for a year and a half, but without this year and a half, he would not have been able to take this step. The preparation for the harmonization of the road is completed for the most part, and once the next breakthrough is made, there is no need to be afraid of Junanjibi point under the bag and the inexplicable collar of the senior sister. Fengdu Dadi slightly raised his head. At this time Lu Jinan smiled only like the smile that young people of this age should have. But this kid is so desperate and hard-working. Probably he is carrying some kind of heavy responsibility, right? Many thanks, senior. Lu Jinan got up and made a bow towards the Fengdu Emperor. I'll keep it in mind. No harm done. Fengdu Dadi waved his hand. If that day comes, always remember to expand for the underworld ancient. Remember. Listening to Fengdu Emperor's tone, Lu Jinan could not help but smile. The increase in establishment has become the obsession of this Earth's master. It would be great if the heavenly Tao were to compete. Lu Jinan joked. In that case, we don't have to wait for us to transcend. He himself will first raise the grade of Cloudtop, and the establishment will definitely increase. Fengdu Emperor froze, then stroked his beard and smiled. Your idea is wonderful. Wonderful. As the words fell, Fengdu Emperor tilted his head back to look at the sky with a look of disgust. What a bit of indifference. After waiting for Fengdu Dadi to be disgusted for a while, Lu Jinan presented the underworld certificate with both hands. Senior, underworld certificate. No need to return it. It's a gift, Fengdu Dadi said, reaching out and making a point on the sword body of the underworld certificate. The original short sword became a 3-foot-long sword, with a scabbard that was also engraved with blood-colored patterns attached. An underworld chi is more precious than death chi, and it won't last long when it leaves the hell. And with the underworld certificate, you don't have to worry about this problem. Also, with this sword in place, you'll be able to directly transform your dead souls into an underworld chi when you kill your enemies, so you won't have to keep running here. Lu Jinan gave a thank you, thinking that Fengdu Dadi was just trying to simply reduce his workload. Fengdu Emperor knocked the official business on the desktop. I've already taught you what you want to learn. How far you can go is all up to you. I'm very busy, so don't keep coming back to delay my time. Thank you, senior. Lu Jinan made a bow. Senior will certainly not come to see you in the form of a dead soul. I hope so. Emperor Fengdu smiled faintly and turned to ask, where did you get this underworld certificate? The Cave of Desolation. Fengdu Dadi nodded, and Lu Jinan spoke again. The remaining half of the blood in the underworld certificate. Use it however you want. Fengdu Emperor said unconcernedly. Underworld ancient can't use that much blood to contact the earth, or else it would have been lost for 5,000 years. Lu Jinan thanked him while decisively refining the most chi from the remaining half of the deceased's essence blood in the underworld certificate. Death contains the most and purification in this part of the undergrowth maximizes gains. Senior had originally thought that if I couldn't meet Senior, I would transform the remaining blood of the dead into the supreme chi instead of learning the way of death. Lu Jinan explained. Late Senior's luck was quite good. That's what I call luck. Fengdu Emperor waved his hand and immediately finished replenishing the most chi in the underworld certificate. Previously, if you did not propose the idea of inverting life and death, and you yourself had already stepped onto these avenues, I wouldn't even have looked at it more than once, and I would have directly blasted you out of the room. It's your own skill. You have to be a horse of 1,000 miles first to be appreciated by a bull. Lu Jinan looked at the supreme chi filling the underworld certificate and once again made a bow. The expansion of the underworld ancient will be realized by the latecomer. Good. Fengdu Emperor smiled from the bottom of his heart. If you kid talks big, when you come to the underworld ancient one day, let's see how this seat will punish you. Good. Lu Jinan smiled. Farewell, latecomer. Go. With a wave of his big hand, Fengdu Emperor erected the bridge of and underworld, and he himself turned around and walked directly towards the imperial palace. Alas, 20,000 years of resting for so long is worth it. Emperor Fengdu walked into the imperial palace, twisted his head to look at the departing Lu Jinan, and smiled playfully. The dragon clan must be furious when they see that this seat is hosting the human clan but not him. Young man, you can't just talk about it, you have to put it into action. Let me see what you can do. Author Fungus, thank you for the clear do not yet dry _ 1000 coins reward. Chirp Barbarians 500 coins reward. You want 433 coins reward. Book Friends 2022100208045852 100 coins reward. Chapter 45, Sword Out. When 2 days passed, Peoya sat on the gate building at the entrance of the ghost city for 2 days. To the long years of a cultivator of her level, 2 days was nothing, but once she was attached, she felt tormented. Just like before, Lu Jinan had previously disappeared from the desolate ruins cave and stayed in the South Shore domain for so long. Peoya knew is to believe in their own baby apprentice, but believe to believe, should be worried or have to worry, just like the previous year and a half. Despite believing that Iman active disappearance of non-contact have his reasons, but she also went out to look for it. One by one, the big clans, especially the Devil's Way big clans have not spared a search, to make sure that their own precious disciple has no fear for his life before returning to the Wandao sect to wait. As for the race, that is hostile to the human race, if it really captured its own good disciple of the human race's youngest past Saint Realm, it would have long been in the 2 worlds past to make a big show of bragging. Thankfully, he initiated contact a year and a half later, and he was able to completely let go of himself. Still, the time waiting for him to return was torturous. Peoya thought about it and thought that the reason she was so worried was because she couldn't help but treat him like a brat. Why are you still worrying when you've obviously been on your own for a long time? Peoya sipped a cup of sake, and a thought popped into her mind. Couldn't it be that he's being treated like a brat because he's decently not being a rebel? Peoya's eyes narrowed slightly, helplessly shook his head. Zhu Nanjia, what is so attractive about the hairless girl from Qingmiao Palace? Master is not bigger than her breasts or not more mature than her? Pouring another cup of wine and drinking it, Peoya pushed down the thoughts in her heart to look askance at the 2 dragons in the ghost city who had been waiting for 2 days, guessing what the dragons were playing at again to be able to wait here patiently for so long. Moreover, a young Harmonization Realm Dragon Monarch completely disrespected the Divine Prosperity Realm Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor surprisingly also endured the Dragon Monarch's charge, not at all like the dragon race that establishes its class by bloodline and status. In the ghost city, Fu Lin, who left in front of the gloomy city gate, paced back and forth with a gloomy expression. He was a dragon, especially the Dragon King of the Golden Dragon clan, but he had never received such a cold treatment. Although the ancient master of the underworld Fengdu Da Di is strong, but it is also limited to the underworld, so the dragons are not very cold. After all, the netherworld cannot control the affairs of the young world. If in other places to receive this cold treatment, would have killed to show others that the dragon's power cannot be disobeyed. But this is the ancient master of the underworld Fengdu Emperor's territory. It is true that the netherworld cannot control the affairs of the yang, but the life of the yang less than the transcendence cannot be the same life with the sky. There will be a day of death, and death will go to the ancient underworld. Anything do da di to pinpoint. So even though he had no feelings for Feng Du Da Di, because of the singularity of the Dragon's Soul Hall, he really couldn't offend Feng Du Da Di at the moment. Not even an answer after all this time. Stopping in his tracks, Fu Lin's expression was grim, and he had the intention to break into curses, but he still held back. The netherworld can pinpoint the dead life in the sun, but the sun can't pinpoint the reincarnated life in the netherworld, because it's a completely newborn soul, and it has nothing to do with the past, and the past cause and effect no longer exists in the newborn. Jun Bingquan, go ask again. Fu Lin twisted his head to look at the middle-aged man and commanded, report your name. Jun Bingquan took a deep breath and took a step in silence, but without taking 2 steps, a voice from behind the city gates entered their ears. Fengdu Emperor has a message, don't see it. Jun Bingquan stopped in his tracks and asked expressionlessly, Black Impermanence's voice, go back? Fu Lin took a few deep breaths, resisted the impulse to be disrespected wanting to break into a rage, and said in annoyance, go. New Penjing. His eyes suddenly widened as he looked at the human race coming out of the gates. Human? Fu Lin's hands instantly clenched, despite being able to guess that this human race probably entered with the underworld certificate. But when he thought of Black Impermanence's response of not seeing just now, his heart instantly became unbalanced. This gentleman is a dragon race once the lord of the cloud top of the dragon race even compared to a human race? Fu Lin didn't care if this human race had seen Feng Du Da Di. He only wanted to vent his inner irritation after being coldly treated. Don't be impulsive. He's Wandao sect Lu Jinan. Isn't that better? Fu Lin grinned. Back when he was chasing after 5 demon kings to kill them indiscriminately at the 2 realms pass, he was majestic. If you dare to stop this king, beware of the consequences. As the words fell, Fu Lin made a sudden turn after a straightforward dash, golden light surging around his body, and the golden dragon following behind him like a shadow. Being threatened by the Junbei Quan eyes flashed through the killing intent. Curtains lowered did not stop. As for the Fu Lin kill, Lu Jinan has the potential to produce consequences. If Lu Jinan was really that easy to kill, he would have been killed 1,000 times already. Especially he also closed more than a year. The cultivation strength is bound to improve a lot. The final result is at most a lose-lose. This result for Fu Lin, not more difficult to say? Lu Jinan, who had the underworld certificate in his hand, walked out from the ghost gate, and with a sigh of relief just stepped out from under the city gates, when he suddenly felt the majestic demonic aura from the side, which was already close at hand. Thumbs down, only to hear the burst of demonic chi, scraping the skin with some stinging pain, and in front of his eyes, he was even enveloped by a sudden golden light, which was extremely blinding. Although Lu Jinan had not yet seen him, his body had already moved first. At the same time as the soles of his feet, his upper body sidestepped, his left hand holding the underworld certificate was already raised to block the heavy punch with the scabbard, and he immediately felt that the momentum of a landslide had spread to his entire body from the scabbard. Demon physique is naturally stronger than human. Lu Jinan in the perception of the demonic aura has instantly mobilized 80% of the body's force. Although the body cannot fight against the explosive retreat and the left arm cannot support the other side of the force of the elbow, but the right hand has already gripped the hilt of the sword. Still want to draw your sword? Fu Lin followed Lu Jinan with his force. His right fist did not leave the hilt of his sword, and when he saw that he still wanted to pull out his sword, he immediately clasped the hilt with the palm of his right hand, and pressed Lu Jinan's longsword, which had been unsheathed a little bit, back down. Then he opened his mouth and let out a roar, spitting golden dragon flames straight at Lu Jinan's face. As a pure-blooded dragon, Fu Lin still looks down on the human race, but he is not stupid, and knows how strong the potential of the human race is. Otherwise it would not have been possible to rise from the bottom of the heap, and even more so to become one of the victorious races in the 100 Races War 20,000 years ago. Especially at this time, his opponent was also the number one of the contemporary young generation of the human race, Lu Jinan. So Fu Lin not only sneaked in, but also went all out. Killing Lu Jinan will be a great achievement. Looking at the oncoming dragging in, Lu Jinan's body leaned back at the same time, while the tip of his nose inhaled and exhaled. It had already circulated around in his internal organs, and while the red astral power swept out from the inside to the outside, his right hand that was gripping the scabbard violently jerked. Since the hilt of the sword is buckled, pull the scabbard that is not being held. Crunch! The scabbard of the sword brushed against Fu Lin's left fist, making a sharp and ear-piercing friction sound, forcibly changing the direction of the force in the case of strength against the other party. Lu Jinan's left arm made a crisp bone friction collision sound, and the blood seeping out of the torn skin instantly dyed the long sleeve red. But the instant the sword flew out of its scabbard and plunged into the thick wall, all that suddenly remained in Fu Lin's line of sight was a flowing, rapidly closing vortex of pitch-black emptiness. Space rules. Looking at the dragon amazing that had not entered the space, Fu Lin's pupils shrunk while his fist momentum lurched. Next moment, shoo, a lightless, black sword engraved with blood-colored patterns pierced out of the once again expanding spatial vortex, bringing up a sharp sword whistle, straight to the brow. Author fungus. The author fungus is good at daily writing, and can't get around the description of the strength system when you go to the Immortal channel. The author fungus is trying his best to write. Curious if people don't like the content? But Hito is a depiction that the male lead can't get around, and the Shirbari routine with the female leads will be soon. Also, I've been hitting the shelves of Nya recently, so please click to catch up on the reading. Please. Chapter 46. Master is only slightly out of hand. Fu Lin hadn't met Lu Jinan in person before this, but had heard of the famous Lu Jinan. The fact that a human's name could spread amongst the Dragon Clan was not only because Lu Jinan was the youngest Passage Saint realm ever in the human clan, but also because his Wan Dao sect was one of the few powerful clans in the human clan that had beheaded dragon emperors. The chief disciple of such a powerful sect could not be ignored, because it's a shame for the dragons. That was why Fu Lin knew Lu Jinan, knew that this human race with a mediocre physique was not only good at the superior rule power that few people understood, but also good at swordsmanship. It was just that not many people knew how strong his swordsmanship was, because a single spatial rule was enough to suppress too many strong people of his generation. Now that he was facing the long sword in Lu Jinan's hand, Fu Lin had only one feeling. Quick. Very fast. Can't see fast enough. It's even faster to dodge. So fast that he had already felt a stinging pain in his brow. Fu Lin's hands that he had raised instinctively and consciously only crossed and jammed the longsword's hilt. He used his strong physique as a dragon to tightly jam the sword chi and sword body with his arm. The sword chi tore through his skin, and golden dragon blood stained the sword, while more dripped onto the ground. The human physique was already inferior to that of the demon race, and this was even more so in this day and age. Therefore, there are only two tricks for the human race to harden themselves against demonic beasts: techniques and weapons. A technique is a set of skills that includes the use of the brain. A weapon is a weapon in the hand. Immortal weapons, holy weapons, spiritual weapons, magic weapons. Relying on these weapons that can cooperate with their own spiritual power to play 1 + 1 greater than 2 strength, the defense of demonic beasts will no longer be impregnable. In today's body refining difficult to achieve results in the era. Only the old generation of physical cultivators dare to wrestle with the demonic beasts, while the new generation of cultivators to give up the advantages of the demonic beasts wrestling and looking for death is no different. That was why the first thing Lu Jinan, who had been sneak attacked by Fu Lin, thought of drawing his sword. And even if he was forced to block with his sword and was injured in the tussle, he had to draw his underworld certificate. Although his sword Dao cultivation had also reached the level of clear mirror stopping water. That is, no sword in hand, sword in heart. But facing a demon monarch of the harmonious Dao realm, it was difficult to break through the defense of this demon monarch, who appeared to be wild but was actually steady, just by using his sword chi. Especially since the other party was also a dragon monarch from the strongest dragon race among the demon race. With the gap in realm and the gap in physique, one could only break the opponent's defense by using the underworld evidence in conjunction with the sword chi. And once the defense is broken, all is well. The underworld certificate was stopped in its advance by Fu Lin with his arms crossed. Lu Jinan did not hesitate to twist his wrist with a twist of his wrist. The sword crossed, and the sharper blade directly tore off part of the flesh and blood from both of Fu Lin's small arms. In the sword energy, the death aura was entwined and silent. Fu Lin, who had his flesh and blood cut off, growled, and despite the pain, he continued to use his arms to face the blade straight on to jam the advancing momentum of the longsword even harder. At this moment, once he let go of Lu Jinan's sword that came after him, his own head was not guaranteed. Golden demonic gas rushed to the sky accompanied by dragon roar burst, as if the layers of mountains directly spread. Countless dragon heads wrapped in the momentum of Taishan pressure, from all directions toward Lu Jinan, will be surrounded by him impermeable. The sky was cloudy, the ghost city was gloomy, and between the dullness, it seemed like a heavy rain was coming. Lu Jinan's eyes were slightly lowered, as if he was oblivious to the thousands of dragon heads. He held the hilt of the sword tightly with one hand, and his blood-stained left hand seemed to be slow but actually fast as he brushed his sword fingers over the sword body of the underworld certificate engraved with blood patterns. The sound of the sword rose up, and the aura transformed into sword chi in fingers. Zip, zip, zip. Sword chi clearing chants and breaking away at first. There is thunder in heaven and earth. The layers of mountains constructed by Fu Lin were torn apart by the spreading thunder light, and the thundering sword light opened up mountains when it met them, and the layers of mountains collapsed one after another. The sword rises up from the dragon and snake, the wind and thunder and the air shao. The starry dragon and snake sword chi traveled along the medieval evidence straight towards the wound on Fu Lin's arm, causing his face to change drastically. His physique didn't fear the sword chi of the bright mirror stops water stage of the Passage Saint realm, but his wounds did. Fu Lin knew in his heart how strong the killing power of the human race's sword chi was once it broke through the defense of the demonic beast's physique. Especially the sharpness of the long sword in Lu Jinan's hand is comparable to an immortal sword. It looks like a meditation certificate, but isn't a meditation certificate a short sword? Vorin didn't think too much about it. Ho! Fu Lin did not hesitate for a second. His arms like gnarled veins bursting, golden demonic chi surging more and more at the same time draw back, and stomped out with one foot towards Lu Jinan's abdomen. The blade of the underworld evidence sword went deeper into the flesh and blood, but it didn't matter to Fu Lin. He had to break free from Lu Jinan's extremely fast sword, or else he wouldn't be able to launch a counterattack. When he retreated, Lu Jinan entered. Even though he was hardened by Fu Lin's kick that caused his internal organs to churn, his expression did not change color, and his body shape did not stop. Once a harmonization realm dragon monarch launched a counterattack, it was by no means easy to settle the battle, and once he gained the upper hand, he had to be pursued to the death. Until Fu Lin's arms that were crossed and tightly banded around the medieval certificate suddenly relaxed somewhat feebly, and the eerie deathly chi swept out from his wounds, having already wiped out some of the vitality in his arms. Rule of death? Fu Lin's face changed again. Lu Jinan still knew this rule? Totally unheard of. Lu Jinan didn't care what he was thinking. Now that he finally waited for the death chi hidden in the sword chi to break through his defense, he immediately flicked his wrist, and the underworld evidence at full strength picked off his arm left and right, and the rules of space rose again. The distance closed again. He kept swinging his sword. The sword light stars, like thousands of falling flowers, getting brighter and brighter, and like a pouring rain, raining down on the sky. Golden blood was fluttering, and Fu Lin's heart began to panic while he was enraged. Lu Jinan's sword half of it targeting the wounds on both of his arms, not only made it impossible for him to expel the dead chi, but also continuously intensified the erosion of the dead chi. The other half was aimed squarely at his heart, which he couldn't defend with his arms. Despite the thick demonic aura, despite the strong physique, each of Lu Jinan's swords stabbed at the same spot without exception. With the rules of space as a supplement, his sword was faster than Fu Lin's defense with demonic chi. In the long run, drops of water can penetrate stones, not to mention sword chi. Can only passive backward defense. Fu Lin dead stared at Lu Jinan, trying to find out his so consumed spiritual power under the cracks. But this person's sword, a little bit of chaos. The sword stopped? Fu Lin's mind had just risen with this thought, and the next second nameless fear rose from the bottom of his heart, completely uncontrollable. Lu Jinan's retracted wrist lurched, and then he stabbed straight out again. The tip of the sword of the underworld certificate entering the spatial vortex, and then exiting from the spatial vortex. In an instant, all the sword chi released earlier converged in the air and gathered at the tip of the sword. A sword cut off the dragon monarch's demonic energy. A sword that opens mountains and cuts rivers. Phew! The ancient sword was cold and dull, and despite being 10 million years old, the light of the sword could still hold the sun and the moon. Wait! Fu Lin's face changed dramatically in misery. Long Bingquan, save me! Of course Long Bingquan didn't want to save, but he couldn't not save. He took a step forward. The might of the Dragon Emperor was enough to contain Lu Jinan and not injure this Wan Dao sect's chief senior disciple. Long Bingquan stepped out of the right foot landing. The next second will feel the knee is soft. Face changed straight between one knee. In sight, the black feathers fluttered lightly and beautifully. After the black feather, the underworld certificate didn't enter Fu Lin's heart. There's no need for grown-ups to get involved in petty fights between young people, don't you think? Paoao's voice was lighter than a black feather and thicker than a mountain. Chapter 47, Does the master seem to have a big head? Ding! The black feathers that drifted down to the ground were like drops of water, creating ripples after ripples, and in an instant, heaven and earth lost their colors. It was as if a pair of pitch-black feathers covered the sky, so the eternal night, darker than the dark night, engulfed the entire ghost city. In the silence, there is a purple aura lingering, mysterious and majestic. You are not right. You are not right. Dragon Emperor Jun Bingquan's face was horrified, violently twisted his head to look at, wanting to blurt out his voice stopped, turned to seem somewhat incredulous. You are. Paoao didn't even look at him, just made a gesture of silence, while Jun Bingquan, who was feeling the thick pressure from all sides, closed his mouth as his color changed, his eyes full of astonishment. Lu Jinyan, who had pierced through Fu Lin's heart with a sword, twisted his head and glanced at his master teacher who had appeared here, and his heart couldn't help but ripple as he watched the delicate smile that his master teacher displayed to him. He instantly guessed that his master must have secretly followed him to Ghost City from the very beginning. Presumably, it was from Xiaming's mouth that he asked for the underworld certificate. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise a smile, but Lu Jinan didn't immediately greet his master, turning to look at Fu Lin once again, and no matter what he was surprised by or what he said, he just used the underworld evidence as a medium to keep surging the death chi into his body, destroying all of his vitality from the inside out. Seeing Fu Lin struggling less and less, and his golden pupils gradually becoming lax with only one breath left, Lu Jinan immediately stabbed the underworld certificate a few more points and then released it, then pinched his hands together. Although there were records of life and death and the great self-realization contemplation thoughts, there was no such thing as inversion. He had rehearsed many times for this day, and now that the Yin and underworld chi was in his hands, he would begin to try it out for real. A spell formation centered on the rule of death emerged from the soles of his feet, and then it covered Fu Lin's entire body, transforming Fu Lin's soul with Yin and underworld chi, so the originally dead soul was able to stay on earth, seemingly as dead chi, but became alive in the concept of the law. By Qiu Pai, calm, and Fu Lin's dragon body was eroded by the death chi. His body surface, flesh and blood and even his clothes were eroded by the death chi and completely died. This was dying. In this way, life and death stand side by side. Lu Jinan concentrated on his pinch, and after unfolding the rule of death, the pitch-black death aura gradually enveloped Fu Lin, gradually presenting dense death incantations that had disappeared into his flesh and blood, eroding everything, including his clothes, into a deathly black color, as if a tornado of black dead chi wrapped around Fu Lin, in which a bit of grayish cloudy netherworldly chi came through at the center of the brow, and began to absorb the demonic chi system of Fu Lin's life. Lu Jinan's eyes grew calmer and calmer, and the speed of his hands choking became faster and faster. If one had to say, this technique of his was similar to the filthy earth transmigration, but unlike the filthy earth transmigration, Fu Lin's soul had become a yin and underworld chi without a self-mind, and his body was also his original body. Moreover, this jutsu of his not only preserved the strength of the deceased in life, but also retained the ability to cultivate, meaning that it was not a disposable consumable. Poof! With the completion of Lu Jinan's magic skill, the certificate flew out from Fu Lin's heart, while the Fu Lin in front of him leaned back and fell to the ground with a plop, and the technique seemed to have failed. Lu Jinan looked at the collapsed Fu Lin with an expressionless face, and could clearly feel his sea of consciousness for the yin and underworld chi soul, while the dragon body was completely eroded by the dead chi, and there was no conflict of life and death side by side. Stand up! Lu Jinan gave the order. Fu Lin opened his gray eyes and slowly stood up from the ground, his dead aura twisting around him. Spiritual energy became dead chi in the operation of the rule of death, just as spiritual energy became the sword chi of a sword cultivator. Fu Lin knelt on one knee and was silent. His yin and underworld chi and death chi all originated from Lu Jinan, and Lu Jinan was his master. Like Fengdu the Great is the ancient lord of the underworld. Lu Jinan didn't say anything. He just stretched out his finger into the air, and Fu Lin immediately rose up into the sky, transforming into a huge dragon with a deadly aura all over it. Lu Jinan, who raised his head, drove this corpse dragon to change its size and cast spells until the transformation of aura could not keep up with the rate of consumption of dead chi, and only then did he stop. And by this time, Lu Jinan's expression was completely relaxed, and the conception that he had a year and a half ago came true. The corner of his mouth involuntarily raised a smile. Lu Jinan pressed his right hand, and the corpse dragon on the dome of the sky swooped down, changing its size to teenager-like before rushing into the space vortex, unfolding on the ground and disappearing. That was the independent space that Lu Jinan had opened up after raising his spatial power to Sumeru Arabidopsis. And at this moment, the dead air lingered within this space. By combining the rules of death and the rules of space to open up a space, the corpse dragon would be able to survive in it. Unfortunately, Lu Jinan's cultivation was not enough nowadays, so he could only make the corpse dragon smaller in order to move into the dead space. After doing all this, Lu Jinan just breathed a sigh of relief. Then feel the side of the fragrant wind attacked. Then stained with blood on the left hand was a pair of dyed red cardamom catkin gently hold. Tone of concern and reproach. Silly disciple, obviously the first time you can use the rules of space to avoid non-blocking? Lu Jinan said obediently. I just want to try out the current strength of my flesh. Wrestling with the dragons? Pei Oyu stroked her precious disciple's left hand compassionately, and only after realizing that his injuries had almost healed did she raise her head and give him an angry glance. The older generation of body cultivators currently alive wouldn't dare to do so, let alone the fact that you're still in a lower realm than him. I have a sense of proportion, Lu Jinan said in relief. Isn't he dead? You have a sense of propriety. But master is nervous, Pei Oyu said, pulling his left hand towards her arms, and with her undulating breath, Lu Jinan's fingertips then shallowly touched the lapel of the horizontal look into the ridge. Next time, without waiting for his master to finish, Lu Jinan looked at her delicate features and said softly, my disciple has grown up. Grown up and grown up are not the same. Pei Oyu hooked her apprentice's palm with her index finger. When the master says you've grown up, you're only called grown up. Understand? This may not be up to master teacher, Lu Jinan said, looking up at the dragon emperor, who had already stood up not far away and had a head with two horns. Dragons can certainly do the same thing as the human race in their transformed form, only that they intentionally keep their dragon horns to show off their honorable status as dragons. Jun Bingquan's gaze only stopped for a moment on Lu Jinan's face before looking at Pei Oyu, and just as he was about to open his mouth, Pei Oyu gave him a sidelong glance. Is there anything else? Jun Bingquan shut up. He wanted to take back the dragon corpse to come. After all, the dragon corpse is extremely precious. It is the face of the dragon family. But Fu Lin's death was due to his inferiority in skill, and his own failure to get the dragon corpse back was also due to his inferiority in skill. It's not good to go back, but it's much more rewarding. Jun Bingquan's gaze flickered slightly as he made a bow towards Pei Oyu. Perhaps I will visit you again at the Wandao sect. After speaking, he took the form of a green dragon and rushed up to the sky, disappearing between the clouds. Lu Jinan was surprised to see his master's soft-side face, thinking that the dragons were so high-minded. Even if they encountered a human race stronger than themselves, they would at most flatten their posture. How could they respect their master so much? What's with your own master? Or is the master not human? But not right. Demonic gas and spiritual power, although the same source, but there is still a gap. When I was a child to see the master shot, obviously more than the demonic gas, more peaceful spiritual power. Master, you. Lu Jinan just wanted to open his mouth to ask, but the next second was Pei Oyu into her arms. The back of the head was held down by her, and her face was buried in the fragrance and softness that she had seldom felt since she was 15 years old. Can't breathe. Chapter 48 Adverse Disciple. Give it to the master. Contain it. Master. Just now bit Dragon Emperor. Easily crossing the border and killing a small dragon in the middle stage of the harmonious Tao realm. Good disciple really gives his master a long face. Master teacher. You just used death chi to erode his vitality. Is that also a technique from the great self-realization contemplation? Mastermind. To be able to refine a living dragon corpse like that, it's really an eye-opener for my master. Come let my master hug and reward me. Seeing Peiyou gags just do not want to satisfy his curiosity of why the Dragon Emperor respected her. Lu Jinan somewhat helpless at the same time, so he took the initiative to forcefully bury his face into the master's warm and soft bosom. A burst of chaotic arching. Although it was separated by several layers of fabric, could masters having a tolerance not be blocked by a few layers of fabric? If it weren't for the fact that he was outside, he could have picked his master's slouching lapels apart with the tip of his nose to feel the white, wobbly, fragrant softness more intimately. Aha! Peiyou could not help but tense up her body, and hurriedly pinched the back of his head to pick him up, and angrily uttered, "This rebellious disciple of yours, you're so bold and fat?" Lu Jinan, whose face was covered with Peiyou's aroma, looked at her innocently. "I just want to hug you harder. Master, is there anything wrong with that? It's not even if that dragon monarch's realm is higher than mine." But he also engaged in a sneak attack without any martial virtues, scaring me to death. Saying that, Lu Jinan tried to bury his face in again, with an innocent look that begged for comfort. Peiyou took 2 steps back and nodded his forehead while straightening his lapel with one hand. "I think he's the one who's really scared to death by you." "No way." Seeing that he couldn't hold Peiyou, Lu Jinan shrugged his shoulders. "The strength of the rules I mastered is too high. The underworld witness, besides having no spirituality, is no less sharp than an immortal sword. It's only abnormal that he didn't die. By Pai. Calm, getting carried away? It's okay. It's time to be proud." Peiyou reached out and touched Lu Jinan's face. "Alright, things are done. Come back to the clan with me. I have quite a bit of curiosity, so I'll tell me slowly on the way." Lu Jinan shook his head. "It's not done yet. I still have to break through to refining my body with the help of the Ghost City's rich chi, the Palace of the Way. Aha!" Without further ado, Peiyou waved her right hand to send everyone in the Ghost City out with spiritual power, while she herself withdrew some distance away and watched from afar as her precious disciple attempted the refining of the body, which was difficult to break through in this era. Lu Jinan didn't delay. After sitting down on his knees, he quickly recovered the depleted spiritual energy in his body. Then he took out the Xian blood star gathering pill and threw it into the air, hanging it above his head. Closing his eyes, he adjusted his breathing. The red astral power on the surface of his body gradually appeared, and the astral power in his body was even more with the use of the breathing method, in a rushing momentum in the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, as the entire body's orifices were liberalized. Lu Jinan's breath at the tip of his nose became more and more scorching, as if he was spitting out fiery flames. His entire body gradually rose red, the power of his chi and blood, which had long since completed all the stages of body refining before communicating with the stars, spreading towards the blood of his body in one cycle, eventually converging in his heart, surging more and more. This was the limit of what Lu Jinan had tried in the past. If placed in the past, at this point, he would have been able to sense the stars in the firmament of the sky, but not in this era. Therefore, he began to use the Xian blood star gathering Dan that was refined from the 7-star pulse body, and the astral force surged into the Xian blood star gathering Dan on top of his head, and the blood-colored Dan pill with Dan lines trembled, and the blood-colored aura shot up into the sky in an instant. In the dark, Lu Jinan sensed the stars in the sky, and as the Xian blood star gathering pill was consumed, the perception became clearer and clearer until he saw the star he wanted. Human body is naturally weak, so they borrowed the power of the stars to quench the body. The general body refiner to take the general power of the stars, is the flying star quenching body, and gifted people to the innate gas of the 9 stars quenching the body. That is, the 7 stars in the Ziwei Do Shu, 2 dark stars for quenching the body, is the 9-star Taoist palace. With the help of the elixir made from the 7-star channeling body, Lu Jinan took one of the 2 dark stars, the Dongming left auxiliary star, and opened the first Dao Palace, the Dongming Dao Palace. In the heart, the place where chi and blood converge, the sequence of the 9 stars to quench the body varies from person to person. And the reason why Lu Jinan preferred the cave star is entirely because once the cave Ming Dao Palace is opened, then it can quickly recover from injuries and is invulnerable to all poisons. As long as the 100 poisons are not invulnerable, there is no need to be wary of shibboleths with Shu Nanji. Rumble. The moment the medicinal properties of the Xian blood star gathering pill were all consumed, the star power belonging to the cave star suddenly fell in the dark night above the 9 heavens, washing over Lu Jinan's body, straight into his body, washing and quenching the blood in his body. The blood maintains the normal functioning of the organs and tissues of the body and discharges the body's wastes in circulation, so it is an indispensable place of refinement. Feeling the strong force from the cave star, Lu Jinan couldn't help but bend over and stifle a grunt, almost fainting, but he knew he couldn't faint, or all the preparations he'd made would be for naught. Forcibly enduring the pain in his body, Lu Jinan mobilized the yin qi that filled the ghost city as a way to balance the power of the stars to build the Tao Palace at the heart location. In the distance, Pei Oyu watched the scene with bated breath. The astral force formed by the refining of the body was the force of the supreme yang, so although the 9 stars were stars, the energy released was also the force of the supreme yang, berserk to the yang power without any feelings for quenching the body. So the past body cultivator in the communication star will be prepared to balance the yang qi yin qi, so that the power of the star can be quenched within the range of tolerance, and ultimately the smooth construction of the body of the road palace. The yin qi of the ghost city was naturally abundant, but it was all unowned qi, requiring the cultivator to absorb and convert it to his own use on his own, and in the process resisting the flushing of the power of the stars, which was undoubtedly a challenge. Looking at the expression because of the pain and distortion of Lu Jinan, Pei Oyu sensed the heartache, but also thinking of their own baby apprentice. In a while, if you cannot hold out the whole star of the wash and break the transformation of yin qi can be how to do? Why don't you prepare more things with thick yin qi? Pei Oyuo's expression was stunned. Jinan could not have been so bold as to carry out the 9-star hardening because he was around, right? After all, he himself, who was a master teacher, was a woman, or a woman with a high level of cultivation, but also a woman with a virgin body, and the yin qi in his body was naturally exuberant. As soon as this thought popped up, Pei Oyu felt that it was highly probable that her own precious disciple was playing with the idea of her own yin qi. Although the transfer of yin qi does not necessarily have to be carried out through the way of double cultivation, but can be skin-to-skin effect since the best help, for sure. Pei Yu pursed her red lips. Just for a few seconds she made up her mind. She has such a precious disciple. Who will she help if not him? Anyway, having molested his own precious disciple quite a few times, the district skin touch of fairying yin qi, well, this is just a bigger molestation. The perks are just for him anyway. Just the thought of being seen naked for the first time by her disciple, Pei Ou's delicate face couldn't help but blush a little. Little kid's heart is quite deep. Daring to design the master like this. See how the master will teach you a lesson afterward. Later if you dare to look and touch. Humph, what a rebel. However, I'll fulfill your wish to be a rebellious disciple. I'm a really good master. Rambling. Pei Ou's fingers slightly clenched. The corner of her mouth hooked up. If anything, she didn't know whether she was smiling because the adversary had designed herself, or whether she was smiling because of certain thoughts within her heart. However, she had already convinced her heart, so she focused on whether or not her precious disciple would have a moment when he couldn't hold on, and if so, she herself would immediately go over to help him balance his yang qi and complete the 9-star hardened body. With her mind in turmoil, she first constructed a formation boundary around her, isolating all perceptions in the vicinity, and then in the midst of her rambling thoughts, she noticed the gradual unsteadiness of Lu Jinan's process of transforming the yin qi into his own, and then interrupted by bending down to prop up the ground with her hands and panting heavily, with blood even gushing out from the corners of her mouth. Seeing this scene, Pei Oyu rushed over without the slightest hesitation. Her left hand was already pulling on the belt around her waist. As long as she gently pulled it, the dark purple niole would be completely unraveled. She stopped in her tracks as she met Lu Jinan's eyes when he raised his head, seemingly in disbelief as to what your old man, master, was doing over here. Looking at this look, Pei Oyu cannot help but take a step against some anger. Why he came over in his heart do not know. Why are you still pretending to be innocent? For the master to help you. As soon as Pei Oyu's words started, she saw her precious disciple reaching out and inviting the underworld certificate into her hand in complete disregard of herself. And then the abundant yin qi overflowed out from the sword. Looking at that yin qi, it was obvious that it had long been transformed by the apprentice into his own, which meant that it was readily available. Pei Ouinu's footsteps. Her expression was stunned. She had been rambling for so long doing mental construction, but she had completely overthought it? He didn't even hit on my yin qi? I'm making a fool of myself? Pei Oyu pursed her red lips. Inexplicably there is a kind of dilemma of embarrassment. Only, looking at Lu Jinan's comfortable expression as he gazed down at the medieval certificate, she suddenly felt a slight sense of displeasure again. I've said I've come to help you. Don't even bother if you don't appreciate it. Don't even look at me more. What's there to see in a broken sword? Master can't give you yin qi? A broken sword that's icy and hard is as comfortable as master? Master was thinking of giving you the opportunity to become a rebellious disciple, but as a result, you still dare to ignore your master? Pei Oyu bit her lower lip. Only feel the more I think the more angry. Although the disciple's preparation is very full, this point let her feel satisfied and proud. But it is not easy for him to have the opportunity to be a rebellious disciple. The result is because of a broken sword to look at their own masters don't even look at a glance. She suddenly took a step towards Lu Jinan, followed by squatting down and taking the medieval certificate in his hand and throwing it aside. Lu Jinan's eyes widened at once. What the hell? Was master teacher really plotting against himself like Nanji and sister teacher? Why else would you interfere with yourself at a time like this? What are you looking at? Pei Oyu gouged him out, then directly straddled his lap. Her right hand wrapped around the back of his neck, and with her left hand, she ripped open the diagonal placket of her dark purple jacket, and even her dark purple belly band caused the halter tied around the back of her neck to break because of the force. Thus, the fragrant and soft yurong was unceremoniously displayed for the first time in Lu Jinan's line of sight, like the ripples of water waves. Feeling Lu Jinan's body's hot, rolling temperature from quenching his body and looking at his skeptical gaze, Pei Oyu felt even more annoyed as she wrapped her arms around the back of his head and pressed it into her arms. Adverse disciple, give it to master. Contain. Chapter 49, Master. Don't get it twisted. This chapter is being a ref equals http://bikupai target equals _ bikupai/a trying to update. Please refresh your visit later. Cell phone access dudes and dudettes. Sign up first for a Bikupai member, okay? Register as a member of this site and use the bookshelf bookmark feature for easier reading. If this chapter is the author begging for votes or some such nonsense, please skip and continue to the next chapter. Please first collect this page. A ref equals http://bikupai target equals _ bikupai/a. Easy to wait to read. Otherwise wait to find I can't find this chapter. A ref equals ttps://bikupai/ target equals _ ttps://bikupai/a. As a snake catcher, Suing has always been honest and diligent. Until this day, he caught a different snake. On the first day of March, on the land of God, incense curled up everywhere, and the statues of the gods guarding various villages, towns, cities, counties and counties woke up one after another, enjoying the sacrifices of the people. However, from this day onwards, the world has been in chaos. This book is also known as 99-6 Cultivating Immortality, 007 also Cultivating Truth. Inside volume until death. Who TM don't wanna fly up? A good pit. The pit is big and deep. Help me up. In the year I was 35 years old. Here comes my fortunes and the present record of the king of the demons of Sudai. And so on. A ref equals http://bikupai target equals _ bikupai/a. Demon of life. Demon of law. Demon of knowledge. Demon of fate. Demon of war. When all sorts of weird forces invaded, the world has since been divided into two distinct ends. Some worship them as gods and walk the earth as spokesmen. Some choose to drink a cup of spirits and raise the shotgun in their hands in the scarlet night. Lord Hong. A ref equals http://bikupai target equals _ bikupai/a. Miles of deep sea buried thousands of years of hidden secrets. Deserted outside the void of the gods spying on the 9 states of the human race. Deep mountains and seas between the demons set off a catastrophe in the sky. However, the great river goes east, but the blood of heroes cannot be washed away. A martial artist holds a blade and protects the mountains and rivers for thousands of miles. Immortals use their swords to battle the stars and rivers of the 9 heavens. Since 6,000 years ago Changyang Emperor started the army. This world is my human world. Yangzhou of the Dacian Empire. A place called Dongha County. Named Yunhong Teenager. Just finished reading this installment of The Immortals and Demons of the 9 States. Briefly double opened. The 3 million plus word cold Heavenly Emperor is coming to an end. A ref equals http://bikupai target equals _ bikupai/a. 100,000 years ago, the human race in the immortal magic continent development to the peak period. There are 9 holy places, respectively, control the 9 inheritance of the book of heaven and earth. A sudden change in the world. The immortal magic continent by the destructive blow. The sky and earth. The living souls, which the human race to the most heavy losses. 7 holy places destroyed. The inheritance has been cut off from now on. The 9 book of heaven only 2 of them existed. Teenager Ling Feng, out of the sky, kill the gods and demons. Against the 9 heavens, war 6 reincarnation, leading the human race back to the peak, ruling the Hongmeng Avenue. A ref equals http://bikupai target equals _ bikupai/a. The country will fall. There will be a chaotic demon. The country will fall. There will be a real person to help the world. A ref equals http://bikupai target equals _ bikupai/a. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers are written about ambushed corpses, and 100 years of Qiankuan depict evil tigers. Heaven and earth to the public as merciless. I have a red heart to patrol the sky. Welcome to the immortal world of love. Red heart camper F equals http bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. A ref equals http bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. Half demon teenager. Get the demon sacred code. The wolf swallowed the moon to raise the female ghost as a servant. Change the vermilion bird burning the sky and boiling the sea. Set up the white tiger to kill the four directions. Repair the divine dragon across the sky and sea. Into the Confronting wings in the 9 heavens. Devouring the world and the body of the 10,000 demons. The unity of the world of the 3,000. The war in the heavens of the 10,000 masters. Open up the universe. Set up the foundation of the immortal road. Wake up in charge of the world's power. Drunk in the lap of a beautiful woman. 10 million words of experience in the old author of the pen. With 2 best-selling fantasy masterpieces to practice polishing precipitation of the magnificent work of the metaphysical fantasy. Burning your youthful blood is the demon more terrible or the human heart? When the weak become the original sin. When justice is distorted. When no one for justice. Repair my demon sword. Kill Qian Lang Day. You can be kind, but you must have your own sharp edge. When no one argues for justice. If no one is willing to speak for justice. Then I would like to become a demon to kill the clear sky. And this tangled heart on my left breast will be the only thing that I can do. A ref equals http bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. Double big brother plus double favorite plus face smashing sharp article Qin family's daughter, who was abducted from her childhood, has been found back. I heard that the daughter of the countryside looks ugly. Vulgar behavior. Even to her sister Qin Yao shoes are not qualified. The parents, Yao Yao is the younger sister. You let her some more. Schoolboy brother, I only recognize Yao Yao as a sister. Young fiancé, I only have Yao Yao in my heart. Dirtbag, get out of here. Qin Yan, I'll give you guys a face? Asterisk invisible big brother Qin Yan said she just wants to be a simple, unassuming, quiet years of ordinary people. Naiha ideal is very beautiful. The strength of wildly hit the face. Black fans, pretty and brainless. A vase. The next day, someone broke out Qin Yan enrollment a week of full marks in all subjects paper. Black powder, will only read dead books. No one to be friends with her. The next day, at a high-class dinner party, a group of ordinary people who are not qualified to kneel and lick the super big brother lined up to court courtesy of Qin Yan. Black powder. Chapter 50U. Adversary. This chapter is being? A ref equals http bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a trying to update. Please refresh your visit later. Cell phone access dudes and dudettes. Sign up first for a Bikupai member, okay? Register as a member of this site and use the bookshelf bookmark feature for easier reading. If this chapter is the author begging for votes or some such nonsense, please skip and continue to the next chapter. Please first collect this page. A ref equals http bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. Easy to wait to read. Otherwise wait to find I can't find this chapter. A ref equals ttps bikupai target equals underscore blank ttps bikupai /a. As a snake catcher, Suing has always been honest and diligent. Until this day, he caught a different snake. On the first day of March, the divine land. Everywhere incense curls, guarding the various villages, towns, cities, counties. The statue of the gods have awakened, enjoying the sacrifices of the people. However, from this day onwards, the world has been in chaos. This book is also known as 99.6 Cultivating Immortality. 007 also Cultivating Realism. Inside volume until death. Who TM don't wanna fly up? A good pit. The pit is big and deep. Help me up. In the year I was 35 years old. Here comes my fortunes and the present record of the king of the demons of Sudai. And so on. A ref equals http bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. Demon of life. Demon of law. Demon of knowledge. Demon of fate. Demon of war. When all sorts of weird forces invaded, the world has since been divided into 2 distinct ends. Some worship them as gods and walk the earth as spokesmen. Some choose to drink a cup of spirits and raise the shotgun in their hands in the scarlet night. Lord Hong. A ref equals http bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. Miles of deep sea buried thousands of years of hidden secrets. Deserted outside the void of the gods spying on the 9 states of the human race. Deep mountains and seas between the demons set off a catastrophe in the sky. However, the great river goes east, but the blood of heroes cannot be washed away. A martial artist holds a blade and protects the mountains and rivers for thousands of miles. Immortals use their swords to battle the stars and rivers of the 9 heavens. Since 6,000 years ago Changyang Emperor started the army. This world is my human world. Yangzhou of the Dacian Empire. A place called Dongha County. Named Yunhong Teenager. Just finished reading this installment of The Immortals and Demons of the Nine States, briefly double opened. The 3 million plus word cold Heavenly Emperor is coming to an end. A ref equals http:// bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. 100,000 years ago, the human race in the immortal magic continent development to the peak period. There are 9 holy places, respectively, control the 9 inheritance of the Book of Heaven and Earth. A sudden change in the world. The immortal magic continent by the devastating blow. The sky and the earth. The living souls, which the human race to the most heavy losses. 7 holy places destroyed. The inheritance has been cut off from now on. The 9 Book of Heaven, only 2 of them existed. Teenager Ling Feng, out of the sky, kill the gods and demons. Against the 9 heavens, War 6 reincarnation, leading the human race back to the peak, ruling the Hongmeng Avenue. A ref equals http:// bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. The country will fall. There will be a chaotic demon. The country will fall. There will be a real person to help the world. A ref equals http:// bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers are written about ambushed corpses, and 100 years of Qiankuan depict evil tigers. Heaven and earth to the public as merciless. I have a red heart to patrol the sky. Welcome to the immortal world of love. Red heart camp. A ref equals http:// bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. A ref equals http:// bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. Half demon teenager. Get the demon sacred code. The wolf swallowed the moon to raise the female ghost as a servant. Change the vermilion bird burning the sky and boiling the sea. Set up the white tiger to kill the 4 directions. Repair the divine dragon across the sky and sea. Into the Kuanping wings in the 9 heavens. Devouring the world and the body of the 10,000 demons. The unity of the world of the 3,000. The war in the heavens of the 10,000 masters. Open up the universe. Set up the foundation of the immortal road. Wake up in charge of the world's power. Drunk in the lap of a beautiful woman. 10 million words of experience in the old author of the pen. With 2 best-selling fantasy masterpieces to practice polishing precipitation of the magnificent work of the metaphysical fantasy. Burning your youthful blood. Is the demon more terrible or the human heart? When the weak become the original sin. When justice is distorted. When no one for justice. Repair my demon sword. Kill Qian Lang Day. You can be kind, but you must have your own sharp edge. When no one argues for justice. If no one is willing to speak for justice, then I would like to become a demon to kill the clear sky. And this tangled heart on my left breast will be the only thing that I can do. A ref equals http:// bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. Double big brother plus double favorite plus face smashing sharp article. Qin family's daughter, who was abducted from her childhood, has been found back. I heard that the daughter of the countryside looks ugly. Vulgar behavior. Even to her sister Qin Yao shoes are not qualified. The parents, Yao Yao is the younger sister. You let her some more. Schoolboy brother, I only recognize Yao Yao as a sister. Young fiance, I only have Yao Yao in my heart. Dirtbag, get out of here. Qin Yan, I'll give you guys a face? Asterisk invisible big brother. Qin Yan said she just wants to be a simple, unassuming, quiet years of ordinary people. Naiha ideal is very beautiful. The strength of wildly hit the face. Black fans, pretty and brainless. A vase. The next day, someone broke out Qin Yan enrollment a week of full marks in all subjects paper. Black powder, will only read dead books. No one to be friends with her. The next day, at a high-class dinner party, a group of ordinary people who are not qualified to kneel and lick the super big brother lined up to court courtesy of Qin Yan. Black powder. Chapter 51. Good apprentice. You must find a way to make master again. This chapter is being? A ref equals http:// bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. Trying to update. Please refresh your visit later. Cell phone access. Dudes and dudettes. Sign up first for a Bikupai member. OK? Register as a member of this site and use the bookshelf bookmark feature for easier reading. If this chapter is the author begging for votes or some such nonsense, please skip and continue to the next chapter. Please first collect this page. A ref equals http:// bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. Easy to wait to read. Otherwise wait to find I can't find this chapter. A ref equals ttps:// bikupai /target equals underscore blank ttps:// bikupai /a. As a snake catcher, Suing has always been honest and diligent. Until this day, he caught a different snake. On the first day of March, the divine land. Everywhere incense curls, guarding the various villages, towns, cities, counties. The statue of the gods have awakened, enjoying the sacrifices of the people. However, from this day onwards, the world has been in chaos. This book is also known as 99 Cultivating Immortality. 007 also cultivating realism. Inside volume until death. Who TM don't wanna fly up? A good pit. The pit is big and deep. Help me up. In the year I was 35 years old. Here comes my fortunes and the present record of the king of the demons of Sudai. And so on. A ref equals http:// bikupai target equals _ blank bikupai / a. Demon of life. Demon of law. Demon of knowledge. Demon of fate. Demon of war. When all sorts of weird forces invaded, the world has since been divided into two distinct ends. Some worship them as gods and walk the earth as spokesmen. Some choose to drink a cup of spirits and raise the shotgun in their hands in the scarlet night. Lord Homeref equals http:// bikupai target equals _ blank bikupai / a. Miles of deep sea buried thousands of years of hidden secrets. Deserted outside the void of the gods spying on the 9 states of the human race. Deep mountains and seas between the demons set off a catastrophe in the sky. However, the great river goes east, but the blood of heroes cannot be washed away. A martial artist holds a blade and protects the mountains and rivers for thousands of miles. Immortals use their swords to battle the stars and rivers of the 9 heavens. Since 6,000 years ago Changyang Emperor started the army. This world is my human world. Yangzhou of the Dacian Empire. A place called Dongha County, named Yunhong Teenager. Just finished reading this installment of The Immortals and Demons of the 9 States. Briefly double opened. The 3 million plus word cold Heavenly Emperor is coming to an end. A ref equals http:// bikupai target equals _ blank bikupai / a. 100,000 years ago. The human race in the immortal magic continent development to the peak period. There are 9 holy places, respectively, control the 9 inheritance of the book of heaven and earth. A sudden change in the world. The immortal magic continent by the destructive blow. The sky and earth. The living souls, which the human race to the most heavy losses. 7 holy places destroyed. The inheritance has been cut off from now on. The 9 book of heaven only 2 of them existed. Teenager Ling Feng, out of the sky, kill the gods and demons. Against the 9 heavens, war 6 reincarnation, leading the human race back to the peak, ruling the Hongmeng Avenue. A ref equals http:// bikupai target equals _ blank bikupai / a. The country will fall. There will be a chaotic demon. The country will fall. There will be a real person to help the world. A ref equals http:// bikupai target equals _ blank bikupai / a. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers are written about ambushed corpses, and 100 years of Qiankuan depict evil tigers. Heaven and earth to the public as merciless. I have a red heart to patrol the sky. Welcome to the immortal world of love. Red Heart Camp ref equals http:// bikupai target equals _ blank bikupai / a. A ref equals http:// bikupai target equals _ blank bikupai / a. Half demon teenager. Get the demon sacred code. The wolf swallowed the moon to raise the female ghost as a servant. Change the vermilion bird burning the sky and boiling the sea. Set up the white tiger to kill the 4 directions. Repair the divine dragon across the sky and sea. Into the Kuanping wings in the 9 heavens. Devouring the world and the body of the 10,000 demons. The unity of the world of the 3,000. The war in the heavens of the 10,000 masters. Open up the universe. Set up the foundation of the immortal road. Wake up in charge of the world's power. Drunk in the lap of a beautiful woman. 10 million words of experience in the old author of the pen. With 2 best-selling fantasy masterpieces to practice polishing precipitation of the magnificent work of the metaphysical fantasy. Burning your youthful blood is the demon more terrible or the human heart? When the weak become the original sin. When justice is distorted. When no one for justice. Repair my demon sword. Kill Qian Lang Day. You can be kind, but you must have your own sharp edge. When no one argues for justice. If no one is willing to speak for justice, then I would like to become a demon to kill the clear sky. And this tangled heart on my left breast will be the only thing that I can do. A ref equals http:// bikupai target equals _ blank bikupai / a. Double big brother plus double favorite plus face smashing sharp article Qin family's daughter, who was abducted from her childhood, has been found back. I heard that the daughter of the countryside looks ugly. Vulgar behavior. Even to her sister Qin Yao shoes are not qualified. The parents, Yao Yao is the younger sister. You let her some more. Schoolboy brother, I only recognize Yao Yao as a sister. Young fiancé, I only have Yao Yao in my heart. Dirtbag, get out of here. Qin Yan, I'll give you guys a face? Asterisk invisible big brother Qin Yan said she just wants to be a simple, unassuming, quiet years of ordinary people. Naiha ideal is very beautiful. The strength of wildly hit the face. Black fans, pretty and brainless. A vase. The next day, someone broke out Qin Yan enrollment a week of full marks in all subjects paper. Black powder, will only read dead books. No one to be friends with her. The next day, at a high-class dinner party, A group of ordinary people who are not qualified to kneel and lick the super big brother lined up to court courtesy of Qin Yen. Black powder. Chapter 52. Well, the apprentice did grow up. After leaving Ghost City and boarding the flying boat, Lu Jinan didn't go after Peiyou, the master who pretended to be angry and only left herself with a back figure, because he wants to be quiet. Just like Zhu Nanji gave it for nothing a year ago, today giving it for nothing to his upper body's warm and soft master also gave him a feeling of unreality. He knew that this white giving by his master was the result of a variety of accidental factors, but he had to think about the consequences that would follow such an intimate relationship with his master. Zhu Nanji, Mu Qingyue, and Lu Jinan shivered, hastily casting aside a certain unforgettable figure in his mind, and contemplated the threads of emotion intertwined in his body with composure. Zhu Nanji wanted to refine herself into a sword spirit out of morbid love. Sister Mu inexplicably sent herself a collar not knowing what she was holding. Master. Earlier, when he took away the underworld certificate, he really scared himself, and in that moment, he really wanted to run the great self-realization viewing thoughts again to reverse the flow of time. But fortunately, the master was only trying to bury herself with her tolerant bosom. As of now, it was Master Peiyou who had the most normal feelings for herself. Lu Jinan wasn't a shy and introverted little boy who didn't understand feelings, and after spending more than 8 years with his master and sister at Taichou Peak, he was naturally able to perceive his master's journey. When ambiguous flirting with someone becomes a habit, no more feelings can be born. Coupled with the fact that the years in the Wan Dao sect had been giving the master a long face, the favor escalated into more and more eye-pleasing perks, and even the swallowing of halos that he was savoring today. But Lu Jinan knew that this was not enough, because the idea that occupied the most of his master's heart was still to set himself up with his elder sister Mu Qingyue. He wasn't sure if Mu Qingyu liked himself or how much he liked him. Right now he only wanted to make his master develop more of a liking for himself. Lu Jinan really wanted to stand behind his master teacher, not just in a flirtatious way, but also to become her reliance. It's a long way to go. As for Zhu Nanji, it's even more important to pull the plug and make her a complete wannabe sickly girl so that they can ensure harmony with each other. It was true that they could be forced to combine them if they were invincible, but this method would only be a kill move after there was nothing else to do, because coercion carries the risk of provoking them into a concerted rebellion, and one can only imagine what will happen to oneself. But in the end, it's about improving your strength, not just for yourself, but for them. In a world of great strife, no one can be protected without strength. Lu Jinan, who had briefly washed his body, came to the cultivation room, temporarily putting aside his thoughts about his feelings towards his master. Zhu Nanji and Mu Qingyue, they're not exactly low on their good side at the moment, and how to proceed with the relationship needs to be judged on its merits, not a conclusion that can be drawn from mere imagination. No more. He himself had the undercurrent of countercurrent time as a card. Lu Jinan's eyes were slightly downcast, and after sitting on his knees, he began to operate the great self-existence viewing thoughts, mobilizing spiritual energy and rules to begin to merge with the Tao. He could have merged with the Tao a long time ago, and the reason he waited until now was solely to open the Tao Palace. He walked the path of essence. Qi and God are indispensable. Before the spiritual power represented by Qi and the divine soul represented by God have already reached the limit of saintly, now successfully opened the left auxiliary Tao Palace, the essence represented by the physical body is also in place. Naturally, it will be able to carry out the road of unification. The harmonization realm, as the seventh realm of immortal cultivation, was an important stage in the process of entering the upper realm of immortal cultivation, which required the integration of the paths established at the time of passage to sainthood, and then the opening of the spirit sea and divine stage with the paths established, which was thoroughly integrated into the self that was created at the time of sitting illumination realm. In this way, the Tao moves with the heart, forming a domain of the Tao and claiming respect within the domain. Time and space, life and death were the four major rules that Lu Jinyan had mastered and majored in, as all the other paths were born out of them. From the moment he set foot on the path of immortal cultivation, Lu Jinan had determined to follow these four paths, for his goal was transcendence. If divine hiddenness can be hidden between heaven and earth, and is not among the five elements of the wheel of life, then can a world be created after transcendence? Lu Jinan didn't know, but he was willing to try and dare to try. Looking inward into his own spiritual sea, the self above the spiritual sea opened his eyes, clenched his hands, and in the process of running the great self-existence viewing thoughts, he began to carry out the harmonization of the way, which was also not recorded in the great self-existence viewing thoughts. At the time of the harmonization, Lu Jinan had already gone through the Tao recorded in the great self-existence viewing thoughts, and at this point, he was already in the process of creating his own prototype of immortal Dharma. The sea of knowledge ripples, the sea of spirit floods with waves, and the fleshly body contains blood Qi. Time reigns supreme. Space is king. Life and death contain yin and yang. The 5 elements set the wheel of life. Cause and effect contain creation. The great Tao is simple. Destruction is not apparent. The path to harmony is slow and determined. In the passage of time, the Spirit Sea divine platform gradually became visible, and the speed of Lu Jinan's hand strangulation gradually became slower as he needed to perfect the way the fledgling immortal laws that only belonged to him operated within his body in his attempts. He could detect his master walking into the cultivation room, but he didn't and couldn't be distracted at the moment. Time and space, life and death are all superior powers when singled out, let alone all 4 coexisting. In the history of the cloud-top continent, no one had yet transcended with all 4 paths at the same time, and without the experience of those who had planted the tree before him, the tree could only be planted by Lu Jinan himself by groping for it. Pei Ou, who walked in softly, naturally wouldn't disturb her precious apprentice at this point. She just leaned on the doorway, her arms around her chest as she watched him. Maybe it was because of the sweetness of being intimately tasted by him today, so Pei Ou had the feeling that she couldn't get enough of him. His own rebellious disciple who was bound to become a great man was already handsome enough, and now that he was still bare-chested, he was quite alluring. It's a pity that master is not good at painting, or else I would have painted it and hung it in the Taichu Hall. In the midst of her thoughts, Pei Ou's eyes skimmed over Lu Jinan's abs, then lightly moved her feet and circled around him, pausing from time to take a closer look afterward. Pity it doesn't grow in size anymore. It used to be fun when I was cutting him a new coat. The corners of Pei Ou's mouth lightly raised. In the past, after discovering that he had grown taller, it was clear that he could tell the size at a glance, but he still deliberately came closer to measure himself, and watching the slightly unnatural expression that he revealed was also the fun of flirting. Unfortunately, it's now only a memory that exists in the back of your mind. Really grown up. Pei Ou's gait lightened up a few points, and after feeling the emotion, her eyesight became a bit unorthodox as she surveyed the rebellious disciple. He hadn't seen it since he was growing up, but he had felt it that night when he returned to the clan. Obviously just slightly closer, and then the small of his back. Well, the apprentice has indeed grown up. Yuck. Is Qingyue okay with it? Pei Ou pursed her red lips and turned to think that there must be no problem. After all, Shu Nanji, that hairless girl, can work. There is no reason why his own. Pooh, there is no reason why Qingyu can't. Moreover, Qingyue's physical fitness was definitely stronger than that girl from Qingmiao Palace, so she would definitely be able to do it. It's just a matter of how long you stick with it. Pei Ou counted on her fingers with interest. After this round trip, it would be almost the patriarch's birthday, and she would soon be able to see the wonderful images. There should be quite a lot of interesting things. Good disciple, you must grasp it. Author Fungus, I don't know if I can get to 2,000 monthly votes. I'm begging for monthly votes and catch-up reading. Chapter 53, this is the reward I'll give you. This chapter is being a ref equals http // target equals _ blank /a trying to update. Please refresh your visit later. Cell phone access dudes and dudettes. Sign up first for a Bikupai member, okay? Register as a member of this site and use the bookshelf bookmark feature for easier reading. If this chapter is the author begging for votes or some such nonsense, please skip and continue to read the next chapter. Please first collect this page. A ref equals http // Bikupai target equals _ blank Bikupai /a. Easy to wait to read. Otherwise wait to find I can't find this chapter. A ref equals ttps // Bikupai target equals _ blank ttps // Bikupai /a. As a snake catcher, Suing has always been honest and diligent. Until this day, he caught a different snake. On the first day of March, on the land of God, incense curled up everywhere, and the statues of the gods guarding various villages, towns, cities, counties woke up one after another, enjoying the sacrifices of the people. However, from this day onwards, the world has been in chaos. This book is also known as 99.6 Cultivating Immortality, 007 also Cultivating Truth. Inside volume until death. Who TM don't wanna fly up? A good pit. The pit is big and deep. Help me up. In the year I was 35 years old. Here comes my fortunes and the present record of the king of the demons of Sudai. And so on. A ref equals http // Bikupai target equals _ blank Bikupai /a. Demon of life. Demon of law. Demon of knowledge. Demon of fate. Demon of war. When all sorts of weird forces invaded, the world has since been divided into two distinct ends. Some worship them as gods and walk the earth as spokesmen. Some choose to drink a cup of spirits and raise the shotgun in their hands in the Scarlet Night. Lord Hong. A ref equals http // Bikupai target equals _ blank Bikupai /a. Miles of deep sea buried thousands of years of hidden secrets. deserted outside the void of the gods, spying on the 9 states of the human race. Deep mountains and seas between the demons set off a catastrophe in the sky. However, the great river goes east, but the blood of heroes cannot be washed away. A martial artist holds a blade and protects the mountains and rivers for thousands of miles. Immortals use their swords to battle the stars and rivers of the 9 heavens. Since 6,000 years ago, Changyang Emperor started the army. This world is my human world. Yangzhou of the Dacian Empire. A place called Dongha County, named Yunhong Teenager. Just finished reading this installment of The Immortals and Demons of the 9 States. Briefly double opened. The 3 million plus word cold Heavenly Emperor is coming to an end. A ref equals http:// bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. 100,000 years ago. The human race in the immortal magic continent development to the peak period. There are 9 holy places, respectively, control the 9 inheritance of the Book of Heaven and Earth. A sudden change in the world. The immortal magic continent by the destructive blow. The sky and earth. The living souls, which the human race to the most heavy losses. 7 holy places destroyed. The inheritance has been cut off from now on. The 9 Book of Heaven, only 2 of them existed. Teenager Ling Feng, out of the sky, kill the gods and demons. Against the 9 heavens, the war of 6 reincarnation, leading the human race back to the peak, ruling the Hongmeng Avenue. A ref equals http:// bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. The country will fall. There will be a chaotic demon. The country will fall. There will be a real person to help the world. A ref equals http:// bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers are written about ambushed corpses, and 100 years of Qiankuan depict evil tigers. Heaven and earth to the public as merciless. I have a red heart to patrol the sky. Welcome to the immortal world of love. Red heart camp. Ref equals http:// bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. A ref equals http:// bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. Half demon teenager. Get the demon sacred code. The wolf swallowed the moon to raise the female ghost as a servant. Change the vermilion bird burning the sky and boiling the sea. Set up the white tiger to kill the 4 directions. Repair the divine dragon across the sky and sea. Into the Kuanping wings in the 9 heavens. Devouring the world and the body of the 10,000 demons. The unity of the world of the 3,000. The war in the heavens of the 10,000 masters. Open up the universe. Set up the foundation of the immortal road. Wake up in charge of the world's power. Drunk in the lap of a beautiful woman. 10 million words of experience in the old author of the pen. With 2 best-selling fantasy masterpieces to practice polishing precipitation of the magnificent work of the metaphysical fantasy. Burning your youthful blood. Is the demon more terrible or the human heart? When the weak become the original sin. When justice is distorted. When no one for justice. Repair my demon sword. Kill Qian Lang Day. You can be kind, but you must have your own sharp edge. When no one argues for justice. If no one is willing to speak for justice, then I would like to become a demon to kill the clear sky. And this tangled heart on my left breast will be the only thing that I can do. A ref equals http:// bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. Double big brother plus double favorite plus face smashing sharp article. Qin family's daughter, who was abducted from her childhood, has been found back. I heard that the daughter of the countryside looks ugly. Vulgar behavior. Even to her sister Qin Yao shoes are not qualified. The parents, Yao Yao is the younger sister. You let her some more. Schoolboy brother, I only recognize Yao Yao as a sister. Young fiancé, I only have Yao Yao in my heart. Dirtbag, get out of here. Qin Yan, I'll give you guys a face? Asterisk invisible big brother. Qin Yan said she just wants to be a simple, unassuming, quiet years of ordinary people. Naiha ideal is very beautiful. The strength of wildly hit the face. Black fans, pretty and brainless. A vase. The next day, someone broke out Qin Yan enrollment a week of full marks in all subjects paper. Black powder, will only read dead books. No one to be friends with her. The next day, at a high-class dinner party, a group of ordinary people who are not qualified to kneel and lick the super big brother lined up to court courtesy of Qin Yan. Black powder. Chapter 54, Master wants to see Shura. This chapter is being? A ref equals http:// bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a trying to update. Please refresh your visit later. Cell phone access dudes and dudettes. Sign up first for a Bikupai member. Okay? Register as a member of this site and use the bookshelf bookmark feature for easier reading. If this chapter is the author begging for votes or some such nonsense, please skip and continue to the next chapter. Please first collect this page. A ref equals http:// bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. Easy to wait to read. Otherwise wait to find I can't find this chapter. ref equals TTPS // target equals underscore blank TTPS / bikupai / A. As a snake catcher, Suing has always been honest and diligent. Until this day, he caught a different snake. On the first day of March, the divine land. Everywhere incense curls, guarding the various villages, towns, cities, counties. The statue of the gods have awakened, enjoying the sacrifices of the people. However, from this day onwards, the world has been in chaos. This book is also known as 99.6 Cultivating Immortality. 007 also Cultivating Realism. Inside volume until death. Who TM don't wanna fly up? A good pit. The pit is big and deep. Help me up. In the year I was 35 years old. Here comes my fortunes and the present record of the king of the demons of Sudai. And so on. ref equals http / bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai / A. Demon of life. Demon of law. Demon of knowledge. Demon of fate. Demon of war. When all sorts of weird forces invaded, the world has since been divided into two distinct ends. Some worship them as gods and walk the earth as spokesmen. Some choose to drink a cup of spirits and raise the shotgun in their hands in the scarlet night. Lord Honga ref equals http / bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai / A. Miles of deep sea buried thousands of years of hidden secrets. Deserted outside the void of the gods spying on the 9 states of the human race. Deep mountains and seas between the demons set off a catastrophe in the sky. However, the great river goes east, but the blood of heroes cannot be washed away. A martial artist holds a blade and protects the mountains and rivers for thousands of miles. Immortals use their swords to battle the stars and rivers of the 9 heavens. Since 6,000 years ago Changyang Emperor started the army. This world is my human world. Yangzhou of the Dacian Empire. A place called Dongha County, named Yunhong Teenager. Just finished reading this installment of The Immortals and Demons of the 9 States. Briefly double opened. The 3 million plus word cold Heavenly Emperor is coming to an end. A ref equals http / bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai / A. 100,000 years ago, the human race in the immortal magic continent development to the peak period. There are 9 holy places, respectively, control the 9 inheritance of the book of heaven and earth. A sudden change in the world. The immortal magic continent by the destructive blow. The sky and earth. The living souls, which the human race to the most heavy losses. 7 holy places destroyed. The inheritance has been cut off from now on. The 9 book of heaven only 2 of them existed. Teenager Ling Feng, out of the sky, kill the gods and demons. Against the 9 heavens, the war of 6 reincarnation. Leading the human race back to the peak. In charge of the Hongmeng Avenue. A ref equals http / bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai / A. The country will fall. There will be a chaotic demon. The country will fall. There will be a real person to help the world. A ref equals http / bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai / A. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers are written about ambushed corpses, and 100 years of Qiankuan depict evil tigers. Heaven and earth to the public as merciless. I have a red heart to patrol the sky. Welcome to the immortal world of love. Red heart camp ref equals http / bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai / A. A ref equals http / bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai / A. Half demon teenager. Get the demon sacred code. The wolf swallowed the moon to raise the female ghost as a servant. Change the vermilion bird burning the sky and boiling the sea. Set up the white tiger to kill the 4 directions. Repair the divine dragon across the sky and sea. Into the Kuanping wings in the 9 heavens. Devouring the world and the body of the 10,000 demons. The unity of the world of the 3,000. The war in the heavens of the 10,000 masters. Open up the universe. Set up the foundation of the immortal road. Wake up in charge of the world's power. Drunk in the lap of a beautiful woman. 10 million words of experience in the old author of the pen. With 2 best-selling fantasy masterpieces to practice polishing precipitation of the magnificent work of the metaphysical fantasy. Burning your youthful blood is the demon more terrible or the human heart? When the weak become the original sin. When justice is distorted. When no one for justice. Repair my demon sword. Kill Qian Lang Day. You can be kind, but you must have your own sharp edge. When no one argues for justice. If no one is willing to speak for justice, then I would like to become a demon to kill the clear sky. And this tangled heart on my left breast will be the only thing that I can do. A ref equals http / bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai / A. Double big brother plus double favorite plus face smashing sharp article Qin family's daughter, who was abducted from her childhood, has been found back. I heard that the daughter of the countryside looks ugly. Vulgar behavior. Even to her sister Qin Yao shoes are not qualified. The parents, Yao Yao is the younger sister. You let her some more. Schoolboy brother, I only recognize Yao Yao as a sister. Young fiance, I only have Yao Yao in my heart. Dirtbag, get out of here. Qin Yan, I'll give you guys a face? Asterisk invisible big brother Qin Yan said she just wants to be a simple, unassuming, quiet years of ordinary people. Nay, ideals are very beautiful. Strength wildly hit the face. Black fans, pretty and brainless. A vase. The next day, someone broke out Qin Yan enrollment a week of full marks in all subjects paper. Black powder, will only read dead books. No one to be friends with her. The next day, at a high-class dinner party, a group of ordinary people who are not qualified to kneel and lick the super big brother lined up to court courtesy of Qin Yan. Black powder. Chapter 55. What did she do to you? Snow white waterfalls from the Taichu Peak mountain stream rushing towards the mountains. The mountains strange and dangerous, so the stream also since the show turbulent. Rumble. Rapid stream waterfalls crashed into the lake formed in the forest for an unknown number of years, as if 100 rivers east to the sea, and finally filled the lake. The waves splash into the shoreline in the mist. The grass is lush and the flowers are fragrant. The sunny day and the warm wind produce the wheat air. The green shade and grass are better than flowers. Frogs and cicadas chirping. Clouds rolling in. Crouching on the shore of the summer song sullenly poked the wet soil with a branch, so hungry. Obviously. When he was in the South Shua domain, eldest brother promised to cook, but he came back and ran out again without even staying for a day. There is also the vice patriarch. Obviously also most like to eat big brother cooking. The results are not even miss the big brother left, and then she also left the too early peak. The probability is to follow the big brother. Why did the vice sovereign conceal Zhu Nanji's identity from eldest senior brother? No, the vice patriarch is with eldest brother. In that case, the vice patriarch has already eaten eldest brother's cooking to his heart's content? I'd like to eat it too. Xiaoming poked a hole in the dirt with a twig, roasted whole lamb, pork kebabs, roasted beef trotters, chicken thighs. Smacking her lips and swallowing her saliva, Xiaoming mumbled to herself with a fanciful face, and when she realized that her saliva was about to flow out, she hurriedly had to raise her hand to wipe it off, and when the wind surged in front of her, she was suddenly blown out of the room. Wah dash! Xiaoming, who let out a cry of surprise, hurriedly adjusted his body and ran to hide behind a large rock, probing his head to look at the center of the lake, only to see a woman in a black sword outfit standing faintly through the shadows of the trees and flowers and the mist of the diffused water. The woman's eyes were covered with black cloth. Her long silver white hair was pulled back into a ponytail and fixed with a wooden hairpin. A black dress wrapped around her tall figure, and her straight waist and back seemed like a sharp sword standing in the center of the forest and lake. Between the landscape she was elusive, and the sharp sword aura of especially ancient intent instantly took away all the landscape scenery. The winds are gusting and the leaves are flying. More and more sword chi spilled out from between the water mist, like rustling snowflakes sweeping towards the mountains and forests between the layers. Initially, the sword energy like cold ice twilight snow, to everything around a layer of piercing coldness, but in the gradual blooming out of the thousands of sword light, a layer of black intention in the ice crystal-like sword energy spread, so the surrounding sword light like ink embellishments, and then there is no extra color, as if it were a bone-deep dead night. Standing in the middle of the lake, Mu Qingyue opened her arms. Every move was sword intent, like an iceberg like her hands and sword fingers, erect ponytail wooden hairpin and noiselessly broken. Scattered silver white long hair like winter snowfall. At this moment she is a picture of the earth's stunning scenery. Shoo! Mu Qingyue wrist lift. The surrounding ink-like sword chi will be in the recovery of the original ice crystal meaning, with the ink color intertwined, between the rhythm of the sword from the same person's intent but completely do not accommodate each other, as if the natural enemies. Meaning is the unity of form, spirit, emotion and reason, the coordination of reality and nothingness, both born in the accident and contained within the image. Sword intent is the profound realm that a swordsman arrives at when his comprehension of the sword has reached an unprecedented level. Logically speaking, a swordsman could drive his own sword intent at will, but it was as if Mu Qingyue was unable to do so. Sword intent 5 realms. Mu Qingyue has long since arrived at the third realm of the boundary-breaking realm of intent, that is, the ultimate realm derived from the sword intent, but she is unable to master her own sword intent at the moment. But it seems that even the first realm of the sword heart is not as good as the sword heart. Mu Qingyue pursed her lips tightly. The sword intent because of the impact of the cold ice sword intent, the ink-colored sword chi gradually like a berserk beast, seems to have signs of backlash. The black gas grew thicker and uncontrollably overflowed from Mu Qingyue's body, resembling spiritual power but not spiritual power, resembling demonic chi but not demonic chi, presenting a kind of devouring and ghastly weather. Mu Qingyue couldn't help but knit her eyebrows tightly, her body simultaneously bursting out with pure white as snow spiritual energy, seemingly trying to break through the shackles of the black chi. The long wind stained her sleeves, her lapel carried frost, and her hair flew as she stood in the frozen lake. Sword chi was strewn across the room, as if a storm had rolled into everything around it. Buzz off. The hilt and blade were pitch black in the center, and the silver-white longsword around them came to her side alongside her, buzzing and quivering incessantly, as if in dissuasion. Below the hilt of the sword, the blade is engraved with two small, timeless characters, Asajiri. Muchinua didn't seem to see it, as the cold ice spiritual energy that swept out from her body got thicker and thicker, like a cold light in the winter night, to tear the night apart. Her chi energy stumbled around her, and on the backs of those white hands that were joined with sword fingers, light green veins bulged as if they were under immense pressure. Her already pale cheeks were flushed with an unnatural blush in the midst of their misery, and a Seijai was circling around her, trying to actively feed into her hands. Muchinua remained oblivious, with a bit of ruthlessness towards herself vaguely on her indifferent pretty face that covered her eyes with a black cloth. Her hands lightly closed, and as her slender 10 fingers began to perform sword techniques, the sword light of the boundary-breaking realm of intent around her body was like a white rainbow fighting the wind, filled with sharpness to the extreme. The white clouds and blue sky. The sword opens a line. The sword chirping from Chao Mu was even sharper, flying faster and faster around Muchinua, and several attempts to get into her hands failed. Asajiri suddenly quieted down, her cold fingers gripping the hilt of her sword at this moment. Shifu is here. Seemingly does not contain the slightest emotion under the voice. All the sword light in a moment disappeared into thin air. The frozen waterfall once again resounded with turbulence. The cold and the heat are suddenly easy to flow. Muchinua slightly twisted her head and looked at Lu Jinan, who suddenly slowed down his pace from the forest and walked out. Senior brother. Speaking. Suddenly feel the chest a waterfall water droplets of cold. Look down. Oblique lapel slightly spacious. Bulging. She turned her body sideways, protecting her chest with one arm, but she had a feeling of powerlessness, so she had to completely turn her back to Lu Jinan. Lu Jinan, who walked out from the forest, looked strangely at Muchinua, who had her back turned to her. What was she hiding? The dress doesn't look torn. Although he was a bit curious, Lu Jinan still made a bow first. Senior sister. As the words fell, he raised his eyes to look at Muchinua, his silver white hair flowing down like 3,000 weak waters, laying down a beautiful satin. Under the outline of the black sword outfit, the tallness and slenderness of her figure was even more evident, and senior sister's legs were very long. Although it was long, it didn't feel bony when looking at it, but just the right amount of plumpness. Lu Jinan sometimes felt pity. It was reasonable to say that the body of a woman with a pair of beautiful legs was not that bad, so how come sister's bust was not big? Not to say it's comparable to master, but it can't be too far behind Nanji, right? In the middle of her thoughts, she heard Muchinua faintly speak. You're with her? Lu Jinan knew that his senior sister was referring to his master, and after a twinkle in his eye, he said, right. She molested you again? Lu Jinan hesitated and made a long sound. Senior wanted to be jealous of senior sister, but also wanted to let himself help senior sister, so it was good to operate from senior sister's side. Anyway, there was no fear of Muchinua's strength at all now. Shoo! Lu Jinan looked at his senior sister's sword Chao Mu in front of him, and let out a sigh of relief in the bottom of his heart. I was afraid that you wouldn't react. Muchinua had already judged from Lu Jinan's tone that this molestation was somewhat uncomplicated, and her tone seemed to have cooled a few points. What did she do to you? Author Fungus, it's a new January. Still double the monthly votes. Please ask for a monthly vote. Chapter 56. I'll do it too. This chapter is being a ref equals http / bikupai target equals _ blank bikupai / a trying to update. Please refresh your visit later. Cell phone access dudes and dudettes. Sign up first for a Bikupai member, okay? Register as a member of this site and use the bookshelf bookmark feature for easier reading. If this chapter is the author begging for votes or some such nonsense, please skip and continue to the next chapter. Please first collect this page. A ref equals http / bikupai target equals _ blank bikupai / a. Easy to wait to read. Otherwise wait to find I can't find this chapter. A ref equals ttps / bikupai / target equals _ blank ttps / bikupai / a. As a snake catcher, Suing has always been honest and diligent. Until this day, he caught a different snake. On the first day of March, the divine land. Everywhere incense curls, guarding the various villages, towns, cities, counties. The statue of the gods have awakened to enjoy the sacrifices of the people. However, from this day onwards, the world has been in chaos. This book is also known as 99.6 Cultivating Immortality, 007 also Cultivating Realism, Inside Volume Until Death. Who TM don't wanna fly up? A good pit. The pit is big and deep. Help me up. The year I was 35 years old. Here comes my blessing and the presentation of the king of demons of Sudai. And so on. A ref equals http bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. Demon of life. Demon of law. Demon of knowledge. Demon of fate. Demon of war. When all sorts of weird forces invaded, the world has since been divided into two distinct ends. Some worship them as gods and walk the earth as spokesmen. Some choose to drink a cup of spirits and raise the shotgun in their hands in the scarlet night. Lord Honga ref equals http bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. Miles of deep sea buried thousands of years of hidden secrets. Deserted outside the void of the gods spying on the 9 states of the human race. Deep mountains and seas between the demons set off a catastrophe in the sky. However, the great river goes east, but the blood of heroes cannot be washed away. A martial artist holds a blade and protects the mountains and rivers for thousands of miles. Immortals use their swords to battle the stars and rivers of the 9 heavens. Since 6,000 years ago Changyang Emperor started the army. This world is my human world. Yangzhou of the Dacian Empire. A place called Dongha County, named Yunhong Teenager. Just finished reading this installment of The Immortals and Demons of the 9 States. Briefly double opened. The 3 million plus word cold Heavenly Emperor is coming to an end. A ref equals http bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. 100,000 years ago, the human race in the immortal magic continent development to the peak period. There are 9 holy places, respectively, control the 9 inheritance of the book of heaven and earth. A sudden change in the world. The immortal magic continent by the destructive blow. The sky and earth. The living souls, which the human race to the most heavy losses. 7 holy places destroyed. The inheritance has been cut off from now on. The 9 book of heaven only 2 of them existed. Teenager Ling Feng, out of the sky, kill the gods and demons. Against the 9 heavens, the war of 6 reincarnation. Leading the human race back to the peak. In charge of the Hongmeng Avenue. A ref equals http bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. The country will fall. There will be a chaotic demon. The country will fall. There will be a real person to help the world. A ref equals http bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers are written about ambushed corpses, and 100 years of Qiankuan depict evil tigers. Heaven and earth to the public as merciless. I have a red heart to patrol the sky. Welcome to the immortal world of love. Red heart camp ref equals http bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. A ref equals http bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. Half demon teenager. Get the demon sacred code. The wolf swallowed the moon to raise the female ghost as a servant. Change the vermilion bird burning the sky and boiling the sea. Set up the white tiger to kill the 4 directions. Repair the divine dragon across the sky and sea. Into the Kuanping wings in the 9 heavens. Devouring the world and the body of the 10,000 demons. The unity of the world of the 3,000. The war in the heavens of the 10,000 masters. Open up the universe. Set up the foundation of the immortal road. Wake up in charge of the world's power. Drunk in the lap of a beautiful woman. 10 million words of experience in the old author of the pen. With 2 best-selling fantasy masterpieces to practice polishing precipitation of the magnificent work of the metaphysical fantasy. Burning your youthful blood is the demon more terrible or the human heart? When the weak become the original sin. When justice is distorted. When no one for justice. Repair my demon sword. Kill Qian Lang Day. You can be kind, but you must have your own sharp edge. When no one argues for justice. If no one is willing to speak for justice, then I would like to become a demon to kill the clear sky. And this tangled heart on my left breast will be the only thing that I can do. A ref equals http bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. Double big brother plus double favorite plus face smashing sharp article Qin family's daughter, who was abducted from her childhood, has been found back. I heard that the daughter of the countryside looks ugly. Vulgar behavior. Even to her sister Qin Yao shoes are not qualified. The parents, Yao Yao is the younger sister. You let her some more. Schoolboy brother, I only recognize Yao Yao as a sister. Young fiancé, I only have Yao Yao in my heart. Dirtbag, get out of here. Qin Yan, I'll give you guys a face? Asterisk invisible big brother Qin Yan said she just wants to be a simple, unassuming, quiet years of ordinary people. Naiha ideal is very beautiful. The strength of wildly hit the face. Black fans, pretty and brainless. A vase. The next day, someone broke out Qin Yan enrollment a week of full marks in all subjects paper. Black powder, will only read dead books. No one to be friends with her. The next day, at a high-class dinner party, a group of ordinary people who are not qualified to kneel and lick the super big brother lined up to court courtesy of Qin Yan. Black powder. Chapter 57. Want to go to a greenhouse? Take Qin Yue with you. I'll do it too. listening to Mu Qingyu's serious voice. Pei Oyuo's eyes narrowed slightly. What do you think I did to him? He won't tell me. Mu Qingyu raised her head slightly, seemingly looking into Pei Oyuo's eyes with eyes that were covered by black cloth. You do not tell me either, so I can only guess. Pei Oyu handed the wine goblet to Dong Han and spoke softly. So no matter what I say, you're going to do it too? After a pause, she continued to speak, her voice seeming to contain some sarcasm. Do you really dare? Really want to have this courage? So many years have passed. As to be Qingmiao Palace's Yunanji snatched the first. As to the present and only to you have a senior sister. Brother love? Winter Cold's eyes widened in surprise as she glanced at the vice-patriarch. It was the first time in so many years that she had heard her use such sharp wording towards her senior sister. Hastily lowering his head to close his hearing not to listen to these words. At this moment, Winter Cold desperately wished that it would be good if eldest brother was there. Pei Oyu had her arms wrapped around her chest. At this time, where was there any trace of flirtatiousness on her face? Cultivate, not go anywhere, only know in the mountain to stay in seclusion. Do not go outside to see what can understand? Now you're blaming me for robbing Jinan? Pei Oyu hummed lightly. Who do you blame for your own lack of talent? Learn from me? Pei Oyu took a few steps forward and reached out to gently pick Mu Qingyu's chin. Can you learn? Or are you so confident in yourself that you think he won't reject you? Looking at the black cloth covering Mu Qingyu's eyes, you think you're me as a mother? Give Jinan a bargain and he accepts it? If Iman really had a nature to accept women casually, those women in the green houses of Gingan City would have been slept with by him long ago. Her thumb around the red cardamom slid over Mu Qingyu's chin. And I'm going to do it too? You like drinking soup after me so much? Oh, that girl in Qingmiao Palace also eats more than you. Pei Oyu released Mu Qingyu's chin. After so many years, only that collar looks a bit interesting. Other than that, what do you have left? As she spoke, she glanced at her daughter's bulging black sword outfit with her eyes slightly downcast. This is not bad either. If you really use it to seduce Iman, it might work well. Winter Cold felt the senior sister's nostrils sharpened a few points, although closed hearing, but guess the words of the vice-patriarch is very heavy. Or else has always been like a block of icebergs of the senior sister when this kind of emotional over? Tell you will Pei Oyu a hand will Mu Qingyue into the arms. For the mother kissed you have not been expressed sweetheart, listen to the excitement? Good daughter. Now that you know, do you still want to go through with it? She clearly felt Mu Qiu's body stiffen up, and then she tried to leave by breaking free. Pei Oao gently stroked her back, her eyes slightly converging as she listened to the footsteps of her good disciple who was picking up the steps, the beauty mole at the lower right corner of her mouth capturing her heart as the corners of her mouth gently lifted up. Jinan is here. Do you want to kiss him at this time? Pei Oyu whispered in the ear of her daughter in her arms. Learn from your mother? Or show him the figure you've guarded for so many years? Mu Qingyu's struggles weakened, and eventually she was held motionless in Pei Onu's arms. Thus, Lu Jinan, who walked up the last step, saw mother and daughter hugging each other in a scene of harmony. Lu Jinan, who met Pei Oyu's eyes, was surprised at the bottom of his heart. His senior sister's sword was as strong as a rainbow when she went up the mountain, but as a result, this was taken by the master? But surprised to be surprised, he did not ask more questions, lest he talk too much to destroy the harmonious atmosphere of master and sister at this time. Qingyue Pei Oyu's voice was low enough that only Mu Qingyue could hear it. Cultivation and Iman. Sometimes you want both, but you may not get anything at all. What do you, want? Mu Qingyu was silent, and Pei Oyu didn't let go of her. After all was said and done, she had to guard her daughter's secret as well. She raised her eyes to Lu Jinan and spoke with a light smile. Good disciple, you didn't think about the image of us arguing, did you? Baiqiu Pai. Come. Lu Jinan shook his head. With the relationship between master and sister, how could they really quarrel? The scene of the embrace in front of him was the best proof. Just how do you wrap your arms around it and not let go? You should have thought about it. Pei Oyu smiled and teased. Good apprentice, where are you going to go next? Lu Jinan said without moving. Jing'an City. Pei Oyu slightly nodded her head. Then she heard Mu Qingyue in her arms slightly twist her head, her voice still not containing the slightest bit of emotion. You're going to a greenhouse? Well, look at the situation. Lu Jinan thought, if the mistress of that Yuajun clothes workshop didn't contact the upper house, then go to Drunken Smokehouse and take a look. It's not just about wanting to collaborate. It's about wanting to buy a few more pieces of white silk for Nami. Now open the left auxiliary road palace. 100 poison, naturally, and Nanji in depth on the road. Just to imagine the pure look of her white and plump legs in white silk. I feel extra stimulating. The habit developed from continuing to sing nightly for more than half a year with Nanji coupled with the molestation of master teacher in the past 2 days had resulted in a bit too much frequency of getting up every day during this period of time. The smile on Pei Oyu's face disappeared when she heard her son's voice. And she looked at Lu Jinan with a stern look in her eyes. Qinglu? You can't help it? Don't you have any hands of your own? Disciple is just going to listen to a song and see more dances. Lu Jinan first emphasized that it was too much trouble to clean up his own that and whatnot. When he spoke, his mind could not help but recall Nanji. Whenever he reached the limit, he was like an octopus with his hands on his shoulders and his legs on his waist, not wasting not a bit at all. Although the bath afterward is each bathing their own, they don't have to think about themselves, but the sheets and such are all washed by Nania. Although it was out of caution for Zhu Nanji, he kinda had a wipe yourself scumbag fait accompli himself. But the next time they encountered it, there was no need to be vigilant. They could pamper the sickly fairy, and after dissolving her sickness, with her gentle and virtuous nature, they should not be too happy. So you must have white silk, knee-high white silk, panty white silk, halter white silk. Lu Jinan silently recited the clear heart mantra as he continued. Don't worry, master. I'm not a casual person. I have my measure. Is this a measured thing? Pei Oyuo's brows were a few points more somber, and the slightest contact with those women in the greenhouse she felt unhappy. She believed that her good disciple would not make a mess, but remembered his youthful exuberance. In the past few days, what if? Such an adult. You still can't solve yourself for the teacher to lend you a piece of blasphemous pants, okay? Pei Oyu gently stroked Mu Qingyu's back, gazed at Lu Jinan and spoke. You can go. Bring Chengyu with you. This. Pei Oeonio raised her eyebrows. Any comments? Lu Jinan made a helpless bow. Disciple obeys the master's orders. Bring it on. Anyway, now that one's cultivation level is not scrupulous about senior sister's collar. Really good. Pei Oyu reappeared with a smile, stroking Mu Qingyu's back. Her eyes slightly turned, darkly smiling. For mother, to watch over Jinan O. Mu Qingyu's body stiffened once again. What do you mean by for you? Author Fungus, attending a wedding. So the update is a little late. The car cell phone coding is slow. The author Fungus will not be broken. Please excuse the erratic updates. Thanks. Chapter 58. Mu Qingyue, elder sister can't see. So she needs to be. This chapter is being? A ref equals http //bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a trying to update. Please refresh your visit later. Cell phone access dudes and dudettes. Sign up first for a Bikupai member, okay? Register as a member of this site and use the bookshelf bookmark feature for easier reading. If this chapter is the author begging for votes or some such nonsense, please skip and continue to the next chapter. Please first collect this page. A ref equals http //bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. Easy to wait to read. Otherwise wait to find I can't find this chapter. A ref equals ttps //bikupai target equals underscore blank ttps //bikupai /a. As a snake catcher, Suing has always been honest and diligent. Until this day, he caught a different snake. On the first day of March, on the land of God, incense curled up everywhere, and the statues of the gods guarding various villages, towns, cities, counties and counties woke up one after another, enjoying the sacrifices of the people. However, from this day onwards, the world has been in chaos. This book is also known as 99.6 Cultivating Immortality, 007 also Cultivating Truth. Inside volume until death. Who TM don't wanna fly up? A good pit. The pit is big and deep. Help me up. In the year I was 35 years old. Here comes my fortunes and the present record of the king of the demons of Sudai. And so on. A ref equals http //bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. Demon of life. Demon of law. Demon of knowledge. Demon of fate. Demon of war. When all sorts of weird forces invaded, the world has since been divided into two distinct ends. Some worship them as gods and walk the earth as spokesmen. Some choose to drink a cup of spirits and raise the shotgun in their hands in the scarlet night. Lord Hong. A ref equals http //bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. Miles of deep sea buried thousands of years of hidden secrets. Deserted outside the void of the gods spying on the 9 states of the human race. Deep mountains and seas between the demons set off a catastrophe in the sky. However, the great river goes east, but the blood of heroes cannot be washed away. A martial artist holds a blade and protects the mountains and rivers for thousands of miles. Immortals use their swords to battle the stars and rivers of the 9 heavens. Since 6,000 years ago Changyang Emperor started the army. This world is my human world. Yangzhou of the Dacian Empire. A place called Dongha County, named Yunhong Teenager. Just finished reading this installment of The Immortals and Demons of the 9 States. Briefly double opened. The 3 million plus word cold Heavenly Emperor is coming to an end. A ref equals http //bikupai target equals underscore blank bikupai /a. 100,000 years ago, the human race in the immortal magic continent development to the peak period. There are 9 holy places, respectively. Control the 9 inheritance of the Book of Heaven and Earth. A sudden change in the world. The immortal magic continent by the destructive blow. The sky and earth. The living souls, which the human race to the most heavy losses. 7 holy places destroyed. The inheritance has been cut off from now on. The 9 Book of Heaven, only 2 of them existed. Teenager Ling Feng, out of the sky. Kill the gods and demons. Against the 9 heavens. War 6 reincarnation. Leading the human race back to the peak. Ruling the Hongmeng Avenue. A ref equals http:// bikupai target equals _ bikupai/a. The country will fall. There will be a chaotic demon. The country will fall. There will be a real person to help the world. A ref equals http:// bikupai target equals _ bikupai/a. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers are written about ambushed corpses, and 100 years of Qiankuan depict evil tigers. Heaven and earth to the public as merciless. I have a red heart to patrol the sky. Welcome to the immortal world of love. Red heart camp ref equals http:// bikupai target equals _ bikupai/a. A ref equals http:// bikupai target equals _ bikupai/a. Half demon teenager. Get the demon sacred code. The wolf swallowed the moon to raise the female ghost as a servant. Change the vermilion bird burning the sky and boiling the sea. Set up the white tiger to kill the 4 directions. Repair the divine dragon across the sky and sea. Into the Kuanping wings in the 9 heavens, devouring the world and the body of the 10,000 demons, the unity of the world of the 3,000, the war in the heavens of the 10,000 masters. Open up the universe, set up the foundation of the immortal road, wake up in charge of the world's power, drunk in the lap of a beautiful woman. 10 million words of experience in the old author of the pen, with 2 best-selling fantasy masterpieces to practice polishing precipitation of the magnificent work of the metaphysical fantasy. Burning your youthful blood, is the demon more terrible or the human heart? When the weak become the original sin. When justice is distorted. When no one for justice. Repair my demon sword. Kill Qian Lang Day. You can be kind, but you must have your own sharp edge. When no one argues for justice. If no one is willing to speak for justice, then I would like to become a demon to kill the clear sky. And this tangled heart on my left breast will be the only thing that I can do. A ref equals http:// bikupai target equals _ bikupai/a. Double big brother plus double favorite plus face smashing cool article. Qin family's daughter, who was abducted from her childhood, has been found back. I heard that the daughter of the countryside looks ugly. Vulgar behavior. Even to her sister Qin Yao shoes are not qualified. The parents, Yao Yao is the younger sister. You let her some more. Schoolboy brother, I only recognize Yao Yao as a sister. Young fiance, I only have Yao Yao in my heart. Dirtbag, get out of here. Qin Yan, I'll give you guys a face? Asterisk invisible big brother. Qin Yan said she just wants to be a simple, unassuming, quiet years of ordinary people. Naiha ideal is very beautiful. The strength of wildly hit the face. Black fans, pretty and brainless. A vase. The next day, someone broke out Qin Yan enrollment a week of full marks in all subjects paper. Black powder, will only read dead books. No one to be friends with her. The next day, at a high-class dinner party, a group of ordinary people who are not qualified to kneel and lick the super big brother lined up to court courtesy of Qin Yan. Black powder. Chapter 59, Senior. Now I'm more severe than mother. The hazy moon was forestalling cicadas coming out of the transparent clouds with a silvery clear glow. When the lights came on, the crowded Jing'an city on a summer night was obviously hot, but it made Lu Jinan feel some exciting coolness. Senior sister Mu Qingyue not only had a high and cold temperament, even her slender fingers that were clenched were cold. Through the thin summer pants, Lu Jinan could not only feel the coolness of Mu Qingyue's fingers, he could more clearly feel the softness of her fingertips. Although Mu Qingyue was a sword cultivator, there were no calluses on her palms, which was extraordinarily comfortable in the dry heat of the summer night. Soothing to the point where Mu Qiu's fingers gradually loosened their inability to fully grasp. Lu Jinan, who had turned sideways to face Mu Qingyue, stared straight at her eyes that were covered by the black cloth as well as the haloed redness of her cheeks. Are you that direct? He said he told her to hold on to something, but did he tell her to hold on to the bright cane? He did say himself that he wanted her to do it his way, and this is the way? Also, he had just said she was lame, but he didn't expect to grasp the future more boldly than his master in the next second? Senior brother. Mu Qingyue's heart is probably also nervous. The always ancient well tone is also a little trembling, more like the bright staff. As she spoke, Mu Qingyue's small hand moved gently along the body of the bright staff, and gradually became the old man's grip on the crutch. The coolness and softness of the palm of her jade hand gradually wrapped around. It's more appropriate. Mu Qingyue still tilted her head slightly, and the words that came out made Lu Jinan feel even more stunned. I have peeked at senior brother's bath. Mu Qingyue once again took a small step towards him. The back of her hand pressed against the small of her back through her shirt. But I didn't think to be afraid of senior brother. New Penjing Pavilion. Senior sister is a sword cultivator. Even if senior brother is sharp, senior sister will be able to put her sword back into its sheath. Lu Jinan looked at Mu Qingyue in front of him in disbelief. Are you so stuffy, senior sister? He raised his hand to hold Mu Qingyue's wrist, but she didn't move. Senior sister. Lu Jinan spoke in a serious tone. It's not like your invisibility is really invisible. Can you let go first? I can't see. Mu Qingyue turned her wrist slightly. Do you want to try it, senior brother? Looking at the trickster Mu Qingyue, Lu Jinan was about to draw away without continuing to spoil her, when suddenly his body stiffened again. He once again felt a coolness, but not the comfortable coolness of Mu Qingyue's hand, but a heart-stopping coolness. The seemingly non-offensive sword aura lingered around the bright staff in circles like leather rings, as if the slightest movement on his part would be a threat. Lu Jinan was not confident in dodging Mu Qingyue's boundary-breaking realm sword chi at such a close distance. Fine. Senior sister, you play like that, right? Lu Jingan stared at Mu Qingyue. I don't believe you really dare to gamble with the future. I can't afford to give up. Mu Qingyue shook her head. But senior brother doesn't like to get hurt either, right? After a pause, she lowered her eyebrows and whispered. Shu Nanji can. And so can mother. So why can't senior sister? Just for a little while, isn't it okay? She thought that Shidoshi was probably a softie, but not a hardy one. After all, in the past, Pei Oyu had harshly reprimanded his senior brother when he found out that he was occasionally not serious in his cultivation. But after that, he would hug his senior brother so tightly that he couldn't breathe, and his senior brother didn't seem to hate it. Looking at Mu Qingyue, who was threatening again and lowering her eyebrows, Lu Jinan suddenly popped up with a thought, to hand-feed this ungrateful senior sister with a refined Dan pill. But thinking about it, it was better to forget about it outside if it was at Taichu Peak. He would have to use it as a quid pro quo education for her not to use her sword chi in such a dangerous place. Senior sister has taken good care of her hands. Mu Qingyue wanted to completely convince Lu Jinan. And senior brother is so dry right now. Isn't it comfortable for me to help you cool down? You call this cooling? Lu Jinan tilted his head to look at the stars in the sky. Are you sure? Aren't my hands cold? Ha! Lu Jinan spoke breathlessly. This is a big public if we are seen, do we both still want to lose face? Listening to her senior brother's slowed tone, Mu Qingyue reared her head up. What are the arts used for? As she spoke, she pinched a spell with her right hand that obscured her perception. Those with low cultivation or the same can't find out, and those with high cultivation don't dare to check out the senior brother of the Wandao sect in me, right? As the words fell, the first to take a step forward, she switched to holding or clasping her bright staff in her right hand. Jutsu is used for this kind of thing. Lu Jinan breathlessly followed her pace, and the desire to refine his body, which had been lowered quite a bit in his heart because he had opened up the left auxiliary Dao Palace and wasn't worried about Zhu Nanji's poisoning, rose once again. If the giant gate Dao Palace corresponding to the Tianxian star was opened and the strength of the physical body was enhanced, one would not have to worry about sword chi at this level of senior sisters. It's still a matter of refining your body. How is it that all the women you've been intimate with are so outrageous? Feeling the cool palm of his senior sister's hand, Lu Jinan sighed softly in a breathless manner. However, this sigh was not yet finished, and then he sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Senior sister's hand not only disappeared under the hem of the brocade robe, but even the waist of the pants as if it were nothing. Senior brother's chi and blood, so vigorous. Mu Qingyue slightly lowered her head, and her footsteps slowed down a few points. Her face, blinded by the black cloth, seemed to have a few moments of seriousness to it, as if she was rawly working on a flash of memory. Lu Jinan's expression appeared a little change. He has not held sister's cold hand, but when the cold wandered in the place that should not have, even in summer is not too much. He twisted his head to look at Mu Qingyue, who was walking 2 steps ahead of him, and his senior sister's earlobes were very red. Who would have thought that the high and cold Mu Jianxian in the eyes of outsiders would be indiscreetly holding his senior brother in Jing'an City at this moment? Hold? That wasn't quite the right way to describe it. It was more like she was helping the only mentor in her mind. Elder sister. Lu Jinan just wanted to open his mouth to say cold, but when the words came to his mouth, he changed his mouth. This is your way? 1. Muyuki's voice was low, and it seemed like the heat was not adapting to the cold, and the cold was suffering from the heat. Aren't you drunk on cultivation retreat? Lu Jinan couldn't help but ask. What are you closed for? It's not like she's a woman of the Acacia sect, and she's still delving into this in seclusion? Sister knew more than he thought. Strength, and Mu Qingyue's voice remained low. Senior brother, what about the reason? Lu Jinan continued to pursue. For no reason. Why? It's not like Xu Nanji is a face dog, is it? Mu Qingyu stopped her steps and Lu Jinan followed suit. Just when he thought he could hear Mu Qingyu's reply, the coolness he felt suddenly disappeared. He looked over at Mu Qiuyu, and the corner of his eye jumped. Mu Qingyue lifted her right hand up. The 5 fingers that were separated were slender and slender. The pink and white nails that were not applied with cardamom were neat and tidy, while the moonlight between the fingers and the Chinese lamps illuminated the yin-yang as if it were the rhizome of a lotus flower. The root of the lotus root was disconnected. She lightly opened her cherry lips, and Lu Jinan's eyes widened. Cherry-colored lips and fingertips. Mu Qingyue tilted her head, seemingly looking at him. Senior, now I'm more powerful than mother and I'm more appealing to you, aren't I? Author fungus, begging for a catch-up read and a monthly pass. I don't think it's the right time to raise it. What if I miss it? Chapter 60, Reality 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 Reality. Mu Qingyue under the shroud of moonlight tilted her head slightly, showing off her beautifully shaped neck, and the black cloth covering her eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of silver splendor at this time, making it particularly eye-catching. But what attracted Lu Jinan's attention more was the glistening line between her lower lip and her finger that didn't break even when she opened her mouth to speak. Of course Lu Jinan knew what it was, and I believe that senior sister knew what it was as well. Still, the senior sister did not hesitate to kiss indirectly with the tip of her tongue flicking the slight curls. Lu Jinan admitted that for the first time, he felt a positive sense of heartfelt emotion towards his senior sister. The collar one was a total negative shock heart attack, with the effect of the spell obscuring perception. Only Lu Jinan could see the scene in front of him, and see the master brother does not speak. Cheeks flushed Mu Qingyue once again with the tip of the tongue close to the slender jade finger, with Xu Nanji some similar to the silk is not wasted in the slightest. Then, licking her lips, she reached out to Lu Jinan's face. White and pink jade hand is like her lips, glistening. It's spit, isn't it? Lu Jinan looked down at her clearly and softly rippled palms, and the hem of her brocade robe seemed to rise without wind. Mu Qingyue, who did not let go of the slightest movement of the senior brother, was completely at ease. The senior brother was fond of it. My way. Mu Qingyue pursed her cherry lips. Before she wanted to give the collar gift to her senior brother was too anxious. She should have been like apt that Su. When the future of Shidoshi is grasped, he can't hide from himself. But she really didn't think that way at first. It was only the fact that her senior brother told to grab her that gave her the bright idea. And he was exactly qualified to hold a bright staff in his hand. A condition that mother and that Xu Nanji couldn't learn from. So she reached out and grabbed it, for being too far behind mother and Xu Nanji, and falling behind and then trying to get ahead. The steps have to be bigger. The results are great. Because Shifu moved. Whether it was his heart or whatever it was, it meant that Shifu had feelings for himself. The same goes for himself. Though Shidoshi probably won't do to himself what he did to him. Mu Qingyue tilted her head once again and slowly spoke. Does senior brother think that the source hasn't been cleaned up yet? As she spoke, she flipped her wrist to grip the back of Lu Jinan's hand. There's no one in the alley over there. Lu Jinan didn't move. Not just because the sword chi had been withdrawn, but also because he didn't want to. Xu Nanji's white giving was after the wine 6 months after the fake marriage, and the master's sweets also had the patting after worshipping her. Despite the fact that the relationship with his senior sister could be tainted with childhood sweethearts, there was no emotional patting before that. Sister was fond of him, or she wouldn't have done this. But he's not there yet. Gazing deeply at Mu Qingyue for a couple of moments, Lu Jinan backhanded her hand, before retracing his steps to truly help the blindfolded sword immortal senior sister lead the way. Feeling the warmth of her senior brother's hand, Mu Qingyue obediently let him hold. Mother was right. She should come out more often. However, she didn't regret her previous seclusion, as she believed that all the detours she had taken would eventually return to the right track. Senior sister, when did you like me? Lu Jinan, who had been silent for a while, asked directly. He knew in the bottom of his heart that no matter if it was Nanji or Shirzun, or Qingyu at this time, the initial favorability was relatively high, which was why he could enjoy so many benefits. But Lu Jingan was greedy. He wanted more than just benefits. He wanted to walk the walk. The path of the heart goes far and passes through the ghosts of a lifetime. Go for the kidneys but not the heart. And the corpses aren't even enough points. Mu Qingyue didn't answer, but said, it's not worse than mother, and it's even less likely to lose to Xu Nanji. I'll let you know how I feel. Master. Lu Jinan felt that his senior sister understood the hazy innuendo, unlike the directness when she sent the collar, and it was probably because his master had said something as well, and NBSP, so he didn't press on. Sometimes being too direct is a lot less sensational. Mu Qingyue opened her mouth again. The topic finally returning to normal, I heard Mother say that senior brother's great self-realization viewing thoughts of yours didn't record much of the Divine Soul chapter. Now that you've merged with the Tao, are you looking for Divine Soul laws to learn next, and subsequently perfect yourself? Lu Jinan gave a short-term planning. It was true that the great self-realization contemplation technique did not record much in the way of cultivating the Divine Soul, not only because it was difficult to visualize space and time, but also because this imperfect technique did not record much in the way of cultivating the Divine Soul above the harmonious way. Thus after merging with the Tao, Lu Jinan could only go down on his own. And to be perfect, we must first collect the best of 100, and then fit their own forward development. To the court of all laws? Well, go there first. Lu Jinan continued to nod. Do you have a recommendation, senior sister? Mu Qingyue shook her head. I'm a sword cultivator. Senior brother, you're not a pure sword cultivator. So no, you might want to ask your master. Lu Jinan didn't think much about it. Let's see when the time comes, and if it doesn't work, let's go somewhere else. Aha! Mu Qingyue no longer said anything, seemingly resuming her high and cold nature, only holding Lu Jinan's hand a few more points tighter. As he strolled, he arrived at Yuejuan's clothes workshop. Half a month had passed, and Yuejun Clothes Workshop's customer traffic was still sparse, but the stockings hadn't been taken off the shelves because they didn't sell. The shopkeeper still acted as a waitress, but the yodeling was much bolder than it had been half a month ago, and even her long skirt was short enough to her calves to clearly see the stockings on her legs. What are you looking at? Mu Qingyue, who noticed Lu Jinan's line of sight moving away, listened to the shopkeeper's yo-yo and spoke out faintly. What are stockings? Lu Jinan, who had stopped walking, blinked. Senior sister, even if you don't use your eyes to see, you are still able to perceive with this chi of spiritual energy, right? Isn't that how you've always seen it? Yes and no. Mu Qingyue rubbed his thumb. Except for the direction. I only see you. Lu Jinan snickered. Master doesn't look at it either? I know well enough not to need to see. Okay. Lu Jinan didn't ask too many questions and turned to lead Mu Qingyue towards Yuejun Clothes Workshop. Go take a look. The female shopkeeper saw Lu Jinan and Mu Qingyue coming. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she took the initiative to welcome them, wanting to sell them. If others knew that the Wan Dao sect senior brother and Mu Jianxian had bought stockings, would those female cultivators still hold their reserve and not buy them in a proper manner? If they were to let them market within the Wan Dao sect again, they wouldn't even have to drink themselves before countless people would be swooning over the stockings. In the past, I could not get on this kind of big shot, but now it is right in front of me, so I have to grasp the opportunity, so I can earn a few lifetimes can't spend the spirit crystal, and then completely settled in Jing'an City, focusing on cultivating their children. Maybe in the future, they can also come out of a genius to worship under the 10,000 Paths sect. Just as he greeted them, he saw Lu Jinan quickly change his appearance. The shopkeeper's eyes immediately widened. Wasn't this the man who had bought stockings squarely before? It's actually the Wan Dao sect's senior brother? However, the shopkeeper also instantly understood that Lu Jinan had come to ask about the possibility of contacting the upper house for cooperation as mentioned last time. Come. So the female shopkeeper was smart enough not to make a noise, but instead deliberately pulled the topic away from stockings to welcome Lu Jinan and Mu Qingyue to go in. After all, Yuejun Wardrobe is not just selling stockings. After a conversation, Lu Jinan learned that the previous owner happened to be in Jing'an City, so while introducing the stockings to his senior sister, he asked the female shopkeeper to try to make contact. Even more coincidentally, the OP wishes to meet at the Drunken Smokehouse. Lu Jinan also no longer nonsense will take Mu Qingyue to leave. Feel the understanding of what stockings are. Mu Qingyue pulled his hand. Seems to want to buy. Then lowered his head in her ear and said, last time to the master gave a gift. There are still left. A moment to send you. He obviously felt that Mu Qingyue's aura had cooled a bit, but seemingly not feeling it pulled her straight to the Drunken Smokehouse. Author Fungus, I've been busy, and am trying to adjust the update to 2 chapters released together in 3 days. Chapter 61 Senior. I'm not stupid. Last time I gave one to my master. There are still leftovers. I'll give it to you later. There are still left. Not buying me a new one. In senior brother's heart, mother is more important than me. On the way out of Yuejun Clothes Workshop to Drunken Smokehouse, Mu Qingyue's heart wasn't feeling good. She felt that the words of the aptly named senior brother were subconscious, but it was also the subconsciousness that made her realize how much mother was in his heart. Is it because mother looks good in them or because she didn't think of herself that she was given that kind of rosary? It's not enough. Mu Qingyue, who had been tangled up all the way, pursed her lips, before she was behind. But now, mother was definitely inferior to herself. Mother had only kissed Shitty, and she had already familiarized herself with Shitty's sword and tasted it indirectly. So who was she to compare herself to? In Shirshu's mind, Mother was closer to him, but physically, he himself was closer to Shirshu. That's already considered beyond. Thinking of this, Mu Qingyue's somewhat taut petite body all the way gradually relaxed. Lu Jin, who was holding her hand, pretended to be curious as he looked at the buildings and crowds in the south of Ding'an City, but in reality, he was observing his senior sister's mood changes along the way. If you want your master to be jealous of your sister, you have to make your sister's aggressiveness make your master feel a crisis. Lu Jinan tilted his head to look at Mu Qingyue. Senior sister, I'm a bit curious as to how you know so much. Curious about me. Mu Qingyue gripped his hand tightly. When I was in seclusion, I did read some leisure books, and I also listened to Chunyu and the girls chatting about some of them, as well as, she similarly turned her head, seemingly meeting Lu Jinan's eyes. Senior brother, I'm not stupid. Lu Jinan looked at the black cloth that was blindfolding his senior sister, smiled and said, you even said before that you were a bit stupid. Mu Qingyue directly raised the hands that were holding the ground with each other, as if suggesting just now, senior brother, don't you like it? It's a bit exciting. Lu Jinan didn't deny it, thinking to himself that you are more than not stupid. Who in their right mind would think of a collar? The probability is that it is also like Zhu Nanji's natural character. Retracting his eyes, he looked around again. The vast majority of the greenhouses were located in the southern part of Ding'an City, so the sound of warblers and swallows was unceasing. It could be seen that it wasn't just the human race that came here, but also the demon race or other races, although the two realms pass was straddling the border. Interracial commerce was still possible when it wasn't in wartime. However, in order to enter Ding'an City, foreigners must obtain an ultimatum issued by the city lord's office and display the basic characteristics of a foreigner, or else they would be considered spies and killed on the spot. Lu Jinan casually glanced a few times. The foreign races that came here were mostly demon races, and among them, there were more female demons with beast ears and tails. The reason is also very simple. Ding'an City sets a bunch of harsh requirements for male outsiders who want to visit the greenhouse, including but not limited to physical examination, personality, background check. The main fight is a don't try to whore yourself out easily in Ding'an City. After all, there are also human banshees in the greenhouse obtained by various means. Avoiding foreigners to stroll around can also stabilize the security. Gradually, quite a few male outsiders stopped coming to the south of the city, because it was found that even if you met all the requirements, the city lord's office would still deliberately find reasons to jam you. Of course you can refute the unjust treatment of the city lord's office, but the city lord's office doesn't give you a face either. The many greenhouses in Ding'an City can be sustained by the consumption of the human race alone, short of the spirit crystals of your foreign race. Over time, the foreigners who come to the south of the city to visit the greenhouse is much less, and most of the foreigners within the goodwill of the human side and a large part of the female. In Lu Jinan's memories of hearing Zhao Shiai's mention it, many of these foreign women had come to learn how to run a greenhouse. Does senior brother like female demons? Mu Qingyue asked coldly. Well, see what happens. Mu Qingyue pursed her lips. Senior brother is really popular. The heralds in the greenhouses on both sides of the street look at Lu Jinan with hot eyes, but not many dare to boldly greet Lu Jinan because Mu Jianxian accompanies Lu Jinan. Whap! Just fancying the name of one Dao sect's senior brother. Lu Jinan smiled noncommittally. Without that status, I'm just a good-looking guest that they see as being able to go to Wushan together, free of charge at best. That's all. Mu Qingyue pursed her lips. Does senior brother not want to whore himself out at all? Of course I don't want to. Lu Jinan shook his head and lowered his voice. At best, I'll just watch the dancing and listen to the tunes, and I don't want to have a super friendship with any of the women here at all. Purser or not. You wish. Lu Jinan smiled. But whenever I spend a night in some herdsman's house, no matter if I did anything or not, the next day I will make her rise in value. In this situation, the other party then hits a saying like the forested path that the Wan Dao sect's eldest brother walks along, followed by others following suit. I get goosebumps just thinking about it. After a pause, he added, besides, I'm not Master Zhao. I'm not that horny. Mu Qingyue let out a hum. Both are Wan Dao sect's personal disciples. The treatment is much worse. He comes too diligently. Lu Jinan bristled. But don't be so diligent in coming. With Master Zhao's reputation, he's also a competing client. Saying that, Lu Jinan lost his smile and shook his head. Master Zhao was truly hungry. Senior brother is the meat and potatoes. Mu Qingyue said. Lu Jinan didn't say anything and led Mu Qingyue to the gate of the hottest drunken smokehouse. Built on the lake, drunken smokehouse customer flow is great. Not only is the herdsman here playing and singing all kinds of proficiency, but also because the herdsmen here are all condensed dance stage of the valley cultivator. The people are beautiful and the quality is good, and drunken smokehouse focuses on the high-end route. The bustard at the door, who had long since gotten the news from Zhao Shiai's, was sharp-eyed enough to see Lu Jingan and Mu Qingyue before she greeted them at the first opportunity. She knows that Lu Jinan cannot come here to whore, but the drunken smokehouse can not only whore up, there is also a dance. As long as Lu Jinan watch a dance, listen to a song can also make the value of the clear herdsman rose by a cut. More importantly, a few other rivals can be in the who can invite the Wan Dao sect big brother bet lost. So, this kind of quality customer can be served. The bod had the good sense not to entertain in the usual flirty way, and without saying much, led Lu Jinan and Mu Qingyue towards the VIP seat where Zhao Shiai's was. Mu Qingyue probably disliked this kind of noisy place and pressed a little closer to her senior brother. Lu Jinan said to the bottler as he surveyed the greenhouse he had come to for the first time, "Take me to room 4 of the heavenly character. Mr. Lu, sword immortal Mu. This way please." The bod didn't dare to be slow and hurriedly led the two towards the upper floors. "This is the place. 2 of you please. If there's anything you want, just order. Thanks a lot." Lu Jinan nodded, then raised his hand and lightly knocked on the door. And in no time, a fox-eared girl in cool clothes opened the door, and after looking at it twice opened it wider. "Mr. Lu, sword immortal Mu. Inside please. My master has been waiting for a long time." Chapter 62. A vixen full of slutty words. Flirty. A room full of tartness. Before even stepping into the room, Mu Qingyue clenched her hands. It wasn't that the house actually smelled like a tawdry odor, on the contrary, a strong, unctuous aroma permeated the room. And the reason why the sword-hearted Mu Qingyue was upset was because a room full of fox-eared women were dancing. Dressed in cool they were shapely and graceful, and from time to time the woozy sounds that came out of their throats were thought-provoking and sinking. She didn't want her senior brother to see such unhealthy images. Lu Jinan twisted his head to look at Mu Qingyue, knowing that she didn't like this kind of environment, so he spoke in a low voice, "Elder sister, will you wait outside?" Mu Qingyue heart knows that the master brother came here to talk about cooperation, and thought of him to come before the words of the women of the greenhouse have no feeling, followed by the thought that although it is in the greenhouse such an environment, but talk about the right thing, their own respect for the master brother. Will not it be more able to let the master brother have a good feeling? And more importantly, she was worried that she also went in and messed up the purpose of the master brother after eating flying vinegar. Simply do not go on out of sight out of mind. So she nodded her head with a soft Lu Jinan squeezed her hand and took a step into the room. The aroma in the room carries an aphrodisiac component, but for Lu Jinan, who has opened the left auxiliary Dao palace, this aroma can't affect him in the slightest. Glancing at the 10 fox nymphs dancing on the stage in cool clothing and legs wrapped in knee-high stockings of various colors, Lu Jinan then looked directly at the black-robed figure behind the screen in front of him on the right. After walking over to take a seat under the lead of the fox-eared maiden, he was less than 3 meters from the black-robed figure behind the screen. Lu Jinan did not move to look at the other party. Under the cover of the loose black robe, he could not distinguish whether the other party was a man or a woman just by his gaze. After thinking about it, Lu Jinan was about to open his mouth when the other party opened his mouth to greet him first. "I've heard of the great name of Mr. Lu of the Wan Dao sect." Lu Jinan calmly looked at the black robe whose voice had lurched. The other party's tone was pleasant and light. "A young woman." The black robe once again sounded with a playful voice. "I didn't expect that the chief of the Hall of Wonders sect would also carry a smell of rutting on his body." Lu Jinan was stunned, and then he reacted to the fact that the black robe was probably referring to the smell of the source of his senior sister's uncleaned and stuck to his profane pants. "No, how long has it been? And the aroma of this room. Nose so smart?" Lu Jinan reached out to play with the celadon teacup on the table in front of him. "Is the girl a dog?" The black robe did not respond, and continued, "Lu Gongzi is a little bit of a good idea, completely unlike the outside rumors of the righteous man, and that high and cold Mu Jianxian is also, the two playing with real flowers. Isn't it exciting to dance around in public?" Listening to the other party who opened his mouth full of flirty words, Lu Jinan suddenly understood that it was not unreasonable for the other party to make stockings. Not exactly a big crowd. Lu Jinan laughed, and before he could speak, the black robe suddenly realized, "Got it. You guys have used spells to obscure your senses and play even more fancy." As she spoke, she clapped her hands. "Mu Jianxian is really a second person, but there is no Mu Jianxian scent in Mr. Lu's hands. Is it that he doesn't like such elegant things as arranging flowers and tasting tea?" The corner of Lu Jinan's eyes jumped. Then he spoke with a smile. "The 6 elegant things in life. I have my favorite order." "6? The black robe leaned forward slightly. "Which 6? Appreciating flowers, climbing peaks, exploring secluded spots, arranging flowers, watching tides, and burning incense." Lu Jinan leisurely opened his mouth. "These are my 6 elegant things in life." The black robes first froze, then clapped their hands several times in a row. Their voices cheerful, wonderful. "Mr. Lu is truly a wonderful person. C0M. Same to each other. Lu Jinan said modestly. And NBSP, serve the food. The black robe instructed the fox-eared maiden to give a sound, following which the fox-eared woman who was dancing in the room strolled away, following which there was more than one exquisite food on the table in case, mostly expensive seafood. Lu Jinan looked at his own table, then at the other party's table behind the screen. The food prepared by the girl is really sumptuous. Ha! The black robe let out a light laugh. Actually, I prefer plainer food. This is to entertain Mr. Lu. I don't really like seafood. Lu Jinan smiled. It's troublesome to eat. Mr. Lu likes the 6 elegant things and would dislike seafood? Without waiting for Lu Jinan to speak, she picked up a lobster and continued speaking. However, I don't really like seafood either. Yes? Well, especially the abalone genus of fish. It's very disliked. Lu Jinan raised an eyebrow, seemingly smiling. Don't like kindred spirits? Snap. The black robe suddenly pressed the chopsticks. Lu Jinan obviously saw the other side of the black robe cap top rolled a few times. Seems to be ears, not a human being? Lu Jinan did not move and glanced at the fox-eared young girl who had just let herself in. Just now he thought that this young girl was a bred spirit pet, but he did not expect it to be the relationship between the upper and lower ranks of the demonic beasts. So this black robe is a fox lady? Lu Jinan suddenly understood why she was full of flirty talk. So she was a vixen. Noticing that he had lost his temper, the black robe sat back on the small stool. His voice seemed to be lighter. I didn't expect Mr. Lu to be such a wonderful person. No wonder he dared to buy this kind of luo stockings made by me in a proper manner. I bought it in disguise. Lu Jinan smiled faintly. Oh, the black-robed laughter was also light. A great contrast to the mouth full of flirty words. I see. Mr. Lu also has to maintain his image. Please also rest assured that Mr. Lu, my mouth is very tight. By the way, no need to mention it. Lu Jinan interrupted her voice. Let's get down to business. The black robe's laughter became even lighter. I haven't finished yet. How did Mr. Lu know what I was going to say? You are also a wonderful person. Lu Jinan smiled slightly. No, wonderful fox. The black robe beckoned, and the fox-eared maiden transformed back into a small red fox lying in her arms, and the black robe looked in a good mood as she jerked the fox around. Does Mr. Lu want to work with me because he has used this rosary? Lu Jinan didn't move his chopsticks and said, correction, I haven't used it. The black robe laughed. Mr. Lu is clearly not a child body. Isn't it because of this usage of tearing up and stimulating that he wants to find me to cooperate? You know a lot about it? I don't understand. Oh, the black robe lifted his left arm, and the palace sand lit up his eyes. Or Mr. Lu understands more. Oh. Ha. Lu Jinan laughed. Still, girl, you know more than I do. After a pause, Lu Jinan hurriedly continued to speak, getting straight to the point. After all, this vixen is full of flirty words, although he does not hate it, but it is quite difficult to top, mainly because he is too lazy to follow her to spit. This stocking of yours has been on the shelves for so many days, and it has not been popularized outside, except for the popularity of the greenhouse. So I want to hear first what the girl wants to do next. Silk stockings? The black robe whispered. The name that Mr. Lu came up with is very apt, so we'll just call it that from now on. You're so full of fluff you couldn't think of that name? Chapter 63, The Pink Fox. The name is not important. What is important is that this kind of RO stockings are very seductive when worn on women's legs. The black-robed fox demon stroked the little fox on her lap. I originally wanted to expand my sales through the greenhouse, but who knows that no matter if it's a male or female cultivator, they obviously like it quite a bit. But it turns out that they can't sell it because they think it's an indiscreet thing. So it's really hypocritical. This has nothing to do with hypocrisy. Lu Jinan shook his head. As far as the general environment is concerned, the human race is not as open as your demon race. Even if it's the acacia sex cultivators, there are very few of them that dare to do things that are against public morals right in front of a large crowd. After a pause, he asked rhetorically, you said that's what you thought originally, but what about now? Now I feel like I'm doing this wrong. The black-robed vixen spoke. I should have penetrated the channels of the upper-class dignitaries first. If these noble women accept it, then the stockings will become a symbol of nobility, rather than a representation of the windswept women of the greenhouse. She sighed. I had many of the clothing houses in the surrounding major cities sell and increase their share after selling one, but it turned out that they couldn't sell much more because they were on fire at the greenhouses instead. She raised her head and shrugged her shoulders lightly. Although I would like to open up this channel to the upper echelons, I am a demon. And although the two races can do business, your human race is no longer forced to accept all kinds of goods wholesale, unlike in the past when you needed to look at the face of the demon race. Nowadays you strictly check and evaluate the commercial goods coming from the demon race at all levels. Plus the stockings are full of seductive things, so the probability of dismissal is high. Saying that, she suddenly smiled. So after knowing that Mr. Lu wanted to work with me, I was very happy. Lu Jinan clearly saw the tail under the loose black robe behind her wagging merrily, looking like there were 6 tails. It's still a fox demon emperor of the transition realm. The bottom of Lu Jinan's eyes flashed with a different color. The fact that the Hall Demon Emperor was able to obtain the Jing'an city's passport ultimatum showed that her background was clean, and that the direct line of the clan where her bloodline was located not only hadn't killed anyone, but was also the side of the Fox clan that was kind to the human race. There were 3 eligible Fox clans, 2 of which came from Qingxiu, and it was unknown which one the Demon Emperor in front of him was. Mr. Lu is the Wan Dao sect's Grand Master. If you can help me open up the upper channels, I can give you 40% of the profits. The vixen leaned forward slightly. Since Mr. Lu wants to cooperate, he must know how profitable stockings are once they enter the market, right? Lu Jinyan nodded, then asked, you should understand the reason why this stocking of yours is not accepted, right? The Demoness Emperor nodded. Wearing stockings and then wearing profane pants is the same as not wearing them. Wearing profane pants and then wearing stockings doesn't look good, and wearing only stockings will make female cultivators feel ashamed. But I'm not willing to simply treat stockings as mere objects of boudoir pleasure. She looked at the seafood on the tabletop. How can we develop stockings into a daily wear item for female monks? Make stockings longer, blasphemous pants shorter, light stockings in summer, and thicker stockings in winter. Lu Jinan directly said the idea of pantyhose and garter stockings. Then just hold a few clothing shows. If the spirit crystals can't impress a female cultivator, then use the heavenly materials and treasures that are urgently needed for their cultivation to impress them. And there will always be someone who will be the displayer of your stockings. The Demoness Emperor let out a light laugh. Will Mr. Lu help me? I'll ask someone to post a mission in the Wan Dao sect's mission hall, which will then influence the other 4 sects in 7 courtyards. Lu Jinan smiled faintly. I have quite a lot of friends. Aren't you afraid that Mr. Lu won't be afraid of outsiders saying that you're corrupting cultivators by spreading such indiscretions? Lu Jinan shook his head. Even the best-looking stockings will get used to it after looking at it for a long time. Not to mention that you think that a cultivator with a big heart will not be able to resist even this temptation? As for popularity, I care even less. No matter who it is, it's impossible to please everyone. So why should I humble myself to please those who don't like me? The Demoness Emperor raised her head slightly. Then are you afraid that I won't rob you of your inspiration? Lu Jinan let out a laugh. This is the human race. Jing'an City is the territory of the Wan Dao sect. Even if you have a clean background, I can still drive you back to the demon realm so that you can't sell anything here. Besides, stockings are not a difficult thing to make, and if you dare to lift the table, then I shall have no difficulty in taking all the profits. In that case, the initiative is actually in your hands. The Demoness Emperor only seemed to react somewhat. It is clearly the other party who seeks cooperation, but it is they who are passive. Yes, Lu Jinan nodded, but I think with my character, the girl should be able to trust it. The fox demon said quietly after a moment of silence. I naturally trust the character of the Wan Dao sect's senior brother. Besides, how bad can one's character be if one likes to talk about sex within the bounds of law and morality? Lu Jinan smiled faintly. That's why I don't resent the girl's earlier full of flirty talk. Aha, the fox demon patted her thighs, her voice still light with pleasantness in it. Young people should be properly horny and not daydream. I think there's something in your words. Lu Jinan couldn't help but smile. Just like you and Mu Jianxian. She stood up, her black robe long enough to cover everything about her. You've worked hard before you can be horny and have daydreams that she'll be horny to you? Obviously not. Lu Jinan also stood up and turned to say, for the sake of cooperation, can you help me make all kinds of white stockings within 3 days? Could be. Happy cooperation. Lu Jinan made a bow. I'll take my leave first. Nu Penjinj. The fox demon made a bow in a similar fashion. Take care, Mr. Lu. After Lu Jinan left, the little fox in her arms turned into a fox-eared lady. Master, do we really have to believe him? Naturally. She walked over to the window and pushed it open. It's well known how the character of the Wan Dao sect's senior brother is. Besides, if he really didn't want to cooperate, he would have already implemented his suppression plan and banished our stockings from the bazaar. She lifted up the brim of her hat, revealing her clear jasper face and long pink hair and fox ears, her cherry-colored eyes crystal bright and soulful. Mr. Lu is truly a wonderful person. I somewhat understand what the human race means by soulmate. The fox-eared girl blinked and spoke hesitantly. Color? She turned around, and her smile had the same clean beauty as her light voice, only to open her mouth with a flirty comment. Don't underestimate the colorfulness. Although the fox-eared maiden was used to hearing her master's tirades, she was only used to hearing them and could not understand their deeper meaning. To give you an example, she seemed to be interested, for example, before lifting the skirt. The blasphemy exists in a state of chaos, and once it is lifted, it collapses into a state of whether it is worn or unworn, and what the color and style are. So, an act like lifting a skirt is a forward act used to explore the avenue. Got it? The fox-eared girl looked at her master with a confused expression. Is that so? Ugh. The fox demon regretfully shook her head and turned to look out the window again, slightly twisting her head to seemingly look in the direction of the Wan Dao sect. Color without silver is the esoteric Tao. The Wan Dao sect's Tai Chu Peak might be an interesting place to visit. Chapter 64. You have only kissed the master, and I have measured the. After exiting the Tianzi No. 4 room, Lu Jinan naturally took Mu Qingyue's cold little hand and went to the VIP seat where Zhao Shiai's was. Lu Jinan's execution has never been bad, so after finalizing the cooperation of that fox demon, he found Zhao Shiai's to help. Although it was just a simple publishing task, the preliminary investigation, preparation of the relevant heavenly materials and treasures, and the organization of the costume show all required manpower. Lu Jinan believed that Zhao Shiai's was willing to help, and the truth was as he expected. Zhao Shiai's was very interested in this matter, because he's a pure color lot. He was very much looking forward to the female cultivator wearing stockings. Even if he couldn't do anything, it was still a pleasure to feed his eyes, especially since Big Brother is offering a lot of money for hard work. Thus, Zhao Shiai's, who had the power of execution because of his lust, cancelled the white johns that the pimp had arranged for him tonight, and hoofed it inside the sect. Lu Jinan and Mu Qingyue were in less of a hurry to return to the clan by flying boat at an even speed. Give it to me. The cool breeze on the deck of the flying boat on a summer night was just right, and Mu Qingyue reached out to Lu Jinan to ask for stockings. Lu Jinan directly took out the transparent stockings he had bought earlier. Sheer stockings are lighter in color than flesh-colored stockings, and the visual effect they present all depends on skin tone. In terms of the whiteness of sister's skin, it would have the visual effect of a bit of white silk, but not as much as white silk to give the feeling of purity. Mu Qingyue received the stockings with a silky texture and elasticity, and suddenly opened her mouth. Has mother ever worn them? Aha! Mu Qingyue spoke again. Senior brother. I don't know how. You help me put it on. Lu Jinan hesitated and spoke softly. It's too fast. Oh. Mu Qingyue thought that her senior brother was probably still shy because of her gun dance, so she dismissed the idea. It's true that we can't be in too much of a hurry. What if it scares my brother? After a moment's thought, she added, I'll wear, all the time. Don't. Lu Jinan hurriedly said, when there are no outsiders, wear whatever you want, but when you come outside, it's not necessary. It's too inconvenient to wear this for a fight. I'll listen to senior brother. Mu Qingyue nodded. Only wear it for senior brother. Well, Lu Jinan nodded. He was purely treating stockings as erotic clothing, perhaps because he had seen too much in his previous life, so nowadays he was more interested in underwear such as belly buttons and blasphemous pants. Of course, maybe someday the interest will come to work with that fox demon to collaborate on a cowl or something like that, but it's all for boudoir fun. Mu Qingyue went into the cabin of the boat. Lu Jinan didn't try to guess if she was changing stockings or not, so she returned to Tai Chu Peak all the way without words. Lu Jinan also didn't go to meet his masters directly to bathe. He felt that his senior sister would definitely go to show off. The truth was just as he expected. Mu Qingyue took the initiative to go to the hall where Pei Onu rested. In the empty silence of the house, a purple dress resting on a wooden frame was as neat and smooth as long hair pouring out. Pei Oyu was dressed in a purple-lined robe, sitting alone at the table and looking at the scrolls. Single thin dress shirt of her eyes slightly drooped. Long thin eyelashes in the candlelight like gently fluttering reeds. Red lips pursed lightly between, showing a sensible flavor. Mu Qingyue quietly stood in the doorway. Although her eyes were covered with black cloth, she could still see that the disc buttons on the slanting lapel of her mother's liner gown seemed to be overwhelmed and would collapse at any time, crashing that snowy putty out. The hemline of the gown is as long as the calf, and when the legs are together, the soft fabric can still outline the curves of those plump legs. The bare white jade feet stepped lightly on the floor, sexy and seductive under the red cardamom of the toes, which could clutch anyone's eyes at the first moment. Mu Qingyue couldn't help but have a thought come to her mind. Was mother trying to deliberately seduce senior brother? Back? Pei Oyo put down her scroll and straightened her back slightly, so the thin shirt in front of her chest tensed up even more, outlining even more tantalizing curves. She glanced at the door. Where's Iman? Mu Qingyue stepped across the threshold, her arms around her chest, not to compare herself to Pei Oyu, but to emulate the confidence she had in the morning. Senior brother is being shy and uneasy. The corner of Mu Qingyue's mouth seemed to curve up a bit. You don't need to wait for senior brother to come over and tempt him again. Pei Oyu looked at Mu Qingyu, who was smiling for the first time in so many years. Her heart was joyful, so she couldn't help but smile as well. It seems that Jinan is very peaceful and drunken smokehouse. Did you have a good time? Mu Qingyu nodded slightly, following which she lifted the hem of her jacket when her mother's smile was in full swing, revealing those slender legs wrapped in transparent knee-high socks. Under the background of the knee-high stockings, her legs from ankle to hip were long and well-proportioned, exquisite and tight. Through the thin stockings, the thin strangulation marks at the thighs were tantalizing, and the light green veins that didn't destroy half of the beauty were faintly visible, giving people a wonderful visual sensory enjoyment. Does it look good? Mu Qingyue spoke softly. Senior brother personally helped me put it on. Pei Oinu's eyes narrowed slightly. So the good daughter came to herself as soon as she came back. This is to show off. I really didn't expect the relationship between my daughter and her disciple to progress so much after only going out for a few hours. He say it like Iman didn't wear it for me. Pei Oao's heart fluctuated without any fluctuation, and the joyful smile on her face grew playful. Does this girl really think that she's outdone me by wearing stockings with Iman's help? Oh, Pei Ou, one hand on the desktop, the plump legs under the liner gown folded together without haste, dyed red cardamom jade feet toward Mu Qingyue gently shaking. Jinan did not tell you. This kind of stockings he also helped for my mother. Before the words left her mouth, Mu Qingyue interrupted Pei Ou's voice. Senior brother said that, and also said that this was left over from when he helped you buy it. Upon hearing this, Pei Ou's expression was stunned. How did Xingyu speak so directly about the disadvantage? What's the idea? Her beautiful eyes flooded with some doubt as she watched Mu Qingyue lower her skirt, then stretch out her right hand in front of herself. What do you mean? I haven't washed my hands. Come. Mu Qingyue deliberately paused after finishing her sentence, looking at Pei Ou's slightly furrowed eyebrows. Her smile seemed to take on a sense of triumph. I have only kissed your senior brother, and I, for one, have already measured the master. She deliberately slowed down her voice, word by word, while the fingers of her outstretched right hand clenched slightly, eventually maintaining a spacing between her thumb and the other four fingers and stopped. Long and wide lines, dots and dashes. Mu Qingyue deliberately lengthened her trailing tone, and looking at the smile that disappeared from Pei Ou's face after she had erased, then suppressed, then raised, she lowered her hand and quietly took a small step back. The heart was happy, and the bragging was genuine, but it was also true that he couldn't beat mother. Seeing Pei Ou's eyes filled with surprise and gloom seems to have not slowed down the state of mind. Mu Qingyue, with a smile on the corner of her mouth, quickly made a bow. Mother, dear, my daughter is going to rest first your main body. Mu Qingyue left the room as fast as she could. Author Fungus, thank you for the 10,000 coins reward from Ancient Moonkyle. Chapter 65. I took the opportunity to steal my master's blasphemous pants. And you have to pinch the... Lu Jinan felt that the conversation between master teacher and senior sister last night was by and large not very pleasant, because the expression on the face of his master, who watched from the sidelines with his arms wrapped around his chest during morning exercises, was not as soft as usual. Rather, it was the same strict teacher expression as when he first worshipped her. This unsmiling expression he hadn't seen in years. However, Lu Jinan didn't panic nowadays, and his morning exercises didn't stop in the slightest. Donghan, who stood behind Pei Ou, could clearly feel that the vice-patriarch was in a bad mood. Not only was his face expressionless, but the fingers that were encircled in his arms were also tapping lightly with a slight sense of urgency. Obviously, the vice-patriarch quite enjoyed watching eldest brother practice in the morning. Why was he a bit impatient today? She didn't dare ask any more questions, but only dared to look down at her toes. When Lu Jinan finished his morning exercise, Pei Ou's fingers tapping on his arm also gave a beat. Finished? Done. Lu Jinyan, who had sweated and was soothed, nodded. Disciple will go bathe first. Wait. Pei Ou called out to her ungrateful apprentice and asked lightly, are you very hungry? She had always felt that this disciple of hers was a you dare to give. He dares to take nature only on the basis of liking. Zhu Nanju was like that, and so was she herself. But he looked at Qingyue's eyes, clearly respect for senior sister. Last night, how to give Qingyue DD and understand the point of view? How could a good disciple, who was able to restrain his desire for himself, his master, so well on the night of the 9-star hardening, dare to get to that point with Qingyue all at once? My old lady's charm is not even as good as a girl's. Lu Jinan looked at his senior with a lurch in his step. Did senior sister say it all? He had thought that his senior sister would go to show off, but he didn't expect her to pike it all in one breath. How nice to be subtle and sneaky about development. However, when he thought of his senior sister being a sword cultivator, Lu Jinan felt reasonable again. After all, sword cultivation is about a sharp edge. Lu Jinan coughed lightly. His master's anger at the moment originated from his senior sister, but it was directed at himself as his disciple. although there is definitely an element of jealousy in it. The percentage is extremely small, so Lu Jinan will not make a fool of himself by poking fun at his master. Do you count this as jealousy? Not to mention that by being so snarky, the conversation falls right into passivity. What do you mean by that, master? Lu Jinan asked without panicking. Last night, seeing that her good disciple was still pretending, Pei Ou asked directly, what did Qingyu do to you? Listening to this familiar question, Lu Jinan couldn't help but think that although master and sister were not mother and daughter, there were still some similarities after spending so much time together. Yesterday, elder sister asked, what did she do to you? And today, elder sensei is asking the same question. Lu Jinan's eyes took on a seriousness. Senior, you said before that you could help disciple keep an eye on senior sister. Upon hearing this, Pei Ou's eyebrows knit slightly. Qingyu is coercing her disciple? With that collar? Being at the same harmonization realm, what strange function does that collar have? In the middle of his thoughts, Lu Jinan continued to speak. When senior sister surprised the disciple by surrounding him with spiral sword chi, his voice lurched as he glanced down, following which he reopened his mouth. Even though disciple feels that senior sister doesn't dare to really make a move, disciple doesn't dare to gamble. Speaking of Lu Jinan's eyes, Pei Ou was a little annoyed at the same time as her heart was clear to Qingyue's. Just one. Doesn't it hurt at all? She also believed that Qingyue didn't dare to really make a move, but a bump there hurt. Not to mention the sword chi of the boundary-breaking realm of intent. How ugly to leave a scar. Pei Ou lowered her arm, her voice softening a bit. She coerced you. Master will take it out for you. Also, it's not necessary. Lu Jinan hesitantly shook his head. Actually, looking at the good disciple who wanted to say something, Pei Ou's eyes narrowed slightly. Do you feel comfortable? Lu Jinan was silent for a while and whispered. Elder sister's hand. It's quite cold. Hot in summer. Cool in the pouring moon. Pei Ou understands the meaning of the good disciple. Cannot help but coldly snort? This is a bit of joy in it. I'm afraid that the next time Qingyue does something out of the ordinary, the good disciple won't be too resistant. Himself this daughter say she is timid. So many years a little progress has not been made, say she is bold. I did not expect to be so bold as to skip so many steps. I'm surprised at senior sister's boldness. Lu Jinan's voice took on curiosity. Senior, did you say something to senior sister yesterday? Once Pei Ou heard this, she couldn't help but recall yesterday's sermon, and in the bottom of her heart, she was also guilty of muttering. She said that she was too harsh, and provoked Qingyue's rebellious heart even more? So the daughter's bragging last night was all a hole she dug for herself? Lu Jinan looked at the silent master teacher and could guess what she was thinking at that moment, as it was something he had deliberately guided. Nu Penjing. Sister would never tell her master about last night's conversation at Gingan City, because her I may be stupid statement was an admission of defeat to her master. Now that senior sister was even more greatly advantaged, it was even more unlikely that she would speak the words of admitting defeat. As for his reasons for leading this way, Lu Jinan spoke softly. Whatever master said doesn't matter. Disciple is measured towards senior sister. Although senior sister has made the changes you expected, the apprentice still prefers master. Listening to the voice of her good disciple, Pei Ou was in a comfortable mood and joked. Not afraid of being heard by Chengyu? Lu Jinan smiled faintly. The disciple is telling the truth. And, last night was kind of an accident. Senior sister just grabbed it, and she didn't look at it, and the apprentice didn't come out. Stop. Pei Ou waved her hand to interrupt Lu Jinan's voice. The first half of the sentence was still soothing to listen to, but the second half of the sentence was a bit worse. This good disciple is smart, but sometimes also quite stupid. Are flattering himself as a master, but also mentioning Qingyue dancing with a gun and stick. It made her wonder if she was ahead of Qingyue in the matter of her good apprentice's touch, but when she touched her good apprentice in turn, she was behind Qingyue, looking at Iman's eyes that were a bit confused by the interruption of her voice. Pei Ou smiled helplessly. Quickly go and bathe. Lu Jinan hurriedly made a bow and left. Pei Ou gently let out a sigh of relief and glanced behind the tree with a crooked head, humming softly, a little bit of everything? Mu Qingyue, with her left hand behind her back in a plain white dress, stepped out and calmly said, is there no point in not coming out? Pei Ou did not comment on this. She did not believe that she helped Jinan quench his body that time. Jinan did not have a drip, just did not touch it himself. Looking at Mu Qingyu's right hand that she did not know whether it was intentionally or unintentionally held in a false grip, Pei Ou's voice was darkly sharp. It's not possible that you haven't washed your hands all night, is it? Washed? But, Mu Qingyue glanced at Dong Han, who blinked and looked at the vice-patriarch again. After Pei Ou nodded, Dong Han hurriedly left the scene where the atmosphere was a little less than right. But what? Say, Mu Qingyue took her left hand out. a pair of black blasphemous pants in her hand. After I left your house last night, senior brother hadn't finished bathing yet, so I took the opportunity to steal. Do you want to squeeze it? Pei Oyuo's beautiful eyes widened. Qing Yu, is this nature? Author Fungus, thanks to the first dude in the capital city for 10,000 coins reward. Chapter 66, The Ups and Downs Supreme Bliss Soul Forging Method. Lu Jinan didn't know that last night's blasphemous pants were lost because all the clothes he changed out of were gone. At first, he thought that Akiba, who was in charge of the daily chores of Taichu Peak, had taken it to wash it, but then he denied the idea because Akiba couldn't do that and take away his own clothes silently. He didn't care about it, though, because whether his master took it or his sister took it, he was probably trying to wash it for himself. Not caring about this small matter, he began to frequent the Wanfa Pavilion, one of the 5 pavilions of the Wandao sect, to learn the divine soul type of Dharma, of the 3 internal forces of essence, Shi, and God. Today only God was not completely sure how to go about it, so in order to ensure the balance of the 3, Lu Jinan had to bury his head in the sand and study hard. When in doubt, they either asked the seniors in the clan who majored in the God Dao for advice, or communicated with their senior siblings. When I was tired of watching, I walked around everywhere, either cooking a meal for my master, or telling stories to the 4 little maids of Tai Chu Peak. In the midst of their labor, master and sister were somewhat surprisingly quiet. Master often looked at his elder sister's room in a daze, and looked at her quite strangely during meals, appearing to be surprised at something. Elder sister is also, although she is not in seclusion anymore. She often goes back to her room after practicing her sword technique and doesn't come out for a long time, and she doesn't know what she is doing. Did something else happen between master and sister? But strange to strange, curious to curious. Lu Jinan also think it is quite good. Otherwise by the master or senior sister hooked up after the molestation and not like Nanji can do to the end, difficult or their own. So he had the good sense not to say much to disturb this relatively harmonious atmosphere, and acted according to the established plan every day. Calm routine is also an episode. That is, the 3rd day Xiaoming down the mountain to purchase some supplies of the return also brought him a silk cloth bag. Eldest brother, this is what a black-robed man entrusted me to give to you, saying that he made what you asked for with his own hands. Lu Jinan's heart was clear, knowing that it was the white silk he wanted that had arrived. After thanking Xiaoming, Lu Jinan took his things and headed for the house, thinking as he walked that this would save himself a trip down the mountain. Entering the house and opening the cloth bag, Lu Jinan first took out all the white silk in it, and the 3 kinds of white silk, knee-high, pantyhose, and halter were exactly as he had expected them to be, just 3 of each. Lu Jinan thought this fox demon is still weirdly good while picking up the envelope in the cloth bag that said personally addressed by Mr. Lu and opened it. Suddenly, I was delighted to hear Lan's words. Looking at this literary opening sentence, Lu Jinan smiled and sat down on the round stool. This fox demon is feeling happy because she feels that she has similar interests with her in terms of shibboleths. Thinking about it, Lu Jinan continued to read down the page, between the lines just talking about cooperation, but when he read to the end, the tawdry words came. I don't know whether Mr. Lu wants to send this white silk to your master or sister, so I have prepared a few more, and Mr. Lu doesn't have to worry about the white silk being too loose, let alone too tight, or rather tighter is better, because stocking strangling the flesh is the ultimate temptation, so I'll prepare a few more for Mr. Lu, so that it won't be enough after Mr. Lu has finished tearing it up. Looking at the passage, Lu Jinan ignored the word bite for tearing, and thought to himself that it was neither for his master nor his sister, but for Nanji. Although their beauty is unique, they have different temperaments and different stockings. White silk is best for white tigers. Lu Jinan looked at the 9 white silks lying on the bed, thinking that Nanji could definitely wear them as well. After all, the legs of the women who had intimate contact with him were all just right in proportion to their respective figures and plump. As for whether the south branch will be tight, in it, just as the fox demoness letter said, the socks are tighter to be good, especially white silk, as the so-called white silk lumite. Goji berries hard to save well. Lu Jinan re-lowered his head to look at the letter, and the fox demon who finished the tish talk complimented him again for his color but not silver, and thought that he could be a friend, and wanted to talk more tishly. Lu Jinan does not care much about this. Continue to read. This fox demon has already departed today to go back to the demon world, but also said that the next time we see each other may give him a surprise. Surprise? Lu Jinan pondered for a few seconds, thinking that this fox demon wouldn't have other stocking-like productions, right? Without thinking too much, Lu Jinan looked at the final penning of the letter, the Qingqiu myriad fox. Lu Jing'an judged at a glance from the words meow fox that this was not the name of the fox demon, but a jab at him for calling her meow fox that night. Uju. Lu Jinan flexed his fingers and flicked the letter paper. The 9 major surnames of Qingqiu, The goodwill of the human race are the Cloud surname and the Autumn surname. I do not know which one this Fox Emperor comes from. Putting away the letter, Lu Jinan walked to the bedside to look at the 9 white silks, lying on the bed with a not too strong aroma. So, he pinched a spell to eliminate the aroma of the white silk. Although she wasn't afraid of Nanji nowadays, the scent ultimately had the potential to make Nanji go berserk, and since she was going to be conditioned into a worshipful sickly girl, she had to be suppressed to the extent that she was sick. After determining that there was no more aroma, Lu Jinan put it into the Sumeru storage space that he had opened up, and then he suppressed his thoughts and left Taichu peek towards the 10,000 Methods Pavilion. Whether it's tasting the South Branch or the master or sister, in the final analysis, it's still hard. Just as he had just left not long ago, Pei Oyu gently landed in the doorway. Brows slightly knit. There is a demonic chi. New Penjing Pavilion. There's Tai. Listening to the voices behind her at the same time, Pei Oyu turned around leisurely to look at Qingyu, and before she could say anything, Mu Qingyu turned around and left. My mother thought you would go in and take a look. Pei Oyu sure spoke. After all, the good daughter could even do such a ridiculous thing as stealing dirty pants. There are more important things, Mu Qingyu said. Her footsteps lurched. Also, there can be no need to refer to mother and daughter as mother and daughter in front of senior brother. Sister-in-law. Pei Oyu stepped away and came to Mu Qingyu's front, smilingly looking at the black cloth that covered her eyes. You have stolen Jinan's profane pants. Wouldn't you find it more exciting to rob them with for my mother? And, which would Iman find better to call him? Listening to Pei Oau, Mu Qingyu slightly frowned, seemingly torn between Pei Oau's words, and watching her expression change, Pei Oyu's eyes flashed with amusement, lightly hummed and then turned around and slowly walked outside. You decide slowly by yourself. Oh. Mu Qingyu pursed her lips. This woman was so hard to deal with, but she quickly adjusted her mind to head to the Wanfa Pavilion. Today the senior brother will go to the 5th floor. Right. It's time. Manifold Pavilion. After greeting the senior brothers and sisters he met, today's Lu Jinan came directly to the 5th floor. The spells collected on this level were all heaven stage spells suitable for the harmonious Tao realm, and the reason he had come to this level was because he had finished understanding the spells about the divine soul below. Although it was a divine soul technique below his realm, Lu Jinan still quickly went through it because some of the lower level techniques did have subtleties. Looking at the collection of magical spirit signs in the vast 5th floor, Lu Jinan took a deep breath just to start diving into his consciousness to observe, when he was suddenly attracted by a secret book on the shelf. There were still heaven stage spells recorded in book form these days? Lu Jinan walked over and took it out of the rack. The Soul Forging Method of Seeking Ultimate Bliss. Chapter 67. I can practice with my senior brother in the up and down. The up and down soul forging method. Looking at the name of the technique with deeper writing on the cover, Lu Jinan couldn't help but ponder for a few seconds. How did this soul technique look like a dual cultivation soul technique? Is it a soul forging method like the body dual cultivation kind, where the gods and souls are intermingled and dual cultivated? It wasn't that Lu Jinan hadn't heard of the Acacia sect's double cultivation of the divine soul, and although this type of technique could indeed enhance the strength of the divine soul, the drawbacks were also large, because the feeling of divine soul dual cultivation is far more intense than physical dual cultivation. An inadvertent mistake will be indulged in, followed by emotional excesses resulting in the results of harvesting yang to complement yin or harvesting yin to complement yang. On a more serious note, the kind that completely sinks into divine soul dualism and can't even pull away. The Acacia sect has had too many precedents of this kind. Although the Acacia sect also had mighty and powerful people, these kinds of mighty people had already evolved to the yin and yang path between heaven and earth at a later stage, rather than relying on the yin and yang path of the male and female bit to achieve a party of mighty people. So this kind of gong method should not appear in such a wakeful destination right. Still in book form, Lu Jinan raised his head to look at the layer full of soul dharma spirit signs, and then looked down at the secret manual in his hand, and after some thought, he still flipped it open and read it. Take the good, take the bad. Lu Jinan, who was standing in place, originally wanted to quickly skim through it, but gradually slowed down and read it word by word in his mind. The union of yin and yang is a matter of life. The realization of life, taste and sweetness, roundness through and through, yin and yang dual cultivation, essence, qi and spirit fusion and as one, life and literature together, the three qi cooking, return to the roots of life. This column has God. Lu Jinan flipped from page to page, realizing that this soul forging method did not have a recipe, and all of the recipes were fused into the verbatim sentences. Excitement of the long, not sticking to one end of the root apparatus, should be accepted through the body, the gas melting body for and then the essence of the spirit of the integration of the whole body, through the body of the great smooth. The divine light returns to tranquility. The mind and body are too harmonious. Seeking up and down. The yin and yang turn into miscellaneous. Miscellaneous in Zhao Rong. The divine light is clear. And the merging of the conception. Ripening is the Yuan Shen. Turning to the penultimate page of the ups and downs extreme bliss soul forging method, Lu Jinan let out a long breath. This heavenly rank soul technique that looked like a dual cultivation soul technique was indeed quite marvelous. So marvelous that Lu Jinan felt that it should have appeared on the 6th or 7th floor of the 10,000 Techniques Pavilion. But after reading through it again for the second time, Lu Jinan somewhat understood why the soul law appeared at the 5th level suitable for the harmonious Tao realm. Instead of calling it a dual cultivation soul method, it was somewhat like a dual cultivation of picking up yang to replenish yin or picking up yin to replenish yang. Because the seeking of up and down doesn't mean seeking with the hand, but unilateral solicitation. Somewhat similar to a hearth. This alone is a departure from the principle of dualism. But nonetheless, this soul law can be said to be harmless to a certain party compared to the hearth. Dual cultivation was for the purpose of making progress together. And although the up and down extreme soul forging method could not be relied upon on the side of the hearth, one of the parties would always take the initiative. Master and slave. Lu Jinan murmured and whispered, feeling that these two words were more appropriate to describe this soul law. And the rank of master-slave was very high, kind of like the master-slave relationship between a great lady and her accompanying maid. In the middle of thinking, Lu Jinan, who had read it for the third time, turned to the last page, and 3 small words came into his eyes, the end of the previous volume. Still just the upper volume? Lu Jinan was a little surprised. I feel that the previous volume to speak all finished. How there is the next volume? Or is there a centerfold? It's not that bad, is it? Thinking about it, Lu Jinan, who was curious about this soul method, wanted to look for it on the 5th floor, but as a result, just as he took a step, the up and down seeking extreme bliss soul forging method in his hand was taken over by a white jade hand with well-defined knuckles. Senior sister? Lu Jinan turned his head to look at Mu Qingyue, whose eyes were covered with black cloth. Why are you here? Concerned senior brother. Mu Qingyue's voice, as always, was like the bitter winter sun, seemingly not harboring any emotion. But after being alone in Jing'an City, Lu Jinan knew that his senior sister was a bore. It's not the same as Nami I. Until there was a showdown with Nani. Nani was a sulk because she didn't dare to show too much, and after her own showdown with scaring her by refining her into a sword spirit, Nani let go of her inner Akatsuki. What is timed by measuring compared to a yay, is told to you directly, not hidden in the back of your mind. One is the cold and soft Qing Miao Palace Saint daughter, and one is the high and cold and reticent Wandao sect sword immortal. How come the contrasts are all so big? Hearing Mu Qingyue's voice, Lu Jinan moved to the side at the first opportunity so that he wasn't obscured by anything. At the same time, he secretly mobilized his spiritual energy, for fear that elder sister would molest herself by coercion in the quiet library as she had done in Jing'an City. After all, there weren't many Wandao sect disciples who could come to this level, and it was only protected by formations. But there were no bigwigs within the sect to put their consciousness to watch. Fewer people and quieter. No surveillance. Too good for a sultry senior sister to play. But to Lu Jinan's relief, his senior sister's attention was on the book of secrets in her hands. Her long, knuckled fingers stroked over the deeper handwriting on the cover, and she spoke faintly. Seeking up and down for the extreme bliss soul forging method? Dual cultivation soul technique? Senior brother wants to learn this? I'm just looking. But Shifu read it 3 times. Lu Jinan was speechless for a moment. You followed me? I just think that senior brother has stayed in the 10,000 Methods Pavilion for too long, so I came over to take a look. Mu Qingyue said indifferently. I can practice this with senior brother. Looking at the black cloth that Mu Qingyue had blindfolded her eyes, and thinking about the records of the up and down extreme blissful soul forging method, Lu Jinan instantly thought of the collar. Just for a moment, his heart was on alert, but then he thought that his senior sister didn't know the content of this soul law. So he didn't move and said, I'm just taking a look. After all, I've seen quite a lot in the past few days. It's hard to believe that you're all going to practice it together with me, isn't it? The only reason I read it 3 times is because I think the soul law has merit, not to practice it. With that, he reached out for the secret manual in Mu Qingyue's hand. I'll take some notes. Mu Qingyue loosened her hand without saying anything. This is the only soul law that can let senior brother read it 3 times. You've been following me? Lu Jinan rolled his eyes. Nothing to do? Mu Qingyue tilted her head slightly. Sword practice. Meditation. Look at you. Lu Jinan smiled. Meditate on what? I also need to boost my divine soul power. Aha. Lu Jinyan nodded, taking the up and down extreme bliss soul forging method to the table and picking up the brush to start taking notes, summarizing and organizing them as he wrote in relation to the soul methods he had read a few days before. After memorizing it, He put the up and down ultimate soul forging method back to its original place and began to go to the other soul method spirit signs. Mu Qingyue also did not disturb his quiet walking up on the 5th floor, through the gap between the bookshelves to look at Lu Jinan, who had a focused expression. Her cheeks did not know when there was more than a little bit of scarlet. Even if you, senior brother, have only extracted a little essence from the upside-down extreme bliss soul forging method, you can't escape from it. When you read it and start practicing, you'll know me better and know that I can be closer to me. Mu Qingyue, whose cheeks floated up in a halo of red, didn't know what she had thought of, and held onto the shelf and breathed sharply for a while before gradually calming down. Then she walked to the frontmost bookshelf and took out the up and down extreme bliss soul forging method, and said to Lu Jinan, who happened to look up, I'm curious about the soul method that senior brother has seen 3 times. I'll borrow it and take it back to read it. Lu Jinan nodded without much concern. It's not like he was practicing the whole thing anyway. It doesn't matter if senior sister really practiced herself. Chapter 68, Plotting Master and Senior Sisters. The heavenly rank soul laws on the 5th floor of the 10,000 Methods Pavilion were soul laws suitable for harmonization realm cultivators. So Lu Jinan, who was in the middle stage of the harmonization realm, couldn't read all the soul laws on this floor as quickly as he had in the previous days. But he wasn't in a hurry, not even if senior sister Mu appeared to be enamored with the up and down extreme bliss soul forging method. As long as he didn't want to double cultivate the soul technique with his elder sister. What danger could he be in even if his elder sister learned it? Being at the same harmonious Tao realm, one's own divine soul power should be a bit stronger than hers. So what did she take to detain her own divine soul to force it to seek up and down? Thinking about it, Lu Jinan still left some heart and soul to guard against. After all, Nanji's previous experience is still there. Even if there is a countercurrent time this card in the same loss, he did not want to eat a second time. However, Lu Jinan's visits to the 10,000 Methods Pavilion had become much less frequent in the past 2 days, as the Patriarch's 20,000-year birthday banquet was approaching. This birthday banquet had invited all the 100 clans, and because of its high standard, the clan had already begun to make arrangements, and it was impossible for Lu Jinan, who was the Wan Dao sect's eldest senior brother, not to help. In the small pavilion inside the Taichu Hall, Pei Ou, who was leading the winter cold, sipped wine while slowly walking in and looking at Mu Qingyue, who was riding in a straight ambush in her late teens. Strictly speaking, Mu Qingyue wasn't considered a disciple of the Wan Dao sect. She was only Pei Ou's daughter. Therefore, although they all knew that there was a young Mu Jianxian in the Wan Dao sect, but because of the deep seclusion, when it came to the number 1 person of the younger generation, they were all talking about Lu Jinan. Despite this, everyone within the Wan Dao sect still treated her as the high-cool and peerless senior sister Mu. Pei Ou took a small drink and walked behind Mu Qingyue. Why didn't you go help Jinan? Later, Mu Qingyue said without lifting her head. Despite the black cloth over her eyes, her handwriting is neat and without the slightest distortion. Pei Ou's left arm crossed under her chest, one hand gently resting on her right elbow that was pinching the wine cup. Looking at Mu Qingyue, who was using her energy, she was about to continue to speak, when she suddenly let out a light hum sound, and then slightly bent down to look at the text on the secret book that she was holding down with her left hand. Why did you turn this over? Pei Ou knitted her moth brows lightly. Preparing to practice this? Try it. Mu Qingyue lightly opened her cherry lips. I think this is suitable. Pei Ou's eyebrows did not stretch. She left you so many soul methods that harmonize with the Tao, and you chose this one? Because. The corner of Mu Qingyue's mouth seemed to hook up an arc. I have a senior brother. Ha! Pei Ou hummed lightly. How can the difference between primary and secondary be determined? And Iman practicing this soul technique at your heart's desire? Senior brother has feelings for me too. What if? Mu Qingyue said indifferently. You go over there and drink. Don't disturb me. Pei Ou took a sip of wine and walked to the other side with a flourish. Looking at Qingyue's page turning up and down extreme blissful soul forging technique, she suddenly opened her mouth and said, as I recall, this soul technique isn't this thin, is it? Aha! Mu Qingyue put down the brush in her hand, then took out the collar that Pei Ou had seen and held it up in front of her eyes. Her cheeks swooned and her breathing grew rapid. Looking at the daughter, this appearance, eyes slightly converged. Pei Ou moved away from the sight to look at the flowers not far away. The bottom of the heart has already had a plan. One could not let Qingyue and Iman truly learn this soul technique, especially if they let Qingyue take the initiative. After all, the good disciple is just one. She took away how she is not right. It is not possible to let the disciple who is so good as Iman fall. However, with Iman's nature, he may not necessarily copy this soul law cultivation. In the midst of her thoughts, Pei Ou glanced at Mu Qingyue, who was lost in thought as she touched the collar, thinking that this soul method was one of the legacies left by her sister to Qingyue, and that Qingyue should be familiar with it, so why would she still need to memorize it? Peoea's eyes narrowed slightly as she gently shook the wine goblet in her hand, and she couldn't help but knit her brows again. Although Qingyue's act of stealing Iman's blasphemous pants a few days ago was a bit unbelievable to her, she also knew that Qingyue was not stupid. Would Qingyue not have thought that Iman was not practicing the soul technique? Is she confident that Iman will practice? Peoyuo's eyes flickered slightly, remembering that just now Qingyue had not answered the question of primary and secondario and had taken off the collar. No, even if there was only a slight possibility, we couldn't let Qingyue get her hands on it. With her mind racing, Peoyu, who had been drinking a cup of wine, asked softly, "This soul method is strong, but one slip and you'll sink. I believe in Jinan, but I don't believe in you." Putting the collar on the desktop, Mu Qingyue's voice resumed its high coldness. "I have a measure." Peoao didn't continue to say much. Mentally hesitating for a few seconds, she decided not to tell Iman for now. After all, after telling the good apprentice would definitely be wary of Qingyue, who had managed to open up a bit, but couldn't regress back again. The big deal is to keep an eye on them lately. Once there is a difference in their own direct action to obstruct Qingyue's. And, Peoyu glanced at the stone tabletop. "Before my sister showed herself the soul law and joked that in case Qingyue accidentally practiced it there was a way to undo it. Qingyue had deliberately torn up those pages to keep Iman from seeing them, right? If Jinan accidentally practiced it, and he stole it from Qingyue, wouldn't he, the good disciple, be even more grateful to himself, letting him kiss wherever he wants? Wrong, letting him do whatever he wants." Peoyu pursed her lips, and in her heart, she completely stopped worrying about Jin and practicing this up and down extreme bliss soul forging method. "You write slowly." Peoyu led Dong Han out of the small pavilion. "Go for a walk for my mother." Oh, Mu Qingyue did not raise her head. She just waited for the footsteps to fade away before closing the up and down extreme bliss soul forging method, her slender fingers lightly caressing over the cover, and a meaningful smile at the corner of her mouth under the black cloth covering her eyes. Although the venue for the birthday banquet for the patriarch's 20,000-year birthday was the Tai Hall where he was located, because the specifications exceeded those of the past, the entire Wan Dao sect was making arrangements without delaying their daily cultivation. The ones responsible for setting up Tai Peak were naturally the clan's group of personal disciples, and because there were spells available, the setup wasn't exactly slow. Eldest senior brother. There are already quite a few female cultivators within the clan who have taken up the task. Between the busyness, Zhao Shi's came to Lu Jinan's side to whisper and open his mouth, a face of excitement. "Soon we can see that kind of Luosok's rampant in the clan. Think about it, all excited. When do you say to hold a costume show?" His voice lurched as he hurriedly regained his decency. "Greetings, Patriarch." Lu Jinan also hurriedly turned around and bowed to the little old man with a gray robe and goatee. "Greetings, Patriarch." All stopped for a second. Even though the Wan Dao sect patriarch's beard was white, his voice was still full of vigor. "Follow the old man as I take a walk through the inner and outer gates." After saying that, he first turned around and stepped away with his hands behind his back, obviously not tall, but like a majestic lion king who was patrolling his territory with his best cubs. Author Fungus, the double monthly vote ends today. If you have a monthly vote in your hand, please vote for it. Thank you. Also, it should be on the shelves next week. Chapter 69, Becoming an Immortal is to get away from scheming her. As the patriarch of the Wan Dao sect, Zheng Donglu was not of a lofty, deep-rooted nature. On the contrary, every once in a while, he would lead a group of his personal disciples to wander around the inner and outer sects to inspect them. He knew all of the 10,000 Ways sect, from the vice-patriarch down to the handyman. As a respected senior in the immortal cultivation world, Zheng Donglu holds himself upright, so the Wan Dao sect is united, sitting firmly in the position of the first major sect in the immortal cultivation world. Descending along the stone steps connecting the various parts of the mountain gate, Zheng Donglu, who had a straight body and carried his hands on his back, walked steadily, obviously not releasing his spiritual energy, but his dry and thin body gave off an aura of a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. The people within the clan seemed to be in a made way and stood on both sides bowing and saluting to see the patriarch. Zheng Donglu also returned the salute with a smile on his face, looking like an amiable elder. Behind them, the group of pro-disciples who were at Tai Peak at the time were like small beasts, already having a front in the cultivation world. According to the rules of the Wan Dao sect, the pro-transmission of the Tao, the inner door of the saint, the outer door of the sitting light can be separated from the identity of the disciples to go outside to open up the sect. But although there are leaving more, after all, the outer door wants to become the inner door. The inner door wants to become the pro-transmission of the hard work in case it can be achieved, and in it, choosing to become a pro-disciple meant that one would also have to take up the mantle of the master and carry the Mando sect, because pro-disciples are the result of a two-way choice. The reason for this rule was because some of the disciples came from royal dynasties and families, and some of them were destined to return to their families after they finished their studies, and it was impossible for them to stay in the Wan Dao sect. Therefore, the pro-disciples of the Wan Dao sect were the future of the Wan Dao sect. I did the math. Patriarch, his old man, inspects and instructs once every 6 months. This time it's not enough for 6 months. Zhao Shiais whispered to Guanwen, why do you think it's earlier this time? Every time a cultivator breaks through a realm, his lifespan will increase by a large amount, but under the existing cultivation system of the human race, the progress of the early stage cultivators is a hurdle for half a year. So Zhang Donglu inspects the instructions once every half a year. Maybe it's because eldest senior brother has merged into the Dao. Guanwen responded in a small voice. Although not the youngest harmonization realm, but the youngest middle harmonization realm, coupled with the fact that we have recruited more than 5,000 disciples this year, surely it's time to let those junior brothers and sisters see eldest senior brother again. Don't you think so? Second senior brother? Saying that, Guanwen tried to touch pure yang child Jiang Wuya again, and Jiang Wuya hurriedly dodged and glared at her. Just follow the patriarch and eldest senior brother. Don't ask so many questions. Che. Guanwen blankly glanced at her second senior brother, then glanced at the patriarchs back in awe. It was well known that the Wan Dao sect had become the leader of the immortal cultivation world under Zhang Doliu's leadership, and he also abolished the post of the supreme elders. The reason is also very simple. The Wan Dao sect does not need to jump out in times of crisis only to the mighty backing supreme elders, only need to perform their duties, so that the world are all in awe. Do not dare to bully a sharp sword. In the words of the patriarch, the god progenitor realm powerhouses who were qualified to be the supreme elder were all void vocational elders who had been stuck in this realm for a long time, and instead of wasting resources raising them in seclusion, it would be better for them to do more work, instruct their disciples, and see more of the alternating sun and moon, the mountains and rivers, and all the sights and sounds of life, which would surely be more useful than just seclusion. After all, divine progenitor and divine concealment were profound realms that connected heaven and earth. So what was the point of just knowing what was going on in seclusion? Because of this, the patriarch had offended quite a few people in the beginning, but they were all beaten down by his old man. Those who are resentful leave the clan, and those who are reverent remain reverent and work in the clan from then on. Later on, all the extra resources from not having to support the supreme elder were used to cultivate the younger generation, and when the younger generation grew up, they completely replaced the old men of the past, leaving the Wan Dao sect with no more internal worries. And between the old and the new, Zheng Donglu alone carried the entire Wan Dao sect. As a result, the divine concealment realms him, who clearly deserved a much longer, tenacious life, began to show all his old age at over 10,000 years of age. Just thinking about the patriarch's glorious history, Guanwen couldn't help but lament inwardly that if she and the patriarch had been born in the same era and were also part of the Wan Dao sect, it would have been wonderful. So, in a low voice, she went back to ask Jiang Wuya about the patriarch. As Ji Wenchang, the second brother's senior and one of the vice-patriarchs, was the patriarch's eldest disciple. Iman, come here. When Zhang Donglu lowered his voice some to open his mouth, Jiang Wuya and the rest of the group unknowingly lagged behind a bit to give the patriarch and eldest senior brother their personal space. Lu Jinan lagged half a step behind to follow the patriarch's side, and Zhang Donglu transmitted his voice into his ears. How is the hell? New Penjing. Lu Jinan thought for a moment and said, Emperor Fengdu was very busy. And when he heard his disciples say that another great struggle was coming, he was very depressed. Ha ha ha, still the same old look ah. Zheng Donglu let out a bright laugh. I pity for him. The sovereign is just like him. Lu Jinan spoke softly. Both have their own perseverance. We're just doing what needs to be done. You kid don't need to brag about it. Zheng Donglu shook his head and changed his tone. Being able to talk to him so much. You've learned a lot, right? Yes. Lu Jinan smiled faintly. Disciples' great Tao has been realized. Good, good, good. Zheng Donglu stroked his beard and smiled, twisting his head to look at him. His voice aggravated a few points. This time, the old man's birthday banquet is not for the old man, but for you. The old man wants you to inherit the position of the Holy Son. Lu Jinan bowed his head slightly and replied without hesitation. Disciple obeys. Zheng Donglu nodded, his gaze a little bleak as he looked forward again. Lu Jinan knew what the patriarch was thinking. It wasn't as if the Wan Dao sect hadn't had a saint son, but they were all dead. All of them died from his murder. It was only because the saint son was the successor of the Wan Dao sect established by Zheng Donglu that the upper realm and the outer races were unrelenting, because they don't want to see a second young Dongryu. Therefore, Lu Jinan knew in his heart what the holy son of the Wan Dao sect meant. Zheng Donglu, who had rearranged his hands, spoke softly. You should not learn from those who passed away and want to become an old man. The old man was just able to hold the place. Lu Jinan nodded his head, his voice calm. I'm not a patriarch. Hearing Lu Jinan answer without hesitation, the smile on Zhang Doliu's withered face thickened a few points. Not bad, not bad. Becoming an immortal is not to become someone else. Old man asked one more time. What are you becoming an immortal for? Lu Jinan's voice lurched, and a few points of helplessness surfaced under his eyes. If it was before, he would have answered become immortal or transcendence without hesitation, but now his mind couldn't help but think of his master, Nan Ji, his elder sister, and a certain figure that made his heart tremble with fear. Zheng Donglu looked at Lu Jinan strangely. Is it hard to answer? Lu Jinan took a deep breath and spoke quietly. Freedom. He really yearned for freedom now. After all, they were always trying to plot against him. Hearing Lu Jinan's reply, Zheng Doliu's smile intensified. The word freedom is esoteric. The old man gently stroked his beard. Good. Chapter 70 Qingmiao Palace departs today. The gun comes out too slowly and the wrist is unsteady. Since I chose the king of 100 soldiers, I'll tamp down the foundation a little more. The intent of fire is not only capable of destruction, with the 5 elements saying that fire begets earth as this rule, fire can also create life. Don't just dwell on destruction. Wu Fei and Duan Peng cut a deal. Don't be anxious when you encounter a bottleneck. With your talent, breaking through isn't a problem. Since you can't break through the realm, it means that you haven't accumulated enough. Practice your feats and techniques a few more times a day. Spatial realm? Old me doesn't quite understand it either. Iman, enlighten senior brother. She eyes. Gallian asked how to use a sword against a gun. You and Lin Mao spar to show them. You few, strike out at old man with all your might, and old man will see what your foundation is. Iman, you and Wu Fei fight. The gap between the cultivation realm of the inner disciples of Wan Dao sect and the pro-disciples is limited. So Zheng Donglu, who led a group of pro-disciples over, directly dispersed a group of pro-disciples to go over and point out the disciples who had doubts, and his old man walked around casually with his hands behind his back without a smile, picking out a few elites in the inner sect to test them from time to time. After determining that it met the expectations, the smile on the old man's face was only a few points kinder, and after saying a word of encouragement, he led a group of pro-disciples and some of the inner disciples picked out towards the outer gate. Second senior brother. What does it feel like to fight an eldest brother of the harmonization realm? Zhao Shi'ai asked in a low voice. Is there a feeling of powerlessness? Jiang Wuyan nodded. I can't quite understand eldest brother's Dao. There's a feeling that I get when I'm faced with the opening of a cave. Zhao Shi'ai looked at Lu Jinan's back thoughtfully. Sovereign just said that eldest senior brother has opened up the Dao Palace. It's really strong. Cheer up. Jiang Wuya said softly, but don't pull back for eldest brother. I know it in my heart. When he followed the patriarch to the outer gate, he could hear the sound of elders teaching or outer disciples reading aloud from one of the halls, like a private school. Listening to these still tender disciples' voices, Lu Jinan's expression relaxed a lot, while the smile of the patriarch who walked through the doorway was also more kind, because most of the outer disciples were freshly initiated disciples. They were no more than teenagers at the oldest, and the youngest were only 7 or 8 years old who had just stepped into the immortal path. For these children, Zheng Donglu has always adhered to the educational philosophy of virtue first and cultivation second. Although his old man, although he believes that a person's nature, endowment, and habits cannot be presumed to be, he only wants to do his best to educate the individual's acquired habits. And the method used is that the nearer the vermilion, the blacker the ink. Taking the elders, personal disciples and inner disciples of the clan as examples, the arrogance of youngsters after embarking on the immortal path was maximized and eliminated. Therefore, in the outer sect, the main instruction given by his old man was to mold the lines of these younglings who were new to the immortal path, and only secondarily to teach the arts. Most of the children are good coaxing, just like to hear those previously little-known stories of flying, demonic, and with some reasoning interspersed throughout, it becomes easier to listen. Lu Jinan looked at one of the vibrant faces from time to time, and also remembered the time when he first joined the Wan Dao sect. Although he was a pro-disciple at that time, all pro-disciples learned from the outer sect, and he was no exception. Lu Jinan understood the reason why the patriarch did this, because the upper realm was too strong and the demon race was too powerful. So what he needed was a Wan Dao sect that had its forces working together on the basis of healthy competition, not a Wan Dao sect that was not united by internal conflicts. This was because the other major thing Zheng Donglu did after becoming the sovereign was to relocate the Wan Dao sect to Chengping Mountain, the location of the front line of the two boundaries pass. The Wan Dao sect was the first and strongest line of defense for the human race. All of you go and give your last lecture individually. Zheng Donglu waved his hand. Get closer to your senior brothers and sisters. This was also an old rule of the Wan Dao sect. as a group of pro-disciples and inner disciples scattered into a room after bowing to him. Zheng Donglu backhands a room to look over. Words and teach is only the first lesson of these children, and after studying for 3 months, they will be the first time to go to the two worlds pass. Understand that the harmony within the clan upward, although it is not an illusion, but the world of immortal cultivation at the same time is also cruel. After circling around, he glanced at Mu Qingyue, who was standing in the doorway of a certain room, and couldn't help but smile. Young people, ah. Not long after, Lu Jinan walked out from the house, while quite a few little girls who saw Mu Qingyue instantly chirped and surrounded her. Don't look at Mu Qingyue's usual high-cool reticence. There weren't a lot of fans within the clan, especially the female disciples, who had a kind of fascinated admiration for the high-cooled Mu Jianxian. Mu Qingyue was not good at getting along with outsiders, and after glancing at her senior brother who didn't seem to want to help herself out, she cast her sword chi in front of these little girls. Lu Jinan smiled and walked back to Zheng Donglio's side. When he heard Zheng Donglu suddenly ask, "When you went to the underworld ancient, your master followed. The disciple knows. Did you meet any powerful and strong people?" Zheng Donglu continued to ask. Lu Jinan didn't hide it. Dragon Emperor Jun Bingquan and a Dragon Emperor Fu Lin were killed by me. After thinking about it, he added, even though Fu Lin is a golden dragon, he dares to call a Dragon Emperor by his name. And even though the Golden Dragon clan is in charge of the current Dragon Court, they shouldn't be so forceful. Dragon Emperor, ah. Zheng Donglu glanced at Mu Qingyue. If it's just the Green Dragon clan, there's no need to worry too much. Lu Jinan looked at the patriarch in confusion. No need to worry too much about anything? Come. Zheng Donglu beckoned to Lu Jinan. Lu Jinan bent down, and Zheng Donglu stretched out his withered left hand to pat his shoulder. Young man, try to become stronger. The burden you have here is not light. Although Lu Jinan was surprised, he still made a bow. Disciple understands. Zheng Donglu nodded and added, which Dao Palace are you opening now? Left auxiliary. Zhuofu? Zheng Donglu looked at Lu Jinan strangely. Why did you prefer this cave star? One of the two dark stars? Shouldn't Yaoguang Breaking Army or Tianxian Giant Gate be preferred? Lu Jinan was helpless in his heart and his expression didn't move. Disciple has his own considerations. Okay. Zheng Donglu didn't ask any deeper questions. Only the old man's heart was flooded with mutterings. What reason could make let him prefer to open the left side Dao Palace? Compared to the role of other Ziwei Do Shu, the role of Dong Ming's Wufu 100 poison invulnerability is not so important. Could it be that Iman has discovered other wonders of the left auxiliary star? It shouldn't be. If there really are other wonders, how could the previous physical cultivators not have discovered them? Can't figure it out. Can't figure it out. Zheng Donglu shook his head and turned to say, tomorrow the Lin Yuan sword sect arrives. The Qingmiao Palace should depart today. Qingmiao Palace? Lu Jinan slightly straightened his back. His eyes flashed with anticipation. Finally he could see Nanji again. To be honest, he did kinda miss the gentle and virtuous white tiger Nani when she wasn't sick and delicate. Author Fungus buried a master teacher sister ambush. And then it's the first Shura. Chapter 71, the Zhu that made the palace master of Qingmiao Palace feel horrified. Qingmiao Palace, dressed in a white dress, Palace Master Xiao Inruo came to Zhu Nanji's retreat. The cool and dusty her just landed on the ground. The surrounding flowers and trees bent over. Palace Master Han Yu, who was feeding the fish in the water, hurriedly got up and walked over to make a bow. Her expression a bit tangled. Lord Holy Maiden has not yet come out of the gate. No harm done. Xiao Inruo gently shook her head. Having already informed Nanji in advance that she was leaving today, she knew that Nanji would definitely not delay. Because the pig that had arched his own cabbage was in the Wandao sect, even though most of the month had passed, Xiao Inruo's expression couldn't help but be gloomy when he thought of that woman's disciple sleeping with the disciple he had worked so hard to raise. Especially Nanji was still being held by Lu Jinan. Xiao Inruo still can't forget what Nanji said when she first came back to the clan. My husband still likes me. Especially that look of maintenance, making Xiao Inruo several times give birth to the helpless feeling of having raised him for nothing. However, what makes Xiao Inruo feel relieved is that the cabbage that he raised did not run away with Lu Jinan in a brainwave, but also knew to come back and be honest with himself as a master. No, how can she be relieved when she still knows that coming back is the right thing to do? Xiao Inruo raised his hand and rubbed his temples, smiling somewhat helplessly. Still the first time he had been so speechless on Nanji. And she glanced at the obediently standing Hanyu. The bottom of her eyes became more and more helpless. From Hanyu's mouth she had pursued quite a lot of details, so she was even more speechless at the cabbage actively jumping up to let the pig arch. Xiao Inruo admitted that Pei Oyu, that woman's disciple, is a talented person. Just how Nanji saw the bell. At first sight is not right, is to see the color of the heart. How can you force someone to get married the moment you meet them? There was also that Lu Jinan, who was clearly stronger than Nanji by a hair. Why didn't he resist? One eye for each other and then a hit? It's not messing around. Ugh. Xiao Inruo sighed quietly and looked towards the temple where Nanji was in seclusion without further thought. As for Xiao Li, a flawless immortal body, being killed by Nanji, she didn't think it was a big deal. After all, Lin Mu was related to the upper realm, and Xiao Li was on Lin Mu's side. If she were present, she would have gotten rid of this hidden danger without mercy, because even if it was brought back, Xiao Li would not be able to become a member of Qingmiao Palace, and sooner or later, she would give her services to the upper world. Lu Jinan was quite considerate of Nanji, knowing that Nanji went for Xiao Li, which gave Xiao Li a chance to choose. Thinking of the Xiao Inruo expression softened a few points. Don't be Nanji is mindful of the hot face-paced Lu Jinan cold ass on the line. My disciple is so beautiful. If he Lu Jinan really holds the mind of playing around, even in front of that woman's face also have to clean him up. While muttering to himself, Xiao Inruo, who heard the sound of the door opening in front of him, hurriedly looked over, only to see Nanji step out in style. She folded the waist to micro steps, presenting the white wrist in the light veil, blue eyes clear waves streaming, half-draped and half-tied long hair lightly inserted a jasper's on tassel. This is a dignified and classical beauty in the thinly powdered makeup under the more obvious jade tender flowers. A light blue cross-collar jacket with a soft smoke luo's belt aptly outlined her delicate and slender physique. The outer light long shirt and will be a few points to hide the physique, but the waist side of the ice-white jade pendant is shown to add a few splashes of bright color. Xiao Inruo's eyes lit up. The cabbage he raised was really moving with water. Its natural beauty. It's by no means due to the fact that Lu Jinan's boy has nourished it. Xiao Inruo's mind suddenly popped up this thought, and then hurriedly dispersed it. But, had to admit that compared to a year and a half ago when he first left the Qingmiao Palace, the current Nanji was undoubtedly more moving. Master, Zhu Nanji, who had stopped her footsteps, made a bow to Xiao Inruo. Her expression was as light-hearted and elegant as the red plums blooming on the snowy mountains, as clear and eye-catching as the red plums blooming on the snowy mountains. Looking at Nanji's cool demeanor, Xiao Inruo, however, couldn't help but frown. That's not right. Logically speaking, Nanji, who is leaving for Wandao sect today, should be overjoyed and filled with the exuberant state of Lu Jinan. How could it be like this? When she was crowned as the holy maiden some time ago, she was also absent-mindedly muttering my husband. So how could the excitement have passed in just a few days? Cultivation gone awry? Xiao Inruo was a little helpless about her own state of mind at this time. Clearly speechless Nanji had always been toward Lu Jinan, but as a result, she now couldn't help but worry about her not wanting Lu Jinan. So she grabbed Nanji's white wrist and checked it out a little. A flash of surprise flashed across the bottom of Xiao Inruo's eyes. This is the way of harmony? And the cultivation level was extremely solid, without the slightest flaw. Xiao Inruo knew that the supreme forgetfulness immortal technique was all about the word enlightenment, and the more perfect the forgetfulness, the faster the advancement would be. Although she knew that Nanji was burdened with an immaculate immortal body, she didn't expect Nanji to be able to break through 2 minor realms in a row to arrive at harmonization in such a short period of time. Does Nanji have such a deep understanding of the word forgetfulness? C0M. Just because you like Lu Jingan? Xiao Inruo pursed her red lips and once again made sure that Nanji had not fallen into the heartless path before releasing her wrist. Only she still didn't understand. Since Nanji's comprehension of the Tao of forgetfulness was so profound, how could she be in this clear and cold state now? What went wrong? Zhu Nanji looked at Xiao Inruo with calm eyes. Master? Xiao Inruo smiled faintly. You and Hanyu go over first. I forgot to take one thing. Aha. Zhu Nanji gently nodded her head, and Hanyu went ahead and left the Zhanming Palace where she was. After seeing Zhu Nanji and Hanyu away, Xiao Inruo did not leave, but turned towards the meditation pavilion where Nanji was in seclusion. She wanted to see what had gone wrong with Nanji through the clues within the meditation pavilion. Pushing the door and entering the room, Xiao Inruo's expression gradually changed as her footsteps lurched, her face filled with disbelief. The walls inside the meditation pavilion are neatly hung with portraits of different poses, a picture of the Sangong practicing, a picture of the Sangong in a daze, and a picture of the Sangong's back. The list goes on and 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 on, hanging all over the walls, on the desktop to the side, one by one, wood-carved, jade-carved Lu Jinan is neatly placed on it, one next to one occupying a full house, and in the more inside the plucked bed, an equal-length bolster lying quietly, outside the bolster on the silk, not embroidered flowers, plants and trees, only embroidered a smiling Lu Jinan. Ding, 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 light wind from the house, blowing the roof of the wind chimes. A wind chime under the hanging fan-shaped paper pages, is still a brushstroke outlined Lu Jinan. Xiao Inruo lifted her foot to exit the threshold, closed the doorway, and closed her eyes. The various Lu Jinan that caught her eye in that instant made her, as the palace master of Qingmiao Palace, inexplicably develop a shuddering heartbeat. For the first time, Xiao Inruo felt unfamiliar with Zhu Nanji, who had raised him single-handedly. Mainami, author Fungus, thank you for the 10,000 coins reward for 3 sleeps a day. Chapter 72 Sagittarius, you may be allowed to flog well. From the northern realm Qingmiao domain, the flying boat that tended to the central realm Chang'an domain and hung the flying flag of Qingmiao Palace, with the appearance of a pure white palace, was lifting off the clouds, leaving a charm trailing on in the sky. Wan Dao sect patriarch Zhang Dolio's 20,000 year birthday had invited all the 100 clans, so Qingmiao Palace, which had traveled to participate in the birthday banquet, had also come up with the appropriate specifications. The palace master, 2 deputy palace masters, and 3 elders led the group while traveling with a number of disciples, because such banquets were less likely to have the process of disciples under each sect engaging in sparring. Palace master, it's your turn to drop. Palace master. Palace master? Gu Chenxi, one of the vice palace masters of Qingmiao Palace, looked doubtfully at Xiao Inruo, who was somewhat dazed, and it was the first time she had seen the palace master look like this. Xiao Inruo, who came back to her senses, looked at the chessboard and said to Bei Rou, the other deputy palace master who was observing the game, after letting out a light breath, you play for me, I'll go out to blow off some steam. Looking at the palace master's back as he left, Gu Chenxi and Bei Rou looked at each other with puzzled eyes. What was wrong with the palace master? Xiao Inruo, who had come outside, looked at Zhu Nanji, who was also blowing in the wind, and her eyes couldn't help but get complicated. The scene seen in the Jing Xin pavilion once again surfaced in his mind. Xiao Inruo couldn't help but think, a place of retreat is so thrilling. Then what kind of phallic scene would the Tingquan Shabu, where Nanji resides in his daily life, be like? More exaggerated? Just thinking about it, Xiao Inruo felt goosebumps all over. After 2 days of careful thought, Xiao Inruo felt that the reason why Nanji was behaving in these ways was probably because of a sickness, a kind of sickness that went off the deep end. However, Nanji, who was burdened with an immaculate immortal body, couldn't possibly be disturbed by the demons of the heart, so this was an illness that was simply due to Lu Jinan. Love sickness? No, really she's just too deep into love to continue on the path of forgetfulness, and Nanji has already merged into the path. Xiao Inruo's eyes flashed with worry, and as the palace master of Qingmiao Palace, she actually had an idea in the bottom of her heart. That is, Nani's possessiveness has reached a pathological level. It was because although she had never seen it, she had heard of a similar female cultivator of the forgotten love path walking through Qingmiao Palace. It was just that she had never expected that Nanji would also be of such a nature. Was it the fact that she had read about the relevant seniors from the palace's canonical books when she had devoted herself to her training for so many years that had inspired such a nature? Xiao Inruo didn't know, but she knew exactly what happened to these types of female cultivators, getting more and more epileptic. She didn't want Nani to become that kind of epileptic woman. In the line of sight, the warm summer breeze blew Zhu Nanji's deep green hair, catalyzing the azure blue water drop earrings on her earlobes. She stretched out her hand, seems to feel the warm wind. Light sleeves from the wrist slipped down. Daylight muscle as delicate jade, glistening eye-catching. For a moment so that Xiao Inruo has a kind of with the illusion of daylight competition color. Xiao Inruo, who was watching this scene, couldn't help but take a few more glances. And once again doubts arose in her heart, since Nanji's possessiveness of Lu Jinan was a bit morbid. Why didn't she show the slightest lovesickness? Obviously, she is about to meet her longed-for husband. Why does she still look like this cool and exiled immortal? Nanji, Xiao Inruo called softly. Zhu Nanji seemed startled for a moment, then turned around and saluted Xiao Inruo. Master. Under the sunlight, Zhu Nanji's skin is like white jade, radiating a glistening moist light, as tender as a newborn baby, unable to pick out the slightest flaw. Her cheeks were flushed as her blue eyes were slightly mesmerized, so the coolness added a bit of color to the colorfulness. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Xiao Inruo seemed to feel that the apprentice's voice was trembling lightly. And why were her cheeks a little red? Sunburned? After performing the salute, Zhu Nanji pursed her cherry lips. Her voice had already returned to its coolness. Disciple has a question to ask master. Looking at Zhu Nanji, whose demeanor was as usual, Xiao Inruo suppressed the thoughts in his heart and smiled slightly. Ask. Zhu Nanji looked into Xiao Inruo's eyes and spoke softly. When disciple returned to the palace, you asked whether Lu Jinan had been refined into a sword spirit by disciple. Why did you think that disciple had done so? Xiao Inruo took a step to her side. Because there were elders and disciples in the palace who had the same experience before. Zhu Nanji turned to look at the vast sky. How come disciples haven't seen it before? Deep in it, unable to extricate themselves, they all left in the end. Xiao Inruo looked at the good disciple's side face. This palace is worried that you are also disciple will not. Shu Nanji shook his head. The fact that they left only means that they didn't love deeply enough. For their own reasons, disciples are different. In the disciple's understanding, forgetfulness is not emotionlessness. Forgetfulness is the essence, while emotion is obsession. And the predecessors who left were too obsessive and subsequently ignored the essence of forgetfulness. Xiao Inruo's eyes narrowed slightly. The supreme forgetfulness is not emotionless. See through the mortal feelings to condense the heart of the Tao. Do you think you see through it? Shu Nanji looked indifferent. Seeing through doesn't mean letting go. As far as disciples are concerned, there is love and no fatigue. Love is a disciple's desire. Love is a disciple's power. That's all. Xiao Inruo felt that it wasn't unreasonable for Nanji to be able to merge so quickly. In that case, Xiao Inruo wrapped his arms around his chest. You're about to meet your husband. Why don't you smile? Shu Nanji twisted her head and looked at Xiao Inruo. Master, you don't walk the path of forgetfulness of children, so you don't understand. Ha! Xiao Inruo felt that he was being despised by his disciple. The spirit fruits that this palace has eaten have all lived longer than you. How dare you say that this palace doesn't understand? Xiao Inruo was silent for a few seconds. It seemed like he really didn't understand. Ugh! The palace has its own path of forgetfulness. What's the point of knowing hers? Xiao Inruo sight downward. Stopped in Zhu Nanji waist ice white jade pendant. Before did not pay attention. At this moment fixed eyes. Smooth jade pendant internal obviously carved a cross-legged sitting Lu Jinan. Xiao Inruo in the silence was even more incomprehensible. Since he cared so much, why did he feel that Nanji was not excited? Master, disciple will go back to the house first. Well, looking at Zhu Nanji's back as he left, Xiao Inruo converged his eyes and pondered. Nanji's understanding of the forgotten love road is one set, so it shouldn't be this cool look. Deliberately? Not so much. Bang! The single bedroom inside the flying boat. Zhu Nanji closed the door as soon as she came in, her slender and delicate body leaning against the doorway, her legs under the long skirt softened, her knees lightly touching together as if she was trembling. A blush rose to her classical features, her breath rushed from the tip of her nose, and love seemed to loom in her watery azure eyes. Zhu Nanji eyes are confused. This half a month since, every time I think of Shanggong will miss into a river. She painted Shanggong, carving Shanggong, but just endure their own desires did not have their own. I'm saving it for my husband so that he knows how much I miss him. Slowly sliding into a sitting position on the floor, she cupped her hands around her hot face, the sound in her throat full of infatuation. Concubine are already trying to hold the identity of the Qingmiao Palace Saint Girl. You can have you. To properly flog the Qingling Saint Girl before Chapter 73 in front of Zhu Nanji. Mu Qingyue, Master. The Wandao sect in recent days had been unusually lively due to the fact that the patriarch's 20,000-year birthday was approaching. There were countless clans, imperial dynasties, and lineages that were invited to come and congratulate them, adding a lot of noise to the entire mountain gate of the Wandao sect in a single moment. Lu Jinan was equally busy. The elders of the various forces were received by the Wandao sect's vice sovereign Zhang Suqin, who was in charge of the Taisu temple, but the young people of the same generation would have to be entertained by Lu Jinan, who was the eldest senior brother. After morning exercises early in the morning, Lu Jinan walked out of the bath in Qingyi Palace to the outer room, looking at the uniforms neatly folded together on the shelves, and then at the empty clothes basket next to him. The change of practice clothes remained missing. He had naturally noticed something wrong with this detail over the past few days, not because the change of clothes had completely disappeared, but because he hadn't worn the same pair of profane pants again. It couldn't be the work of those four little demonic beasts from the Taichu Hall, because master and sister wouldn't allow it. So the Black Hand is among the master and sister. Lu Jinan felt that his senior sister was more likely, but he didn't say anything more on the matter. Stealing is fine. What can you do? Changing into the pro-disciple's standardized brocade robe, Lu Jinan, who was about to tie up his hair, took out the water cloud crown given to him by Zhu Nanji and put it on before he pushed the door and walked out of the Qingyi Palace. Senior sister? Lu Jinan looked toward Mu Qingyue, who was leaning on the columns of the promenade not far away, dressed in a white dress with black cloth over her eyes. Mu Qingyue was as airy and cool as ever, only her fair face was a little red. Lu Jinan's mind couldn't help but conjure up a funny thought, a blind man peeking at a bath. Senior brother. Mu Qingyue gently nodded her head, her hands behind her back gently cupping the balled-up blasphemous pants, her equally high and cold voice not fluctuating in the slightest. Why are you here? Lu Jinan didn't move as he walked and looked behind her. Mu Qingyue frankly lowered her hands. The profane pants had already been put away in the storage space on her wrist. Mu Qingyue followed his pace. Today, she accompanied senior brother to entertain guests. Lu Jinan then had a number in his heart, counting the time. Qingmiao Palace will indeed arrive today. Walking out along the water corridor, Lu Jinan looked towards Pei Oyu, who was leisurely trimming the flowers and plants. Master, finished washing? Pei Oyu smiled at Lu Jinan, who was refreshed after getting out of the bath. Are you tired? Lu Jinan shook his head. They're all friends. Not tired. That's good. Pei Oyu handed the scissors to Chiu Yi. Walking in front of Lu Jinan, she raised her hand and straightened his lapel. Then asked, where is the jade pendant that master sent you? Lu Jinan hastily took out and was about to tie it on. Pei Oyu had already reached out and took it, slightly squatting down and tying it on his left waist. Wearing the uniform of the clan should also be worn to nourish the spirit. Remember. Lu Jinan nodded his head obediently. Alright. Pei Oyu got up and stroked her good disciple's head. Go and get busy. Lu Jinan hurriedly made a bow and turned toward the mountain. Mu Qingyu was about to follow without a word when Pei Oyu reached out and pulled her wrist. You wait. The strength gap was there. Mu Qingyu could only stop and turn her head back, not saying a word. Come. And Pei Oyu waited for Lu Jinan to leave and waved off autumn leaves and winter cold before she looked at her daughter with sharp eyes and asked, are you as good as stealing every day now? As for, can't live without stealing? No, you didn't used to steal either. In the past, I was afraid of scaring senior brother, but now, senior brother has me in his heart. You, Pei Oyu still wanted to say something. Saw the good daughter suddenly raised her right hand. Hand more several different colors of profane pants. Do you want them too? I can send you a pair of. You just stop talking about this matter, okay? As the words fell, Mu Qingyue's expression seemed to be somewhat hesitant and unwilling to give up. Then she picked out a pair of moon-white blasphemous pants. If this one, I can give it to you. Pei Oyu looked at her good daughter with some inner turmoil. Do you think mother is as strange as you are? All this time, she had only thought of her good disciple stealing her own profane pants, but she had never thought of stealing her good disciples. Taking a deep breath, Pei Oyu released Mu Qingyue's wrist and waved her hand helplessly. Quickly go. Mu Qingyue couldn't wait for Pei Oyu to not want it, so she hurriedly put away her blasphemous pants and was about to take a step away. Who knew? Wait. Pei Oyu called out to Mu Qingyue once again. Why did you give me that one? Mu Qingyue pursed her lips. Senior brother didn't sweat much when he wore those blasphemous pants. The flavor is the lightest. Go. Pei Oyu hastened to let her go, her heart growing more and more speechless. How could such a magnificent sister raise such a daughter who wouldn't even let go of her senior brother's profane pants? How could Pei Oyu not expect that after her sermon to Qingyue the other day, she would launch her attack in such a way? Sighing again, she suddenly looked up into the distance, the breathless mood that had arisen because of her good daughter vanishing cleanly and being replaced by pleasure. It's finally here. Pei Oyu stretched her delicate body, then walked to the steps. She looked over in one direction with an expectant face. Will it be a direct fight? Of the 5 clans and 7 courtyards, the only ones missing are the Heaven Diffraction Pavilion and the Qingmiao Palace. They're all sure to arrive today. What's your hurry? I want to see the Qingmiao Palace. I do not know their new saint girl. Shh, have you forgotten that this has to be kept from Big Brother? I know. It's not because the Qingmiao Palace arrived today, so I couldn't help but mention it. Meet eldest senior brother, Lu Jinan, who came from Taichu Peak. Smiled and nodded his head in greeting, and when he heard the words Holy Maiden of Qingmiao Palace and hiding it from eldest brother, he understood what was going on in his heart. Master thought that he didn't know Zhu Nanji's identity, which is why he asked the others to conceal the matter of the new Holy Maiden of Qingmiao Palace, because the master teacher, her old man, wants to see his own panic in the cultivation field. So like to see fun. While arriving at the peak of the mountain to greet the guests, Lu Jinan had just saluted Zhang Suqin, when he saw from afar a white jade palace-like flying boat break through the clouds and descend towards the peak of the mountain in reduced speed. Lu Jinan's eyes brightened slightly. He naturally recognized this flying boat from Qingmiao Palace. Qingmiao Palace too. In the loud voice of a certain master of ceremonies elder, the white jade palace slowly landed, and in the open door of the palace, the head of the Qingmiao Palace master, Xiao Inruo, stepped out in style, and after lightly glancing at Lu Jinan, he then became worried, because Zhu Nanji standing on her side still had a cool and unearthly look, not at all rejoicing to see Sang Gong again. So capable of composure? Or did the cultivation really go awry? Xiao Inruo was pondering. Zhu Nanji was enduring. Finally seeing her beloved Sunga again, she really wanted to pounce over and hug Sunga for a messy nibble, but thinking of her own plan of Sunga letting the Qingling Holy Maiden fall, she hardened herself and restrained her impulses. However, Zhu Nanji thought, what if your husband doesn't have the slightest joy of reunion? Will he not want to care about himself? In the midst of her thoughts, Zhu Nanji tried to soften her expression, but the next second she saw a white woman with long silver white hair and black cloth covering her arms around her beloved husband from behind. And her cold voice had a kind of petulant meaning in any way. Senior brother, why didn't you wait for me? Chapter 74. Give me to loosen the Sagittarius. When he saw the White Jade Palace door open, Lu Jingan glanced at the noble and cool temperament of Qingmiao Palace's palace master, Xiao Inruo, before looking towards her side. The cool temperament with a mature flavor of Xiao Inruo is certainly beautiful, but Lu Jinan and she is not familiar. Not to mention her side of the Nanji in addition to less years of precipitation of flavor. Other aspects is the bust than Xiao Inruo worse than a little. Lu Jinan's gaze was fixed on Zhu Nanji's cool, classical features, and surprise flashed through his dark pupils. Originally, he wanted to pretend that he only just realized Nanji's identity to his master, Nanji, but looking at Nanji's expression, he was really surprised. How come this sickly little lady wasn't warming up at all, even though she was looking at herself too? Is this still like her? What went wrong with the practice? Could it be that because he hadn't refined him into a sword spirit, he had fallen from the path of forgetfulness into the path of heartlessness? Lu Jinan thought with some concern. Then he saw that Nanji's cool expression seemed to have softened a bit. This detail made his heart a little bit more at ease, and he was thinking that Nanji was not showing too much emotion because Xiao Inruo was present. Then he suddenly felt that his back was attached to a delicate body. Didn't feel too much of a heavy weight coupled with a cold touch, so it was a senior sister without a doubt. White and cold slender jade hand from the shoulder to explore the cross. Lu Jinan obviously feel behind Mu Qingyue tiptoe, followed by a cold petulant tone. Senior brother, why didn't you wait for me? The morning wind whisked up some silver white hair to Lu Jinan's eyes. The corner of his eyes jumped uncontrollably. A beautiful day has just begun. Give yourself on the intensity, right? In the line of sight, Zhu Nanji, who originally had a softer expression, first stiffened, and then those warm azure eyes instantly blazed up, bringing a ghastly murderous aura to her cool temperament. Clank! Her left thumb gently picked. The immortal sword Zhangming she was holding steeply sheathed a few points. The forgetfulness sword she based on the supreme forgetfulness immortal skill was not as cold as Mu Qingyue's, but it had a kind of sharpness that struck straight to the heart. The sword Tao of forgetfulness is the unification of the body sword and the mind sword. In just this instant, the eyes of everyone in the room were focused over in shock and disbelief. It's a good thing. Why is it suddenly filled with murderous rage? Zhao Shiai's eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't help but murmur and whisper. It's so fragrant. No, it's so thick with the smell of blood. Immortal sword Zhangming, she's the new holy maiden of Qingmiao Palace, right? Is this to directly challenge senior sister Mu? Guanwen spoke in doubt. But no matter how much you want to challenge, you shouldn't pick this time. TSK, you guys don't understand this, do you? Zhao Shiai shook his head. How is this trying to challenge senior sister Mu? It's obviously because eldest senior brother. She wants to challenge eldest brother? Jiang Woya frowned. To prove her strength as the holy maiden of Qingmiao Palace? Alas, you guys are really stupid to death. Especially you, the second senior brother, cannot touch women even women do not touch much. This is not stupid. Forget it. Zhao Shiai shook his head and shook his brain. Not explaining to you guys, you'll know right away. And Xiao Inruo, who had just greeted Zhang Suqin and was about to hand over a gift invitation, said a dark cry of misfortune when he heard the voice of Mu Qingyue of the Wandao sect. And just as he twisted his head, he saw Zhu Nanji, who was in a murderous mood. But looking at the Nanji with this appearance, she was somewhat at ease, knowing that being jealous meant that Nanji's forgetfulness path hadn't gone awry, and it was this inwardly relieved froze effort. Zhu Nanji has completely pulled out Zhangming, dark green long hair in the early morning sunshine windless, as if pouring down the messy flow of clouds, flooded with the luster of the morose. Give me, to loosen the Sagittarius. Zhu Nanji, who was wearing a light blue dress, raised her wrist, and between the flashes of swordlight, she and the long sword in her hand were like an arrow piercing through the clouds across the sky, and the charismatic sword pointed directly at Mu Qingyu's brow, who had poked her head out from Lu Jinan's shoulder position. Zhu Nanji really wanted to carry the posture of a cool and holy maiden in front of her husband, but she really couldn't endure this woman with black cloth over her eyes being intimate in front of her face. She guessed that this woman was Sangdong's senior sister, Mu Qingyue, who was known as the Sword Immortal. But her sixth sense also told her that Mu Qingyue was deliberately provoking herself. It was because Mu Qingyue was clearly speaking to her sangha, but facing herself. Zhu Nanji didn't know whether Mu Qingyue was truly blind or not, but she did feel provoked. No woman can stand this. That's why she didn't care if she could give her sangha the impression of a clear and cold holy maiden. And she didn't care about the occasion at this time. She directly and brazenly struck out her sword at Mu Qingyue, who was trying to steal her man. Lu Jinan, who took the brunt of the attack, could clearly feel Nanji's incomparably strong sword chi, but not a bit of sword chi touched him. All of it ran towards Mu Qingyue. Lu Jinan had the intention to stop it, but he didn't do so, because Nani is sickly. If he helped his senior sister, he would only make Nanji even more crazy. And there was also a possibility that Nanji would get himself out of love and by any means necessary. And whether it's Nanji or Qingyu, they're both people they care about. So, let them each vent their emotions and calm down first. Lu Jinan didn't intentionally dodge because he felt his senior sister's sword aura behind him. Elder sister was a more pure sword cultivator than Nanji, and in the face of Zhu Nanji's undisguised sharpness, she would only choose to counterattack with the sword in her hand. Shoo! Almost the instant Zhu Nanji swept in, Mu Qingyue had also stepped out from behind Lu Jinan. The same left-handed scabbard, right-handed hilt of the sword, she pulled out the Chaomu in an instant. Frosty sword chi spread, from top to bottom as if the antelope hanging horns of the sword picked up, blocked Zhu Nanji's Zhanming. Clang! The sharp sword sounds of the two immortal swords rose at first, and between the whistling and rushing of the lingering sword light, it shot up into the sky. The light of the sky came out from between the layers of clouds, flooding the sky with two white lines, and in an instant it filled the sky and the earth. Faster than the morning light, brighter than the morning light. If it was master, I'm sure he would have continued to molest me to make Nani furious, right? Lu Jinyan, who had this thought swept through his mind, looked up and the eye-catching two sword lights caused him to narrow his eyes slightly, mentally surprised by Nanji's sword Dao cultivation. But at this moment, he also completely let go of his heart. Nanji was still the same familiar sickly girl, and there was no problem with her forgotten love Dao. Calm, but Lu Jinan did not dare to slacken off, was thinking about how to pull the fight, suddenly felt a burst of like an on in the back, fiercely twisted his head to see, no matter whether it was the Wandao sect or the Qingmiao palace, a pair of eyes all converged on their own bodies, completely regardless of the fight in the sky. Disbelief, curiosity, disbelief. Eventually, second senior brother Jiang Wuya broke the silence. Eldest senior brother, Shu Sacred Maiden called you Sagittarius just now? Lu Jinan took a look at the equally curious senior uncle Zhang Suqin and the unsympathetic Xiao Inrua palace master and raised his head to look at the sky again. Remain silent. Author Fungus, it's not that I don't want to post it all together. It's because Shiraba is harder to write. I want to write it to the best of my ability. I should have finished this chapter before posting it all together. I'm sorry. Chapter 75 Nanji. Do you want Lu? You're Sunga. It's a bit unexpected to do it as soon as you meet. On Tai Chu Peak, Pei Oyu with her arms around her chest looked at the two sword lights in the distant sky with a light smile on her face. Originally, she thought that Qingyu would provoke Zhu Nanji with her words first, but she didn't expect that Qingyu would know how to make Zhu Nanji break her defense through Jinan. But what surprised Pei Oyu even more was the fact that Zhu Nanji would directly attack with her sword. In Xiao Inrua, this woman handing gift invitations when hands, how to think are extremely rude behavior. Especially Zhu Nanji or Qingmiao Palace's saint. But it was in such an occasion that Zhu Nanji directly struck out his sword regardless. This girl is sharper than I thought. Pei Oao muttered to herself, wondering how the good disciple would settle the dispute between the two women next. And Pei Oyu, whose smile had tightened a bit, frowned slightly. Why is this little girl Nanji so crazy? Take another look. If the good disciple is unable to do so, the master will first make a move to separate them. This woman clearly knows that my husband is my man. How dare she hug him in front of me? How can she be so shameless? How dare you touch your husband? Can't let this woman go. On the endless dome of the sky, a light blue dress Zhu Nanji's slender fingers fluttered like butterflies pinching spells. With a pleasing beauty, the left hand spell was cast as Cham Ming. Obviously it was daytime. Zhu Nanji's back was reflecting a full moon. The moonlight was like water, with the sword chi like a heavenly maiden sweeping out towards Mu Qingyu, live and let live, reflecting the moon. Zhu Nanji was not a pure sword cultivator. Everything she learned and used was based on the supreme forgetfulness immortal technique. Plus, despite her anger, she also knew the weight of the word sword immortal by Mu Qingyu. Therefore, the strike was a perfect match between immortal technique and sword Dao. Her sword wasn't exactly fast, but the rushing sword chi filled the moonlight and brightly painted the sky. It was still early in the morning, but the sky was as if it was the time of the alternating evening. Zhu Nanji's sword light went like a torrent, while she herself was hidden into the endless moonlight without a trace. Madaka! Between the moon flashes, another sword light like the flying snow of the winter moon then lit up. This sword was nowhere near as vast and beautiful as the moonlight here, but it was sharp in its simplicity and lack of splendor, and it went straight to the heavens. Shoo! The black and white Asahi twilight had a sharp and resounding chirping sound when it was just swung, and just one boundary-breaking realm sword chi chopped the roaming moonlight into tiny pieces. Mu Qingyue easily locked onto Zhu Nanji, who was approaching from the left side. The tip of the sword turned, and the cold ice sword pressure that was as substantial as an invisible air current surged like a wave of water. But in the next second, her eyebrows above the black cloth furrowed slightly. I will never spare you. Surprisingly, even dare to touch my Sagittarius. Zhu Nanji classical face on the azure eye showed a touch of madness. Unfolded forgetfulness field of spiritual power surging. Actually directly regarded Mu Qingyu's sword pressure as nothing rampage. Zhu Nanji, whose mind was filled with the thought that her husband had been touched by another woman, was not only flawless when she struck, but also more powerful. To her, the path of forgetfulness is the path of present peace. As long as there is a husband, she is not afraid of anything. The hand loosened the hilt. Zhan Ming in front of the body stands, the body of the blue and white immortal sword surrounded by waves of light flow. Sword chi overpowering. Exudes a peaceful and righteous gas. Zhu Nanji pinched her hands together and the pure white aura produced from practicing the Tao of forgetfulness transformed into the sword chi of bright mirror-stopping water, which was too rigid and unyielding due to her mood at the moment. In the spell formation, the wind and rain returned to the stream, and the sword chi was like the inversion of the sea waves, hard breaking through Mu Qingyu's sword pressure, and one force was stronger than the other. The sword roared steeply and sharply. The wind and rain returned to the stream, condensed into a thin line, and pierced the void. 8 storms, returning to the stream. As the sword chi came out, Zhu Nanji moved again, the moroseness in his expression undisguised, and his left hand performed the immortal technique again. Water and wood grow together, flow. Mu Qingyue had just swung her sword like a riding stroke to stop Zhu Nanji's line of sword chi. Xiaomu chirped up and was about to cut off that line of sword awnings, when flowers were born in the water, and every petal on every flower blossomed into a roiling sword chi. Mu Qingyu could sense that Zhu Nanji was also in the sea of flowers, treating the spells that had been cast as if they were nothing, and was not afraid of backfiring on herself at all. The magnitude of Zhu Nanji's hostility was far beyond Mu Qingyu's expectations. Eyebrows knit deep. Some Mu Qingyu's figure is like a leaf of flying snow against the current. Each swing of the sword there are hundreds of flower petals were chopped. The closer she got, the more she heard the morose sound spat out between a bit of Zhu Nanji's red lips between the sword's roars. Shameless, shameless, touching my husband, unforgivable, never forgive. Looking at Zhu Nanji, who was almost suicidal in her attack, Mu Qingyu's always cold heart rippled. Originally, she had been keeping her strength, after all, letting a bit of her senior brother's false maiden, and her senior brother would surely be grateful to her. C0M. But Zhu Nanji's was also too aggressive. It's only a woman who was falsely married to senior brother. What gives you the right to take senior brother for yourself? I'm still senior brother's senior sister, and I didn't even say that you snatched senior brother, but she still feels justified? Taking a step back, if you and senior brother are married, and I am senior brother's senior sister, am I not still your senior sister? Especially since this stinky girl's cultivation and sword Tao were inferior to her own. What could she fight with herself? Mu Qingyu's long silver white hair fluttered as the sword chi of the boundary-breaking realm of intent exploded in full force, suddenly forming a sword domain like a world of ice and snow, colliding with Zhu Nanji's emotionless Tao domain. The sky was filled with sword chi like a curtain of water rolling backward, and a heavy, blunt-like strike vibrated. The sword domain and the Tao domain were like 2 gigantic grinding wheels, and the sound was sharp and piercing to the ears. Zhu Nanji, who was filled with the idea of her sangong being touched, would only open her mouth to pressure Mu Qingyu when she couldn't restrain her emotions. And more often than not, it was just a desperate fight knowing the gap in realms. And Mu Qingyue is even more silent in nature. Negative emotions are vented out with the Chao Mu in her hand. One is cool and talkative. The other is cold and reticent. And the immortal swords in each other's hands are their will. The frosty sword light lit up. Mu Qingyue, who had taken the initiative to withdraw some of her sword domain, waited expressionlessly until Zhu Nanji was approaching and then cleaved a radiant arc. Zhu Nanji's dark green hair flew as Mu Qingyu's sword chi came from all directions. But even so, she thought that she couldn't be in a sorry state in front of her husband. Closing her eyes, she used her left hand to pinch her knob. Her body's spiritual energy was like a rushing sea, suddenly raising several times, the moment she closed her eyes and then opened them again. Her already blue eyes seemed to have a cloudy blue aura bursting out, instantly washing away quite a lot of Mu Qingyu's sword splendor. With his left hand, he wiped the sword with his sword finger, and then he stabbed out, prompting the mind-body unity of the immaculate immortal body. As it washed away quite a bit of Mu Qingyu's sword splendor, Zhu Nanji erupted with a Zhan Ming that was several times more abundant than the previous one, lighting up like a horn breaking through the air, reflecting the moon in the clear wind, refining the heart. Sunran sword chi chills came to the bone. Mu Qingyue was self-aware of the sharpness that this sword brought to her sea of consciousness and body. I wasn't even this hostile when my sister-in-law took advantage of senior brother. This woman has only been with senior brother for over a year. What makes her so hostile? As Mu Qingyue pondered, she swung out her sword. Although it was fancy-free, the frost-flying snow vision rolled out along with the blade. When the two swords crossed, Mu Qingyue's figure whistled and moved, like a white crane hovering. Zhu Nanji, who had stopped in place, tilted his head 45 degrees to look askance over, and for the first time, he revealed a smile to Mu Qingyue, a sickly smile with ghostly eyes. Mu Jianxian, why are you hiding? Zhu Nanji slowly turned around, the tip of her sword pointing remotely in Mu Qingyue's direction. The back of her hand holding the hilt of the sword was lightly filled with blood, but she ignored it, and in her line of sight, a strand of silver-white hair in mid-air was stirred up by the sword energy. At this moment, Zhu Nanji was surrounded by the forgotten love Dao and wild wave sword chi that flowed out of himself. Streaming clouds in the sky rolled and roared like boiling water, and Zhu Nanji, with a morose expression, looked at Mu Qingyue, who had been silent, and was about to switch his sword to rise again. Nani, that's enough. Zhu Nanji turned a deaf ear to her master's voice. But, alas Nanji, do you want Lu, your husband, to see this side of you? Chapter 76, A Sick Girl's Offense is Strong. Alas Nanji, do you want Lu, your husband, to see this side of you? Master Xiaoyingyu's voice ringing in his ears once again caused Zhu Nanji's body to lurch, and the forgetfulness Dao and sword chi lingering around his body quickly collected. Crossing the sword in front of him, Zhu Nanji looked at Zhanming, whose body was snow-white but showed a light blue luster under the effect of spiritual power. The sword that was glowing with a lingering sword aura reflected her expression at the moment, and she couldn't help but remember the night when her husband wanted to refine himself into a sword spirit. His own expression at the moment was even more moving than the Sagittarius expression at the time. Zhu Nanji's eyes slightly narrowed, and she suddenly felt a bit grateful at her master's reminder. I am glad that I did not speak too much just now, and the change in my demeanor is not too big. Otherwise, I would definitely scare my husband. She didn't want Sango to be frightened at all. After all, Sango still didn't know what she was trying to do by poisoning him in the first place. The Sagittarius who had been detoxified would lower his guard, but if the Sagittarius knew that he wanted to refine him into a sword spirit as well, he would definitely be on guard at all times. In that case, one would no longer be able to refine the Sagittarius into a sword spirit. With Sagittarius, one can only be gentle and adopt a subtle approach to get him to let down his guard. With this in mind, Zhu Nanji recruited back to the scabbard and collected Zhanming into the sheath. The wound on the back of his hand had already healed due to the properties of the unsullied immortal body, leaving no scars. Zhu Nanji glanced at Mu Qingyue, who was dressed in white but using an odd black sword, and let out a soft grunt from the tip of her nose as she returned to the ground. Mu Qingyue didn't know the reason why Zhu Nanji suddenly withdrew her hand, but she didn't bother to think about it, and similarly sheathed her sword and returned to the ground after. I have long admired the great name of the sword immortal, and today I can't help but ask for advice, and I'm willing to bow down. Zhu Nanji, who was holding the sword in her left hand, tilted her head slightly. The morning breeze blew a few strands of hair from her forehead, which part of her under the sunlight still had the coldness of a moment ago. With a gentle smile on her face, she made a bow towards Mu Qingyue. Many thanks to senior sister for being merciful for the sake of Sagittarius. The words fell just to the ground. Mu Qingyue could not help but grip the scabbard in her hand, the hem of her clothes fluttering as if it were a winter moon flying snow. Can't help it? Giving in? Thank you, sister, for Sangho's sake? The colder Mu Qingyue's expression became. Zhu Nanji's words were almost as if she had admitted her senior brother's relationship with her. It's more like saying, I'm your senior's wife, so you can't lay your hands on a man with a family. Mu Qingyue pursed her cherry lips. Clearly she wanted her senior brother to be grateful for her mercy. But from Zhu Nanji's mouth it all changed flavor. She could see the smile on Zhu Nanji's face, so her heart grew more and more irritated. How did the forgotten love road of Qingmiao Palace cultivate such a shameless little? If I hadn't been merciful, do you think you'd only have one wound on your body? At this moment, Mu Qingyue really wants to use the scabbard to ruthlessly whip this shameless woman a few times. Not far away, Xiaoyinru was slightly surprised to look at Zhu Nanji. His own one-handedly brought up the good disciple in the period of hard cultivation has read some of the imperial dynasty's secret history of palace fighting. Surprisingly, they know how to back down. It's so nice, Zhao Shiai's muttered with an excited face. Why did it stop all of a sudden? The pro-disciples next to him immediately gave him a sidelong glance, thinking that if you have the ability to raise your voice even higher, let's see how eldest senior brother will cut you. Zhao Shiai's ignored the interest in their eyes as he watched the scene of the martial arts fight turning into a civil fight. The two women taunting each other is also very interesting to watch, especially when they are still fighting over their eldest brother. It's more interesting to watch and listen to than the dance music in a greenhouse. It's just that eldest senior brother has been in seclusion for so long. When did he hook up with the holy maiden of Qingmiao Palace? And it seems like Uncle Pei knows about this. Otherwise he wouldn't have hidden it from eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother doesn't know Zhu Nanji's identity? Then what is the significance of Uncle Pei's concealment? Afraid of eldest brother running off to Qingmiao Palace or worried about senior sister Mu killing her way to Qingmiao Palace? Never mind. This kind of thing doesn't matter. Zhao Shiai's, who clasped his hands, looked at Lu Jinan with an expectant face, and did not expect his eldest brother to marry behind the back of Sister Mu. What should you do about it? Elder brother? Lu Jinan was not too flustered at this time, although he was also a bit surprised why Nanji had stopped. But what surprised him more was that Nanji's aggressiveness with her mouth wasn't the least bit weak either. How can the silent senior sister be a match? Adhering to the concept of balance, Lu Jingan moved one step across the room to Mu Qingyue's body and was about to open his mouth. Poof! Zhu Nanji's face suddenly changed back to a cold look of humming, twisted his head not to look at Lu Jinan. At this moment, she was exactly the same as when she had just gotten off the flying boat, a clear and cold holy maiden of the clear mist palace. If I act like this, Sagittarius should be even more eager to rip off my clothes and ruthlessly bully the disobedient maiden saintess, right? Zhu Nanji, who narrowed her eyes slightly, thought pleasantly, but she didn't know that Lu Jinan, despite his surprise, was quite happy to keep quiet. After all, once you open your mouth, this side of the coaxing the other side also have to coax, so back and forth can be too tired. Come, it would be better for the two to separate and coax one before the other. As for Nanji ignoring herself, at the moment although Lu Jinan did not know what she was playing, she was not worried, not to mention Zhu Nanji's overly aggressive behavior towards her senior sister just now. Besides, he also knew well what kind of character Zhu Nanji had, so he just assumed that Nanji was just jealous because of her senior sister at the moment. Lu Jinan didn't move as he took a step to Zhang Suqin's side and made a bow towards Xiao Inruo. I have met Palace Master Xiao. For now, let's first settle the cadre of people in Qingmiao Palace for the first time. Xiao Inruo sized up this pig that took his precious disciple's body and took away his disciple's heart. Indeed, it was more one-dimensional than in the portrait, but it wasn't to the extent that it was loved by everyone. Right into Nani's heart? No need to be polite, because Nanji was present. Xiao Inruo didn't put on this face, but directly tried to give Nanji a proper name. Since you are Nanji's husband, you have to take responsibility for her properly. Do you understand? Lu Jinan put his hands down and looked calmly at Xiao Inruo. There are too many contingencies in this matter. I have an agreement with Nanji. She and I will handle this matter. Xiao Inruo's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice a few points colder. Can't see Nanji? Feeling the invisible pressure from Xiao Inruo, Lu Jinan's voice remained calm. Children and grandchildren will always be blessed. Why does senior need to intervene in everything? I've heard that senior's path is not the path of forgetfulness of children. So you don't understand. Xiao Inruo, who was listening to Lu Jinan's voice, suddenly understood a little why Nanji was looking at Lu Jinan. All quite good at despising themselves as old women are. He. Xiao Inruo let out a light laugh. This palace is both Nanji's master and also counts as her mother. Do you think that if you say this palace will? Before the words left his mouth, a voice coming from Tai Chu Peak directly interrupted Xiao Inruo's voice. My disciple has already made it clear, so don't lean on your old age and come talk to me if you have anything to say. Chapter 77. Can I not hold back as a senior sister? As Pei Oyu's voice fell, Xiao Inruo's originally breezy expression changed slightly. Looking up in the direction of Taichu Peak, she snorted coldly. No need for you to say that. This palace will go find you. Lu Jinan looked at Xiao Inruo with some curiosity. Can make this Qingmiao Palace's palace master have such big mood swings? What kind of strife has master and her had? Just as he was thinking about it, Xiao Inruo slapped the gift invitation towards Lu Jinan. Lu Jinan hastily reached out to catch it, and then he saw Xiao Inruo turn his head and said to the vice palace masters and elders under the door, "You guys go and rest first." Then he spoke to Zhu Nanji. "Follow me." Not going. Zhu Nanji looked at her master and thought, "It's not easy to see my husband. I'm not going to follow you, unless Sengho goes too." Xiao Inruo quickly walked a few steps to Zhu Nanji's face. He doesn't even treat you as his mother, and you still turn towards him? Zhu Nanji glanced at Lu Jinan. This is our agreement. Xiao Inruo took a deep breath. What kind of cabbage had he raised? From the fog that learned everything she naturally know Lu Jinan and Nanji between is not even worship false marriage, but is such a false marriage. This watery cabbage to turn outward into this? After calming down a bit she lowered her voice. Follow me to find Pei Oyu, and give you and Lu Jinan a name also unwilling? At those words, Zhu Nanji's eyes suddenly lit up, but she pressed back the impulse after glancing at Lu Jinan. After the farewell of Nanjua domain, before cultivating the feelings of the Sangha towards her, going to the Sangha's master like this directly would not add to the Sangha's boredom in vain? One's advantage over Sangha is so great, how can one fall behind because of one wrong step? So Zhu Nanji once again rejected Xiao Inruo. Master, our young people's affairs will be taken care of on our own, so you don't have to bother. I know you're doing me a favor, Master, but only what you get is yours, right? You. Xiao Inruo felt that sooner or later she would be exasperated by this disciple, so she directly whisked her sleeve away. As you wish. This palace doesn't care. Although the other people of Qingmiao Palace were curious that the Holy Maiden had hooked up with the Wan Dao Sect's senior brother, but seeing that the palace master had left, how could they dare to ask more questions? After all, the Holy Maiden was raised by the palace master. The palace master could only be helpless if he was angry at the Holy Maiden again, but to them, the palace master was quite harsh when he should reprimand them, and so could only reluctantly leave the good show scene under the hospitality of the elders of the Wan Dao sect, except for Nanji's personal little maid, Han Yu. C0M. Zhao Shiai's on the side couldn't help but touch Jiang Wuya with his elbow. Will Uncle Pei and Palace Master Shao fight over their respective disciples? I really want to go to Taichu Peak to take a look. Jiang Wuya cast a sidelong glance at his senior brother. Even if Uncle Pei and Palace Master Shao fought, the slightest bit of pressure released would be able to kill you. Don't you want to die? It's also. Zhao Shiai's looked towards Lu Jinan with a hesitant expression. It seems that before, eldest senior brother wasn't in seclusion, but rather, he went out to practice without our knowledge. Nonsense. Guanwen gave third senior brother a blank look. No one present was a fool and could naturally guess the cause and effect. Eldest brother went out to practice, and happened to meet the red dust refining heart of the Qingmiao Palace Virgin Zhu Nanji, and then they were married to her, and spent more than a year with each other. Eldest senior brother obviously has senior sister Mu. Guanwen muttered. Why do you still need to marry sacred Lady Zhu? Eldest brother is also a man. Zhao Shiai's muttered. Then added. But it's also true that with eldest brother's nature and strength he shouldn't have promised to wish the Holy Maiden. Right. Guanwen nodded. Even if Shu Sacred Maiden's red dust refining heart went for childish love and chose eldest brother wouldn't have gone along with her. It's always unlikely that he was coerced, isn't it? You think it's possible? Zhang Wuya let out a laugh. She has the strength to coerce eldest brother? Now Shu Sacred Maiden's cultivation is also no match for elder brother, and even more so a year ago, it is impossible for elder brother to be coerced. But since this is the case, Guanwen spoke hesitantly, and Zhao Shiai's took over directly, so eldest brother is also seeing color, right? Guanwen cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Shiai's. You think they're all like you? There must be some sort of reason for it. Zhao Shiai shrugged his shoulders and didn't say much. Anyway, he wanted to be a bystander. This kind of jealousy fight can be too interesting when it happens to the eldest brother who was bent on cultivating towards immortality. At this time, Jiang Wuya spoke in a whisper with a measured tone. Is it true that senior sister Mu has the lower hand now? It's remarkable that second senior brother was able to discover this. Guanwen smiled and quickly touched him with her elbow. Worthy of a compliment. Jiang Wuya glared at her and was about to open his mouth when he heard the fourth senior sister say in an even lower voice. But don't worry, senior sister Mu hasn't lost yet. Yes? Zhao Shiais came over and asked. Senior sister Mu still has preparations? Guanwen pointed at Lu Jinan. You'll find out soon enough. Lu Jinan was not concerned about the high or low whispers of his senior brothers and sisters. After all, his own shura had just begun and was far from over. With the gift invitation in hand, he came to a table not far away, and after taking his seat, he was ready to begin transcribing the congratulatory gift above. Ever since Zheng Donglu took the position of patriarch, the Wan Dao sect never read out the congratulatory gifts on the gift invitations in public, but only had them transcribed and recorded so that they could be returned later. Lu Jinan, who was thinking about how to mediate the relationship between his senior sister and Nanji, had just picked up the brush before realizing that he hadn't yet made any ink today. By rights it should be ready. Just thinking about it, the side will be more a touch of coolness. Turn your head to see. The temperament of the high and cold sister gently rolled up the cuffs, quietly took the inkstone, began to study ink. The corner of Guanwen's mouth lifted into a smile as she watched the scene. Senior sister Mu obviously knew about the identity of the blessed sacred maiden beforehand, just like Uncle Pei, so she was well prepared. Senior sister Guan, I'll help senior brother with his ink research tomorrow. Thinking about the greeting that senior sister Mu had given in advance, Guanwen's smile grew a little thicker. Senior sister Mu really did have a fondness for eldest senior brother, and eldest senior brother hadn't even noticed it all along? She twisted her head to look at the frosty-faced Junanji. What would the holy maiden of Qingmiao Palace do next? Guanwen thought with some anticipation, not so much wanting to see a fight, but a palace fight. A palace fight between a cool holy maiden and a tall cold sword fairy must be interesting. And can big brother take hold? Lu Jinan looked at his senior sister's side face and spoke softly. Thank you, it should. And the mercy just now. Lu Jinan added. You're welcome. Mu Qingyue seemed to turn her head to Zhu Nanji and spoke. Senior brother's friend is not very old. His temper is not small. I as a senior sister. Her voice lurched as she squeezed a few points of the ink bar tightly. Can you not hold back? Chapter 78 Contrast is also a great source of color. Can you not hold back? Mu Qingyue. whose slender fingers pinched the ink strip tightly, slightly lowered her head. Obviously her voice line was still icy cold, but it seemed to give a feeling of aggrieved. Sister will be aggrieved? Naturally, it won't. But when Mu Jianxian, who was always high and cold and didn't express her emotions easily, showed her aggrieved side, it was inevitable that people would feel heartbroken. Lu Jinan was no exception. After all, he had known Mu Qingyue when he was 10 years old, and although he didn't quite understand his senior sister's heart, he still knew a little about her character. But even if he knew that 7 out of 10 of elder sister's aggravation was feigned, he would soften his heart when the high and cold sword immortal aggravated, because contrast is a great source of charm. Lu Jinan was about to reach out and pinch her cold little hand and comfort her, but Mu Qingyue pretended that nothing had happened and passed the ink-dipped quill to him with both hands gently resting on it. Elder brother. Right first. Lu Jinan reached out and took the brush in her hand, his mind a little complicated. He had originally thought that his silent senior sister would not be a match for Nanji in a dark fight, but he had not expected that she would be quite skillful as well. Master taught her that? Or where did you learn it? Lu Jinan is not good to talk too much, can only ambush to transcribe the list of gift invitations from the Qingmiao Palace. The corners of Mu Qinyue's mouth quickly lifted into a small smile, which quickly disappeared again. Interrupting his senior brother's voice would have made his soft heart last longer. She once again twisted her head to seemingly look at Zhu Nanji, then leaned closer to Lu Jinan and spoke in a low voice. I'll help senior brother check for typos. Lu Jinan glanced at the black cloth covering her eyes and didn't say anything. Thus, to others, Lu Jingan and Mu Qingyue looked like a close-knit Dao couple. The rest of the disciples of the Wan Dao sect had long thought so. But in the atmosphere of the moment, there was such an unspoken sense of weirdness. Eldest brother must be sitting on pins and needles right now. Zhao Shiais rubbed his hands together and Jiang Woya frowned. Why? Zhao Shiais choked and said to Guanwen, explain yourself, senior sister. Saying that, he moved aside without a trace. After all, it would be too disturbing to be disturbed when seeing the exciting part of the good show. Sacred Lady Lord. Sacred Lady Lord. Containing misty face at this time struggled to pull Zhu Nanji's wrist. Can't be impulsive. This is the Wan Dao sect. I know. Zhu Nanji glanced back at Hanyu. Of course she knew exactly what the consequences of continuing to be a demon would be. Not only do you lose your own face, but also the face of your husband. Losing one's own face is not a problem, but one cannot lose the face of one's husband. There are so many Wan Dao sect's personal disciples here. What if they think that one's husband's vision, who is the eldest senior brother, is not good? Earlier in Mu Qingyue hands is found its other women contact phase male impulse. Everyone can understand, but has been making fun of it is not good. Eldest senior brother has such poor eyesight. To look at such a woman who is such a workhorse, Zhu Nanji will never allow this to happen. Hanyu looked at the holy maiden Sama's frosty expression and asked uncertainly, really? Really? Zhu Nanji smiled slightly. I'm not a fool. Oh. Hanyu let go of the holy lady lord's wrist and glared at Lu Jinan slyly. It's all because of this guy, who obviously has a senior sister in the clan and even hooked up with the holy lady lord. Although she was clear that it wasn't all Lu Jinan's fault. She was the sword servant of the holy maiden, so she naturally had to stand firmly on the holy maiden's side. Nu Penjing. Looking at the holy maiden lord's back, the skittish Hanyu took a look at the rest of the Wan Dao sect. In fact, she was a little glad when she learned of Luan's true identity. In case he was really refined into a sword spirit by the holy maiden lord, such a huge two forces fighting would be another bloodbath in the immortal cultivation world, because countless forces absolutely did not miss this opportunity to take advantage of the opportunity to reshuffle the deck. Although it's now narrowed down from two major forces to two major forces of the younger generation of the Holy Maiden and the Sword Immortal competing with each other. Well, all men are philandering, and the Wan Dao sect's eldest senior brother is no exception. Hanyu thought angrily, having already quietly prepared a summoning compass, in case there were any more changes. The first time to let the palace master come over, Zhu Nanji didn't go over directly, but first politely asked Guanwen for a chair before moving it to sit on the other side of the Sagittarius. While still wanting to maintain the image of a cool saintly woman, there was no rush for this moment. Taking a look at the fruit plate on the tabletop that hadn't been touched yet, she reached out and brought it to her, then picked out a grape and peeled the skin to Lu Jinan's mouth. Xiang, just about to open his mouth, thinking of the agreement with Xiang Gong in the Nanhwa domain, Zhu Nanji changed his mouth. Elder brother Jinan, eat a grape to quench your thirst. Lu Jinan looked at Zhu Nanji with a gentle smile on her face, and didn't refuse to open her mouth to suck in the grapes. Feeling the warm and soft fingertips that Zhu Nanji had deliberately allowed her lips to touch, Lu Jinan couldn't help but glance at his senior sister. It wasn't because senior sister was colder, but because senior sister appeared to be looking at Zhu Nanji's fingers. Envious? Not for you. Zhu Nanji grunted lightly while protecting the fruit plate with one hand. then picked up another strawberry with her finger and sent the tip of the strawberry into Lu Jinan's mouth, then sent the remaining half of the strawberry with her fingertip into her own slightly open cherry lips before picking at the other fruits. Mu Qingyue kept looking at Zhu Nanji's fingers. Master's drool. Mu Qingyue thought silently. Her fingers couldn't help but clench a few points, but she wasn't impulsive enough to grab the fruit plate, because she knew that Zhu Nanji had already caved with her senior brother, and because Zhu Nanji had gotten everything she wanted from her senior brother. She subconsciously had a high level of tolerance for these small details of Zhu Nanji's. Nanji is a clear and cold sickly girl, and senior sister is a high and cold demented girl. Lu Jinan silently analyzed. After all, he hadn't lost his own profane pants in the year and a half he had been in Nanjue domain. Unable to help it, Lu Jinan thought of another famous saying, contrast is also a great source of color. While thinking so, Lu Jinan suddenly felt more cold and soft touch on his right thigh, and his senior sister's left hand kneaded on his thigh. The long table didn't have a tablecloth, so Zhu Nanji could see it clearly. Zhu Nanji's blue eyes narrowed slightly, and after sending the grapes into Lu Jinan's mouth again, he suddenly pulled over Mu Qingyue's left hand, and disregarded the fact that Mu Qingyue was completely leaning on her husband's arms at this time to roll up her sleeves. The guardian sand is striking. Zhu Nanji let go of Mu Qingyue's hand. Not that this woman took away her Sungha's first time. As for Xiangong's teacher Pei Owen, she is even less worried. It is hard not to believe that great cultivator of the divine prosperity realm can still do things that are contrary to the morals of the teacher. It's not like the Wandao sect is the harmony sect. Ha! Zhu Nanji hummed lightly and spoke in a voice that only the three could hear. Senior sister Mu, you can only touch it. The saint girl's mockery was sharp, after spending so much time with Xiang, Jinan's senior brother without sleeping together. It's really useless. Iman's senior brother slept with me for half a year, every day except for menstruation. Oh. Chapter 79, the possessive desire of a sickly girl is both an advantage, and the same. Zhu Nanji's attacks didn't stop. Come. Still with only 3 people can hear the voice continue to speak, and I tightly accommodate all of the Sagittarius, but also did not waste a little bit of. I'm suddenly a little curious as to what Sister Mu has been doing all these years. As she spoke, Zhu Nanji secretly glanced at Lu Jinan who was concentrating on transcribing the gift certificates, and her heart wasn't panicked in the slightest. She kept her attacks manageable. And while Sagittarius was outstanding, he was still a man, so surely Sungha won't get tired of this level of jealousy. Then by attacking Mu Qingyue on this basis, it might be possible to make this world-famous high-cooled female sword immortal break her defense. It's best to break the defense to the point of whisking away. Senior sister Mu. Zhu Nanji leaned her body against Sungha's shoulder so that Sungha could feel the warmth and softness under his clothes that he hadn't touched for over a month. Do you know how magnanimous Sungha is? Listening to Zhu Nanji's voice, Mu Qingyue, who had silently rolled down her cuffs, had the heart to fling out a pair of her senior brother's blasphemous pants for her to see, but she held back. After all, if Shidoshi knew about it, there would be no way to steal it and treasure it anymore. So this matter cannot be exposed yet, so ignore it is good. Anyway, I have long known that the senior brother in Zhu Nanji caved this matter. After so many days have been able to do peace of mind. Seeing that Mu Qingyue did not waver in the slightest and was playing with the ink bar, Zhu Nanji's blue eyes turned, and in a sweet and shy voice, she whispered to Lu Jinan, Jinan senior brother, I can't forget the night I played with ice and fire. I can't forget the night I played with ice and fire. People clearly remember. This an elder brother while teasing people, while warm voice, and then icy slowly advance when, click, Mu Qingyue directly crushed the ink strip in her hand, and the darkened bits of ink splashed on her pure white dress. She could tolerate the fact that her senior brother had caved with Zhu Nanji, but she couldn't tolerate Zhu Nanji telling all the details. Just listening to it, that image seemed to unfold in front of her eyes, making Mu Qingyue feel doubly annoyed. Zhu Nanji timely no longer continue, because it is in front of the face of her husband to say these boudoir interesting things, so her cheeks flushed red. She is also a little shy, but it works well, not only to Mu Jianxian, but also to Sungha. Zhu Nanji, who glanced downward, had a moist light in her eyes, and she exhaled as if she were orchids as she got closer to Lu Jinan. Senior brother Jinan also misses me. Her right hand gently pasted onto the root of Lu Jinan's thigh, her warm and soft fingertips like a cat's claws, not lightly contracting and lightly scratching, followed by her white and pink nails picking over the arching hem of her coat seemingly without thinking, lightly smiling. Lu Jinan's nostrils were slightly anxious. Since he returned to the clan his fixation was not as good as before, plus the shallow molestation of his master and senior sister, the desire has accumulated quite a lot since, especially in the past 2 days. He also really wanted to be able to eat a completely bottomless Nanji, so Nanji only teased with words, and his cerebellum was not controlled by his brain. Nanji. Lu Jinan sank his voice and grabbed Nanji's hand. Stop it. I listened to senior brother Jinan. Junanji tilted her head slightly, the longing in her eyes not hidden at all. Then she clasped Lu Jinan's big hand with her backhand, and tilted her head to look at Mu Qingyue. Senior sister Mu is a noble sword immortal, and she can't even control the force? Mu Qingyue slightly loosened her hand. The crumbs of the ink strip on her fingertips spilled onto the desktop. She still didn't take out her blasphemous pants, but sidestepping her body she stretched out her white hands towards Junanji. The two forefingers compared the length, and the thumb and forefinger of the left hand compared the width. Is it right? Mu Qingyue's voice grew colder. I measured it with my own hands. The smile on Junanji's face disappeared, and the juice of a strawberry cupped in her hand splashed equally on her light blue dress, because she didn't hold it. In the 6 months that I have been in the same room with my husband, every night I have brought my husband to bed by myself, and then undressed and pressed on by him, night after night. So there was only one way for her to learn about Sunbi's magnanimity. Junanji of course wanted to know more about her husband in various ways, but she couldn't do anything if he didn't cooperate. So at this moment, when she heard that Mu Qingyue had actually measured it with her own hands, she was instantly annoyed. She hasn't even used her own hands yet. What gives her the right? Junanji's breath was shortened in a moment, and his blue pupils were full of stern jealousy. And feels Junanji cannibalistic line of sight. Mu Qingyue heart is even more surprised. This woman is clearly eaten senior brother. Their own is just senior brother. How you still jealous of me? What's going on in this woman's head? But strange as it is, Mu Qingyue did not let go of this opportunity to speak in a cold voice. In a hurry? She continued to hold her fingers in a false grip. Roots are delicious and clean eating. As she spoke, she stretched out her pink tongue and licked between her lips, as if she wanted to let Junanji know how engrossed she was at that moment. Junanji's gaze was even more fierce. He hadn't tasted it himself. Feeling the surging aura from Junanji like waves, Mu Qingyue's eyebrows slightly knit. The invisible sword intent and Junanji's Dao domain have already clashed in a silent place. Mu Qingyue still couldn't understand why Junanji was so angry, but no matter what, it was the other party who was furious at the moment. Thinking about it, Mu Qingyue's mouth corner hooked up a hint of a smile as she placed her right hand on Lu Jinan's belly position, hesitating for a moment just when she wanted to follow Junanji's detailed description just now. She sensed Junanji stretching out her left hand to hold the Zhanming scabbard on the side. Want to fight again? Mu Qingyue's slightly converged smile, but then heard Junanji loosened the scabbard. And then is the sound of sniffling. Crying? Junanji didn't cry. Only her eyes were a little red. She was about to draw her sword again, but she resisted the urge and decided to go another way. But way is way. And she's also really hard to commiserate with. With red eyes, she slightly lowered her head and leaned against Lu Jinan's shoulder, squeezing his left hand with both hands without saying a word. Mu Qingyue pursed her cherry lips lightly, unable to tell if Junanji was really crying or faking. Judging from the previous series of aggressiveness, Junanji was not of such a nature to be right. And, I'm not even this aggravated because you ate senior brother. Mu Qingyue's shell teeth lightly bit her lower lip, and it was not good to say anything else. She felt her senior brother's big hand holding her cold hand. Her expression was slightly stunned. Following that, he felt his senior brother write the word all right on his palm. Mu Qingyue gave a sound. She could see her senior brother smiling towards her as she looked at Junanji, and without speaking, she cleaned up the remnants of the ink strips on the desktop. Lu Jinan tilted his head to look at Junanji, and I felt sorry for the clear and cold sane girl's red eyes. Sister doesn't understand why Nani is aggravated because she doesn't know that Nani is sickly. But he knew it all. The possessive nature of the sickly girl was both a strength and a weakness at the same time. He took out the handkerchief she had given her before Nanjerwick parted and which he had kept for himself, then wiped the somewhat sticky strawberry juice from her hand. I'm sorry. Junanji looked at the handkerchief, then looked up at the side of his face, then the water cloud crown he wore on his head. She spoke in a small voice. Is Sunda apologizing for senior sister Mu? Chapter 80, Sick Girl Whispering. Iman silent. Sister hustle. Is Sunda apologizing for senior sister Mu? No. Lu Jinan put away his handkerchief, following which he pinched a spell to clean off the strawberry juice from Junanji's shirt. Nanji being almost angry to the point of crying by her senior sister was something unexpected, but Lu Jinan felt that it was a good opportunity. Say something honestly when she is sad and aggravated inside. Lu Jinan closed the red gift invitation laid out on the table and continued. I've kept a lot of things from you, and I'm apologizing for that. After a pause, he added. I met elder sister when I was 10 years old. She's considered my childhood friend and a very important person to me. Some other feelings cannot be hidden from Sicko, because if they are hidden, Sicko's aggression will extend from other people of the same sex to the preferred opposite sex, indiscriminate aggression on the premise of possession. Therefore, it was necessary to take the initiative to confess the existence of the senior sister, because the senior sister had the identity of childhood friend. thus allowing Zhu Nanji to deepen the impression that she was later than the senior sister. Based on this, the issue of conflict could be placed temporarily, and then an opportunity could be found to groom Nani into a worshipful sickly girl. And as early as before Nanjua domain parted, Lu Jinan had buried the seed of family master as female, so he was not worried that Nanji, who had been prepared inwardly, would overreact at this point. You also know that will be the relationship between the two of us. Lu Jinan looked deeply at Zhu Nanji, as if he was talking about each other. Point under the bag and the gun smeared with poison. Zhu Nanji's eyes wandered not to look at him, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. Even now, she could rejoice in the heart-to-heart with her Sagittarius. Lu Jinan retracted his gaze and closed the transcribed Qingmiao Palace gift list and put it away. Continuing, I have always been wary of your kindness, so I hid my name, and I also hid a lot of things, and I apologize for those things. He didn't directly say I like you too, but he did say I'm not indifferent to you, because he had to show weakness and be honest. And even though he hadn't gone too deep with his senior sister yet, he had to act as if he had a senior sister at home, and he's still going deep with you. Although the beginning of Nanjua domain getting along was because of Zhu Nanji's initiative, but at this time to take over part of this responsibility, he would confess some of his thoughts about them after taking them over, so that both Nanji and his elder sister would have a bottom in their hearts. He was sure Nani could listen, because Miney, who was not in her sickly state, is gentle and virtuous and willing to do anything for you. There was a small moment of silence before Lu Jinan continued. I'm treating you with a small man's heart, but I remember all your goodness. It's just that senior sister and I are childhood sweethearts. He intentionally paused, not only to confess to Nanji about senior sister, but also to let senior sister hear his thoughts. For bringing about harmony between the Holy Maiden and the Sword Fairy is something that requires common understanding and effort, and it is not enough to consider only one side. So he intentionally paused, wanting to let Nani think for herself about the weight of the words childhood friend. Without pausing for too long, he was about to continue speaking, but Zhu Nanji hastily reached out to cover his mouth, because she didn't want to hear about Sungda and his senior sister. Sungda, don't talk about it. My concubine knows what you're going to say. Listening to Zhu Nanji's voice, Lu Jinan heart some relief. Nanji sickly is sickly a little, but she is smart, can guess that he wants to confess. Come. Lu Jinan twisted his head toward her with a gentle smile. Zhu Nanji looked at her husband's smiling face in a daze. Her thoughts complicated. Of course she knew clearly that everything she did to Sungda in Nanjua domain was wishful thinking, because she really liked Sungda. First of all, I liked the Sangong's appearance. Then I liked the Sangong's self-discipline to practice in the morning in rain or shine. Then I liked the Sangong's determination not to be tempted by 1,000 charming themselves. And finally what? It just so happens that the lookalike can still hit his heart every time, and like it even more. And during this time, his own desire to refine Sagittarius into a sword spirit grew stronger and stronger. In the end, it was her own plotting in the beginning. She knew that her thoughts were wrong, but it was all based on her love for her husband. So what was wrong with it? However, now that his husband said that it was all his fault, Zhu Nanji's heart became a little uncomfortable. Sungda loves and cares for me, or else he wouldn't say such things. Zhu Nanji glanced at Mu Qingyue, thinking that although Shangong and Mu Jianxian are not Dao couples, they are also childhood sweethearts in Shangong's mouth. Zhu Nanji frowned slightly. Why did the Sungda emphasize on childhood sweethearts several times? Is there any deep meaning in it? She recalled the scene in the South Shui domain where Sagittarius wanted to refine himself into a sword spirit. Since the Sungda is not following the path of forgetfulness, why didn't you bring me straight back, but instead tried to refine me into a sword spirit? The Wan Dao sect's famous sect, the leader of the human race. What reason does Sangong have for not daring to bring me back directly? Is it because of Mu Jianxian? But she was merciful just now. She's still a nice person. Wait, Mu Jianxian is Senior Pei's daughter. If Senior Pei has a bad temperament and has to let Shangong and Senior Sister be together, if that's the case, then only then would Sangong not dare to reject the Mu Jianxian and only refine me into a sword spirit. My husband likes me, but there's pressure from Elder Pei, so that's why he's thinking of refining me into a sword spirit in order to achieve the goal of being able to be with me. And in that case, Elder Pei won't be able to say anything. Is that right? Zhu Nanji, the more he thinks the more he feels reasonable, and the more he thinks and will feel that Shangong said that he cares about Mu Jianxian. Is it because this is the Wan Dao sect, and his master may be paying attention to this place? Elder Pei wants to make the order of elders and matchmaking between Xiangong and her daughter? The thought of this, Zhu Nanji has a kind of clear feeling. No wonder just met with my husband. Although my husband was surprised but not surprised to greet, so you are the Qingmiao Palace sacred daughter. And why would the Sangha still be surprised when their succession to the position of the Holy Maiden was made known to the world? It must have been Sangho's master who made a fuss to keep Sangho from knowing. Thinking of this, Xu Nanji looked at Lu Jinan and said earnestly word by word, Xianggong is right. That's right? Lu Jinan's expression was stunned. I'm confessing to your childhood friend's sister. Ah, you even say I'm right? Is this the kind of speech a sicko should make? Where's your possessiveness? Lu Jinan opened his mouth. Xu Nanji once again reached out to cover his mouth. A shallow smile. Sangong, concubine understand. Sangong right. Lu Jinan's eyes grew complicated, completely confused as to what Nanji's reason for saying this was. Mu Qingyue also turned her head to look at Xu Nanji at this moment, and she seemed to be a bit bewildered under her high-cool exterior. If this woman doesn't care about senior brother's relationship with me, why is her attitude so impulsive? Trying to find out if I can live with her in the same place as master? Is that so? Mu Qingyu bit her lower lip. If this was the case, this Qingmiao Palace sage woman was still weirdly good. For a while, an eerie atmosphere of silence fell over the table. Until the Heavenly Diffusion Pavilion has arrived. Chapter 81 Mu Qingyu doesn't hate Xu Nanji. The Heavenly Diffusion Pavilion has arrived. In the loud voice of the Master of Ceremonies, Lu Jinan moved his chair and stood up. Just took 2 steps and couldn't help but look back at Xu Nanji, who was sitting in her original position. Looking at the cool temperament of her showing a warm and moving smile towards herself, the doubts in Lu Jinan's heart deepened. Is there anything about yourself that you don't understand? How could she say something like, my husband is right? Where's your sickly position? Lu Jinan retracted his gaze. Nanji's abnormal behavior gave him the idea that she was scheming again. The possibilities are great. Lu Jinan silently pondered. Otherwise, how could Nanji, who was so possessive and pathological, say something like your husband is right, which is equivalent to accepting your sister? What could be playing? Looking at the descending flying boat, Lu Jinan temporarily pressed down the vigilance in his heart. After all, now not afraid of Xu Nanji's poisoning, then see the move is. Afterwards, try to deduce it with the great self-contemplation, but they're all at the harmonious Tao realm, so they probably won't deduce too many results. Forget it, I'll play something exciting anyway with the undercard of reverse current time. Lu Jinan let out a light laugh, his heart completely calm. The boat containing the 5 elements of the 8 trigrams of the situation slowly landed, stood on the side of Zhang Suqin, organized the mood of the Lu Jinan looked at the sequential walk out of a silhouette. Calm, regardless of whether they were old, middle-aged or young disciples. They all wore white robes embroidered with strange patterns, which varied from one to another, giving people a mysterious and inexplicable feeling. Taken from the Avenue 50, Tianyan 49, the human recluse 1-foot Tianyan Pavilion is ranked as one of the 5 clans of the human race, is the most specialized in gossip fortune-telling clans. The Heavenly Diffusion Pavilion had the fewest disciples under its doors, but the level of threat to the demon clan was tied with the Wan Dao sect. Their Chiman Dunjia technique had caused the demon race to suffer a lot. Latecomer has met Pavilion Master Shangguan. Zhang Suqin bowed and made a bow, followed by Lu Jinan. The old man on crutches, Shangguan Qizheng, raised his right hand and handed the gift invitation to Lu Jinan before looking in the direction of Tai Peak. That old man doesn't come over personally on his birthday, letting you juniors bask in the sun here. I'll say it properly for you. Zhang Suqin smiled imploringly and invited the group to head to rest without answering. Lu Jinan, on the other hand, looked at the young people after the elders of the Tianyan Pavilion. The young man at the head was sitting in a wheelchair. His face was a little pale, but he could feel a positive aura emanating from him. Brother Lu. Si Shochi revealed a smile as he arched his hand towards Lu Jinan. Long time no see. Lu Jinan returned a salute and spoke. I heard that you were also in seclusion, so I didn't go over to bother you. It's a pity that there's not much progress. Si Shochi shook his head helplessly. Brother Lu is in the middle stage of the harmonization realm. His progress is as fast as ever. Lu Jinan smiled. This time it really is mostly chance. Who would have thought that he had a deeper sense of time and space because he was almost refined into a sword spirit? Such black history should never be mentioned. By chance? Si Shochi came to sit up straight with interest. The Tianyan Pavilion's cultivators were most interested in the word chance, because serendipity most of the time means the unexpected. Eldest senior brother. You can't count. The girl pushing the wheelchair hurriedly said to Si Shochi. Senior brother Lu. I understand. Si Shochi smiled. Brother Lu's life will is not yet something I can calculate. But well. He stared at Lu Jinan's face for a while, pinched his right hand holding the armrest of the wheelchair a few times, and opened his mouth meaningfully. Brother Lu's life has recently violated Peach Blossom but whether it's a blessing or a calamity all depends on Brother Lu's your destiny. It definitely has to be a blessing. Lu Jinan smiled, thinking that he didn't want to experience a calamity like the sword spirit robbery for a second time. Si Shochi twisted his head to look at the 2 figures behind the table, pondering, the immortal sword Janming, forgetfulness Taoism, and Mu Jianxian sitting together as the holy daughter of Qingmiao Palace Xu Nanji. Right? Sitting together? Lu Jinan looked back. Oh, exempt. At this moment Nanji is really sitting with Qingyu, and still Nanji took the initiative to lean over. Looks like she is getting along well with her senior sister. Brother Lu has surprised me again. Si Xiuqi let out a sigh of emotion. The other one would actually be the Qingmiao Palace Holy Maiden. Brother Lu was blessed with deep fortune. Lu Jinan smiled back and said, "Then I'll take your word for it." Si Xiuqi smiled and looked up at the flying boat that had arrived again. "I'll leave Brother Lu alone for now. We'll talk afterward." Lu Jinan made an inviting gesture. "See you afterward." After the other pro-disciples left with the Tianyan Pavilion's people, Lu Jinan accompanied Senior Uncle Zhang to continue receiving the extra guests, because tomorrow was the patriarch's big birthday. The guests of the human race who were far away had all gathered today. With more people, Lu Jinan had more time to entertain, so he put the gift invitations on the table first. Mu Qingyue looked at her senior brother, so she took the brush and helped him transcribe it. Although Zhu Nanji also wanted to help, she didn't forget her status as the holy maiden of Qingmiao Palace, so she didn't act rudely and go to read the gift invitations or help Mu Qingyu. Plus, he couldn't help Sungda entertain, so he had no choice but to do nothing but to prop up his chin and look at the courteous and well-mannered Sungda without blinking. As she watched, joy flooded her azure eyes. Sungda's siblings respect him so much. Sungda has so many friends. Sungda's mannerisms. The smile at the corner of her mouth grew thicker as she took out her drawing utensil and spread it out on half of the table. And then she began to sketch. The Sungda you see today is one you haven't seen in the past, so you can't just keep it in your head. You have to draw it and save it. Containing mist at this time standing in Zhu Nanji's side, looking at the painting of the Holy Virgin adults some surprise. Always feel that the Holy Virgin adults of the painting work has been refined a lot, painted out of the Lu Jinan more lifelike. When did the Holy Maiden practice again? Thinking of this, he saw the famous Mu Jianxian put down the brush in his hand to look at the Holy Maiden Lord's painting. "I draw well, don't I?" Xu Nanji glanced at her and said proudly. "No one is better at drawing Sungha than me." "Senior brother is not your Sungha," Mu Qingyue said indifferently. "You're just fake married." Zhu Nanji was non-committal. A fake marriage is still a marriage. And no matter how much you hate me, you can't change the fact that I've caved in with my husband. Hate the fact that you caved with senior brother. Mu Qingyue's tone still sounded cold. "But don't hate you. Not annoying?" Zhu Nanji blinked. "Really? Aha." Mu Qingyue looked at Zhu Nanji's side face and didn't explain anything more. Even when Zhu Nanji was at her most angry and irritated earlier, she didn't use blind to make a personal attack, so she didn't hate the girl who was a year younger than herself. Zhu Nanji just really likes his senior brother. Chapter 82 Zhu Nanji, see my plan to drive my daughter to swallow her mother. I'm telling you, every day I draw Sagittarius. At least one. Zhu Nanji drew while showing off to Mu Qingyue. I also learned other crafts after returning to Qingmiao Palace. Craft? Mu Qingyue frowned slightly. Was it that area of craftsmanship? Just as he was thinking about it, he saw Zhu Nanji take out a lifelike jade-faceted master brother and set it on the table. Looks good, doesn't it? Carving is actually quite difficult, but it won't stop me from learning it well. Humph, there's also a woodcut, Zhu Nanji said, and then took out another woodcut Lu Jinan, which was placed on the table like a hand puppet by her. She said smugly as she glanced at Mu Qingyu, "This is all the result of liking your husband. The wood carving is fragrant and the jade is crystal clear." Mu Qingyue was a little silent. The disciples of the Wan Dao sect who saw these two artifacts were all a little silent, not shocked by the saint's handiwork, but because of the ingredients. Second senior brother. That's the Daojacking withered dragonwood that only has a chance to be born after the fall of a giant dragon, right? Jiang Wuya was silent. The Daojacking withered dragonwood was able to help a transition stage cultivator block a thunderjacking. It was an extremely precious and exotic treasure. That jade is evergreen stone milk, isn't it? Aha. Jiang Wuya continued to nod. The evergreen stone milk was equally precious as it could prolong the life of harmonious Dao realm cultivators, but such two treasures are used by the Blessed Virgin in this regard. Simply. Mu Qingyue spoke the heartfelt words of a group of pro-disciples. You're so extravagant. Is it extravagant to use it on things related to Sangha? Zhu Nanji tilted her head. Oh, these are all mine. But I didn't seize anyone else's cultivation resources. Mu Qingyue felt that she understood Zhu Nanji more deeply, especially on the matter that she also liked her senior brother. This Qingmiao Palace Holy Maiden's feelings for her senior brother were so deep that they were somewhat abnormal. Of the normal Dao couples who get along normally, who would both luxuriate and not feel like wasting their time doing such a thing? Envious? Zhu Nanji glanced at Lu Jinan and hummed lightly. It's useless to envy. I won't give it to you. Not envious. Mu Qingyue said faintly. I have it too. You can carve too? Zhu Nanji looked at Mu Qingyue. slightly surprised. Let me see what you've carved. Like a pile of icebergs, she's also so obsessed with Sajiri like me? Zhu Nanji suspiciously looked at Mu Qingyue, and heard Mu Qingyue's tone seem to have changed a little. Said, I cannot carve, but I have other treasures of the senior brother. What is it? Zhu Nanji asked, pretending not to care. I'll see how precious it is. It doesn't fit here. Why? Zhu Nanji's heart grew suspicious. I've let you see it. Why don't you let me see it? Inappropriate. Mu Qingyue re-picked up a gift invitation, her heart equally suspicious. Before Zhu Nanji's aggressiveness was still so high. Why was she so friendly now? Thinking of what she just said. My husband is right. I can't help but think that it's not possible that Zhu Nanji is actually quite nice, just as I guessed. Inappropriate? Why is it inappropriate? Zhu Nanji bit her lip. Is it because the treasure is unseen? And it's because it's private? She quietly glanced at the storage space Mu Qingyue wore at her wrist, her heart curious and anxious. But Mu Qingyue said inappropriate, also cannot. I think she just said it wasn't the right place. Not that she wouldn't show it to me. Thinking of this, Zhu Nanji pressed down her anxious mind and whispered, then how about you show it to me in a while when Shanggong finishes his work and returns to Taichu Peak? Mu Qingyue twisted her head to look at Zhu Nanji's classical face that looked sweet with a smile on her face, and after a while, she gently nodded her head and let out a hum. Zhu Nanji might actually be a good person. Thank you. Zhu Nanji's smile grew even more. Turning back to her, she collected the two carvings on the desktop, her azure blue eyes slightly deeper with a few strands of hair in front of her forehead slightly covering them. She felt that Sangong must have been coerced by his master. So in order to change this situation, she would have to start with Mu Qingyue, getting close to Mu Qingyu, then letting her understand that Xianggong doesn't like the order of elders, the words of matchmakers, and then letting Mu Qingyu develop the mentality of competing for Xianggong based on her feelings. And at this time, Mu Qingyue would definitely argue with Elder Pei so that Elder Pei wouldn't force Sungda's betrothal. This will take some time. By the time they had argued over their own plan to drive their daughters to swallow their mothers and had finally had Elder Pei forced to compromise, they themselves had already developed a closer relationship with Sungda. When this yoke of Elder Pei disappeared, Sagittarius would be his own. As for whether Pei's predecessor will go back on his word at that time, let the master help himself out. As the vice-sect leader of the Wandao sect, Pei Oyu definitely cared about Face, so using this to force her to let her husband go would be enough. The dust will settle when Sungda and herself return to Qingmiao Palace. Sagittarius will definitely follow me. If he really has feelings for Mu Qingyue, with Sagittarius's nature, Mu Qingyue's palace guard sand will definitely be gone. Zhu Nanji's mouth corner hooked up a smile. The mood of a lot of happy, she continued to brush painting, from time to time to look at Lu Jinan two eyes, looking away, sometimes suddenly meeting her eyes. Her smile couldn't help but stiffen a bit, because she suddenly remembered her Fall of the Virgin plan. With such a sweet expression on his face right now, will Sungda still have the urge to whip the Qingling holy maiden? Thinking of this, Zhu Nanji, who lowered her head, hurriedly pondered on ways to remedy the situation, and in a short while she had a method. When the sun went up, after Lu Jinan made sure that the foreign guests of the human race and the goodwill human race had all arrived, he walked to the table with a sigh of relief, and was about to open his mouth to take them back to Taichu Peak, when Zhu Nanji stood up with great excitement. First, sire, look at what my concubine just drew. Does it look good? Lu Jinan looked at the portrait. It wasn't that he hadn't seen Nanji's masterpieces, he just felt that her painting had refined a lot more, and he was about to open his mouth to praise her, when she opened her mouth again. My dear husband, I don't only know how to draw, I also know how to carve. My husband, look at my concubine. Zhu Nanji, a mouthfuls of Maleficent, attracted the younger brothers and sisters of Face ambiguous look over. Sister's expression also seems to be more cold for a few points. Whap! Lu Jinan, who had been silent for a short while, spoke. Nanji, you, seems to know what Lu Jinan want to say. Zhu Nanji once again interrupted, his voice, face a little dark, some aggrieved, and a little angry. I'm sorry, concubine, I just miss you too much. The words fell. Not waiting for Lu Jinan to open his mouth, he turned around with the scroll and gave Lu Jinan an uninterested, angry and aggravated look, and then he left behind a cool, hurriedly leaving back. Holy maiden, wait for me. Han Yu hurriedly hugged Zhang Ming and chased after him, not forgetting to glare at Lu Jinan. Lu Jinan opened his mouth, a little messed up. He thought he knew Nanji well enough, but now, he really didn't understand what she was thinking. Senior brother, Mu Qingyue pulled on Lu Jinan's hand and took a step. Catch up with her first. Ha! Lu Jinan, who already didn't know much about his senior sister's mind, was even more puzzled when he heard this. What happened?